Since the dawn of time, there existed beings of incomprehensible power, the Absolute, creators of countless universes in their eternal pursuit of infinity. Their strength knew no bounds, and their thirst for knowledge was insatiable. These beings gave rise to everything: laws, souls, matter, and existence itself. But despite all their creations, the vastness of their power, and the endless possibilities of the cosmos, none of it could stave off their deep and persistent boredom. One absolute being, in particular, turned to a new form of entertainment. He began observing the creatures he had crafted, closely studying their endless struggles, battles, and the intricate web of schemes they spun. Each conflict, each skirmish, fascinated him. He sought answers within their chaos, answers to questions that had plagued him since the first universe was born. He marveled at the creatures' capacity for destruction, the endless cycle of war, death, and rebirth. To him, this violent spectacle was more than just amusement, it was a glimpse into the mysteries of existence. But something unimaginable happened. During one of these wars, a creation, one of his own, struck down its creator. For the first time, an absolute had been killed by the very life he had shaped. When the news of this unprecedented event spread, other absolute beings from dimensions beyond reckoning turned their eyes toward the universe left without its master. The death of an absolute at the hands of his creation was a sign, an ill omen. It signaled the awakening of a hidden potential within those crafted beings, a power that had long been dormant. However, this revelation did not stir the other absolutes with concern. They had only one thought in mind: the power left behind by their fallen kin was now free for the taking. And whoever claimed it first would wield unimaginable might. Meanwhile, in a world far removed from these cosmic events, a young boy named Suho received unexpected news. He had been accepted into the prestigious Korean National Institute of Arts. For Suho, it felt surreal, an achievement he never thought possible. His friends, upon hearing the news, were equally stunned. Their faces reflected disbelief, struggling to process what he was telling them. None of them could fully accept the truth, their expressions betraying a mixture of surprise and skepticism, as if they were grasping at the impossible. Suho's friends couldn't believe it. They all doubted that someone as rough around the edges as him could have passed the entrance exam to the Art Institute. One of them even broke down in frustration, insisting that Suho should have retaken the exam. But Suho, laughing along with them, shrugged it off. "Well, I'm finally free from this hell," he joked, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted the moment. "So, you actually passed the exam?" the voice said with a hint of mockery. Suho turned to see who it was. It was Kim Song-kol, or so he thought. The boy standing there was smirking, clearly intending to stir up trouble. "Since when did you get good at drawing?" Kim Song-kol sneered. But Suho's lightheartedness took a turn as the boy's expression soured. "My name's not Kim Song-kol, it's Lee Un-kol," he snapped, clearly agitated that Suho had messed up his name. However, Suho remained unfazed, pretending he hadn't mixed it up on purpose. He just grinned, playing it off. "Whatever. Anyway, because of you, my plan to get into a good high school was ruined," Un-kol continued, anger bubbling up. Suho, still calm, replied coolly, "And thanks to you, I graduated." Their classmates began to notice the rising tension. They knew Un-kol had a habit of provoking Suho, and it looked like this was going to be another one of those moments. Graduation was just around the corner, yet Un-kol continued behaving immaturely, clinging to his grudges rather than embracing the responsibility and maturity expected of them at such a critical time. The other students couldn't understand why Un-kol still harbored so much resentment towards Suho, especially after everything he'd gone through. Suho had endured the loss of his parents and was simply trying to find a path to happiness in his life. Why was Un-kol picking a fight now? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Lee Un-kol's face twisted with rage as he shouted Suho's name and lunged at him, fist raised, ready to strike. But Suho didn't flinch. He remained completely calm, his body poised as if he had expected the attack all along. The moment Un-kol made his move, Suho reacted with lightning speed, delivering a precise counterstrike on his face. Suho glanced down at him, his expression still composed. "Stay quiet until graduation," he said firmly. But Un-kol wasn't done. With a flash of defiance in his eyes, his resolve only growing stronger. Though he'd been struck on the face, he refused to give up. Lee Un-kol stood tall, a fierce glint in his eyes as he told Suho, "That didn't hurt at all." His hand was enveloped in a strange, glowing energy that Suho had never seen before. It was an unfamiliar power, foreign and unsettling. The mysterious aura pulsed around Un-kol as he unleashed a devastating punch, faster and stronger than anything Suho had ever encountered. It was only by sheer reflex that Suho managed to dodge the attack. Fear and shock were written across his face, and the other students stood frozen, just as stunned by the display of raw strength. Uncall's punch, brimming with energy, wasn't just powerful, it was terrifying. The force of it sent shockwaves through the room, shattering nearby iron lockers as if they were made of paper. Suho, lying on the floor in a daze, was completely paralyzed by what he'd just witnessed. Terror gripped him, rendering him unable to move as Uncall's entire body became shrouded in a brilliant, glowing aura. This energy radiated off of him with such intensity that it made him appear almost otherworldly, like a force capable of destroying anything in his path. The overwhelming power he exuded was something Suho had never thought possible. 2 years passed since that fateful day. Suho, now a second-year university student, walked down the street deep in thought. That day still haunted him, replaying over and over in his mind. While he tried to focus on his studies, the memory of Uncall's terrifying power often crept into his thoughts, leaving a lasting impression on him. As he strolled through campus, Suho overheard a conversation between two men. One was telling the other that all classes in the main building had been moved to a neighboring facility. All students should head there, the man said. Suho assumed this was due to a gate sweep being conducted by hunters nearby. Glancing around, he noticed security personnel stationed everywhere, instructing people to avoid the danger zone. One of the guards asked, "How long has it been since the hunters arrived?" A staff member responded, "Just over an hour. Considering the gate is D rank, they should be finishing up soon." An announcement rang through the area, stating that only authorized hunters could approach the gate. Suho sighed to himself, realizing that yet another gate had appeared. The increased security measures and restricted access served as a stark reminder of how much the world had changed in just 3 short years. 3 years ago, strange, otherworldly gates began opening all across the globe, altering the course of humanity. These gates led to dangerous realms filled with monsters and mysteries, forcing the rise of hunters, individuals trained to combat the threats that emerged from within. Since then, Suho's life, like the rest of the world, had been shaped by this new reality, with no signs of things ever returning to normal. The world as they once knew it was gone, replaced by a reality shaped by the emergence of mysterious gates. These portals, like doorways to another dimension, opened into dungeons teeming with demonic beasts. If left unchecked, these creatures would spill out, wreaking havoc and destroying everything in their wake. But the changes didn't stop with the gates alone, humanity itself began to evolve. Some individuals developed the ability to wield magical energy, and these gifted ones were known as the Awakened. In this rapidly transforming world, the chaos that seemed destined to persist for years was brought under control sooner than anyone expected. An awakened man by the name of Wu Jinchul took the initiative, founding the Hunters Association. He united others like himself, creating an organization to manage the escalating crisis and formalizing the role of hunters. Society was now divided into 2 distinct groups: the awakened, who wielded supernatural power, and ordinary people, who couldn't awaken and had to live in the shadow of those who could. For ordinary people, life felt like an endless struggle, as if they were ants facing monumental challenges, while for the awakened, it seemed as though everything was handed to them on a silver platter. The gap between the 2 groups was undeniable, and those on the weaker side were acutely aware of their limitations. Suho understood this more than most. No matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could never compete with even the lowest-ranked hunter. In fact, it was the hunters who stood as humanity's last line of defense. If they didn't close the gates, their world would be wiped out. This led Suho to a sobering realization: while the awakened were essential for survival, the ordinary people, like him, were not. Despite his gratitude toward the hunters for making it possible for unawakened people to live in peace, a lingering sense of anxiety gnawed at him. Could he ever accept the fact that he lacked the power he so desperately wanted? His unease stemmed from the feeling of being powerless, a vulnerability that had haunted him ever since his parents disappeared. It gnawed at him, filling the space left by his lost sense of security with helplessness. He often thought about his mother's words, how she would tell him he had taken after his father. Suho found himself wondering what his father would have done in his place. How would he have handled the loss, the dependency on others for survival, the sense of inadequacy? These questions weighed heavily on him. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. His teacher had approached, breaking through his memories. "You were really focused today," the teacher said with a smile. Suho blinked, still caught between the past and present, before nodding in acknowledgement. The teacher glanced at Suho's drawing, tilting his head with mild curiosity. "Is it fun drawing like this?" he asked. Suho, looking at his work, shrugged. "I didn't really think about it. I just drew whatever came to mind." The teacher chuckled softly, then leaned in for a closer inspection. "Your aunt is quite imaginative," he mused. But then his expression changed. "Wait, it's not just an ant, is it? It's a human ant?" Suho stared at the sketch, confused. Why had he drawn such a strange image in the first place? The unsettling picture left him with an odd feeling, as though it carried a meaning he couldn't grasp. Meanwhile, outside near the gate, the staff were preparing to meet the returning hunters. The atmosphere was calm and relaxed, signaling that the raid had been a success. People gathered around the gate, exchanging relieved glances. One of the staff members approached a hunter and greeted him. "Thank you for your hard work, Hunter Kim Jong-soo," he said gratefully. Kim Jong-soo nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "The dungeon's been cleared successfully. We'll need to report to the association right away." "There's something new to report," he said, his voice tinged with unease. "We encountered a new species of demonic beasts. They looked humanoid but had blue flames spewing from their eyes and mouths. They fought with claws and fangs, but they weren't very strong. Just low-level monsters. I got hurt a little, but it wasn't serious. No complications." The hunter paused, reflecting on the creatures. "We've never seen anything like them before, but luckily they don't seem too dangerous," he added. The staff member nodded, suggesting that all the details be included in the official report. But before the conversation could continue, something alarming happened. Out of nowhere, blue flames ignited from the wound on Kim Jong-soo's arm. He winced, feeling a sudden, sharp pain that seemed to spread throughout his body. His sword fell from his grip, his hands trembling as if seized by some invisible force. The staff member nearby noticed something strange. Kim Jong-soo's eyes were glowing with the same eerie blue flames. "Are you all right?" the staff member called out, concern lacing his voice. But there was no answer. Kim Jong-soo stood still, his head bowed, completely unresponsive. Then, without warning, the hunter turned and lunged at him. The flames had taken control, and Kim Jong-soo, now consumed by their power, was no longer himself. The staff member barely had time to react as the possessed hunter attacked, his actions driven by the mysterious blue fire that seemed to strip him of his will. The force that enveloped him was unlike anything they had faced before. The blue flames consumed the employee in an instant, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The hunters trailing behind Kim Jong-soo were frozen in disbelief. Their leader, who had just cleared the dungeon alongside them, had now annihilated a man who posed no threat. It became painfully clear to them that the flames within this dungeon weren't ordinary. The fire had infected Kim Jong-soo, turning him into a vessel of destruction, capable of spreading the affliction to anyone he bit. Panic erupted. The crowd near the gate realized the gravity of the situation and began to flee in terror, fearing that the infected hunter would turn on them next. People scrambled, searching desperately for shelter, trying to distance themselves from the chaos. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the peaceful routine of the drawing lesson was abruptly shattered by the commotion outside. The noise grew louder, and the students rushed to the windows, curious and anxious to see what was causing such a disturbance. Suho glanced up from his drawing, confused by the rising shouts. Looking outside, the students were horrified. What they saw defied logic, people attacking each other in a frenzy, their bodies wreathed in blue flames. The flames had an eerie glow, and the people's eyes burned with the same unnatural light, filled with demonic energy. The students quickly deduced that the dungeon hadn't been fully cleared after all. Panic began to spread within the classroom as well. Outside, people were in chaos, some trying to find shelter, others shouting for help, calling for the hunters to save them. But fear was mounting. One student turned to Professor Talum, who was standing by the door, and urgently reminded him that he was an awakened too. "You've got to do something," the student pleaded. But the professor shook his head, his expression grim. "I'm only an E-rank hunter," he said, helplessly. "There's nothing I can do against that." At that moment, Suho's eyes widened as he noticed something alarming. A hunter, engulfed in blue flames, was barreling straight toward the building. Instinct kicked in, and he shouted, "Get away from the windows. Now!" His voice cut through the rising panic as the students scrambled to find safety. But it was too late. The hunter's flaming body crashed through the classroom window with a deafening smash. Glass shards flew everywhere, and the possessed hunter, lost to the blue flames, began attacking anyone in sight. The classroom descended into chaos as the hunter, no longer in control of his own body, unleashed devastation on everyone inside. Suho spun around and bolted toward the exit, yelling for the other students to follow his lead. As he sprinted down the hallway, his heart pounded in his chest. Amid the chaos, his eyes caught sight of a girl lying on the floor, writhing in pain. She was crying, her voice barely audible over the panic, pleading for someone to help her. Her legs were injured, leaving her unable to escape. Frozen for a moment, Suho didn't know what to do. His mind raced. How could he possibly save her? Fear gnawed at him, and without thinking, he turned away and continued running, shouting over his shoulder, "I'll get help. I'll bring the hunters." The words tasted bitter as they left his mouth. He was running away, abandoning her to her fate. But as he fled, the weight of his actions pressed down on him. Guilt clawed at him, the thought of leaving the girl behind gnawing at his conscience. What good was he, an unawakened person, in a situation like this? He couldn't fight, couldn't save her. His powerlessness filled him with frustration. It's all because I'm not awakened, he thought bitterly. Yet, deep down, Suho knew that blaming his lack of abilities wouldn't change anything. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to act. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, remembering his father's words, imagining what his father would have done. His father would never have left someone in danger, no matter the risk. Determined, Suho turned back, eyes wide with fear but also resolve. The possessed hunter was already closing in on the girl, who was screaming, her hands shielding her face as if they could ward off the inevitable. She was alone, completely vulnerable. Without hesitation, Suho grabbed a fire extinguisher from the hallway, charging back into the fray. With a desperate swing, he struck the hunter, the impact enough to knock it back. He continued his frantic assault, using the extinguisher to keep the beast at bay, his heart racing with every blow. The hunter staggered, giving Suho enough time to grab the girl and pull her to safety. Breathing heavily, Suho looked down at her, relieved that he had acted in time. He realized in that moment that this was exactly what his father would have done. He wouldn't have run. He would have faced the danger, no matter how powerless he felt. As Suho helped the girl to her feet, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes. It was a message, something he hadn't seen before. You have completed the hidden quest, Courage of the Powerless. For a split second, Suho remembered a strange dream he once had, a dream so vivid it felt real. Now, in this moment, it seemed like more than just a dream, it felt like something greater was unfolding. In the midst of the chaos, Suho's mind wandered back to a strange dream he had once. In that dream, it felt as though he were in some kind of game where he wielded powerful gloves designed for combat, using them to fend off wave after wave of increasingly dangerous monsters. Every time the monsters grew stronger, Suho had to push himself to find new strategies, new methods of survival. He constantly leveled up, unlocking new skills as he fought, barely keeping the relentless creatures from overwhelming him. With every battle, he became more powerful. Soon, the monsters he faced were nothing short of terrifying, yet each victory fueled his growth. His skills sharpened, his strength increased, and with time, he reached the final level of this dreamlike game. It was there, standing at the threshold of the last challenge, that he encountered the ultimate foe, a towering monster of incredible power. Suho couldn't help but respect the immense strength of the creature, and for a fleeting moment, he even felt a pang of envy. But then, something unexpected happened. The formidable boss he was meant to defeat wasn't a faceless creature at all, it was his father. Staring at him, Suho realized he couldn't bring himself to fight. His father, strong and steadfast, was a figure he admired deeply. But why was he here, standing as the final challenge in this surreal nightmare? Was it just a reflection of his father's strength? Suho found himself paralyzed by the idea of fighting his own father, unsure if this was just a dream or a profound message about strength and sacrifice. As the memory of the dream washed over him, Suho found himself back in the present, holding the fire extinguisher tightly as he prepared to face the possessed hunter. The hunter's entire body blazed with blue flames, completely overtaken by the strange energy. The scene felt eerily similar to the final showdown in his dream. He could almost hear his father's voice in the back of his mind, urging him to act. What would Dad do? Suho thought as he dashed forward. His heart pounded, and the fire extinguisher felt like his only lifeline. With no time to waste, Suho knew he had to face this monstrous hunter. The blue flames crackled around the hunter, giving off an unnatural heat that threatened to consume everything in its path. The hunter moved with menacing intent, but Suho couldn't allow himself to hesitate any longer. He launched himself at the hunter with everything he had. Chaos erupted around Suho as the hunter, engulfed in blue flames, went berserk. The infected hunter lashed out at anyone in his path, spreading the curse to others and transforming them into mindless, flame-possessed monsters. Desperation fueled Suho's actions as he swung the fire extinguisher with all his might, desperately trying to prevent the hunter from biting the other students. With every blow, he thought of his father, the man who would have sacrificed himself without hesitation to save an innocent life. In that moment, Suho resolved to do the same. He managed to hold the hunter at bay, giving the others a chance to escape. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't last. The situation was dire. Suho had no magical abilities and knew that as an unawakened person, he was virtually powerless against monsters like this. The reality of his own recklessness hit him hard. He'd charged in to save the girl without a plan, and now his life was hanging by a thread. There was no way he could defeat the hunter without magic, and yet here he was, facing down a monster far beyond his capabilities. Then something strange happened. The hunter, who had been advancing with terrifying force, suddenly stopped. It was as if he was suspended in midair, frozen in place. Suho blinked in confusion. He glanced around and realized that everything had stopped. The girl he had just saved stood motionless, and the air itself seemed frozen in time. Suho's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the bizarre scene. It was as if the world had come to a standstill. Amidst the confusion, a new notification appeared in front of him, a message that he had never seen before. Shock washed over him as he read the words, "Secret quest completed, courage of the powerless. You have been offered the chance to become a player." Suho's mind raced. This was exactly like the dream he'd had, the one where he fought monsters and leveled up, becoming stronger with each battle. And just like in the dream, here was an opportunity to gain the power he never had. The power to fight back, to protect others. To become something more than just an ordinary person caught in a world filled with monsters. A smile crept onto Suho's face as he realized what this meant. The system was offering him a way out of his helplessness, a way to finally fight back. The choice was clear. Without hesitation, Suho accepted the offer to become a player. Suho's entire world shifted in that instant. The system congratulated him for becoming a player, signaling that his life would never be the same again. Though the future was uncertain, Suho felt ready to embrace it. As a reward for completing his first quest, the system gifted him a powerful spell from the mage Candiaru. Along with the spell came a profound blessing. Suho was now immune to all illnesses, poisons, and harmful effects, and he would enjoy long life free from disease. However, the system warned him this was no longer a dream. He only had one life, and he needed to tread carefully. Curiosity flooded Suho as he examined his new stats, the window before him resembling the game-like interface from his recurring dreams. It filled him with a sense of familiarity, and surprisingly, he felt a thrill at the possibilities it offered. The system notified him of his next mission. He was tasked with destroying the mist burns and increasing his level. Mist burns were hunters infected by the mysterious blue flame, cursed after a failed attempt to close the gate. As Suho absorbed the notifications, time resumed its natural flow. He glanced at the girl, still frozen in fear, and urged her to run while she had the chance. Looking around, Suho noticed something new. Names and titles floated above the heads of the infected hunters. All of them were now identified as mist burns, marked for him to eliminate. Most were ordinary people, cursed by the flame, but there were also a few who had been hunters before the infection took hold. Among them, Suho spotted 2 mist burns charging toward him, their eyes glowing with that same eerie blue flame. The surviving bystanders were fleeing, desperate to escape the chaos, but Suho remained calm. He had been awakened, and now wielded magical power capable of defeating these monsters. This was the moment to test that power. With determination, Suho gripped the fire extinguisher in his hands. As the first mist burn lunged at him, he swung the extinguisher with all his might. The impact sent the creature flying several meters back, crashing into the ground. Suho discarded the fire extinguisher, eager to test the raw strength of his own fists. He focused intensely, aiming straight for the monster's head, feeling a surge of anger and determination course through him. For the first time, he wasn't gripped by fear, only a desire to unleash his newfound power. With a loud shout, he threw his punch with everything he had, channeling all his strength into the blow. His power had multiplied several times over, and he could sense it. The impact was overwhelming. His punch sent the creature hurtling upward, smashing through the ceiling above them. Suho stood in shock, unable to fully grasp the immense strength he had just displayed. Only moments earlier, this monster could have killed him in a single strike, but now he had obliterated it with one blow. The system confirmed his success with a notification: he had defeated the mist burn unawakened. Staring down at his fist, Suho marveled at what he had just accomplished. As he processed this, another monster launched itself at him. However, Suho was faster now, his reflexes had sharpened. He effortlessly dodged the attack and retaliated, landing a powerful counterstrike that finished the creature instantly. The system chimed again, confirming that Suho had successfully defeated the second mist burn. With his mission complete, he leveled up. A sense of triumph washed over him. Suho was thrilled by his transformation, realizing that he now wielded abilities he had only dreamed of. The system rewarded him for completing his task, but Suho's excitement wasn't just about the notifications. He wanted to explore his powers further. Eager to test his new limits, Suho confronted another monster. This time, he struck with confidence, certain that his attack would be just as effective. But to his surprise, the creature absorbed the blow with barely a flinch. It didn't recoil in pain, and Suho quickly realized that this opponent was far stronger than the ones he had faced before. Suddenly, it dawned on him: his next battle would be much tougher than he anticipated. His earlier victories had been exhilarating, but they hadn't prepared him for what was coming. Suho understood that this fight would require more than brute strength. Suho quickly realized that his opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. His initial surprise soon turned into anxiety as the monster's resilience forced him to rethink his approach. The creature wasted no time, launching a relentless series of attacks. Each blow was more powerful than the last, and Suho found himself struggling to keep up. He had to endure a barrage of force and fury just to survive, and now, figuring out how to defeat this seemingly invulnerable enemy became crucial. In one fierce strike, the mistborn creature managed to severely wound Suho. A sharp pain shot through him, signaling just how much danger he was in. The situation had grown dire. If he didn't come up with a new strategy soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Gritting his teeth, Suho gathered all his strength and kicked the monster, creating just enough distance between them for him to jump back to safety. As he staggered to a safer position, he took a moment to catch his breath and assess the situation. His body was heavily injured, and he feared that these wounds could cause him to transform into one of the demonic creatures himself. The thought terrified him. He had only just awakened, and now he faced the grim possibility of turning into the very thing he was fighting. Then, the system notification broke through his thoughts. It warned him that his life was in serious danger and that the long life without sickness ability had been activated. Suho had almost forgotten about this reward, one he had received for slaying monsters earlier. Now, it was his lifeline. He wasn't sure exactly how the skill worked, but he hoped it could give him the edge he desperately needed. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him again, knocking him to the ground with immense force. Suho struggled under its crushing weight as it tried to tear him apart. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and Suho could barely fend off its attack. He realized, with a bitter clarity, that he was still too weak compared to even a D-ranked demonic beast. That meant he was likely ranked as an E, which explained why he was struggling so much. Despite this grim realization, Suho was determined to fight back. His awakened power might not be fully developed, but he refused to give up. He did everything he could to keep the monster at bay, grappling with it to stop its fangs from reaching him. Each second was a battle for survival, but deep down, Suho knew he had to find a way to turn the tide before it was too late. Suho had no clear strategy for defeating the monster, but he refused to surrender. He knew that every move he made could decide his fate in this life-or-death struggle. Just as the situation grew more desperate, a system notification flashed before him. He had received a reward, additional skill points and a boost to his strength. This unexpected surge of power renewed his hope, giving him the edge he needed in the fight. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Suho struck the monster with all his might, managing to break free from its crushing grip. With a powerful shove, he hurled the beast across the room, sending it crashing to the ground. He knew he had to act fast. The monster wouldn't stay down for long, and Suho needed to finish it off before it could recover. True to his expectations, the creature quickly regained its footing, and their brutal battle resumed. Suho realized he had to defeat it quickly, or he might not survive another round of attacks. With a deep breath, he launched a devastating strike, hitting the monster so hard that it reeled from the impact, visibly stunned. Sensing an opportunity, Suho pressed on, refusing to let up as he pummeled the creature with everything he had. Despite the relentless barrage, the monster stubbornly endured each blow. To Suho's disbelief, it still fought back with a fury that seemed unshakable. He was beginning to doubt whether he could actually overpower this beast, even with his enhanced abilities. That's when a thought struck him. He hadn't fully utilized his skill points yet. Without hesitation, Suho invested all the points into increasing his strength, hoping it would be enough to turn the tide. As his power surged once more, Suho felt a sense of confidence. He prepared himself for the final showdown, knowing that this boost might be the key to defeating his formidable opponent. The creature charged at him again, but this time Suho was ready. He dodged the attack with newfound agility, countering with a heavy strike that shook the ground. He had never heard of an awakened being able to increase their strength and leveling up, and it defied everything he knew about ranks. But rank didn't matter now, survival did. Suho put everything into his next move, determined to end the battle once and for all. He may not have understood all the mysteries of the system, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. All that mattered was bringing down the monster before it had a chance to inflict a fatal blow. Suho faced the monstrous threat before him, determined to end it once and for all. As he stood there, he realized something important. He was no longer bound by the unfair limitations of the system. He felt a surge of new power coursing through him, giving him the strength to break free from the constraints that once held him back. His next punch was devastating, sending the creature hurtling across the room until it crashed into the far wall. Without hesitation, Suho charged at the downed monster, knowing he couldn't afford to give it a moment's respite. His blows were fiercer, faster, and more powerful than before. There was no stopping him now. The beast, overwhelmed, had no chance to fight back as Suho unleashed a relentless assault. Each strike landed with brutal precision, and the creature could only absorb the punishment. Suho's determination fueled him through the fatigue, his focus locked on one goal: to destroy the monster. After what felt like an eternity of relentless blows, Suho delivered a final, crushing strike, hoping it was enough to end the battle. Panting heavily, his body screamed in exhaustion, but he knew he had to confirm the monster's defeat. As he approached its motionless form, the system chimed in with a notification: he had defeated the creature. Relief washed over him as he realized he had leveled up, gaining not just strength but also new abilities that bolstered his confidence. Finally allowing himself to rest, Suho sank to the ground, catching his breath as the weight of the battle settled in. He glanced down at his hand, noticing the blood staining his knuckles. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had awakened. He was no longer the powerless, insignificant person he once thought he was. This was just the beginning. Suho knew that his future had changed forever. No longer feeling like an ant in a world full of predators, he was filled with newfound confidence. Now that he had become an awakened player, he believed he could protect others and confront the chaos spreading throughout his world. With this power, he was certain that he would succeed in the challenges ahead. The unknown hunter moved silently through the sea of monsters, steadily making his way toward the building where Suho was hiding. In his hand, he dragged a massive sword, its weight evident as it scraped along the ground, leaving deep grooves behind. His movements, despite the heavy weapon, were unerringly smooth and agile. As he neared the building, the hunter launched himself into the air with incredible speed and precision, his focus locked on his target. Inside, Suho peered out of a window, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding outside. Suddenly, without warning, a fierce attack was launched in his direction. Suho barely registered the swift motion of the fog burn, a fearsome, awakened monster, drawing its sword and moving toward him with deadly intent. In a brief moment of shock, Suho froze, unsure of how to react. His mind raced as he realized he had to act quickly or face a lethal blow. This creature wasn't just any monster, it was a C-rank mist burn, far stronger than Suho's current level, making the battle seem nearly impossible. The fog burn's attack hit with devastating force, sending chunks of debris and rocks flying in all directions. The impact left a cloud of dust swirling around Suho, obscuring his vision and throwing everything into disarray. The city was in turmoil, and he could hear an urgent announcement echoing from every corner of the streets. The warning was clear: a D-rank dungeon break has occurred near the Korean University district, and residents were ordered to evacuate immediately. High above, soldiers stationed on the rooftops watched the scene below, helplessly standing by as chaos consumed the city. They were ordered not to intervene, frustrating many of them as they saw innocent people falling victim to the madness. The commander, impatient and concerned, asked when the hunters from the association would arrive to help. His subordinate grimly answered that they were still waiting for word. In the midst of this escalating crisis, Suho realized that he was alone in this fight. The fog burn wasn't going to let up, and the authorities weren't coming to save him anytime soon. It was up to him to face this powerful enemy and survive the storm on his own. The commander received an unsettling update: they needed time to assign B-rank hunters to the situation. However, one of the soldiers was taken aback by this. In his mind, a D-rank should have sufficed. He voiced his surprise, but the commander explained that the Hunter Association feared the local hunters might have encountered far greater threats than expected. Scanning the list of infected hunters on his tablet, the soldier's eyes widened when he recognized a familiar face. It shocked him that even a C-rank hunter, with their advanced training and formidable defenses, could fall victim to the infection. Meanwhile, Suho faced a much more immediate threat: a dangerous mist burn had leapt onto his floor. Its eyes burned with malevolence as it gripped a massive sword, ready to strike at any moment. Suho could hardly believe this enemy had ascended from the lower levels to confront him. What made this encounter even more terrifying was the realization that this was no ordinary monster, it was a C-rank, corrupted by the fog. The fact that it wielded a weapon, unlike most other creatures, marked it as something far more dangerous and intelligent. Despite the fear clawing at him, Suho felt a surge of confidence. He had recently leveled up and felt a new sense of strength coursing through him. The mist burn charged forward, swinging its sword in a blur of deadly precision, but Suho narrowly dodged the blow, his pulse racing from the close call. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from a strange exhilaration. Quickly regaining his composure, Suho braced himself, preparing for the next assault. Yet, to his surprise, the mist burn didn't immediately follow up with another attack. The sudden pause in action heightened Suho's tension. He stood on edge, waiting anxiously for the creature's next move, knowing that even a moment of distraction could be fatal. The mist-burned silence was unnerving. Its unpredictability only fueled Suho's unease. This wasn't just a monster, it was a cold, calculating psychopath whose erratic nature made it even more dangerous. Suho knew he had to stay sharp, for this opponent's next move could determine whether he lived or died. The monster raised its sword again, ready to strike Suho, who stood cornered against the wall. Its overwhelming strength and ruthless intent were clear, this creature would annihilate anything in its path. As the monster lunged forward, Suho acted fast, hurling a fire extinguisher at it. Without hesitation, the monster sliced the extinguisher in half, releasing a dense cloud of mist that quickly enveloped the entire room. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, and Suho found himself surrounded by a thick haze. With tension rising, Suho knew the oppressive fog could be his one chance to escape. The monster was far too powerful to face head-on, and continuing the fight in this state would be suicide. The smart move was to retreat and buy time until reinforcements arrived. Suho realized this monster was on a completely different level, a true menace even for someone who had recently awakened. His best hope was to survive until the hunters showed up. Making his decision, Suho bolted for the door. But before he could get far, he sensed the presence of the creature behind him, tracking his every move. The monster's eyes gleamed with a sinister glow, its lips curling into a cruel smile. There was no mistaking the hatred and malicious joy in its expression, it was enjoying the hunt. Suho's mind raced as he dashed through the building. He knew the danger was far from over, and every step he took needed to be precise. As he passed a window, he noticed the monster halt suddenly, its gaze fixed on something outside. Peering through the window, Suho saw what had drawn the creature's attention: 3 young girls huddled together on the rooftop. They were terrified, completely unaware of the danger lurking just below them. Realizing the opportunity, the monster shifted its focus, leaping out of the window and setting its sights on the defenseless girls. They had no chance to fight back or flee, the monster's fatal blow was imminent. Suho, now free of its pursuit, paused as he processed what was happening. The monster had abandoned its hunt for him and was about to attack innocent bystanders. He watched in horror as the creature closed in on its new targets. This was no longer just about survival, he now had to make a choice. Would he flee while he had the chance, or would he intervene and risk his life to save them? The monster swung its sword at the girls, but they managed to dodge, their terrified screams echoing through the city. Hearing their cries, Suho's anger surged. He knew he couldn't just run anymore, he had to confront this powerful foe. Without a second thought, he sprinted and leaped from the window, pursuing the monster that was chasing the fleeing girls. Waiting for the hunters was no longer an option. If anyone was going to save them, it would have to be him. The monster, oblivious to Suho's pursuit, was caught off guard when Suho attacked from behind. The sudden strike only momentarily fazed the beast, who quickly spun around, eyes blazing with fury. Suho, bracing himself for a counterattack, realized just how outmatched he was. The monster barely seemed to register his blows, and with a swift swing of its sword, it launched a devastating attack. Suho narrowly dodged, the blade passing just inches from his body. Breathing heavily, Suho took a step back to evaluate the situation. He was keenly aware that a single hit from this monster would be fatal. Glancing around, he noticed the destruction the creature had already caused. Several girls on the rooftop had already fallen to its rampage. Anger flared again in Suho's chest, and he resolved not to let the monster take any more lives. Determined, he launched a relentless barrage of punches, aiming to slow the beast down. Blow after blow, Suho hit it with all his strength, his fist slamming into the creature's body. But no matter how hard he struck, the monster remained standing, unfazed by the onslaught. Suho's attacks began to weaken as fatigue set in, and the realization dawned on him: this monster was far tougher than he had anticipated. Just as Suho's strength was waning, the monster saw its opportunity. With frightening speed, it swung its sword and landed a brutal hit on Suho, cutting deep into his flesh. Staggering from the wound, Suho realized just how dangerous his situation had become. Suho writhed in agony from the deep wound as the monster closed in, determined to finish him off. With one powerful strike, it sent Suho crashing into the wall, his body collapsing to the ground. Struggling to move, he could barely register the pain. His health was critically low, and he felt the cold grip of death creeping closer. For a brief moment, Suho believed it was the end. He had lost. But strangely, he hadn't perished instantly. The system hadn't let him die, at least not yet. As the monster approached, it began to laugh, a dark and malicious sound that filled the air. It relished its victory, confident that Suho's defeat was certain. This sense of superiority only made it more dangerous, its malevolence fueling its power. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared. He raised his trembling hands. Suho was barely holding in. The crack intensified, it was like dimension itself was shattering. But there was no time to fully comprehend what was happening. The monster was already looming over him, ready to strike. The system's notifications warned that Suho's fatigue was at critical levels. His vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. He was too weak to defend himself, too exhausted to continue fighting. Just as the monster raised its weapon for the final blow, the sky above them started to crack. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, and before either of them could react, the entire structure began to collapse. Suho's eyes widened as the sky crumbled, and chaos erupted around them. The roof suddenly gave way as an unknown creature burst through, shattering the structure. Suho could barely comprehend what was happening. He had no idea what this new monster was, but one thing was clear, it had unintentionally saved him by interrupting the deadly battle. Both Suho and the monster plummeted down from the rooftop, unable to stop their descent. Suho's body, weakened and exhausted, had no strength left to brace for the impact. He hit the ground hard, the force of his fall sending shockwaves through the earth. The ground beneath him cracked, chunks of debris flying in all directions. His vision was blurred, and his strength was draining fast. Blood seeped from his wounds as he lay motionless, barely conscious. In those fleeting moments, thoughts raced through his mind, and oddly enough, he recalled an ant, a figure he often drew. It was a strange memory to surface at the brink of death, but it brought a sense of calm. As darkness began to consume him, Suho heard a voice, one that apologized for arriving too late. A large ant-like figure stood over him, confirming it was the one who had saved him. Suho, still disoriented, realized this creature had come just in time to prevent his demise. The ant-like being turned its gaze to the monster that had almost killed Suho, seething with rage. It vowed to make the creature pay for what it had done, and without hesitation, it launched a swift, deadly attack. The once menacing monster stood no chance as it was obliterated, reduced to nothing but shattered remnants in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, other creatures roamed the Institute grounds, hunting for more victims to infect with their cursed blue flames. One of them locked onto a man standing nearby, completely unaware of the danger creeping toward him. The man, deep in thought, was gripping a mop, entirely oblivious to the approaching terror. When he finally noticed the creature, terror froze him in place. His face drained of color, paralyzed by the fear of the monstrous thing now advancing on him. Panic gripped the man as he realized the danger. His mind raced, desperate to figure out how to save himself, but fear had frozen his body. In a frantic burst of energy, he threw his mop aside and started yelling for help, clutching his head in terror. With his head lowered, he didn't even notice the monster about to attack him had already been obliterated. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters in the area were wiped out, their destruction resonating across the city. A powerful echo followed, rippling through the air as Beru unleashed an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Soldiers stationed nearby felt a strange, potent force but couldn't grasp what had just occurred. Their confusion was palpable. Meanwhile, Beru swiftly returned to his master, Suho. With a fond smile, he remarked how long it had been since they last met, expressing joy at seeing his young monarch again. Memories flooded back as Beru recalled Suho as a small child, sitting in his room, sketching shadow warriors. In one of those moments, Suho had looked up, astonished, to see the real Beru holding his drawing. The sight had left Beru deeply moved, realizing that his young master had imagined and drawn him long before their fateful encounter. The moment was so touching that Beru had to hold back tears, overwhelmed by the beauty of that connection. Back in the present, Suho began to regain consciousness. His eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. Wrapped in a blanket and lying in a bed, he was disoriented. The first word he uttered was "Aunt?" But the doctor standing nearby was puzzled, unsure of what Suho meant. Shortly after, Suho received a call from his uncle. He checked Suho's condition, asking how badly he had been hurt and mentioning that the world had grown far too dangerous. He even suggested hiring a few bodyguards for Suho's safety. But Suho, still slightly dazed, assured him that he was fine. Turning his attention to the TV, he saw a news broadcast covering the recent incident at the University of Arts. The attack, which had left numerous people injured, was now the subject of intense discussion and government scrutiny. The mist burns incident shook the entire city when a mysterious creature appeared, charging at hunters and transforming them into monsters. Despite the chaos unfolding in the heart of the city, the Hunter Association struggled to respond quickly. By the time the hunters arrived on the scene, the city lay in ruins, engulfed in destruction. Yet, what baffled everyone was not the devastation, but the strange fact that all the monsters had already been eliminated. The burning question remained, who or what had wiped them out? Rumors began to circulate among shocked witnesses. Some claimed to have seen the transformed hunters, the ones who had become monsters, suddenly reappearing, almost out of thin air. Suho sat on the hospital bed, barely able to believe what he was seeing. It felt too surreal, as though he was trapped in a dream. Yet, he soon realized that this was all too real. His thoughts drifted to the phenomenon of awakening and how it made individuals stronger as their levels increased. Suho was only level 5, and he vaguely recalled earning a small rank boost during a desperate fight with a hunter who had been infected by the mist burns. But he couldn't explain how he had managed to survive that encounter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, explaining that it was Beru who had saved him by eliminating the parasites responsible for the transformation. Startled, Suho glanced at the ground and saw a massive shadow with large, luminous eyes gazing back at him. Beru had returned to his shadow form, and his deep voice brimmed with emotion. "It's been so long, my young lord," he said, his tone warm with recognition. "You've grown into such an incredible person?" The sight of Beru stirred something deep within Suho, long-forgotten memories slowly resurfaced. He recalled how, as a child, he had a fascination with ants, and among them was a black creature that had been with him during his youth. But why were these memories only returning now? Beru's words provided a clue. Beru had crossed the boundary of dimensions to find him again. Despite the reunion, Suho was still overwhelmed with questions. Why had he lived among these black creatures as a child? Why had his memories been locked away for so long? At that moment, Suho's memories became the most pressing concern. He realized he had grown stronger, yet something was still off. Beru, noticing Suho's confusion, explained that crossing dimensions demanded an immense amount of mana. When Beru first arrived, his appearance was imposing and grand, but the system had registered him as a mere common soldier. Upon learning this, Beru was enraged, displeased with the fact that his power had been diminished to such a lowly rank. The thought of being reduced to a common soldier insulted him. Suho quickly stood up, trying to reassure him. "I feel better now, was that because of you?" he asked, piecing things together. Beru confirmed this with a nod. "Yes, I healed you," he said. Suho, amazed by Beru's abilities, felt grateful, but the conversation soon shifted to something deeper. Beru revealed that Suho's true mission involved dispelling the Shadow Seal, a powerful restraint that had bound him. However, Beru also noted that Suho had already broken the seal on his own, perhaps unknowingly. This revelation unsettled Suho. What did the seal have to do with him, and why was Beru talking as if Suho had some greater destiny? Beru began to explain further. "Everything you've seen, everything you've lived through, it's all real. And you've grown much stronger since we last met. The great shadow monarch, Sung Jinwoo, sealed both your power and your memories long ago. He did this to allow you to live a normal life, free from the burdens of your lineage." Suho's mind raced, struggling to process what he was hearing. Sung Jinwoo, his father, was the one who had sealed away his powers? The realization hit him like a tidal wave. "My father? He did this?" Suho stammered, his voice barely audible. He had always assumed his father had simply left their family, abandoning them for reasons unknown. But Beru was quick to clarify. "No, your father didn't leave home. He ascended to another plane of existence, into the vast expanse of space," Beru explained, his voice filled with reverence. Suho's confusion deepened. Space? What did that mean? He couldn't comprehend what Beru was telling him. Beru continued, his tone serious. "The Shadow Army now fights a cosmic battle. Your father, Sung Jinwoo, is out there, defending our world. He's risking his life, fighting against unimaginable monsters to keep this realm safe. His opponents are powerful entities, and among them is Iterim, the absolute being seeking to conquer our world by sending its apostles to Earth." Beru explained that he had to slay countless monsters in his way to meet Suho. As Beru spoke, Suho's thoughts drifted to his mother, who had vanished years ago. "What about my mother?" Suho asked hesitantly. "She disappeared when I was still with my father. Are they together?" Beru's expression softened. "No, your mother is not with him. Her disappearance is tied to other forces at play, but she's not with Sung Jinwoo." This only raised more questions for Suho. His father was battling for the survival of their world in space, and his mother had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The more Beru explained, the more Suho felt like his entire understanding of his life had been turned upside down. Upon hearing Suho mention his mother, Beru's anger flared. He couldn't comprehend how someone as important as Miss Hain had simply vanished. His suspicion immediately turned toward the apostles, convinced that this was a result of their trickery. There was no doubt in his mind. Suho, taking in Beru's words, asked if the Iterim were responsible, if these creatures had interfered in his parents' lives, preventing them from returning. Beru saw the deep desire in Suho's eyes, realizing just how much the young lord longed to reunite with his parents. "Of course, I want to see them," Suho responded with determination. But it seems the only way to do that is to become stronger, to rescue my mother and meet my father. Beru, however, explained that because of the ongoing war with the Iterim, Suho's father couldn't return to Earth. If Suho wanted to save his mother, he would have to grow powerful enough to do it on his own. Beru told him there was a path forward, a key to unlocking greater strength. As they spoke, a notification window suddenly appeared before Suho, outlining a new quest, Shadow Test. The system revealed that Suho, as the son of the great Shadow Monarch, had immense innate abilities, but they were all sealed away. To regain his power, Suho would need to prove himself. His first step was to enter the Dark Dungeon, where he would be tested. The key to the Dark Dungeon would grant him access, but it could only be used in the shadow of the Sacred Protector. Beru immediately urged Suho to use the key. You must place it in your own shadow, Beru instructed. As Suho followed the guidance, a shadow gate materialized before him. The portal inside it shimmered, waiting for him to pass through. Beru gave him one final piece of advice before Suho entered the portal. Go inside, young master, and reclaim the powers that are yours by right. But even as Suho stood at the threshold of the portal, doubt swirled in his mind. How could all of this be real? A cosmic war, gods, Shadow Monarch, it all seemed so impossible. Yet, despite his confusion, one thing was clear: he had to gather his strength, to reunite with his family. He knew that the only way to do this was by leveling up and becoming strong enough to face the powerful enemies standing in his way. Resolute, Suho stepped forward, determined to push his limits and gain the strength necessary to protect those he loved. No matter how long it took or how difficult the path ahead might be, he would fight to save his parents and uncover the truth behind the forces that tore them apart. As Suho gave his determined speech about growing stronger to save his family, Beru felt a surge of excitement. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when his master, the Shadow Monarch Sung Jin-woo, had entrusted him with a crucial task. He remembered Sung Jin-woo's instructions vividly: he was to travel to Earth and break the seal on Suho's memories. The monarch had warned Beru that the Iterim, a looming threat, could one day invade Earth, and Suho would need to be ready to defend it. Sung Jin-woo had given Beru the freedom to act according to the situation on Earth, trusting him to protect Suho and help him regain his strength. Now, Beru was fully committed to staying by Suho's side and guiding him on the path to leveling up. As Suho stepped through the portal into the unknown, Beru followed closely behind. On the other side, Suho emerged into a strange, dark realm. Beru explained the grim nature of this place. This is the Dark Dungeon, the abode of the dead, Beru said, his voice serious. No living being can enter here without the master's permission. It's inhabited by dangerous creatures, and surviving here is no easy task. Suho took in his surroundings and immediately felt a sense of discomfort. The dungeon didn't resemble a typical underground cavern. Instead, it looked more like a crumbling, abandoned city, filled with shadows and eerie silence. Despite his unease, something about this place seemed oddly familiar, as if he had been here before, though he couldn't quite place the memory. His thoughts were interrupted as a notification window popped up, displaying a status message. The message was blunt: the leadership of the Dungeon of Shadows would never recognize someone as weak as Suho as its master. To prove himself, he would need to survive for the allotted time, 4 hours. Suho read the notice and steeled himself for the challenge ahead. The moment the trial began, a creature lunged at him from behind. Suho barely had time to react, but his instincts kicked in. He spun around and delivered a swift kick, sending the attacker flying. As the creature tumbled to the ground, Suho saw that it was a goblin, but not just any goblin, it was a scout. Before Suho could fully process what had happened, Beru warned him. If there's a scout, more goblins are likely nearby. You need to deal with it quickly before it alerts the others. Realizing the danger, Suho tightened his fist and prepared himself for the oncoming fight. He had no choice but to stay sharp, knowing that the survival of this trial, and his quest to reclaim his powers, depended on his ability to defeat whatever enemies came his way. Suho charged into the fray with fiery determination, ready to face the goblins head-on. Beru, however, cautioned him to approach the situation carefully. "Young lord, there are goblins here, but be mindful. Don't be reckless," Beru advised. He pointed out that this particular goblin was nameless and weak, lacking any special attributes or even a distinctive color. "It's several times weaker than you," Beru added. Ignoring his opponent's apparent frailty, Suho seized the goblin by the arm, gripping tightly, and in one swift motion retrieved the creature's stone axe from his inventory. With a single, powerful swing, he obliterated the goblin in seconds. A notification flashed across his vision, confirming the defeat of the goblin scout. He turned to Beru, remarking that opponents stronger than him displayed names in different colors, marking their danger levels. Just as Suho finished speaking, an odd sound reached their ears. Both turned to see another goblin perched on a rooftop, letting out a loud call to summon its allies. Frustrated by the scout's cry, Suho braced himself as, within moments, other goblins appeared, their names highlighted in yellow, stronger foes than before. Along with them came goblin captains, their presence radiating an added layer of threat. Suho quickly asked Beru if he could assist in the fight. Beru, however, had his limitations. He explained that, being far from his lord, he couldn't replenish his magic power efficiently. He needed to conserve his strength, and if he participated, Suho's experience points would be significantly reduced. Realizing that Beru wouldn't be able to step in, Suho accepted that he'd have to handle the situation on his own. Steeling himself, Suho activated one of his abilities. With a focused thought, he called upon the skill, and the goblin's battle axe behind him began to lift into the air, seemingly under its own power. The weapon hovered, then surged forward, guided by Suho's will. As he manipulated the axe with skillful precision, he struck down one goblin after another, the weapon cutting a path through the crowd as if wielded by an invisible hand. The status window displayed a new skill acquisition, hinting that Suho's command over the weapon was like that of an invisible hand. Pleased with his success, Suho pressed on, determined to prove his strength and hone his abilities as he took down each opponent in his path. Just then, an arrow whizzed past Suho's head, narrowly missing him. Reacting swiftly, he raised his hand and caught it mid-air, his gaze snapping upward to locate the archer. Perched on a rooftop was a goblin with a magical bow, drawing back the glowing string for another shot. However, Suho didn't give it a chance. Within seconds, he launched a counterattack, obliterating the goblin archer with swift precision. Observing the unfolding battle, Beru felt a sense of adaptability, a reminder of the old memory. He recalled stories of the Little Lord, a mythical figure who wielded the power of the lords freely, which he inherited from Monarch. Although this power was immense, it brought unintended chaos to the peaceful lands around him. Now, however, with the apostles invading once again, Beru sensed that his power would be used to protect rather than destroy, a rebirth of the Little Lord's legend in his own hands. As Suho continued fighting, he felt a surge of strength within him, leveling up and unlocking even greater potential. He sensed that he could now exert more force, even if it was still modest. Just as he acknowledged this newfound power, another goblin stealthily crept up behind him and struck, grinning in twisted satisfaction as it believed it had gained the upper hand. But Suho was faster. He retaliated instantly, taking down the goblin in one decisive blow. Beru watched closely, assessing Suho's endurance and asking how he was faring. Yet Suho's attention quickly shifted as a new, intimidating presence entered the battlefield, emitting an overwhelming aura of red energy. It was a goblin centurion, towering over the others and radiating sheer strength. Suho kept his composure, barely acknowledging the goblin's might. He steadied his weapon, positioned himself in a defensive stance, and prepared for the swarm of enemies that now surrounded him. With fluid precision, Suho launched into battle, slashing his way through goblin after goblin, his blade cutting down every creature that dared to face him. In the heat of combat, he saw an opportunity and hurled his dagger straight at the goblin centurion. The blade streaked through the air with remarkable speed, striking its target perfectly. For the first time, Suho felt fully alive, his energy surging with each powerful strike. Now, with his powers growing, he was ready to face whatever came his way, wielding the strength and skill he'd worked to unlock in the heart of battle. As Suho continued his fierce battle, his enemy's energy steadily dwindled, yet the fight was far from over. Determined to prove his strength, he poured all his energy into each strike, fully committed to enduring for the 4-hour duration, his best opportunity to gain significant experience against such formidable opponents. Moments later, the notification system blinked to life, alerting him that he had unlocked a new skill. Resilience. His level rose, signaling a noticeable increase in his power. With renewed vigor, Suho quickly eliminated the remaining goblins in his path, only to see another prompt indicating he had mere minutes left to complete the trial. Beru, watching closely, praised Suho's progress, voicing his certainty in the young lord's ability to conquer the challenge. The notification system soon confirmed Suho's success, announcing his reward for completing the mission, a runestone. Beru's excitement was palpable, explaining that this stone contained the power of shadow extraction. By using it, Suho could unlock the potential to create shadow soldiers, a skill that had defined the shadow monarch himself. Suho examined his gains, noticing that his resilience skill now empowered him with greater endurance, a clear sign of his awakening. Compared to his previous state, he was far stronger, and Beru revealed that Suho's leveling system was an advanced form of the one his father, the Shadow Monarch, had used. This system was specifically tailored to facilitate Suho's steady growth, solidifying his role as the mightiest Shadow Lord yet. With the runestone in hand, Suho felt its potent energy and cracked it open, letting its power flow into him. A new notification appeared, confirming he had unlocked shadow extraction, allowing him to turn the bodies of fallen creatures into loyal soldiers bound to him. This ability mirrored that of a necromancer's skill but was unique in that Suho could only resurrect beings weaker than himself, ensuring his mastery over them. Although he had heard that summoning skills were often overlooked by other hunters, but Beru sensed that his newly gained shadow extraction was anything but ordinary. It was the very essence of his father's legendary power, an ability capable of shaping armies from shadows and defining his path as the new shadow monarch. As Suho prepared to use his new shadow extraction ability, the notification system prompted him to assign a unique command for the skill. Realizing the need for a distinct phrase, he pondered briefly before settling on a powerful and familiar command: "Arise," the same phrase his father had once used. The moment he spoke it, shadows began to coalesce, and from the darkness, small figures started to take form. To his amazement, a group of shadow goblins appeared, smaller and slightly weaker than their original selves but unmistakably under his command. Suho's initial doubts faded. Shadow extraction was clearly a skill of immense value. The system informed him that these shadow soldiers would persist for 24 hours before dissipating, and Beru, observing, remarked that Suho had yet to unlock the shadow power skill, something that could enhance his intelligence and strengthen his soldiers over time. Though Suho acknowledged this, he assured Beru it was no cause for concern. Just then, Suho's stomach let out a loud growl, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in over a day. He asked Beru how they could leave the dungeon, to which Beru explained that with the shadow dungeon key, he could exit whenever he wished. Deciding it was time for a meal, Suho exited the dungeon and soon found himself sitting in a makeshift hospital tent, savoring a simple yet surprisingly delicious meal. As he ate, Beru watched over him, addressing Suho as "my little overlord" and informing him of the three primary tasks that lay ahead. The first was to defend Earth from the demonic entities threatening it. Suho suggested they could tackle this by delving into dungeons to hunt these creatures, an idea Beru approved, noting that such hunts would strengthen both Suho and his soldiers, thus securing Earth further. The final task was more personal and pressing: to find Suho's missing mother, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Determined, Suho knew that with Beru's guidance and his growing powers, he'd be able to fulfill each of these missions and unlock the full potential within him. Suho asked Beru if there was any possible way to locate his mother. Beru replied that, while they couldn't pinpoint her exact location, defeating more of these creatures in dungeons might eventually reveal clues. They both knew the third task, finding Suho's mother, was crucial. For now, however, Beru emphasized his need to regain lost strength. He wanted to unleash his true power, something he felt had faded after serving as a regular soldier. When Suho inquired about how to restore Beru's strength, Beru explained that he could absorb certain magical items, which would be converted into shadow energy. Although it wasn't as efficient as pure magic, it could still boost his strength. With a plan forming, Suho decided to begin dungeon training to prepare for what lay ahead. To enter the dungeons officially, however, Suho needed his magical abilities evaluated by the Hunter Association. While he had been rapidly leveling up since his awakening, Suho hoped for a high grade, ideally S rank. Yet, to his disappointment, the association's assessment placed his magical ability at E rank, branding him one of the weakest hunters. Frustrated, he left the association and vented his concerns to Beru, who reassured him. Beru explained that a hunter's ranking was typically based on raw magic power, so Suho, who had prioritized his physical abilities over magic, would understandably rank lower in this system. But Suho wasn't looking for consolation, he was frustrated. He realized that the shadow powers would ultimately demand a higher level of magical strength to defend Earth, but he needed a way to join a dungeon team, as hunters with such a low rank couldn't participate solo. Despite the setback, Suho thought of a solution that he intended to test immediately. If he couldn't rely on the association's ranking alone, he'd find another way to prove his strength and gain access to the dungeons. In the world of dungeon exploration, there were various roles beyond just the frontline fighters. Suho learned that the capture team fought the dungeon creatures directly, the collection team gathered creature remains, and finally, the extraction team handled the process of retrieving resources and magic crystals. To his surprise, he discovered that even lower-ranked hunters, like himself, could join the extraction team, which meant he had a ticket into the dungeons, albeit in a supporting role. One day, as Suho stood by while workers hauled large magic crystals from the dungeon, he couldn't help but scratch his head, realizing how grueling this job was. Turning to a nearby hunter, he greeted him gratefully. This man was one of the few familiar faces around. The hunter introduced himself as a teaching assistant in the art department at a university in Korea. Also an E-rank, he had awakened on his own and was thankful for the opportunity to work in the dungeon. Out of nowhere, the man began apologizing, explaining that he hadn't been much help back when Suho was a student. Suho remembered his reaction when he'd first learned he was awakened. He'd mentioned his E-rank status, which didn't inspire confidence. But now, Suho reassured his former teacher's aide, encouraging him to raise his head, as they were both in the same boat. The association usually advised E-rank hunters to retreat from any creature they encountered in the dungeon, but Suho's determination had been different. The aide, however, seemed both puzzled and impressed. He recalled a time he'd seen Suho battling a creature on a rooftop, but he'd thought his eyes must have deceived him. It seemed impossible for an E-rank hunter to take on a creature like that, he remarked. If your rank improved since then, well, that's something else. Just then, Beru appeared at Suho's side, amused. With a slight smile, he affirmed, the young lord is certainly something special. The guy spun around, eyes wide, at the unfamiliar voice. When he spotted Beru, the shadow soldier, he instantly stumbled back, yelling that a demonic creature had somehow appeared inside the dungeon. Suho frowned, puzzled by Beru's sudden materialization. Why did you step out of the shadows? He asked, trying to understand his companion's timing. Beru, with a calm demeanor, explained, young lord, you're still barely at the level of a hatchling ant larva. It's safer if I remain visible to guard you. The man, still looking shaken, rose to his feet and asked if Suho had become a summoned hunter. Suho shrugged with a grin, saying, it seems that way. Guess I'm lucky, many hunters don't have any skills at all. With a teasing glint in his eye, Suho ribbed the man about his speed, noting that he'd certainly been quick to escape from the monsters earlier. The hunter, clearly embarrassed, sat back down nervously, prompting Suho to laugh and assure him it was only a joke. As they advanced deeper into the cave-like dungeon, Suho found himself immersed in its eerie quiet. Unlike the shadow dungeon he had once experienced, this was his first official foray into a dungeon with a mining team, where they pursued demonic creatures together. Few hunters peered into the dungeon, noting they had only encountered demonic wolves so far, but knew that wolf pelts fetched a high price on the market. They needed to gather these pelts and look out for valuable magic stones, too. The idea of a big reward kept them moving, eager to reach the dungeon's core to see what awaited them. Then, one of the hunters spotted something strange up ahead. As they entered the next chamber, they found themselves standing in a massive, brightly glowing room. The walls were covered in intricate symbols and carvings, but they couldn't make sense of what these ancient markings meant. Unsure what they were facing and suspicious of the room's unsettling silence, one of the hunters suggested calling for backup. Despite the vast, illuminated space, they could see no sign of demonic creatures, though the room had a foreboding atmosphere. Suddenly, their eyes were drawn to a peculiar object resting on a pedestal in the center of the room, a strange, ancient-looking weapon, unlike anything they had ever encountered. The entire team paused, sharing bewildered glances. Was this some kind of hidden treasure, or a deadly trap waiting to be sprung? Cautiously, they edged closer, determined to uncover its secrets. The hunters debated in excitement, wondering if the mysterious weapon embedded in the ground might be a rare treasure instead of the dungeon's boss. Most were captivated by the thought of treasure hidden here, especially as the weapon itself appeared to radiate power. One hunter, skeptical but curious, suggested they test it to see if it was real, though another quickly warned him to be cautious, such valuable objects could be booby-trapped. Ignoring the caution, the captain approached the weapon confidently, reaching out to grasp it. As his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the blade ignited in a brilliant flash, bathing the chamber in a dazzling glow. The captain murmured something about his C rank, certain he could handle anything the weapon threw at him. But as the light enveloped him, his surroundings morphed into a strange and unfamiliar realm, bewildering both him and the others. One of his comrades, standing nearby, noted that while no immediate trap was evident, the captain should tread carefully with the weapon. Just as they reassured themselves, the captain swung the sword, and, to everyone's horror, struck down one of his own teammates. The other hunters recoiled, struggling to process the brutality of his action. Slowly, they watched as the captain's form distorted and twisted, his voice morphing into something darker. Declaring himself as the sword of monarch of the Fang, he vowed to destroy any who dared intrude upon his domain, the Fang monarch's territory. With terrifying precision, he proceeded to tear through his former allies, striking them down one by one. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the support crew remained blissfully unaware that a gate had just sealed them off from the main team. In the midst of this, Suho turned to his companion, displaying his ability to summon goblins as allies. His comrade, astonished, remarked that most summoning abilities allowed for one or two creatures, yet Suho had conjured 3 with ease. This power was clearly out of the ordinary, yet his rank remained bafflingly low. He continued, noting the constraints of Suho's power. Shadow extraction required a body to work, which limited its usefulness. But with the goblin corpses strewn across the dungeon, Suho could use them as a steady supply of labor, ensuring his summoning skills were as effective as possible. Suho was beginning to appreciate the immense potential of his shadow extraction ability. Being a lower-ranked hunter, he knew the Hunter Association strictly prohibited solo dungeon entries for those classified in his tier. However, he also recognized that the classification system wasn't foolproof. Over time, more errors surfaced in the grading process, often due to malfunctions in the evaluation machines. Suho speculated that as he leveled up, he might get reassessed and earn a higher rank. Turning to Beru, he brought up their third mission. Remember our objective? If it involves gaining strength by consuming magical energy, these crystals are the perfect source, Suho suggested, gesturing toward the magic crystals strewn about. Beru agreed, affirming that the crystals, though usually left as loot, contained latent magical power that could be harnessed. Beru went to absorb mana from magic crystals. Just then, he sensed something. Turning to Suho, Beru told him that he felt the presence of a monarch. Curious, Suho then asked, Beru, could the monarch truly have appeared here? Was it my father? Beru shook his head, explaining that although Suho's father held the title of monarch, he wasn't the only one with that title. If it were your father, my powers would have been restored by now. No, this presence is something else entirely, Beru warned, advising caution. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the diggers were oblivious to the impending danger until a rumbling echoed ominously from a cavern ahead. Turning toward the sound, they froze in shock as a monstrous form began to emerge. At first, they couldn't comprehend the source of the disturbance, assuming it might just be a large animal. But as they drew closer, horror dawned upon them. It was an unmistakably demonic creature, something that hadn't been there when the hunters first entered the dungeon. The workers scrambled to flee, panic erupting as they dashed toward the exit. One miner, trapped between terror and desperation, swung his pickaxe wildly, waving it at the demon as if to ward it off. But as the monstrous creature lunged forward, his pickaxe did little to keep it at bay. The demon advanced, ready to strike, while the workers' frantic retreat continued in sheer panic, the dungeon filling with echoes of their desperate flight. The miner watched in horror as the demon dog's powerful jaws crushed his pickaxe into splinters in mere moments. Shocked by how quickly the weapon was destroyed, he felt a wave of panic rise. He knew his own life was likely next. Heart pounding, he yelled for help, hoping that one of the hunters might hear him in time. The demon dog lunged for him, but he managed to leap backward, buying himself a precious second. In that instant, Suho appeared from nowhere, striking the demon dog squarely on the head with a powerful blow. I'll hold them off. You get out of here, he shouted urgently to the miner. His partner, barely able to process what had happened, nodded gratefully and took off as fast as his legs could carry him, glancing back once to mouth a silent thank you. With his companion safe, Suho assessed the pack of demon dogs before him. Their names were displayed in a fierce orange, signaling their threat level. These creatures were far from easy prey, far tougher than any mist burners he'd faced before. But Suho felt confident, his recent level gains had bolstered his power, and he was more than ready to face them. Irritation sparked as he considered the miner's hesitation. You should be running by now, Suho muttered, annoyed that he always ended up jumping in to save others. The miner called back in a shaky voice, insisting he wanted to help however he could. Shaking his head, Suho left 3 goblin shadows nearby for added protection, just in case his partner ran into trouble. He then pulled up his inventory, selecting his best weapons for the job, relics he'd acquired in the shadow dungeon, weapons far superior to a mere pickaxe. His partner gaped in disbelief as Suho's arsenal appeared, too stunned to fathom how Suho could wield such powerful items or summon them seemingly at will. Without a moment's pause, Suho charged forward, fully intent on clearing out the entire pack. His every movement was swift and decisive, cutting down each demon dog with relentless power. Moments later, his system notification appeared, confirming his victory over the steel-tooth Leakin. But Suho didn't pause to celebrate. He was already preparing himself for whatever awaited him next. The comrades left behind could only watch in awe, their spirits lifting as they saw how powerful their young lord had become. But Suho, rather than reveling in the moment, turned back and focused on his next move. Fixing his gaze on the defeated demon dog, he channeled his shadow ability, commanding its shadow to rise. The 3 goblins nearby and his fellow comrades stared in stunned silence, horrified yet mesmerized, as Suho succeeded in summoning the very demon dog he had just felled. Once revived, the demon dog wasted no time. It immediately turned on its former pack members, launching fierce attacks that aided Suho in clearing out the remaining creatures. Beru, observing his little lord's swift mastery of the shadow power, couldn't help but feel proud. Suho, on the other hand, was beginning to grasp that summoning these shadows didn't drain his mana as he'd initially feared. He realized that as his magic power continued to grow, he'd likely be able to summon entire armies, expanding his influence over even larger territories. As he dispatched another demon dog, he turned his attention to the shadow it left behind, raising it to join his ranks. The goblins and his comrade gawked in silent astonishment as Suho repeated the process, this time summoning a third demon dog, each shadow adding to his control. A system notification appeared, announcing that Suho had defeated another steel-tooth Leaken and gained a level, further enhancing his strength. Without missing a beat, Suho summoned the last of the demon wolves he had slain, and older shadow goblins started to disappear. At this point, his comrade could no longer contain his disbelief. Suho, what kind of power is this? This can't possibly be a Ranky ability. How? How can you bring these demonic creatures back to life? Suho hesitated, realizing he may have pushed things too far this time, his abilities inadvertently drawing unwanted attention. He scrambled to explain, turning back with a half-smile and casually saying, "Oh, it's just a unique feature of my Ranky abilities." But his comrade seemed unconvinced, muttering something about how it all seemed far too powerful to be classified as rank E. Could it be that Suho had deliberately registered himself under a lower rank? He wondered aloud, eyeing Suho with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Suho quickly redirected his attention toward the cave entrance, where the demonic creatures had first appeared. Despite the clear path now, he felt a lingering presence and knew there was one enemy left. Scanning the dim cavern, he caught sight of a distant, strange silhouette, a figure that appeared distinctly human but ominously unfamiliar. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was his true opponent, though the exact nature of the threat remained unknown. As Suho and his comrade moved cautiously through the dimly lit cavern, they spotted what seemed to be a familiar face, a member of the capture team. Relief crossed Suho's comrade's face as he stepped forward, calling out, "You survived? How did you escape the ambush?" But the instant the figure turned to face them, his expression shifted ominously, sending a chill down Suho's spine. Realizing something was wrong, Suho yanked his comrade back just as a massive sword whizzed past, slicing close enough to shatter his comrade's glasses. The blade slammed into the ground with a powerful thud, barely missing them. Reacting swiftly, Suho ordered his summoned wolves to attack the crazed hunter without hesitation. The wolves lunged from all sides, each launching itself toward the hostile figure to keep him at bay. Suho seized this moment to drag his comrade further away, explaining as they moved, "That hunter's no longer himself, he's been corrupted, a demon in human skin now. Worse, his name color has turned red, marking him as a high-threat enemy." Suho remembered encountering a red-level creature once before, during the incident at his Art University of Korea. The power gap had been severe, and he was all too aware that fighting red-ranked enemies was a daunting challenge. If anything, the sensible option would be to retreat now while they had the chance. Once they put some distance between themselves and the corrupted hunter, Suho turned to Beru, pressing him about what he'd sensed earlier. "Beru, what did you mean when you mentioned sensing the monarch's energy?" Beru frowned thoughtfully and replied, "The hunter carries a faint trace of monarch's essence, though his power doesn't come close to a true monarch's might. But the mere fact he wields that energy makes him a formidable opponent." Suho nodded, taking it all in. He opened his inventory, scanning through his items to come up with a plan. Beru looked at him, concerned. "Little lord, do you really intend to face him?" "Yes," Suho responded, his tone unwavering. "The system assigned me this task for a reason. It's a safeguard designed to push me to my limits and ensure my growth. It means there's a way to overcome this challenge." His determination intensified. "If I ever want to stand a chance against real threats, I need to grow stronger now, not later. Destroying this creature will boost my level, and that's the only way forward." Suho took a deep breath, scanning his inventory and scattering every weapon he had at his disposal onto the ground around him. His determination was absolute. He was ready to face this possessed hunter head-on to secure his victory and strengthen himself. Beside him, Beru watched with admiration, his voice softening as he spoke. "You never back down, no matter the challenge. With each trial you face, you prove yourself as more than just a warrior. Your strength is worthy of a monarch." As the possessed hunter inched closer, Beru pointed out an unusual detail. "The force controlling him, it's bound to that sword. If you can disarm him, he won't be able to attack." With this revelation, Suho signaled his shadow wolves to attack. The wolves moved swiftly, circling the hunter and lunging in from all directions to overwhelm him. One wolf finally managed to clamp its teeth around the hunter's weapon. Watching closely, Suho saw the hunter struggle against the wolf's grip but stay bound to the blade. Buru turned to Suho, explaining, "Your shadow soldiers have an advantage. As long as you supply them with magic, they can regenerate indefinitely." Suho saw the immense potential of his shadow warriors. They were truly a power he could depend on. But even with this insight, he observed how the hunter tore through one of his wolves with a single swing. It was clear his own magic was still lacking compared to the hunter's strength. Then, the hunter's gaze shifted to Suho, his voice dripping with disdain as he mocked, "How could someone like you wield the powers of a shadow monarch?" Suho was taken aback that the hunter could speak, but Beru stepped forward, indignant. "You dare insult one from the shadow monarch's bloodline? Show some respect." The hunter's expression twisted into something dark, and he growled, "Never thought I'd encounter the shadow monarch's kin here." His eyes narrowed, and with a menacing tone, he shouted, "You are an enemy of the Fang monarch." Suho's resolve only hardened. He knew that defeating this hunter would require both his strength and strategy. Without hesitation, Suho gripped his weapon tightly, declaring that it was time to push his abilities to the limit. He launched a rapid series of strikes, targeting both the sword and the hunter in his path. But the hunter skillfully deflected each attack with ease, demonstrating just how formidable a red-name opponent could be. Realizing he couldn't overpower the hunter through sheer force, Suho scattered his weapons across the battlefield, shifting his strategy. This time, he chose quantity over precision, unleashing a flurry of attacks from multiple directions. Beru, observing from behind, recognized Suho's innate ruler's power at play, a strength that had been with him since his early years. But even with this newfound approach, the hunter managed to fend off each strike, eventually shattering Suho's weapon with a swift blow. As their eyes met, Suho could see the cold, menacing intent in the hunter's gaze, and he quickly dodged, knowing that a single hit could be his downfall. The hunter, unfazed, taunted him, shouting, "Is this how you fight? Avoiding every blow, hiding behind shadows like a coward." Suho only smirked, replying, "Your petty insults won't draw me closer. You're more interested in provoking than actually approaching me." The memory of his recent conversation with Beru surfaced. If Suho's seal truly held back his powers, then why hadn't he fully reclaimed his mastery? Beru had explained that Suho's powers had been sealed since his youth, allowing him to rediscover shadow control gradually. Now, facing this hunter, Suho felt his own strength building with every dodge and counter, and he knew he was on the edge of unlocking something even greater. Suho understood that with these powers, he could rival even the mightiest warriors, perhaps even Iterum himself. But this realm wasn't exactly reality, nor was it a dream, it was a trial, designed to see if he could truly wield such powers. Physical strength would fade regardless of success, and Suho realized it was all like a game. The experience in the Tower of Trials hadn't been for nothing. He could vividly recall each sensation, every struggle, and every victory. If only he had something like the iron gloves he once wielded there. Beru's words echoed in his mind. Shadow soldiers were practically indestructible, able to regenerate endlessly so long as magic sustained them. Beru himself could also shift forms when needed. With this flexibility, Suho devised a new plan. Once he had prepared, he summoned his shadow dogs again, but the red hunter laughed as he struck, taunting, "Back to these worthless shadows, Suho? Haven't you realized they're useless against me? I'll slice you down so they won't even dare to approach." Just then, the battlefield shifted as Suho called forth shadows, compressing them into solid matter that enveloped his fists. The red hunter lunged with a powerful strike, an explosion ripping through the air on impact. As the dust cleared, the hunter noticed his attack had been stopped cold. Lowering his gaze, he saw Suho standing firm, fists cloaked in shadow armor, absorbing the blow. "Leaken steel Fang," Suho murmured with a grin, acknowledging the weapon's strength. He glanced at his hands as the notification system confirmed his success. He had unlocked the iron glove transformation. With a newfound confidence, he understood that this skill was exactly what he needed to bring down the hunter for good. The clash between Suho and the red hunter erupted with such force that the very air in the dungeon shifted, becoming charged with tension and raw energy. Watching from behind, Beru's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Suho wielding the weapons of his shadow soldiers. This was no ordinary feat. Only a true shadow monarch, one who had achieved absolute mastery, could command shadows with such precision. Yet, here was Suho, who seemed like a novice just discovering the depths of shadow power, managing to unlock abilities even Beru himself had never known existed. The way he handled his newly gained shadow powers, fluid and flawless, was nothing short of remarkable. His martial arts were refined, his movements precise. Without guidance or instruction, Suho had tapped into the very essence of ruler power and had made it his own. Beru's admiration grew with every move Suho made. Just as the Red Hunter lunged forward, Suho threw him against the dungeon wall with a powerful strike, causing an eruption of shattered stone and dust. Yet, the Red Hunter was not so easily defeated. With a roar, he staggered back to his feet, screaming in defiance. But Suho was undeterred. His weapon sailed through the air with unerring precision, aimed directly at the Red Hunter. In that moment, Beru understood how far his little lord had come, marveling at Suho's rapid growth and natural genius. Once Suho delivered the final blow, the Red Hunter grudgingly admitted defeat, muttering that he'd thought his power was invincible with his notorious red title. But now, it was evident that his reign had come to an end. Beru, who had silently believed in Suho's victory all along, congratulated him with a subtle nod. As Suho raised his hand, a realization dawned on him: he'd intuitively adopted a new, powerful combat technique throughout this intense encounter. With the fight concluded, Suho turned to his rewards. The notification system, ever-present and efficient, offered him the choice to accept his quest prizes. Suho agreed, and the rewards appeared before him in quick succession. His first reward was a rune stone inscribed with the power of the Storm Strike technique, and the second was mastery over the very skill itself. The power of Storm Strike now coursed through him, marking yet another step in Suho's ever-evolving strength. In that instant, a radiant blue aura surged around Suho, illuminating him with an ethereal glow. He sensed immediately that this new skill was an invaluable gift, one many would envy. Yet, with an intuitive grasp, he already understood how to wield it, as if the knowledge had been etched directly into his mind. Deciding to make the most of the time he had, Suho prepared to test his newfound power. Looking down, his gaze fell on a weapon at his feet. A voice echoed in the air, mocking the Red Hunter's failures and calling it all the result of unbridled human greed. But Suho paid little attention to the taunt, focused instead on the powerful weapon before him. Sword thought. It can take control of Suho's body, but as he lifted it, the notification system chimed, revealing that he had obtained a new item, the Rakan's Fang. It was an elegant, formidable blade, far superior to the crude goblin sword he'd wielded in his early days within the dungeons. However, he could still feel the remnants of the sword's own will, as though the weapon were astonished that someone had inherited it yet resisted its control. With everything set, Suho began training with his new sword, sending devastating swings in every direction and pulverizing the rocks around him. Testing the strength of his Storm Strike skill, he noticed the hefty drain it placed on his mana reserves. Even so, the sheer impact and power thrilled him. Reflecting, Suho mentioned to Beru how different this felt compared to shadow manipulation alone. Beru, declaring that shadow power, in its rawest form, was magnitudes, thousands of times, stronger. As he swung the Rakan's Fang for the last time, he noticed movement in the distance. His companions, slowly coming back to their senses, began to stir and approached him. He, disoriented, blinked at the sight of the Red Hunter lying defeated nearby and looked to Suho with a questioning expression. Suho reassured them, saying he'd explain everything, but that it was best to discuss it outside the dungeon. With that, the hunters and workers started their journey back, moving toward the portal and finally leaving the scene of their fierce battle. As Suho's comrade settled onto a nearby bench, he looked at Suho with curiosity and asked what he planned to do next. Suho responded calmly, stating that he intended to search the dungeon for any remaining survivors. His comrade watched as Suho walked back into the ominous dungeon depths, astonished by the strength Suho now displayed. How had he grown so powerful, and was he truly able to summon in such a high-stakes situation? It seemed unbelievable. But in that moment, none of those questions really mattered. What mattered was that, thanks to Suho, the survivors were safe. Families and friends were reunited outside the dungeon, grateful and bewildered, many not fully grasping what they'd endured. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Suho was already in action, cutting down iron demon hounds with precise, relentless strikes. After dispatching a group of them, he turned to Beru, noting that there still seemed to be an endless number of wolf-like monsters prowling within the shadows. Beru chuckled, reminding Suho that every one of them counted as experience and should be taken advantage of. As he continued to fight, Suho noticed that his sword's attack power had diminished. Just then, a voice emanated from within the weapon, attributing the power drop to the sword's alliance with the Shadow Lord's heir. Beru quickly retorted, saying it was a shameful display for such a proud weapon to diminish its power simply because Suho, someone much stronger, was wielding it. The sword's voice argued back, claiming that it had never witnessed a true hunter wasting effort on prey so weak. Beru countered, pointing out that Suho had already bested foes far mightier than the sword itself, leaving the voice momentarily silent. Suho paused, momentarily struck by the strange reality that he was conversing with both a talking insect and a sentient sword. It was surreal, but he pushed on, reaching the very place where he had originally retrieved the sword. Observing his surroundings, he discovered a grim scene. All of the hunters who had been in that area had been utterly wiped out. Just then, the sword's voice echoed ominously, stating that anyone who dared enter this space would face destruction. The sword pulsed with an ancient resolve as it spoke, "My duty is to guard the sanctuary of the Fang monarch." However, Suho, ignoring its words, gripped the weapon firmly and thrust it back into the slot from which it had been removed. Turning his attention elsewhere, he gazed solemnly at the fallen hunters around him. Suddenly, a notification flashed before him, alerting him to a target eligible for shadow extraction and asking if he wished to proceed. Suho hesitated and turned to Beru, questioning if it was truly possible to use shadow extraction on humans. Beru confirmed, explaining that as long as the body was dead, any creature, human or otherwise, could be converted into a shadow soldier. But instead of taking the opportunity, Suho quietly began lifting the remains of the hunters, carrying them carefully towards the dungeon's exit. Perplexed, Beru watched, unsure why Suho was refraining from utilizing shadow extraction. When he asked, Suho simply replied that binding someone to fight after death felt too close to punishment. Beru was taken aback by this response. He hadn't expected such a choice from his young master. The respect Suho showed even in battle left Beru stunned. Then, Suho asked another question, confirming with Beru that this place was indeed a sanctuary for the Fang monarch. Beru nodded and went on to explain further. Suho mused aloud about his father and how the defeated lord, whom he had confronted earlier, was somehow entangled with a group known as the Iterim. Beru took a moment and then elaborated, "The Iterim are current enemies of the Shadow Monarch. But other monarchs are the past enemies." Beru continued, detailing the 9 great monarchs, each of whom was powerful beyond imagination. Among them was Suho's father, Sung Jinwoo, the king of death and monarch of shadows, a revered protector who had saved the world countless times. Beru recited their titles with solemn respect: the Beast King, also known as the Fang monarch, who wielded a power equal to any of the monarchs, the Queen of Insects, the Plague monarch, the iron-bodied monarch of monstrous humanoids, the King of Demons, known as the Monarch of White Flames, the Colossal Giant Monarch, Lord of the Beginning, the Frost Monarch, ruler of the Snowfolk, the Monarch of Transfiguration, sovereign over spectral demons, and finally, the Berserk Dragon King, Monarch of Destruction. 8 of these monarchs had fallen when they sought to conquer Earth, leaving only Sung Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch, victorious over them all. And it was this same Shadow Monarch who had defeated the Fang Monarch, Suho's current opponent. As the tales of the past hung heavily in the air, the sword's voice growled with malice. "Were my power restored," it sneered, "I'd rip apart the descendant of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline and toss him to the wolves for sport." Suho regarded the sword with a measured gaze, addressing the voice within. "It's not that I don't understand your perspective," he began. "But my father defeated the other monarchs to protect this world. His only goal was to shield it from destruction. In the same way, aren't you here to guard this place from invaders? Whatever side we stand on, we're both simply defending what matters to us. You wish to fight me purely because of our blood connection, but that seems pointless if your mission is to defend this sanctuary." He paused, then added, "I want nothing more than to meet my parents, those whom I can't see because of past invasions. For that purpose, I'm willing to draw on any strength. When the Iterim come again, even this place won't remain safe. If you aid me, together we can protect both this sanctuary and our world." The spirit within the sword fell silent, contemplating Suho's unexpected proposition. Could this young heir of the Shadow Lord truly mean to join forces? Suho grasped the sword's hilt firmly, waiting to see if it would submit to his resolve, prepared to unite shadows and fangs in a common cause. For a moment, an aura of understanding seemed to pass between them, as though the sword were weighing Suho's words deeply. Meanwhile, in a bustling cafe, a group of reporters gathered with several of Suho's friends, eager for any first-hand account of the previous day's harrowing dungeon incident. They had been keen to speak to anyone who could give them the full story, and one of the survivors, Lim Dog-yoon, who still bore signs of exhaustion, took the opportunity to share his experience. Holding his coffee, he addressed the reporters, wanting to bring attention to Suho's bravery, despite his rank as an E-class hunter. "It's important people hear what happened," Lim said. He detailed how Suho had stepped forward without hesitation to protect the others, painting a picture of courage that would be hard to overlook. The reporters listened closely, capturing every word to relay in the next headline. Not long after, articles began circulating, highlighting the unlikely hero, a rank E hunter who had shielded his fellow hunters from certain doom. The reports recounted Suho's selfless stand against the dungeon monsters, featuring interviews from many survivors who owed their lives to him. Elsewhere, editors and writers gathered to discuss their next steps, pens tapping thoughtfully as they selected the best story angles to bring this extraordinary event to the public. Suho's resolve had begun to echo far beyond the dungeon walls, giving rise to a story of heroism that would inspire many more. In a bustling guild management office, murmurs filled the room as the team discussed recent staffing needs. One of the assistants noted that the intel department was short-handed and would benefit from hiring a few additional E-rank hunters. The second-in-command, seated at the main desk, quickly agreed, instructing his colleague to find a suitable candidate. The man at the computer scanned through profiles, stopping at one that caught his attention, an E-rank hunter who had recently faced down monsters in a dungeon, coordinated the evacuation of a minor team, and single-handedly rescued an injured hunter. Upon realizing the candidate's rank, those around him were visibly surprised. But the second-in-command merely shrugged, assuring them, "Don't be so quick to judge. Bringing him into a high-ranking guild like ours could be beneficial. It wouldn't hurt to have him here and resolve a minor scandal or two." A staffer then inquired if Hunter Suho had responded to their initial outreach. The mention of Suho's name drew interest, particularly because they had learned he'd received an invitation from the prestigious Black Turtles Guild. He must be thrilled, one of them assumed. However, the colleague at the desk turned, stating, "Actually, Suho declined the offer." The second-in-command blinked in disbelief. "Declined? An E-rank rookie refusing a guild like that? What's he thinking?" He shook his head, grumbling. "Does he believe he's some kind of S-rank hunter? It doesn't make any sense." Another staffer chimed in, "Apparently, Suho has no interest in joining any guild." The leader's irritation deepened, unable to grasp how a rookie with such a low rank could afford to pass up such opportunities. "Mark my words, he'll come around," he muttered. "Sooner or later, Suho will realize how challenging it is to survive without a guild support." Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Suho checked the notifications popping up on his phone. Since his last dungeon expedition, he had been inundated with guild invitations. A flood of offers filled Suho's inbox, though he noticed that nearly every guild wanted him for menial roles as a porter or gatherer. He couldn't quite understand the overwhelming interest, but he dismissed the offers. To him, joining these guilds would only limit his potential and slow his progress with the system. There was simply no reason to waste time on tasks that would sidetrack his path to growth. Turning his focus to his sword, Suho looked at Fong Raken. "About what we discussed in the dungeon," he began, combining Shadow and Fong. "Are you still open to that?" Fong Raken's voice responded skeptically, clearly stunned. "Are you serious? You think a Shadow can become a true ally and not an adversary?" After a pause, he added, "But there is one condition: take me to another of the Fong monarch's sacred lands." Suho raised an eyebrow. "You know where to find it?" Fong Raken replied confidently, "I know the locations of all the Fong monarch's holy sites, regardless of distance. But there's a problem: a gate leading to one of them has already vanished. It's most likely undergone a dungeon breach." Realization struck Suho. This holy ground must now be an open dungeon, a place where vicious, powerful monsters roam freely. Once a breach forms, creatures spill out, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Gripping his phone, Suho quickly messaged his uncle, saying he'd be unreachable for a while and not to worry. He knew he needed to seize this chance to gain strength and elevate his level as rapidly as possible. Later, Suho glanced over at Beru, asking if they were close. Beru nodded. "Yes, we're here." But in the parking lot, they immediately spotted signs prohibiting entry. Suho noticed that the Hyena Guild, a notorious group known for recruiting former gang members, leaving only Sung Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch, victorious over them all. And it was this same Shadow Monarch who had defeated the Fong Monarch, Suho's current opponent. As the tales of the past hung heavily in the air, the sword's voice growled with malice. "Were my power restored," it sneered, "I'd rip apart the descendant of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline and toss him to the wolves for sport." Suho regarded the sword with a measured gaze, addressing the voice within. "It's not that I don't understand your perspective," he began. "But my father defeated the other monarchs to protect this world. His only goal was to shield it from destruction. In the same way, aren't you here to guard this place from invaders? Whatever side we stand on, we're both simply defending what matters to us. You wish to fight me purely because of our blood connection, but that seems pointless if your mission is to defend this sanctuary." He paused, then added, "I want nothing more than to meet my parents, those whom I can't see because of past invasions. For that purpose, I'm willing to draw on any strength. When the Iterum come again, even this place won't remain safe. If you aid me, together we can protect both this sanctuary and our world." The spirit within the sword fell silent, contemplating Suho's unexpected proposition. Could this young heir of the Shadow Lord truly mean to join forces? Suho grasped the sword's hilt firmly, waiting to see if it would submit to his resolve, prepared to unite shadows and fangs in a common cause. For a moment, an aura of understanding seemed to pass between them, as though the sword were weighing Suho's words deeply. Meanwhile, in a bustling cafe, a group of reporters gathered with several of Suho's friends, eager for any first-hand account of the previous day's harrowing dungeon incident. They had been keen to speak to anyone who could give them the full story, and one of the survivors, Lim Dog-yoon, who still bore signs of exhaustion, took the opportunity to share his experience. Holding his coffee, he addressed the reporters, wanting to bring attention to Suho's bravery, despite his rank as an E-class hunter. "It's important people hear what happened," Lim said. He detailed how Suho had stepped forward without hesitation to protect the others, painting a picture of courage that would be hard to overlook. The reporters listened closely, capturing every word to relay in the next headline. Not long after, articles began circulating, highlighting the unlikely hero, a rank E hunter who had shielded his fellow hunters from certain doom. The reports recounted Suho's selfless stand against the dungeon monsters, featuring interviews from many survivors who owed their lives to him. Elsewhere, editors and writers gathered to discuss their next steps, pens tapping thoughtfully as they selected the best story angles to bring this extraordinary event to the public. Suho's resolve had begun to echo far beyond the dungeon walls, giving rise to a story of heroism that would inspire many more. In a bustling guild management office, murmurs filled the room as the team discussed recent staffing needs. One of the assistants noted that the intel department was short-handed and would benefit from hiring a few additional E-rank hunters. The second-in-command, seated at the main desk, quickly agreed, instructing his colleague to find a suitable candidate. The man at the computer scanned through profiles, stopping at one that caught his attention, an E-rank hunter who had recently faced down monsters in a dungeon, coordinated the evacuation of a minor team, and single-handedly rescued an injured hunter. Upon realizing the candidate's rank, those around him were visibly surprised. But the second-in-command merely shrugged, assuring them, "Don't be so quick to judge. Bringing him into a high-ranking guild like ours could be beneficial. It wouldn't hurt to have him here and resolve a minor scandal or two." A staffer then inquired if Hunter Suho had responded to their initial outreach. The mention of Suho's name drew interest, particularly because they had learned he'd received an invitation from the prestigious Black Turtles Guild. He must be thrilled, one of them assumed. However, the colleague at the desk turned, stating, "Actually, Suho declined the offer." The second-in-command blinked in disbelief. "Declined? An E-rank rookie refusing a guild like that? What's he thinking?" He shook his head, grumbling. "Does he believe he's some kind of S-rank hunter? It doesn't make any sense." Another staffer chimed in, "Apparently, Suho has no interest in joining any guild." The leader's irritation deepened, unable to grasp how a rookie with such a low rank could afford to pass up such opportunities. "Mark my words, he'll come around," he muttered. "Sooner or later, Suho will realize how challenging it is to survive without a guild support." Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Suho checked the notifications popping up on his phone. Since his last dungeon expedition, he had been inundated with guild invitations. A flood of offers filled Suho's inbox, though he noticed that nearly every guild wanted him for menial roles as a porter or gatherer. He couldn't quite understand the overwhelming interest, but he dismissed the offers. To him, joining these guilds would only limit his potential and slow his progress with the system. There was simply no reason to waste time on tasks that would sidetrack his path to growth. Turning his focus to his sword, Suho looked at Fong Raken. "About what we discussed in the dungeon," he began, combining Shadow and Fong. "Are you still open to that?" Fong Raken's voice responded skeptically, clearly stunned. "Are you serious? You think a Shadow can become a true ally and not an adversary?" After a pause, he added, "But there is one condition, take me to another of the Fong monarch's sacred lands." Suho raised an eyebrow. "You know where to find it?" Fong Raken replied confidently, "I know the locations of all the Fong monarch's holy sites, regardless of distance. But there's a problem, a gate leading to one of them has already vanished. It's most likely undergone a dungeon breach." Realization struck Suho. This holy ground must now be an open dungeon, a place where vicious, powerful monsters roam freely. Once a breach forms, creatures spill out, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Gripping his phone, Suho quickly messaged his uncle, saying he'd be unreachable for a while and not to worry. He knew he needed to seize this chance to gain strength and elevate his level as rapidly as possible. Later, Suho glanced over at Beru, asking if they were close. Beru nodded. "Yes, we're here." But in the parking lot, they immediately spotted signs prohibiting entry. Suho noticed that the Hyena Guild, a notorious group known for recruiting former gang members, had claimed the area, adding a layer of tension. Understanding that a direct approach might be met with hostility, Suho steeled himself, ready for whatever awaited him beyond the barrier. Beru advised Suho to ignore the petty creatures and focus on leveling up. As Beru and Fong bickered, Suho cut them off, irritated, demanding to know what they were doing. He stated he was ready to break in and would use his powers to make it happen. With that, he began shattering the surveillance cameras one by one. Beru questioned what would happen if the guild noticed, but Suho confidently responded that he had a plan for that. When he broke the final camera, it shattered into tiny fragments, ensuring there'd be no evidence. Beru observed with amusement, noting that Suho's approach reminded him of the monarch. Upon entering, Suho was struck by the eerie, blue mist filling the open dungeon. Beru explained that this mist was actually mana from another realm, seeping through dimensional walls and leaving a trail. The mist originated from the monarch's sanctum, filtering to Earth through a dimensional rift. Beru continued, revealing that beings from the outer worlds were trying to tear a large breach between realms to send their armies through. Due to the dense concentration of mana required, only the weaker creatures could currently slip through. The strongest forces hadn't arrived yet. Realizing the urgency, Suho knew he had to level up fast, especially before other hunters could interfere. Suddenly, he glanced up and noticed colossal creatures lurking in the trees, a sharp-clawed Briga and a shadowy figure known as Ramon. Fong eagerly encouraged Suho to unleash his strength, but Suho replied that while he appreciated the support, he wouldn't use Fong as his main weapon, leaving Fong momentarily puzzled. Suho had decided to take a different approach, one he had thought through carefully. Instead of relying solely on weapons, he would integrate his training by using his fists for mid-range combat, with his monarchical powers as a backup. To keep his tactics versatile, he would swap weapons as needed, employing his extraction ability to gain more gear and further enhance his skills and attributes, leveling up independently. Hearing this, Beru was thrilled with the young monarch's determination and strategy. Fong recognized that this was the true power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline at play. The more adversaries Suho faced and the longer a battle endured, the stronger he grew, drawing strength from the very demons and monsters he defeated. With his heightened intelligence, Suho realized he could now summon 5 shadows. However, Beru was quick to point out that it was a far cry from the mighty monarch, who could command thousands. Embarrassed, Suho told Beru to keep quiet. As they ventured further into the forest, Suho noticed a peculiar building in place of the Holy Land's gate Fong had mentioned. Fong explained that this was indeed where the gate was supposed to be, but now a strange warehouse stood in its place. Suho observed people still bustling about the area despite the late hour, wondering what was keeping them out here at night when hunting was typically safer during the day. Just then, a vehicle arrived, and several individuals were escorted out, their hands and legs bound. Realizing he was witnessing a kidnapping, Suho felt a surge of anger. Beru suggested caution, reminding Suho that, being here illegally, they would be vulnerable if these hunters realized they were trespassing. But as Beru finished his warning and turned, he found that Suho had vanished. Surprised, Beru wondered if Suho was seriously about to engage with those people. With a background of justice ingrained in him by his father, a dedicated police officer in violent crimes, and his legendary firefighter grandfather, Suho couldn't stand by idly. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward, closing the distance in an instant, and with a powerful kick, struck the nearest hunter, sending him reeling. The shadows watching were stunned by Suho's decisiveness. The other hunters, seeing their comrade taken down by a single, unexpected strike, were equally astonished. After the forceful kick, the hunter's face smashed into the ground, and the others only saw a fleeting shadow, the silhouette of Suho. The hunters couldn't immediately tell who had attacked, but Suho quickly assessed the situation, realizing that his body had reacted faster than his thoughts. Realizing he had unintentionally invaded another guild's territory, Suho wasn't entirely sure of his next move. He slipped on his shadow mask and turned to confront them, asking, "Are you seriously kidnapping people? What exactly is your guild, Hyena, up to?" The other hunters, surprised and angered, demanded to know why he was trespassing and attacking them without warning. They taunted, claiming he had sealed his fate by intruding, as they readied their weapons and began channeling their magic to retaliate. One of the hunters lunged toward Suho, but Suho skillfully dodged each blow. He recalled what he knew of the Hyena Guild. Their average strength hovered around D rank, so he resolved to stay on guard, not underestimating his opponents. When Suho struck one of the hunters, he put all his strength into the hit, sending the man flying through the air. The others watched, stunned by how swiftly their comrade had been thrown aside, and they could hardly believe what was happening. But Suho didn't hesitate. He moved on to the next hunter, taking them down one by one as they came at him from all directions. Beru, watching intently, was astounded, realizing that these D-rank awakened ones, who were fairly powerful by human standards, were now no match for Suho. Glancing at his status, Suho noted his progress. He had now reached level 16. Once the last hunter was subdued, Suho tied them up tightly to prevent any escape. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the people who had been bound by the guild and began untying them. As they were freed, they expressed their deep gratitude to Suho for rescuing them, while Beru, watching the aftermath, couldn't help but comment on the graceful way his young monarch had wrapped up the battle. The freed captives, uncertain but curious, asked Suho if he was part of the Hunter Association. He nodded and said they could assume so, instructing them to get to safety while he handled the situation here. Once they hurriedly got into their car and drove off, Suho lingered, puzzled about why the Hyena Guild would go to such extremes as to kidnap people. Just then, Fang's voice echoed in his mind, saying he could sense something nearby. Intrigued, Suho asked what Fang meant, and Fang hinted that this was the reason he had insisted on coming here in the first place. Suho and his companions moved toward a building on the other side of the fence. Entering the dimly lit room, Suho was taken aback by what he found. Rows of cages lined the walls, and a faint, strange energy filled the space, barely noticeable yet present. Beru pointed this out as well, though the source of the energy was difficult to pinpoint. As Suho scanned the room, his gaze settled on a small creature locked in one of the nearby cages. Initially, he thought it was a mere dog, but Fang quickly corrected him, suggesting that the creature was, in fact, a young wolf, a descendant of the legendary beast monarch, Fang. Hearing this revelation, Suho could hardly believe his ears. Fang then elaborated, explaining that after a brutal conflict with the Shadow Monarch, the beast monarch Fang had given the order for the last of his bloodline to be hidden in a shrine. He had hoped that one day, if his lineage survived, another Fang monarch might rise. Fang admitted that he hadn't expected to find a Fang descendant here of all places. Moved by the story and the little wolf's plight, Suho broke open the cage and gently lifted the wolf cub into his arms, feeling the faint traces of a noble aura that had suffered greatly and was almost depleted. Fang warned him that the young wolf's energy was so low it wouldn't survive if left in its weakened state. Beru then asked Suho what he planned to do next. Suho, eyes blazing with newfound resolve, muttered that while he had expected to find a few minor figures here, he now understood there was one last foe he would have to deal with. At that moment, Suho sensed a twisted aura. Turning, he spotted a demonic figure emerging from the shadows, its voice dripping with malice as it sneered that trust in others was a futile sentiment. The creature introduced itself as Brokey and claimed to have survived by any means necessary. Instantly, Suho asked Fang if he knew this creature. Fang confirmed, explaining that this was the guard responsible for taking care of the descendant he had just described. Brokey smirked as he approached Fang, sneering that it had been ages since they last saw each other and taunting Fang Rakan by mentioning how glad he was to see him still alive. Fang's expression grew darker, and he responded sharply, reminding Brokey of his duty to protect the descendant. All this time, while this wolf cub was in chains, what exactly were you doing, Brokey? Fang demanded, his voice thick with contempt. Suho held the wolf cub protectively, but before he could react, Brokey lunged at him with blinding speed. With a menacing glare, Brokey growled, "How dare you touch what's mine?" Without warning, Brokey swung his tail, striking Suho with a brutal force that sent him crashing through the wall and into a pile of containers outside. Beru, witnessing the violent impact, flew to Suho's side, shouting out to see if he was all right. Dazed and wincing, Suho managed to grin despite his injuries, muttering, "That's the hardest hit I've taken in a long time. And yes, I'm bleeding, so please, Beru, stop yelling. My head's throbbing enough without the extra noise." Beru nodded, then looked toward Brokey, narrowing his gaze. "I sensed a lingering energy when I arrived here," Beru said. "It's Iterim's energy, unmistakably connected to this one." His words caught both Fang and Brokey's attention. Turning to Brokey, Beru asked, "Do you realize what you've done to the monarch's descendant?" Brokey interrupted with a twisted laugh, explaining smugly that his strength was no mere coincidence. "Even after losing my sanctuary, I've grown strong by following nature's law of survival. The weak feed the strong, it's the way of the world," he declared coldly. "This cub, though weak, carries the bloodline of the Fang monarch, making him an ideal source of power." Brokey then admitted to draining energy from the young wolf periodically, using him as nourishment to amplify his own strength. After relishing his explanation, Brokey fixed his eyes on Fang with a malevolent grin. "When I'm finished here," he vowed, "I'll be strong enough to eliminate you too, Fang. Mark my words." Suho raised his hand, calmly stating, "Death is merely the result of weakness," but Brokey cut him off, sneering. "Strength is the only law that matters." Only the powerful are fit to endure, he said, casting an assessing glance at Suho as he boasted about how the next Fang monarch would only respect strength. Seizing the moment, Suho lunged forward with his sword, delivering a fierce blow. At the same time, Beru swooped in, swiftly lifting the wolf cub from harm's way and retreating to a safer distance. As Suho's blade found its mark, it returned to his hand, poised for another strike. Glancing at Fang, Suho added, I thought you were upset with me. But right now, we're on the same side. I have unfinished business with this one, too. The tension between Fang and Shadow Clan felt almost tangible, but Suho's focus held. He continued, this battle may bring me closer to my father's trail. Just then, Suho's system chimed with a new assignment, an urgent hyena hunt, tasking him with stopping this threat and ensuring public safety. He connected the dots, realizing the true meaning behind the hyena guild's name. Brokey wasn't simply another monster. He had founded an entire organization, kidnapping people to grow his influence, all intertwined with the same sinister energy linked to Iterim. The hunters nearby, once loyal to Brokey, struggled against their restraints. Brokey, release us, they yelled. This guy isn't someone to face alone. Let us help. But Brokey turned on his own followers in a heartbeat, silencing them with a brutal, dismissive blow. You think I need help with him? He snarled. The minute you forget your place, you become prey. Witnessing Brokey's merciless strike against his own people ignited Suho's fury. He charged forward, fist clenched and ready to strike. As he launched his sword, Brokey countered instantly, blocking with an unyielding grip. Suho demanded, Did you slaughter those people just for amusement? Brokey's response was cold. The strong need no reason. We decide who lives and dies, as we see fit. Brokey followed with another powerful swing, but Suho managed to dodge just in time, shifting to the side and steadying himself, more determined than ever to bring down the monster before him. Launching himself into the air, Suho dove down at Brokey with a fierce determination, his body descending like a storm. Mid-flight, he activated his recently acquired skill, Storm Blade, summoning gusts of slicing wind around his weapon. But as Suho's attacks rained down, Brokey barely flinched. Smirking, he sneered, Is that it? You're not even close to honoring the name of the Fang heirloom. Just then, a blade came whizzing through the air from a different angle, catching Brokey by surprise as it sliced close to him. Suho, standing a few steps back, extended his arm, revealing his control over the flying sword. We're just getting started, he warned. Fang, watching closely, took the chance to question Brokey. What happened to you? You once pledged loyalty to Rakan with such pride. Why betray that oath? Brokey's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he responded. Loyalty, he scoffed, letting out a cold laugh. There was never honor, only fear. I respected Rakan's power, nothing more. Living like that, shackled by fear, I couldn't bear it any longer. So, when the chance came, I decided to seize my own future by any means necessary. Brokey caught Fang, and destroyed it. With a sudden burst of speed, he struck Suho with a devastating punch, sending him reeling. Suho felt pain tear through his body as if every bone were fractured, but his mind latched onto a powerful memory. Images of his father flashed before him, a figure battling somewhere unknown, never backing down. That memory rekindled a strength within Suho. It reminded him that surrender was not an option. Steeling himself, he summoned the shadows around him, cloaking his fists in shadowy armor. Channeling all his remaining strength, he launched a powerful blow straight into Brokey, determination blazing in his eyes. Watching from a distance, Beru marveled at his young lord's resilience and power. Despite his age, Suho was wielding strength beyond what anyone expected. Fang, lying battered on the ground, glanced at his shattered sword and the memory of its former power. Everything, the survival of his descendants, the future of the Fang lineage, all rested on Suho's shoulders now. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. Fang could sense that Suho, just like him, was ready for the battle still to come. At that moment, the young wolf cub began to stir, slowly rising to its feet despite the strain and pain it felt. Fang Rakan watched, understanding that this cub, the last descendant of Lord Rakan, was summoning the strength to stand. Inspired by Suho's fierce determination, the cub struggled to its paws, its resolve mirroring Suho's own. Realizing what he had to do, Fang Rakan thought, the least I can do now is offer the remainder of my power to the next generation. As Suho continued his fight, each clash echoing through the battlefield, he barely held off his opponent's relentless onslaught. With a powerful strike, Brokey sent him crashing to the ground. Lifting his head with difficulty, Suho noticed a system notification displaying his remaining hit points. The monster loomed closer, radiating an ominous aura and taunting, impressive endurance for such a lowly creature. Brokey raised his arm to deliver a finishing blow, but suddenly, a sharp set of claws swiped across his paw. The young wolf cub had intervened, striking just as Brokey was about to end Suho. Suho blinked, surprised by the wolf's sudden appearance and courage. Standing firm, the cub positioned itself protectively in front of Suho, its eyes blazing with determination. A notification appeared in front of Suho, showing that the Fang descendant had acknowledged his bravery and offered to join him as an ally. Suho hesitated, uncertain. Is this little cub really the descendant of the Fang? The monster, equally shocked, glared at the cub, snarling, "Is that truly a descendant? Has he absorbed the power of Rakan Fang?" At that moment, Suho pieced it together. The cub had inherited the essence of Rakan Fang, who must have sacrificed himself to infuse his power into this young wolf. Suho had intended to align with the Fang from the start, and after a quick look at the system's notification, he decided there was no reason to hesitate. Accepting the Fang descendant as an ally, he confirmed the bond. Almost immediately, a new system window appeared, indicating that data synchronization was underway. Suho felt a strange influx of energy, memory seeping into his mind as if he were tapping directly into the wolf cub's past. The images formed into fragmented memories, an ominous cave, where Brokey told Fang's descendant that they lost the war to Shadow Monarch and he must become stronger. Soon after, shadowed figures gathered around a small, trembling wolf cub. Among them, Suho saw beings vowing to challenge the powerful lord, declaring that the survival of the fittest ruled their world. The Fang clan member asserted that, no matter the risk, they would grow stronger to secure a future for their kind. As one figure extended a hand, the little cub cowered, and a creature laid a hand on the cub's head, transferring some mysterious energy while muttering, "I choose you. Use this power wisely, it's a gift that will help you survive, depending on your resolve." The memory then shifted as Brokey's sinister plot came into focus, his henchmen tasked with capturing people alive and delivering them to fulfill the monster's twisted purposes. The memory showed how Brokey, fueled by power, fell further into darkness, and how the little wolf grew more fearful with every passing day. Witnessing the memories, Suho realized that these beings, who marked the wolf's mind with such fear, were somehow linked to the dark force of Iterim. The Fang descendants' motivations were clear to Suho now. The cub didn't simply want revenge on Brokey but hoped to stop him entirely. Determined, Suho recognized that if Brokey's actions were tied to Iterim, he had to end this here and now. But he knew he wasn't strong enough to do it alone, not yet. As if in response, the notification system updated, presenting Suho with a new quest, Monarch's Descendants Quest. The details urged him to find the Monarch's heirs and forge alliances with them. This would be the first step towards strengthening his position and securing allies in the battle against darkness. The Monarch's Descendants Quest demanded 8 alliances, with the first already forming through Suho's connection to Fang's lineage. As Suho acknowledged this bond, a vivid blue aura enveloped him, intensifying with each passing second. Beru, watching intently, noticed that his young lord was undergoing a transformation unlike any before. Meanwhile, Brokey grew tense, bewildered by the strange surge of power emanating from Suho. Driven by desperation, Brokey launched himself at Suho, intending to end it all in one decisive blow. He struck with such force that the ground around them began to crumble, sending shockwaves through the air. But just as Brokey's blow landed, the system flashed another notification, confirming that a skill had awakened through Suho's bond with the Fang descendant. Suho had activated a level 1 beast transformation, a bonding skill that consumed 1 mana per second. This skill infused his body with the descendant's essence, enhancing his physical power and awakening heightened, animal-like senses. For a moment, Suho struggled to grasp what was happening. His body felt feather-light yet powerful, his senses keener than ever. The world around him seemed sharper, each detail vividly clear, and his movements flowed effortlessly as he instinctively avoided Brokey's assaults. Then, in a sudden counterstrike, Suho unleashed a powerful kick, sending Brokey reeling. Stunned, Brokey struggled to process how this human, who had been on the defensive moments ago, now moved with such swiftness and strength. Enraged and confused, Brokey roared, insisting he could not be losing to the same mere mortal he had dominated minutes prior. This power was supposed to belong only to him. He had fought, sacrificed, and clawed his way to the strength he wielded. In the background, Beru looked on in awe, sensing the drastic increase in Brokey's magical aura. Furious, Brokey spat, "I don't know what trick you're using, human, but I won't fall to the likes of you. Strength defines the right to rule, and you'll regret being born a weak creature of your kind." But Suho only narrowed his gaze, his new strength urging him forward, determined to prove Brokey's arrogance would be his undoing. At this moment, Suho activated a new skill, quickly picking up techniques for hand-to-hand combat. Nearby, Beru's expression darkened in irritation as he overheard Brokey, the beast, boast about the difference between their species. To Beru, nothing and no one stood above a shadow monarch, and this arrogant creature needed to be silenced. When Brokey heard this, a flicker of doubt passed over him. Could this young human truly be a shadow lord? Before he could fully process this, Suho dashed forward and delivered a precise, unyielding kick, driving Brokey deep into the earth. Yet even with his body battered and strength failing, Brokey clung to his single-minded obsession. He had to keep getting stronger. Nothing else mattered. With fading vision, he glimpsed a familiar figure, Rakan, his master. Regret seeped in as Brokey chastised himself for failing to protect Rakan, the one who had once entrusted him with so much. At last, the little wolf, recognizing his old friend's end, raised a mournful howl to the sky, saying his final goodbye to Brokey. Suho observed the fallen Brokey, a notification informing him that he had leveled up from the victory. He glanced over to see the little wolf gazing sorrowfully at Brokey's lifeless form, saddened by the realization that he'd had to confront and ultimately lose someone who had once been his guardian. The silence was thick, and both Suho and Beru stood quietly for a moment, respectfully watching the somber scene unfold. Finally, Beru broke the silence, commending Suho for his strength and skill in taking down Brokey. Suho, however, remained focused and asked Beru if he sensed any trace of Iterim's power lingering nearby. Suho shared that, through his bond with Rakan's heir, he had glimpsed troubling memories. He described a scene in which hunters had attacked Brokey and the little wolf, inflicting a strange curse upon Brokey's eye that had twisted his mind, turning him against his own. Could these hunters be agents of Iterim? Suho wondered aloud, his gaze darkening. And what could their real purpose be? Hearing this, Beru frowned and replied, Iterim are the outer gods. These types don't involve themselves directly with mortal affairs. They send apostles to handle their errands and impose their will from afar. But one thing is certain. If hunters aligned with Iterim are acting openly here, then Earth is already part of their plans. Suho was still puzzled, desperate to learn more about Iterim. Beru, noticing his curiosity, suggested a way they might glean some insight into Iterim's secrets. Suho looked at him, surprised, as Beru explained, if I devour Brokey's body, I could access his memories, plus, I'd regain some of my powers. Think of it as getting two rewards in one. Suho, bewildered, asked Beru when he acquired this kind of ability. Then, he glanced at Rakan's heir, who was observing the exchange, clearly uncertain. Sensing the wolf's sadness, Suho knelt down and asked if he'd like to stay with him or if he preferred a different place. The young wolf initially hesitated, but when Suho smiled, the tension faded. The wolf bounded forward, nuzzling Suho affectionately, his eyes full of trust. Deciding on their next step, Suho pulled out his shadow dungeon key, opening a portal. Beru, I'm counting on you to find information on Iterim, he said, motioning for Beru to handle Brokey's remains. While Beru devoured Brokey's corpse with enthusiasm, Suho led the wolf through the shadow dungeon portal, explaining that he wanted a safe haven for him. Beru chuckled to himself, wondering why Suho was bothering with the dungeon instead of just staying home. Inside the dungeon, Suho looked at his wolf companion, thoughtful yet concerned. This space belonged to the Shadow Monarch, and bringing in a creature connected to a different lineage might lead to complications. Beru raised an eyebrow, astonished at Suho's choice to house Rakan's heir in the Shadow Domain. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification appeared, indicating that the wolf wanted Suho to give him a name. Suho, taken by surprise, realized he'd never named anything before. But seeing the wolf's trusting gaze, he understood it would be an honor, and a responsibility, to give him a name worthy of their bond. When the wolf asked for a name, without any hesitation, Suho settled on the name Grey for the wolf, inspired by his striking gray fur. Beru, however, was less than impressed by Suho's choice, disappointed by what he deemed a lackluster name. But to Suho's surprise, the wolf seemed overjoyed with the name and wagged his tail enthusiastically. The system then notified Suho that Grey had officially become one of his allies, and their trust level had increased. The system also designated a portion of the Shadow Dungeon as Grey's new territory. Suho, still concerned about his new companion, wondered aloud what Grey would eat in the dungeon. Beru assured him not to worry, mentioning that Grey, coming from a well-established bloodline, would manage just fine by hunting the monsters still roaming in the dungeon. This explanation put Suho at ease, especially knowing that a few monsters had survived from his last visit. Grey, thrilled with his new home, eagerly began his hunt, quickly proving his worth by attacking a goblin with a single strike, effortlessly killing it. Meanwhile, Suho and Beru sat on a tree branch, quietly watching as Grey hunted down multiple goblins. Suho couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly Grey adapted to his powers, despite being so new to them. Just then, a system notification appeared, informing Suho that he had earned the title of Wolf Slaughterer for defeating Brokey, and had gained additional ability points. Suho was a bit confused, as he had always thought of Brokey as a hyena, not a wolf. Beru, sensing Suho's confusion, urged him not to focus too much on the strange title, suggesting he should be proud of the recognition instead. Suho nodded but couldn't shake off his uncertainty, especially regarding the mysterious quest he had been given to find the heirs of all the monarchs. Beru explained that the system was often cryptic in its methods, designed to make Suho stronger, but also warned that it might have an ulterior motive. Suho, still not fully grasping the gravity of Beru's words, asked for further clarification. Beru sighed, recalling his own experiences. He explained that in his father's system, the architect had planned to make Sung Jinwoo into a shadow monarch. The intention had been to crush his soul in the process, turning him into a mere puppet for the old shadow monarch's use. This revelation left Suho in deep thought, aware that the system's true purpose could be far more complex and dangerous than he initially realized. Yet, Sung Jinwoo defied the system's intentions, ultimately conquering it rather than letting it dominate him. He achieved the rank of shadow monarch while maintaining his autonomy and developed his power without being dependent on the system's levels. But explained that this new system is designed for Suho, removed all ill intentions. Taking Beru's words to heart, Suho pondered if the system might be attempting to groom him for a similar role. When he voiced this suspicion, Beru responded cautiously, noting that only one true shadow monarch could exist. Nevertheless, he speculated that the system would continue guiding Suho toward an unknown purpose, one that would reveal itself in time. Reflecting on this, Suho accessed his status window and noticed that, despite significant growth and powerful skills acquired since his battles with the Mistburns, his class still appeared none. This dissonance gnawed at him. He knew he wouldn't have overcome Brokey without Gray's crucial help. Resolving to follow the system's quests as long as they aligned with his personal ambitions, Suho leapt down from the tree, curious to hear Beru's findings from consuming Brokey's body. Beru reported that, while he hadn't uncovered evidence of any apostles directly brainwashing Brokey, he'd found that a human guild called Grim Reaper was involved. This guild was working behind the scenes with the Hyena Guild, aiding in the capture and delivery of people to Brokey. Beru suggested that tracking down the Grim Reaper Guild might yield crucial insights into Iterim's true intentions. The revelation stunned Suho, as he realized another guild's sinister involvement only added to the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a well-dressed man in an opulent office, calmly answering a phone call. He was speaking to Tegu, who seemed to be mid-raid. Tegu confronted the man, demanding to know about his potential involvement in the recent chaos surrounding the Hyena Guild. The man, unbothered, flatly dismissed Tegu's insinuations, claiming that he had no proof to back up his suspicions. Tegu warned him that the Hunter Association wouldn't rest until they uncovered the truth, suggesting that the man should clean up his operations. Incensed by Tegu's defiance, the man slammed his fist onto the desk, splintering the polished surface in a burst of rage. It was then revealed that this man held the position of vice CEO in the Grim Reaper Guild. With a sly grin, he drew out a shimmering pearl, an awakening stimulant known as stardust, which hunters could use to amplify their powers. As he examined it, he mused on how this rare substance could become a lucrative asset in expanding his influence. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Dungeon, Gray was tearing through goblins with ease, his strength advancing at an astonishing rate. Each strike was more powerful and precise than the last, earning even Beru's admiration. "You're getting stronger with every blow, Gray," Beru remarked, encouraging him to keep pushing his limits to become the weapon Suho could one day depend upon. Watching from the shadows, Suho was equally stunned at the wolf's rapid progress. But what truly stood out was the bond forming between Beru and Gray, a respect built on shared trials and aspirations. Then, something unexpected caught Suho's attention. A system message appeared in his vision. It read that Suho had gained experience from Gray's kills. Startled, Suho muttered, How is that even possible?" Bewildered, he called Beru over, who was casually scratching Gray behind the ears. "Beru, do you understand this?" "I just received experience from Gray's hunting," Suho explained, still baffled. Beru inspected the notification and explained, "It's similar to how your father once gained experience through his shadow army. You're sharing in the rewards of battle, almost like splitting the gains in a game." The realization hit Suho. Even if he was only receiving a fraction of the experience, it was still an immense advantage. His excitement grew. "Gray, from now on, you're in charge of clearing out the enemies," Suho announced, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Gray, overhearing this, was hit by a mix of shock and exhaustion, but before he could react, a new system notification appeared: "Dungeon cleared. New quest unlocked. Daily quest." "Finally," Suho said, eager to see the next challenge. The daily quest seemed straightforward: defeat goblins and clear the dungeon. Yet a question lingered in Suho's mind: Why was he now receiving daily quests? Then, the answer dawned on him, hinting at the system's deeper intentions. Daily quests meant daily rewards, which meant Suho had an opportunity to grow stronger each day. Beru chimed in, noting, "It looks like the system wants you to seize control of this entire dungeon as part of your domain." Suho nodded, but then he faced a new challenge. How am I supposed to gather 100 goblins in such a massive place? A thought struck him as he recalled an item from a previous dungeon, a horn flute that could summon nearby goblins. Wasting no time, Suho pulled the flute from his inventory and blew into it. Within seconds, goblins began charging from every direction. Perfect, he thought, feeling the adrenaline kick in. Beru, watching his master's strategy unfold, gave an approving nod. With a confident grin, Suho launched himself into the fray, his fists crashing down on the goblins with crushing force. As he tore through the swarm, Suho realized the thrill of fighting goblins was fading. They no longer presented a real challenge. But he had a quest to complete, and he'd make it interesting. Suho blew the horn again, summoning an even larger horde of goblins, and decided to take things up a notch. Raising the bodies of the defeated goblins, he called forth a shadow goblin army to join him. What started as a simple battle had now escalated into an all-out war within the dungeon. Beside him, Gray and the shadow soldiers charged with relentless intensity, mowing down the goblins with ruthless precision. For 3 grueling hours, they fought, transforming the dungeon into a battleground littered with goblin remains. By the end, Gray was utterly spent, collapsing to the ground, drained of energy. Suho, however, spotted another system message and couldn't help but smile. Quest complete. But something unusual caught his eye. The counter hadn't stopped at 100. It kept rising. Could this mean more rewards? Suho wondered, his grin widening. What if I push this even further? Gray, already exhausted, could barely process what Suho was planning, but they pressed on, hunting down goblins relentlessly until the system finally confirmed the quest's completion, bringing Suho a sense of satisfaction and anticipation for what lay ahead. Gray looked utterly drained, as if his spirit had left him, while Suho could barely contain his excitement. His gamble had paid off. He had unlocked hidden rewards from the system, a full status recovery, 3 stat points, and 2 rare items, the blessed random box and the cursed random box. The full heal alone felt like leveling up, restoring his strength, and the extra stat points were a great bonus. Now, he faced a choice: should he go for what he needed or what he desired? After weighing his options, Suho decided on practicality and opened the cursed box. His eyes widened in astonishment as Vulcan's gauntlets emerged, weapons that boosted his attack power by 40% and increased physical damage by an additional 30%. Incredible, he murmured, slipping the gauntlets on. I can't turn my shadow soldiers into weapons forever, but with these, who needs that? They're perfect. Eager to test his new gear, he was interrupted by a system message. To his surprise, Gray's status had shifted from admiration to fear. Suho's excitement turned to concern. What's wrong? He asked, looking toward Beru. With a heavy sigh, Beru replied, Gray's not an endless shadow soldier, he's a living creature with limits. Realizing he had overexerted Gray, Suho nodded with a hint of guilt. You're right. Let's take a break. Exiting the shadow dungeon, Suho's thoughts quickly shifted to the Grim Reaper Guild. They needed answers, but where to begin? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Senior Lim, sounding unusually urgent as he asked for Suho's help. The scene shifted to the hazardous Soul Station field, where Suho met up with Lim. Lim explained his problem. My team was supposed to show up for hauling duty, but they've all gone AWOL, probably still recovering from last night's party. Understanding the predicament, Suho agreed to step in. He donned the protective gear necessary for handling monster corpses, preparing for the labor-intensive work. Soon, the hunting squad arrived, but their leader immediately looked displeased at the lack of handlers. As Suho readied himself for the task, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was brewing beneath the surface. The leader of the hunting party scowled, clearly unimpressed. This dungeon was tough to secure from the Reaper Guild, he growled. If you're understaffed and that causes any issues, I'm reporting this straight to the Hunters Association. Suho studied the situation carefully, observing that the leader, a healer, of all things, was also the highest-ranked member here. As he took in the details, it all began to fall into place: Lim's urgent call, the Reaper Guild's involvement in this dungeon, and the system nudging him forward. This couldn't just be a coincidence, something much larger was at play. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, shadowed figures moved silently in the darkness, their presence obscured by a mist that clung to monstrous shapes. They appeared to be conducting some strange experiment. Suho sensed that this was no ordinary dungeon venture. Whatever lay ahead, he knew the real challenge was about to begin. As the hunters prepared to advance, the dungeon's atmosphere shifted. Flames crackled as the mages in the party cast fireballs, illuminating the pitch-black halls. "We've got visibility now," one mage said, his voice steady but tense. The party leader, a veteran hunter with a sharp eye for danger, quickly ordered the team into formation. From the shadows, the enemy emerged, lizard-like creatures, their eyes blazing with a fierce hunger as they approached in packs. The leader turned to Suho and Senior Lim. "Stay close to the strike team," he commanded firmly. "Collect the bodies the moment they drop, we can't afford any delays." Lim frowned, obviously uncomfortable with the idea. "You want us to be right in the middle of the fight?" he muttered, but the leader's attention had already shifted back to the approaching creatures. Suho, however, was deep in thought. "Lizard monsters?" he murmured to himself, unimpressed. These creatures were hardly the kind of threat he had been hoping for, especially after recently acquiring Vulcan's horn. He had anticipated facing a more formidable opponent, something truly worthy of his evolving skills. Yet, he recognized an opportunity here. By watching the hunters handle the lizard monsters, he could learn something valuable about team-based combat, a skill he rarely practiced due to his preference for solo battles. As the hunters faced off against the monsters, Suho braced himself. While this might not be the challenge he expected, there was still much to gain from the coming skirmish. As the strike team clashed with the monsters, Suho crouched low, pressing his hand against the damp earth. In a quiet voice, he whispered, "Arise." Instantly, from the shadows, his summoned army of goblins materialized, each ready and waiting. Suho couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Summoning 7 shadow soldiers now was proof of his growing power. Without a moment's hesitation, the goblins got to work, collecting the fallen monster bodies with surprising speed and precision, even leaving Suho impressed by their efficiency. Meanwhile, the hunters continued their fierce battle, swords and spells meeting the resilient hides of the lizard creatures. As the fight reached its conclusion, the team leader glanced over his shoulder and froze, dumbfounded. The collection work was already finished. Suho's shadow goblins had completed it all in record time. What are those?" the leader managed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Suho stood calmly amid the aftermath, a slight smile playing at his lips. "They're my summons," he replied, as if it were perfectly ordinary. Senior Lim, nervously watching the exchange, braced himself, hoping the leader wouldn't start a confrontation. But to their surprise, the leader suddenly grasped Suho's hand, his expression shifting to excitement. "Join our strike team as an exclusive collector," he said eagerly, his tone filled with enthusiasm. "I'll pay you top rates." Suho raised his brows, momentarily surprised by the offer. "I don't see collection work as a long-term path," he replied carefully, though he couldn't help but appreciate the offer. Unfazed, the leader pressed further. "Then name your price," he insisted. Before Suho could respond, a team member approached them hastily, his face pale and voice trembling. "Captain, we found something unsettling." Curious and alert, the leader and his team followed the man to a small clearing. There, a human corpse lay on the ground, its body shrouded in a strange, ethereal blue flame. Despite the flames, it was evident that this person had been dead for a while. The leader knelt beside the body, his expression darkening. It's definitely human," he confirmed, his voice low and filled with concern. Suho and Senior Lim shared a tense look. "Is this who we think it is?" Lim murmured, his voice barely audible. Suho's face darkened, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, it's a mistborn. I've encountered one before." Not wasting any time, Senior Lim turned to the leader and spoke up. "Captain, this is a mistborn, a creature of immense power. They recently attacked our university, creating widespread chaos. We have to be careful." Before the leader could respond, more corpses appeared nearby, each radiating the same eerie blue flames. One of the hunters hesitated, suggesting they halt the mission and alert the Hunters Association about the strange findings. The leader weighed the situation, noting that the bodies seemed like ordinary humans rather than hunters. With several C-rank hunters in his party, he decided they could handle it. "We're pressing forward," he declared firmly. A hunter, clearly excited for the fight, smirked. "That's what I was hoping for." Suho, however, felt a deep unease. "Mistborn are far more lethal than you realize," he cautioned, but the leader brushed him off. "I'm the one in charge here," he replied, cutting Suho off. "Follow my lead. Let's keep moving." They ventured deeper into a dark, ominous tunnel, the air around them growing colder and heavier. The mages lit the way with flickering flames, casting unsettling shadows on the rough stone walls. The atmosphere felt charged, as if the dungeon itself was warning them to turn back. Meanwhile, deeper within the dungeon, screams reverberated off the stone walls, punctuated by the crackling of blue flames licking at fallen bodies. Watching from the shadows, 3 cloaked figures observed the macabre scene. Their faces hidden behind sinister masks, one figure, wearing a skull mask, growled in frustration. The flames aren't strong enough. We're running out of resources. Beside him, another figure, resembling a giant rat, gave a grim nod. We need to replenish our stock soon. With the hyena guild wiped out, we've lost our main supplier, muttered the figure in the skull mask, his voice tinged with frustration. Without enough fuel, our stardust production will slow. The rat-like creature beside him narrowed its yellowed eyes, baring sharp teeth in a twisted grin. Humans are nearby, the skull-masked figure suddenly hissed, his tone darkening. Perfect timing. The rat creature licked his lips, unsheathing his blade and letting it drag across the ground with a grating sound. Leave it to me, he said, slinking off into the shadows with predatory intent. Back in the tunnel, the hunters were battling another wave of lizard monsters. The leader, pleased with their steady progress, took a moment to assess the team, healing those who needed it. We've had a good run today, he remarked, a rare smile crossing his face. The hunters, pleased by the successful haul, agreed. One of them commented, good call on pressing forward. The leader reached into his jacket, pulling out a shimmering orb. Holding it up, he revealed, this is stardust. Do any of you know what it is? Curious, the hunters gathered around him, their eyes lighting up. Stardust was a rare and potent stimulant that could temporarily heighten a hunter's abilities. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? One of them asked eagerly. I was saving it for an emergency, the leader replied, his gaze fixed on the stardust, momentarily captivated by its glow. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed behind him. The rat-like creature struck with brutal swiftness, delivering a crushing blow that left the leader writhing in agony. The stardust orb slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact with the ground. He's still alive, the creature sneered, surprising the hunters with his cold, mocking voice. As the hunters took in the sight of this high-level monster, panic washed over them. The creature, unfazed, pointed his jagged sword at them, counting their numbers with an unsettling, calculating gaze. I don't need all of you, he said with a wicked grin. I'll have some fun with the strong ones, and the rest will die. Out of nowhere, the creature pulled out his own gleaming marble, a piece of stardust. The hunters stared, shocked and horrified. Not only could this monster speak, but it possessed the rare stardust as well. Let the game begin, the creature sneered, a twisted excitement flashing in his eyes. The hunters sprang into action, but the monster was ready. With a brutal swipe, he struck down the first hunter in a single, bone-chilling move. He turned to the mage who had been illuminating the tunnel and, with merciless precision, dispatched him, casting the tunnel into pitch darkness. The sudden loss of light threw the remaining hunters into chaos. Blind and terrified, they were defenseless. The monster moved through the darkness like a deadly specter, his blade a lethal blur slicing through the disoriented group. Their cries echoed briefly before fading into silence. When the carnage ended, the creature seized the fallen leader by the collar, dragging his body across the blood-stained ground. Firewood secured, he muttered coldly, abandoning the other wounded hunters to their grim fate. As he vanished into the shadows, a chilling silence filled the tunnel. In that moment, a system message blinked into Suho's view, a new quest notification. He quickly scanned it, a rescue mission. His mind reeled as he took in the devastation around him. What in the world happened here? He murmured under his breath, feeling a heavy weight settle in his chest. Noticing Suho's troubled expression, Beru materialized beside him, asking if something was wrong. Suho explained, his voice grim, that the system had alerted him to a quest involving a powerful enemy who had taken the strike team hostage. His eyes returned to the system display, where rewards awaited, depending on how many he could save. A steely determination gripped him. These people were in real, immediate danger. Without wasting another second, he plunged into action. Suho whirled around, his expression fierce, and urgently called out to Senior Lim, the strike team's in serious danger. You need to get out of here now. Senior Lim looked at him, bewildered by Suho's sudden urgency. What's going on? Where's this coming from? He asked. Suho, resolute, replied, just trust me. My instincts are screaming at me. Without waiting for further questions, he swiftly summoned 2 goblins, instructing them to escort Lim to safety. Lim, still processing, asked, and what about you? Suho's response was firm and unexpected. I'm going after them. Understanding the gravity of Suho's determination, Senior Lim quickly realized that staying would only slow Suho down. Fine, but I'll bring reinforcements from the Hunter Association as soon as I'm out, he promised. Suho nodded his thanks. Shedding his protective suit, he summoned Gray from the shadows, a surprising move considering Gray's confinement to the shadow dungeon. But there was no time to question how he'd done it. As Gray materialized, Suho activated his bonding skill and slipped on the powerful Vulcan gauntlets. The transformation was striking, he looked like he was ready for an all-out battle. With urgency, he turned to Beru. Let's go. The two raced through the dungeon, silence pressing in on them, tension building with every step. Finally, they reached a door bathed in an eerie green glow, and the air was thick with the coppery scent of blood. Inside, a grim sight awaited. The floor was littered with bodies, discarded without care. Nearby, a monstrous rat-like creature was boasting to his companions. "Got more firewood," he sneered. One of his comrades glanced at him, commenting on his quick return. The rat creature replied with cold indifference, "The humans were no match." Another creature murmured with satisfaction, noting that soon the dungeon would open further, allowing them to summon demons. As a reward for his efforts, the rat-like creature was assigned the task of preparing the bodies for the flames. Grumbling under his breath about the fairness of it all, he got to work. Among the trio, it became clear that the towering brute was the leader, while the rat-like one was the youngest. The middle figure, sharp-eyed and clearly the strategist, praised the rat creature's efficiency, noting that his efforts had allowed them to produce stardust without interruptions. The middle creature went on to explain, his tone smug, that this stardust was a dark art, derived from a lethal combination of poison and an awakening stimulant extracted from berserk poison. His eyes glinted with a familiar, ominous cross pattern, unmistakably linked to Iterim's dark influence, much like Brokey's handiwork. He added that while stardust could grant a temporary surge in magical power, it drained the life force of its user, leaving them as hollow as a husk. This forbidden method of refinement, using the Mistborn's flames, had been taught to them by an apostle, who had also provided instructions on corrupting souls to create monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters froze, sensing something approaching rapidly. Suho was closing in, faster than expected. The trio looked at each other, puzzled. They believed the rat creature had already eliminated all the intruders. Their confusion was short-lived as the door suddenly exploded inward with a powerful kick, crashing into the room. The rat creature reacted swiftly, slicing the door in half with a flick of his sword, his narrowed eyes fixing on the intruder. Suho and Beru made a striking entrance. But before Suho could even speak, he froze momentarily, stunned by the sight before him. Three demonic figures stood around the Mistborn, who were bound to stakes, flames licking at their bodies in a ritualistic, horrifying scene. His mind raced to make sense of it all, but a sudden system alert interrupted his thoughts, confirming that no survivors had been lost yet. He had no time to process this revelation as a blade suddenly sliced through the air toward him. Suho arched back just in time, narrowly dodging the strike aimed at his neck. The rat monster, who had launched the attack, looked surprised at Suho's reflexes. Suho steadied himself, his gaze intense, and demanded, "Are you the one responsible for the hunters I found dead outside?" His voice cut through the tension, ready for the battle that was about to unfold. Before the rat creature could even respond, Suho landed a powerful punch, sending the monster flying back. The rat managed to brace himself with his sword, absorbing some of the impact, but he still staggered. Recognizing Suho's formidable strength, the demon leader and the strategist knew that the rat couldn't face him alone. Without delay, they pulled out their own pieces of stardust and consumed them, enhancing their magical power. Locked in fierce close combat with the rat, Suho sensed another attack approaching. The boss charged at him with a massive fist, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Sensing the trap, the rat creature quickly sidestepped, clearing the way for the boss's punch. Instinctively, Suho executed a swift backflip to avoid the oncoming strike, only to land directly in another ambush. The middle demon, who had been gathering energy, unleashed a crackling surge of electricity the moment Suho touched down. Pain surged through Suho's body as he was electrocuted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could fully recover, the rat creature lunged at him again, sword poised to strike. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Suho summoned his shadow goblins. They materialized with menacing expressions, surprising the trio of demons and momentarily throwing the middle demon off his focus. Seizing this chance, Suho grabbed the middle demon's arm and threw him across the room. Regaining his footing, the middle demon exchanged a wary glance with the boss, voicing an uneasy question. "Is this the same power we saw years ago, when our kind was obliterated by that man?" The boss nodded grimly, but added, "Yes, but he's not as powerful as the Shadow Monarch. Together, we can take him down." With renewed confidence and a sharpened strategy, the three demons coordinated their attacks and quickly decimated Suho's goblin forces. Watching his shadow army crumble, fury boiled inside Suho. He could tell that resurrecting his fallen goblins would be pointless, they simply weren't strong enough to contend with these enemies. Individually, each demon was weaker than Brokey, but combined, they became a fearsome adversary. The scene briefly shifts to earlier that day, where Beru had asked Suho why he hadn't yet revived Brokey as a shadow soldier. Having absorbed Broki's remains, Beru could access fragments of his memories, but Suho had held back from taking the final step. In response, Suho had explained that he needed to be fully prepared to handle Broki's immense strength and lingering emotions from his last moments. It just hadn't felt right to Suho. Broki had been little more than a puppet under Idorum's control, and Suho wanted to be certain that bringing Broki back as a shadow wouldn't dishonor his memory. So he held off, wanting Gray's approval before taking that step. Then, unexpectedly, Gray approached Suho with a soft smile, offering his blessing. Gray longed to be reunited with his friend, even if it meant in death. Returning to the present, Suho gripped his shadow dungeon key, channeling a surge of dark energy through it as he invoked his shadow extraction ability. Shadow energy pulsed violently, filling the space with a foreboding atmosphere. Suho called out with a resolute voice, "Broki, if vengeance is what you seek, I'll give you the chance now. Arise." With that command, the shadows stirred, and Broki emerged, a towering, terrifying presence, even at his base level. His roar shook the dungeon walls, echoing with primal rage. The trio of demons froze, their faces etched with horror as they recognized the shadow. The middle demon's eyes widened, disbelieving. Broki had returned, and standing by his side was the very man who had once defeated him. Beru, refusing to be overshadowed, quipped, "Seems the numbers are fair now, with Broki and me on Suho's side." Suho's expression was cold and unyielding as he gave the signal. "Then let's get started." With that, he and Broki lunged forward, clashing fiercely with the demon trio. The battle began in earnest, each side pouring their strength into every strike, shaking the dungeon's foundations. Then, suddenly, the entire dungeon's blue glow shifted to a sinister red. Everyone could feel it, something major was coming. As the chaos raged on, a figure slipped silently through the shadows, watching from a distance. Her identity was concealed, leaving an air of mystery about her allegiance. Was she here as backup for Suho or reinforcement for the demons? Her answer, hidden beneath her calculating gaze, would soon become evident in the escalating conflict. The woman, watching the brutal struggle unfold before her, furrowed her brows in confusion. "How on earth did I end up here?" she muttered. A wry smile crept onto her face as a thought crossed her mind. Did some demon summon me for a sacrifice, or just target practice? Her musings shifted to sharp focus when she realized who the combatants were. The woman could hardly believe what she was seeing, a shadow soldier locked in a brutal fight with a demon. Things were definitely taking an odd turn. Meanwhile, Suho and the youngest demon clashed in a battle that felt like something out of legend, their blows ringing loud and sharp in the dark. Suho, with his Vulcan gauntlets gleaming, looked like a true brawler, deflecting the demon sword strikes as if they were nothing but pesky insects. Then, spotting a split-second opening, Suho delivered a crushing kick straight into the demon's stomach. The demon's eyes bulged as he staggered back, gasping as though he'd taken a bite out of the hottest pepper imaginable, his pride as bruised as his body. Wasting no time, Suho pressed his advantage, aiming to put the demon down and free himself up to take on the others. Just as he prepared to strike the final blow, a bright, crackling surge of energy hurtled his way. Fantastic, an electric surprise, Suho thought dryly, twisting to dodge as the bolt forced him to step back, putting some unwanted distance between him and his target. It seemed the middle demon wasn't there just to cheer on his teammate, the electric blast was his attempt to rescue the younger one. So, they're running a full-on family business here, Suho mused sarcastically, unimpressed with the interference. The middle demon barked orders to his younger comrade, warning, "Stay sharp. One mistake, and you're done for." Annoyed, Suho knew that this team's coordinated attacks were going to be a major headache. His mana was draining steadily from maintaining his bond with Gray, and he couldn't afford to let the fight drag on. Meanwhile, even Broki was struggling against the demon leader, his strength far below its prime. Suho realized he needed to find a way to split up the trio if he wanted any chance of taking them down individually. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, an unexpected event turned the tide, a stroke of luck that might just tip the scales. Out of nowhere, Essel suddenly sprang into the fray, landing between Suho and the demons. Both sides paused, utterly bewildered by her entrance. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Tell me where Mr. Sung Jinwoo is, or prepare to face the consequences." Suho blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, she's looking for my dad?" he thought, astonished. He had no clue who this stranger was, nor why she appeared as if she'd just stumbled out of some disaster. Meanwhile, Beru, Suho's faithful shadow ant, looked more disappointed than any giant insect had a right to. He approached her cautiously and managed, with an almost painful amount of restraint, to ask, "Essel, what are you doing here? Why did you come?" Essel's face brightened at the sound of his voice. Without considering the chaos around them, she rushed over and scooped him up in a delighted hug. "Beru, I can't believe it. You're here too, she squealed with surprising enthusiasm, giving him a once-over. Wait, why are you so small? And, oh my goodness, you're so cute. Her grin was infectious, completely oblivious to the serious situation they were in. The questions poured out in rapid fire. Where's Mr. Sung Jin-woo? And who's that other human standing over there? She pointed at Suho, who now looked like he was struggling to process everything happening around him. Beru, teetering on the edge of patience, managed to hold his irritation in check, replying simply, "It's a long story." The two demons, meanwhile, exchanged skeptical glances, wondering who exactly this newcomer was. After a few moments of assessment, they reached a quick decision. Yep, she'll make the perfect sacrifice for our next batch of stardust. But the middle demon, the strategist, warned, hold on, if she knows our enemies and joins them, things could get complicated. Essel, however, remained entirely oblivious to the demon's calculations and thrilled to be reunited with her old friend Beru. To her, this was nothing short of a happy reunion. If Beru was here, surely Jinwoo must be alright too. But Beru, ever the realist, cut through her enthusiasm with a hint of urgency, muttering, "Hey, Essel, we can catch up later. Right now, we have a battle to finish. We're kind of in the middle of a fight here, so since you're already here, why not give us a hand?" Beru said, as if Essel had just shown up with a surprise delivery. He waved her toward the demons at the back, casually assigning her to deal with them like it was no big deal. Essel blinked, her expression shouting, "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, Suho was still standing there, his mind racing to catch up. Who is this person? And where have I seen her before? He thought, thoroughly confused. But the demons weren't about to let her arrival throw off their plan. The middle demon sneered, "Let's take her first. She's injured, and we could use her blood for more stardust." With that, he signaled to the others, clearly eager to move. Just then, Suho's memory sparked faintly. "Hold on, I think I've seen her before, but I can't quite place it," he murmured, scratching his head. Then, noticing her weakened state, he questioned, "Can she even take on these guys?" But Beru's confidence was unwavering. "No need to worry," he assured, almost smugly. "Low-ranking demons like these are no threat to her. That's Essel, the eldest daughter of the latter household, a noble demon. The Shadow Monarch spared her when he wiped out her world. Her strength is equivalent to an S-rank hunter." Suho's eyes lit up, practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of seeing an S-rank hunter in action. But just as he was anticipating an impressive display, reality took an abrupt turn. The youngest demon lunged at Essel, and with one swift, brutal strike, sent her sprawling. Her weapon flew from her grip, and she skidded across the ground like a forgotten rag doll. Suho and Beru stared in stunned silence, their excitement deflating instantly. This is not S-rank material," Suho muttered, his disappointment painfully clear. Face down in the dirt, Essel slowly, painfully dragged herself back toward them, looking like she'd just survived a disastrous party she was ready to leave. Beru, barely concealing his irritation, leaned down and asked sharply, "What happened to you? How did you get this weak? Even your mana levels are pathetic." Essel winced, but before she could respond, Suho and Beru exchanged a look of resignation, their hopes for backup officially dashed. Tears welling up, Essel sniffled miserably. "It's not my fault. Half a year ago, there was a rebellion. My entire household fell, and while I was escaping, they took my blood, my powers, everything," she whimpered, looking up at Beru with the saddest puppy dog eyes. "Can you lend me some of your power?" Beru didn't even bother responding. He simply turned his back with a withering, disappointed glare that could rival any disapproving dad. Essel's lip quivered, and she pouted as if denied her favorite candy. "You're so mean," she whined, while Suho looked on, deadpan. "Perfect. Now there are two people around here with no powers. Just fantastic." Suddenly, the boss demon, who had overheard every word, laughed darkly. "Did you hear that, boys? She's from the later household. A survivor, huh?" He stepped forward with a gleam in his eye. "If we consume her blood, we'll grow even stronger." Suho groaned. "Right back to square one. If only I could separate them for a one-on-one fight, I'd take them down without a problem." But then, Beru, ever the tactician, raised his hand with a smirk, red energy swirling around him. "I think I have a brilliant solution," he said, voice dripping with smug confidence. "I've got some mana back, and I'm about to put it to good use." He activated his skill, Harsh Orders, directing a surge of red aura into Essel. Her stats shot up by 50%, but as a trade-off, she also got hit with a nasty side effect, a curse of insanity. "Go get M, you useless demon!" Beru barked, thoroughly enjoying himself. Foaming at the mouth, Essel charged forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she hurled herself at the demons like a force of nature. Suho, wide-eyed, couldn't help but think, she looks utterly miserable, but hey, if it gives me a shot at some one-on-one fights, I'll take it. Seizing the chance, Suho ordered Brokey to engage the demon boss while Essel, in full berserk mode, launched herself at the middle demon with unmatched ferocity. The fight quickly turned chaotic as the rat demon leaped in, sword swinging wildly toward Essel. But just as he was about to land a hit, Suho dashed in, grabbing the rat demon in a swift headlock like he was about to pull off a wrestling move. In that moment, he knew the real fight was just beginning. With a surge of strength, Suho lifted the rat demon high and hurled him straight into the blazing mistborns. The demon smashed into the flames, shrieking in agony as the fire spread across his body. But Suho wasn't finished. He seized the demon's fallen sword and, with a powerful strike, cleaved the rat in two, ending its life with finality. Standing amidst the chaos, Suho caught his breath while Essel, still lost in her berserk fury, continued her reckless charge at anything within range. A system notification blinked before Suho's eyes, congratulating him on defeating a low-ranking demon and immediately granting him a level up. Another alert informed him that his Vulcan gauntlets had absorbed the demon's soul, boosting his physical damage by 31%. The newfound power coursed through him, an electric surge that amplified his strength. Nearby, Essel fought like a whirlwind, relentlessly assaulting the middle demon. Her attacks, though uncoordinated and wild, forced the demon on the defensive. He suddenly realized, with rising horror, that his rat companion had been slain. As he processed this, a system message popped up, indicating Essel's exhaustion. Harsh orders had worn off. The moment the skill faded, Essel collapsed face-first into the dirt. The middle demon hesitated, surprised at her sudden fall. But before he could act, Suho closed the distance like a wraith in the shadows. With a swift, iron grip, he locked the demon in a crushing headlock and twisted sharply, breaking the demon's neck with a sickening crack. Another notification flashed, a level up, and once again, his gauntlets absorbed the demon's soul. 2 down. Now, only the boss demon remained. Furious at the loss of his allies, the demon let out a thunderous roar and launched a devastating blow, sending Brokey hurtling into the dungeon wall. Dust and debris scattered in all directions as Brokey's body collided with the wall, shaking the ground under Suho's feet. The boss demon, realizing he was now alone and outnumbered, cursed his fallen allies. Useless, every last one of them, he snarled, surveying his situation. With Brokey on one side and Suho on the other, the demon was trapped. But his eyes quickly darted to Essel, lying unconscious and defenseless nearby. She was the key, her blood held the power he needed to turn the tide. Desperation drove the demon forward in a frenzied rush toward her, but Suho was quicker. He intercepted with a brutal kick, landing directly on the demon's arm. The impact twisted it with a sickening crunch and cracked the ground beneath them. The demon reeled back, howling in agony, his attack completely thwarted. Suho stepped forward, calm yet lethal, a faint smirk on his face. "Your turn, Brokey," he commanded, stepping aside. Brokey lunged without hesitation, his fangs bared as he tore into the demon in a savage attack. The boss demon's scream echoed through the dungeon before finally fading into silence. A flood of system messages appeared before Suho, notifying him of yet another level up. With his progression past level 20, a new feature had unlocked, store access. Curious, he deactivated the bond with Gray and began browsing the system's offerings, his eyes lighting up with interest at the options. Meanwhile, Essel began to regain consciousness, letting out a groan as she rubbed her temples. She shot a withering look at Beru. "That ridiculous skill nearly killed me," she snapped. Then, spotting Suho, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Who is this?" "Another human with shadow soldiers, besides Sung Jin Woo." Beru, unperturbed, tilted his head and replied coolly, "Perhaps if you were a bit more loyal, you'd have remembered who could be a worthy successor." Essel's gaze snapped back to Suho, her expression shifting as the realization dawned on her, hitting her like a jolt. Essel's expression transformed entirely, her eyes filling with tears as she looked at Suho. Slowly, the realization washed over her. He's the young monarch," she murmured, her voice trembling. Her gaze was locked on Suho, disbelief and awe mingling in her features. Suho stiffened, caught off guard by the sudden recognition. Questions raced through his mind. How did she know? Did she really just call me, the young monarch? Before he could respond, laughter rang out from the corner where Brokey and Gray, apparently untroubled by the serious moment, were sharing a light-hearted exchange. Essel's voice quivered, thick with emotion as she blinked up at Suho, tears spilling over. "I didn't recognize you. You've changed so much." Her voice broke. "You look so much like your father, the Shadow Monarch." Her lips trembled as she continued, her words barely a whisper, and then, without warning, she collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. A tense silence fell over the room. Suho's eyes widened as the shock registered, and he quickly turned to Beru, his voice urgent. Beru, check her condition. Is she all right? Beru stepped forward, shaking his head with his usual dramatic flair. Kneeling beside Essel, he examined her carefully before shrugging. She's fine, he said, his tone almost dismissive. Not dead, just completely drained. His calm statement seemed to ease the tension. No need to worry, she's just worn out. Relieved, Suho turned his attention back to the hunters they had rescued. Setting his jaw, he looked to Beru again, his tone resolute. Heal them just enough to stabilize. I want everyone to make it out of here alive. As Beru set to work healing the injured hunters, the system chimed, confirming the completion of Suho's quest. A small smile crossed his face. Mission accomplished. He glanced at the group of 7 survivors, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him as he saw them still standing. Saved them all, he thought. Then, the system notification popped up again, awarding him 3 ability points and an unexpected bonus, 700 gold. His eyes widened in surprise. Gold, he muttered, hardly believing it. They're giving me gold. Curious, Suho opened the system store and found an array of items at his disposal. Potions, weapons, tools, everything he might need was there, waiting to be bought. He chuckled, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. Feels just like getting pocket money after chores when I was younger, only now, it's like Dad sending me rewards through the system. The thought filled him with warmth. Essel, still unconscious on the ground, caught his eye. Suho bought a basic healing potion from the store, frowning as he read the label. Restores 500 HP, but only works on me. Glancing at Essel's pale face, he shrugged and decided to give it a shot anyway. Beru, should I? He started but didn't wait for an answer, carefully tilting the potion to her lips. As the liquid slipped down, her breathing evened out, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. Beru watched with raised eyebrows, muttering, "Gold, for a demon? Young monarch, your generosity never fails." Suho sighed, already calculating his next steps. "We're not leaving her behind. Let's bring her with us to the shadow dungeon." He nodded to Brokey, "And bring the demon corpses too. We can't leave evidence of our fight lying around." Without delay, Brokey dragged the twisted remains of the demons while Grey lifted Essel with care, following Suho through the portal. Suho examined the rat demon sword in his hand, lost in thought, when Beru's voice cut through his musings. "Why aren't you heading back to the shadow dungeon as well?" Suho's fingers tightened around the weapon, his gaze shifting to the Mistborns writhing in agony, still smoldering from the earlier flames. Their suffering was plain, etched in every painful twist of their forms. "I can't just abandon them like this," he murmured. Moving swiftly, he put each of them out of their misery, one by one. His voice was soft, almost regretful. "I'm sorry. This is all the mercy I can offer." Suho lowered his head, the weight of regret lingering as he left the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the scene at Soul Station was anything but calm. Hunters from the association had assembled, and among them stood a high-ranking hunter with a steely expression. "What did you find inside?" he demanded. A junior hunter stepped forward, reporting, "We discovered several bodies, thorn lizards and mistborns mostly. But, the injuries on the dead hunter don't match any of their attacks. There was also a room that looked obliterated, with sword marks everywhere." The senior hunter's eyes narrowed. Something else was in there, wasn't there? Besides the monsters? As he considered this, he noticed Hunter Lim, shifting nervously as if trying to leave without being noticed. "Lim," he barked, making the hunter freeze. Lim turned around, feigning innocence. "You're the one who reported this incident, right? And there was someone else with you. Suho, correct? Where is he now?" Lim's face flickered with something unreadable before he forced a smile. "Suho? Well, after we got out, he took off. Guess he got spooked. He's just an E-rank, after all. Once I realized we couldn't handle it, I called for backup." The senior hunter fixed him with a long, hard stare, but instead of pressing further, he clapped Lim on the shoulder. "You did your part, Lim. Good job following protocol." Then, turning to his team, he ordered, "Spread out. I don't want anything missed." Relieved, Lim exhaled deeply, glancing up at the sky. He thought, Suho, he saved everyone. Trusting Suho's decision to stay silent, Lim was filled with gratitude. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho regrouped with Beru and the others. Essel, now conscious, had just been caught up on recent events, Jinwoo's ongoing battle, the invasion of the Outer Gods, and Suho's awakening. She looked stunned. After everything, Sung Jin was still fighting? Beru nodded with a somber expression. "The Shadow Monarch doesn't rest. He entrusted me with breaking Suho's seal. But honestly, our young monarch," Beru glanced at Suho, pride evident in his gaze. "He didn't even need it. He's already stronger than we ever anticipated." Suho turned to Essel. Suho's curiosity was piqued. "Wait, have we met before?" he asked, eyeing Essel closely. Essel's face brightened with excitement. Yes. Back during the tutorial your father created for you. Don't you remember? Suho scratched his head, trying to piece together the memory. His mind felt foggy until a flash of recognition hit him. Wait, you're the one who surrendered the instant you saw me, right? Beru couldn't hold back a snicker. Couldn't even handle a simple task, he scoffed, making Essel's cheeks flush with embarrassment. She fell quiet, her gaze averted, obviously flustered. But Beru's tone shifted as he looked at her, his voice lowering. Essel, what happened in the demon realm? How did you become, this weak? Essel's expression darkened, a shadow of grief passing over her face. She took a shaky breath. I assume the young monarch has heard of how Lord Sung Jinwoo conquered the demon tower, leaving the later household in charge. Her voice was a quiet murmur, full of reverence and pain. We guarded it faithfully, waiting for the shadow monarch to summon us, but the call never came. For a while, we lived in relative peace. Her voice trembled as she continued. But half a year ago, that peace was shattered. It began with something called stardust, an enhancer that magnifies magical strength. This stimulant began circulating in the demon realm. Suho's eyes narrowed. He remembered the earlier fight, when the demons had used something similar before attacking. Stardust, so that's what it was, he muttered to himself. Essel's voice grew tense with resentment. It doesn't do much for high-ranking demons, but for the low-ranked? It grants power with no apparent cost. For them, it was both a blessing and a curse. With the Shadow Monarch gone so long, these low-level demons saw it as their opportunity. They formed alliances, banded together, and eventually rebelled against the later household. As she spoke, her hands trembled, and her voice became strained with the weight of painful memories. What started as unrest became a war. We fought to hold our ground, but they were relentless. The rebellion only grew, and before we knew it, the demon realm was consumed by chaos. Essel's voice quivered as she spoke, each word heavy with sorrow. We fought, my family, my entire household fought with everything we had to protect the demon castle, the stronghold entrusted to us by the Shadow Monarch himself. But each passing day, we grew weaker, more exhausted. Tears began to gather in her eyes, and her body trembled as painful memories resurfaced. In the end, we lost. They destroyed us. Every last member of my household was sacrificed. Her voice broke, and a tear traced a path down her cheek. I barely survived by chance, but even so, they drained so much of my blood that I lost my powers. How could I possibly face the Shadow Monarch now, after failing like this, after losing everything? The grief in her words cast a somber stillness over the room, each unspoken sorrow weighing heavily in the air. But then, unexpectedly, Suho's voice rang out, firm yet gentle. You did everything you could. Essel looked up at him, startled, disbelief etched into her tear-streaked face as if she couldn't believe her ears. Suho stepped closer, his expression sincere. You gave everything for your household, for my father. You fought till the very end, risking your life. If he were here now, he'd say the exact same thing. His words held a warmth that cut through her despair, and a soft, grateful smile graced his face. Thank you, Essel. For everything you and your people did. You stood strong, and that's something I'll always honor. For a moment, Essel was speechless, the intensity of his gratitude flooding through her. But gradually, her shock gave way to something more hopeful. She met his gaze, a spark of determination rekindling within her. Suho's expression hardened with resolve. And now, I'll do everything in my power to help you. We'll restore the later household, bring it back to its rightful place. Her eyes filled with tears again, but this time, they were born of hope. With a tremulous smile, she whispered, the household's name, its later, young monarch. Just as the moment settled between them, the system suddenly chimed, breaking the quiet. A message appeared before Suho's eyes, catching him off guard. This time, it was unlike anything he'd seen before. The notification informed him that the last surviving member of demon nobility had formally expressed her thanks. And then came a question that made Suho's heart skip a beat. A notification from the system flashed before Suho's eyes, stopping him in his tracks. The message read, Essel later, last of the pure-blooded demon nobles and descendant of White Flame, has expressed her gratitude. Would you like to recruit her as your companion? Suho's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. Essel, the descendant of the White Flame monarch? It was difficult to grasp. Beru and Essel sat nearby, both relaxing after everything they had been through. But the moment Suho processed the message, his face twisted with shock, drawing Essel's attention. Suho, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, she said, her voice tinged with concern. Suho's mind whirled as he pieced it all together. So, because she's the last of the demon nobility, this bond is possible? Then, a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Well, things just got a whole lot more interesting, he muttered under his breath, and with a confident smile, he accepted her as his companion. The instant he did, a flood of new system notifications lit up his vision. One announcement read, "You have recruited the descendant of the White Flame Monarch. New bond skill created, Demon Strike." He raised an eyebrow as he read the skill's description. It would let him channel Essel's energy to unleash a fierce, destructive attack. Meanwhile, Essel's shocked gasp brought him back to reality. Her own system screen appeared in front of her, and she stared at it, utterly baffled. What is this?" she exclaimed, clearly alarmed. Suho tried to hold back his laughter. "Relax, it's the system for my companions. You're officially part of the team now." He glanced at Baru, raising an eyebrow. "So the system shows up for my companions too. No wonder Gray never mentioned it, he can't exactly tell us anything." Baru nodded, smirking. "That explains a lot. But this also means she's truly the White Flame's descendant." Essel looked between them, still in shock. "White Flame's descendant? What are you talking about?" "Me." Suho gave her a reassuring smile, though he didn't answer her just yet. "Let's put our new bond skill to the test, shall we?" He nodded at her encouragingly. "Are you ready to give it everything you've got, Essel? We need to see what Demon Strike is capable of." Essel, though bewildered, met his gaze with a determined glint in her eyes. Essel, not entirely confident in her abilities, nodded reluctantly. "All right, I'll try, but no promises." The system notified Suho that the bond skill was now active, and suddenly, Essel's entire aura shifted. Her purple hair faded to a haunting white, her appearance transforming into something ghostly and ethereal, as if she were a spirit from another realm. Suho watched in fascination as her mana condensed into a swirling orb of energy, which then channeled directly into his fist, catching him by surprise. "That's new," Suho muttered, glancing at his hand now brimming with power. But as the transfer finished, Essel slumped to the ground, her appearance returning to normal. Suho raised an eyebrow, smirking. "You know, the whole spirit look kind of suits you," he teased, only to realize Essel was thoroughly drained, looking pale and exhausted as if she'd just fought a war. With a shaky voice, Essel managed to apologize. I'm sorry, Suho. That took everything I had. I can't even stand." Suho reassured her with a nod. "Take it easy. Just rest." But he was already buzzing with excitement, thinking, if it drains her this much, then this skill must be insanely powerful. "I can't wait to see its full potential." He clenched his charged fist, brimming with anticipation, while Essel lay on the ground, feeling utterly depleted yet relieved. At least now she could actually transfer her energy to him. "Maybe I'm not so useless after all," she thought. With all the energy gathered in his fist, Suho aimed at the nearest wall, expecting a colossal impact. He threw the punch, waiting for something spectacular. But when the dust settled, the outcome was disappointing. A small dent marred the wall, hardly anything impressive. Suho and Baru stared at the pitiful mark in silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and embarrassment. "This is it," they both thought, disheartened. Baru rubbed his head, breaking the awkward silence. "Honestly, this doesn't look much different from your regular punch." Suho sighed, exasperated. "Yeah, this is nothing compared to my bond skill with Gray." At that moment, Gray appeared, giving Essel a smug look. "But that was pretty weak," he taunted with a mocking grin. Essel, feeling the sting of failure, shrank back, her confidence deflated. Her immense energy barely left a mark on the wall. Undeterred, Suho frowned and checked the skill description once more. That's when it hit him. Hold on, the charge rate is at 0%? No wonder it didn't work. He scanned the description again, frustrated. It doesn't even say how to charge it. Realizing they were stuck for now, Baru seized the moment, gesturing toward the scattered demon corpses. "Young monarch, I have a humble request," he began, his tone oddly eager. "Since these demon corpses are just lying here, could I eat them?" Suho's expression darkened immediately. "No way. I'm going to turn them into shadow soldiers." Baru shrugged, unfazed. "Then you'd better hurry. Shadow soldiers weaken the longer the corpses remain dead." Suho hesitated but realized Baru had a point. With a reluctant sigh, he raised his hand toward the nearest corpse and channeled his mana. "Arise," he commanded. Nothing happened. He tried again, but still, the corpses remained lifeless. The system chimed with a notification: extraction failed. The corpse's mana is corrupted, preventing shadow conversion. "Great," Suho muttered in frustration. He turned to Baru. "The mana in these demons is tainted. I can't extract their shadows." Baru nodded knowingly. Even the Shadow Monarch couldn't create shadow soldiers from corrupted beings. He used contracts instead, like with the later household. Essel, sitting quietly nearby, flinched at the mention of her fallen household. Though the memory stung, she kept her head low, saying nothing to avoid drawing attention to herself. With the corpses now useless to him, Suho relented. Fine, Baru. Go ahead and eat them. Baru's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he began devouring the corpses, while Suho turned his attention back to Essel. He crouched beside her, offering a small vial. Here, drink this. It'll help you recover. Essel blinked, startled by his gesture. I don't deserve this. I've done nothing but fail you, she murmured, her voice tinged with guilt. Suho's expression softened, his tone reassuring. You're being too hard on yourself. We're companions now. You can rely on me a little? He paused, then added with a grin, besides, I've already set aside a space for you to stay. You can rest here in the shadow dungeon? Essel's eyes widened in surprise. A space, for me? Before Suho could answer, the system chimed again, a section of the shadow dungeon has been designated for the descendant of the White Flames. Essel later had officially become the ruler of her designated area within the shadow dungeon. However, the peaceful moment was shattered when Beru let out a sharp, alarming cry. Both Suho and Essel immediately turned toward him, their faces etched with concern. What's wrong? Suho asked, his voice steady but tense. Beru, still finishing the remnants of his macabre meal, paused. Swallowing hard, he fixed them with a grave expression. I've uncovered something critical, he said, his tone growing darker. A heavy silence descended over the group. The weight of Beru's discovery was palpable as Suho, Essel, Gray, and Brokey gathered around him. It was clear that whatever Beru had learned could change everything. I've finished consuming the demons, Beru began, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Their memories revealed a lot, but before I explain everything, there's one thing you need to know first. He paused, his voice colder than ever. Stardust isn't just circulating in hell. It's on Earth as well. Essel gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Stardust, on Earth? She repeated, her voice trembling with disbelief. But Beru wasn't done. He turned to Suho, his expression unreadable. And the Mistborn? They aren't just some random monstrosities. They're creatures, from outer space. The revelation hung in the air like a storm cloud. Suho's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the enormity of Beru's words. What they faced wasn't just confined to hell. This was a battle far greater in scale, one that spanned realms and dimensions. And it gets worse, Beru continued, his gaze now shifting to Brokey. This isn't just some isolated incident. By sheer misfortune, Brokey is tied to this mess too. But it's not just him, the entire hyena guild is involved. Beru raised a hand, conjuring shadowy images in the air. The visual projections played out the grim truth, their horrifying details striking a nerve with everyone present. The demons were supplied with humans, Beru explained. And those humans came from the hyena guild. Once captured, they were subjected to a horrifying process, transformed into Mistborn. But that's not all. The Mistborns were then harvested. Their very essence was extracted and used as the core ingredient for Stardust. Essel recoiled in horror, the truth shaking her to her core. Meanwhile, Suho clenched his fists, his mind ablaze with fury. The sinister connections Beru outlined painted a far more grotesque and widespread conspiracy than he had anticipated. Beru's voice grew colder as he continued. There are facilities dedicated to this atrocity. Stardust isn't made in hell or by some rogue alchemists. It's manufactured on Earth, in places called Stardust factories. And there's more than one? The room seemed to darken under the weight of Beru's revelation. The sinister network of demons, Mistborns, Stardust, and human traffickers was more insidious than they had imagined. For Suho and his companions, the battle ahead was no longer just about survival, it was about stopping an interdimensional nightmare from consuming both Earth and Hell. Beru's voice remained calm but carried an ominous weight as he explained the sinister operation. The Hyena Guild abducted the humans, and then the Reaper Guild transported them to these factories. There, the factories extracted materials from the Mistborn to mass-produce Stardust. He paused, his sharp gaze locking onto Suho. The Iterim are behind all of this. There's no question. The revelation struck Suho like a hammer. The Iterim, the invasion, it was all tied together in a web of darkness. His mind reeled, trying to make sense of it, but before he could speak, Beru's next words hit even harder. There's a human pulling the strings behind this entire Stardust network, Beru revealed, his tone dropping to a menacing growl. Someone created this system, a human architect? Suho's eyes widened in shock. A human, he echoed, disbelief coloring his voice. How could a human mastermind something this vile? Beru nodded grimly. Not just any human. This one is the apostle of the Iterim. They're already on Earth, hiding among us. The room seemed to freeze at those words, the gravity of the situation pressing down on everyone. Suho's breath caught in his chest, but Beru wasn't done yet. There's more, Beru added, his tone colder than before. The apostle isn't working alone. Another human is aiding them, a high-ranking one. Lee Min-sung, the Vice Guildmaster of the Reaper Guild. If we investigate him, we might uncover the apostle's location. As if on cue, the scene shifted to the bustling exterior of the Hunters Association building. A throng of reporters had gathered, their anticipation palpable as they waited for a significant development. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, cameras clicking and microphones thrust forward as a figure emerged from the building. Lee Min-sung, the Vice Guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, stepped into the chaos. His movements were brisk, but his face betrayed unease. The reporters swarmed him, firing relentless questions. "What's the status of the investigation into the Reaper Guild's activities?" one called out. "Are you aware of the Hyena Guild's involvement in the kidnappings?" another pressed. "What's the connection between your guild and the Soul Station dungeon?" The barrage of inquiries clearly rattled Lee. He raised a hand, attempting to calm the storm, but his voice trembled as he responded. "The Reaper Guild has been doing everything it can to navigate this chaotic world since the cataclysm 2 years ago. We've worked tirelessly to maintain order." His words, though delivered in a measured tone, lacked conviction. As he pushed through the crowd, his discomfort grew more evident, leaving the reporters and the public with more questions than answers. Lee's voice trembled as he addressed the crowd, feigning remorse. "We partnered with the Hyena Guild because they specialize in public service. Most of their hunters are D-rank, and they've always been efficient," he explained, his hands subtly shaking to emphasize his supposed distress. "Regarding the Soul Station dungeon," he continued, "we saw it as an ideal training ground for new hunters to hone their skills. But now, after all that's happened..." His voice cracked, his head bowing slightly. "It's clear I made terrible misjudgments. This disaster is my fault." The reporters, momentarily caught off guard, exchanged glances as Lee's words hung in the air. Then, as if on cue, tears welled up in his eyes. He began to sob, his shoulders shaking as he choked out, "If only I had been better. No one should have had to die because of my incompetence." He wiped his face, the image of a broken man crushed under guilt. The crowd of reporters softened, their initial skepticism melting into sympathy. Camera flashes slowed, and murmurs of understanding rippled through the throng. Many began nodding, convinced by his apparent sincerity. Lee turned and slowly walked toward his car, his steps heavy with false regret. Yet, as soon as he was out of the spotlight, his entire demeanor shifted. A sly grin curled on his lips, his posture relaxed and arrogant. "Fools," he thought smugly. They swallowed every word. His tearful act had worked perfectly, as it always did. Though the Hunters Association's leniency puzzled him, he dismissed it with a shrug. "They'll never tie the Stardust operation to me. I'm untouchable." He approached his car, radiating confidence. In the shadows nearby, Suho observed him silently, his presence masked. "Beru," he whispered to his loyal companion standing at his side, "do you sense any trace of the Iterim's influence on him?" Beru focused for a moment before shaking his head. "No. He's not controlled by the Iterim like Broki was." Suho's expression darkened, his mind racing. "Then we'll find out the truth another way," he muttered, preparing to act. Beru's hand shot out, gripping Suho's arm firmly. "Don't act recklessly," he cautioned, his voice low but firm. "I've seen your strength, Suho. I've watched you overcome enemies no one else could face. But this is different. If you rush in now, it could cost us everything. And if it comes to that, I'll stop you myself, even if it costs me my life." Suho's gaze locked onto Beru's, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. But beneath that, he saw the unwavering loyalty in his companion's expression. After a tense moment, Suho relented, his clenched fists relaxing at his sides. "All right," he said, his tone measured. "We'll wait, for now." As Lee Min-sung approached his car, he suddenly stopped, his body tensing unnaturally. His crimson eyes flickered, scanning the surroundings with a penetrating gaze. His head tilted slightly, as if sensing something unseen. After a moment of silence, he seemed to brush off the feeling and resumed his stride, his casual demeanor returning. Hidden in the shadows, Beru's expression darkened. "The mana radiating from him, it's extraordinary," he murmured to Suho, his voice heavy with unease. "I've never felt anything like it. He's far stronger than he appears." Suho's fists clenched, the frustration evident in his tightened jaw. "What are you saying, Beru?" he demanded quietly. Beru met his gaze. "Lee Min-sung isn't just a vice guildmaster. His power rivals that of an A-rank hunter, perhaps even higher. If we're going to confront him, we must tread carefully." The scene shifted to a lavish lounge, a setting dripping with opulence. The plush velvet chairs, ambient lighting, and meticulously crafted dishes spoke of extravagant indulgence. The air was thick with a sense of exclusivity, a place where only the elite could afford to relax. Lee lounged in one of the oversized chairs, exuding a casual arrogance. His fingers scrolled lazily across his phone as he smirked, his face lit up by the glow of the screen. Articles flooded his feed, all singing his praises. The Hunters Association clears Lee Min-sung of all allegations, one headline blared. Seoul Station dungeon to reopen, thanks to the Reaper Guild's efforts, proclaimed another. Lee chuckled under his breath, leaning back with a satisfied grin. A little bit of acting, he murmured to himself, and they eat it up like sheep. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction as he relished the adoration of the media and public. His self-indulgent moment was interrupted by the soft click of heels against the marble floor. A woman entered the lounge, her presence commanding attention. Her sharp gaze locked onto Lee immediately, her perfectly poised smile betraying a hint of sarcasm. Well, she said smoothly, her voice carrying a biting edge. What's the hero of the hunter industry doing lounging here instead of basking in the public's admiration? Lee's smirk faltered momentarily, but he quickly recovered, raising an eyebrow at her. She strode confidently across the room, brushing past the other women surrounding him as if they were insignificant. Without hesitation, she took a seat beside him, her polished demeanor never wavering. With a simple flick of her hand, she dismissed the girls lounging around him. They hesitated for a moment but obeyed, casting curious glances as they left the room. Her gaze remained fixed on Lee, sharp and unyielding. "You should have contacted me first when you got here," she said, her voice calm but laced with authority. The woman maintained her sweet smile, her tone light but her gaze sharp as she poured Lee a drink. "Still, you could have let me know," she added. Lee shrugged her off with a dismissive wave, his eyes never leaving his phone. "I don't need to report every little thing to you," he replied coolly, his tone laced with indifference. The woman chuckled, masking her contempt with a veneer of politeness. Arrogant fool, she thought, her mind painting a picture of the man before her. Born into privilege, he was blind to his flaws, too full of himself to recognize how far he had fallen. As she handed him the drink, her thoughts drifted to the aftermath of the cataclysm. His pride had taken a hit when he awakened as only an A-rank hunter. The once celebrated star of South Korea's hunter world had been overshadowed by his former driver, Lim Tae-yu, one of the rare S-rank hunters in the country. The power dynamic had shifted dramatically, and Lee's ego had yet to recover. What puzzled her most was why Lee had joined the Reaper Guild, a guild established by Lim Tae-yu himself. Still, she pushed the thought aside and leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Shall we talk business now?" Lee's expression didn't change as he scrolled through his phone. "What business?" he asked flatly, disinterest dripping from his tone. Her lips curled into a cunning smile as she leaned closer, her voice soft and conspiratorial. "Stardust," she said, her eyes glinting with calculation. "You know what I mean. I want to buy it in bulk." Lee's demeanor shifted, his fingers tightening around his glass before he slammed it onto the table, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Haven't you heard?" he growled, his voice low and tense. "I've lost a distributor and a factory recently. Meeting demand is out of the question right now." The woman's smile didn't waver. If anything, it widened. "Oh, come now," she said sweetly, ignoring his frustration. "A man of your resourcefulness must have other options. Surely, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild can find a way to meet his client's needs." Lee studied her for a long moment, weighing his options. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, his expression cold. "I could put some pressure on my business partner," he said slowly, his tone calculated. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint," she purred, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. But Lee's thoughts were already elsewhere, his mind churning with frustration. "I'll have to deal with him again," he mused, irritation bubbling to the surface. "That damned partner of mine has grown too defiant lately." The scene transitioned to a high-rise office overlooking the glittering Seoul skyline. A figure stood silently by the window, his back turned, the city lights casting an eerie glow around him. His yellow eyes gleamed unnaturally, exuding a menace that could chill even the bravest soul. This was no ordinary man, he was the apostle of the Atrium, Lee's enigmatic and dangerous partner in the Stardust operation. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, chaos reigned as waves of goblins surged forward. Gray moved like a phantom, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. He darted between the goblins, each strike finding its mark, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. His movements were fluid, efficient, a testament to his growth as a hunter. Nearby, Essel held her ground, her spear a blur as she struck down multiple goblins at once. Her skill had improved significantly, her attacks were sharp and controlled, though they lacked the raw brutality that defined Suho's combat style. And Suho was a force of nature. With his Vulcan gauntlets glowing faintly, he charged into the fray, each punch obliterating clusters of goblins with ease. His relentless assault turned the tide of battle, leaving destruction in his path. As the last goblin fell, Suho's expression remained grim. He wiped sweat from his brow and surveyed the carnage. "This still isn't enough," he muttered, frustration flickering in his eyes. Suho's expression darkened as his thoughts churned. Gripping the summoning horn tightly, he turned to Beru, his voice cold and commanding. "Call the next horde," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Beru, standing silently beside him, studied Suho intently. He's getting impatient, Beru thought, recalling the conversation they had earlier. But given everything that's happened, it's understandable. Earlier, Beru had gathered Suho and his companions, his shadowy figure looming over them as he outlined their mission. His voice was low and steady, carrying the weight of his authority. "Our objective is to uncover information about the apostle of the Yttrium from Lee Min-sung. He controls the stardust distribution chain, and his knowledge could lead us directly to the source. But know this, contact with him will likely lead to a confrontation, and it won't be an easy one." Suho had asked the question on everyone's mind. "And if he refuses to talk?" Beru's response was chilling. "If he refuses, I'll have no choice but to consume him. The Shadow Monarch has granted me permission to devour those who are irredeemably evil. But remember, this only works if we can defeat him first." Beru's gaze swept across the group, assessing their capabilities. "Suho," he said, his tone direct, "without your bonding skill, your current strength is equivalent to a C-rank hunter. Gray, you're at D-rank without enhancements. Essel," Beru's voice trailed off, and his expression hardened. "You're barely at C-rank." Essel's face fell, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "If only I had my powers back," she thought bitterly. "I could be more helpful to Suho." Beru, sensing her despair, continued. "With your bonding skill, Suho, you can reach B rank. But remember, rank isn't everything. Even within the same rank, power can vary drastically. It can take 10 D-rank hunters to bring down a single C rank." His voice grew darker. "And Lee Min-sung, he's A rank. As we are now, we don't have the strength to face him head-on." Essel, her emotions flaring, snapped. "What about you? You're not weak, Beru. You could fight him?" Beru shot her a sharp look, irritation flashing in his golden eyes. "I am a marshal," he retorted firmly. "Don't underestimate me." Suho, however, looked down, frustration written across his face. "How can I grow stronger?" he wondered. Back in the present, the air in the dungeon grew heavy as the system window flickered into view, displaying the number of goblins they had defeated. The count was high, but it wasn't enough to satisfy Suho. His grip tightened on the horn as he prepared for the next battle. After completing their daily quest, Essel and Gray paused to catch their breath while Suho's eyes stayed fixed on the system screen. His brow furrowed as he noted something peculiar. The kill count isn't increasing like it used to. So that hidden reward was just a one-time deal, he thought, his tone inwardly laced with disappointment. With a flick of his finger, Suho opened the rewards list. Among the items displayed was a random loot box. He tapped to open it, watching with anticipation as the box revealed its contents. An ashen ring. The description blinked on the screen. D-rank item, ashen ring. Increases sense by +5. A faint smile tugged at Suho's lips as he slid the ring onto his finger. Immediately, he felt a subtle but noticeable shift in his awareness. 5 points to my sense stat, he mused. Not bad. But the fleeting sense of satisfaction quickly gave way to frustration. His smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. This isn't enough, he realized bitterly. This small boost doesn't change anything. Suho clenched his fists as his thoughts spiraled. I've been slaughtering goblins endlessly, yet my level remains stagnant. Even my Vulcan gauntlet's damage output has only improved by a measly 3%. He glanced at his items again, desperately searching for answers that weren't there. The path to progress felt agonizingly slow, the grind too tedious to bear. I need to grow stronger, and fast, he resolved. But how? The only way was to enter real dungeons, face tougher magical beasts, and gain proper experience. Later, back at his apartment, Suho sat on his bed, his frustration palpable. He furiously scrolled through job postings on his tablet. Mining jobs. Hauling jobs, he thought bitterly. That's all anyone wants from an E-rank hunter like me. Not a single strike squad would take me, and I can't even enter a dungeon without the Hunter Association's clearance. Beru, who had been silently watching Suho's growing agitation, finally spoke. What if you get yourself re-evaluated? Suho sighed deeply, the idea exhausting him before he could even consider it. Re-evaluation? If I did that, my name would be plastered all over the news. Articles, headlines, it'd be impossible to avoid attention. His voice grew more serious, tinged with frustration and caution. I've been keeping a low profile ever since I found out the apostle of the Yttrium is on Earth. If my identity becomes public, I'll be a target, an easy weakness to exploit against my father. And right now, I'm not even strong enough to face Lee Min-sung, let alone the apostle. Suho's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts aligning as he reflected on his situation. Sensing the moment, Beru offered his insight, his voice calm and reassuring. If the apostle is what concerns you, Beru began, you can rest easy, for now. Suho raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering through his frustration. Why? Beru folded his arms, his tone steady and deliberate. Because if the apostle arrived on Earth before we did, they would have already made their move. Right now, they're biding their time, waiting for something. That gives us a chance to prepare. They would have lost a considerable amount of power, just like I did, Beru explained, his tone measured and firm. You see, dimensional travel isn't simple. Crossing through space is like navigating a narrow tunnel. The more mana you possess, the harder it is to squeeze through. That's why the Ithram can't send an army and why even the Shadow Monarch himself can't easily return to Earth. Suho absorbed the explanation, his brows furrowed in thought. So, that's why they relied on Brokey and the demons, he said, piecing it together. They didn't want to expose themselves because they'd be weakened here. Beru nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his shadowy features. He's starting to understand, Beru mused, silently impressed. Suho's eyes steeled with determination as the realization settled in. The Ithram invasion is inevitable. But if what you're saying is true, I've got time. I need to get stronger, before they make their move. Beru observed Suho closely, a sense of purpose evident in his glowing gaze. The Shadow Monarch entrusted me with guiding him, he thought. And he gave me a Shadow Dungeon key, along with the option to request aid from him. Perhaps now is the time to share this with Suho. Beru's mind flashed back to the moment the Shadow Monarch handed him the key, his words still resonating. This will be a lifeline, a powerful ally for Suho. Use it wisely. Just as Beru opened his mouth to speak, Suho stood abruptly, his eyes alight with realization. How did I miss this? He murmured, his voice tinged with shock. Beru hesitated, choosing to remain silent, curious about what had sparked Suho's epiphany. Suho quickly fished his phone out of his pocket, his fingers flying across the screen as he searched for something. A slow grin spread across his face, his earlier frustration replaced by excitement. I've got it. A way to enter a dungeon without breaking any of the Hunter Association's rules. The scene shifted, revealing the sleek interior of a towering office building. Suho sat across from a well-dressed man in a tailored suit, seated behind a polished mahogany desk. The man leaned back in his chair, studying Suho with a bemused smile. It's been a while since we last saw each other, the man said, his tone light yet sharp. You haven't visited since your awakening, and now, out of nowhere, you show up with a business proposal? You've certainly grown. Suho chuckled, leaning forward slightly. I've got an offer you won't want to refuse, uncle. Standing behind Suho, Beru glanced at the man, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. So, this is the uncle, he thought. The young monarch is as resourceful as ever. He already knew exactly who to approach. The man was none other than Eugene Ho, now the president of Gene Software, a highly influential figure in Korea. Gene Ho smiled, his amusement barely hidden as he steepled his fingers. So, Gene Ho said, his tone half teasing, you've come to ask for your dear uncle's help sneaking into a dungeon, haven't you? Suho leaned back in his chair, exuding quiet confidence. Exactly. A massive, radiant poster hung on the wall, showcasing Beautiful World, the virtual reality game that had taken the world by storm. With millions logging in daily, it had dominated the gaming scene for 4 consecutive years, becoming an unprecedented global sensation. No one could have predicted its meteoric rise, and behind this digital empire stood none other than Gene Ho and his company, Agensoft. The magnitude of the game's success was beyond imagination, and the way the world had become so immersed in it was staggering. Earlier that day, Suho had stepped into Agensoft's headquarters for the first time, trying his best not to appear out of place. The sleek building felt like a maze of glass and steel, and Suho couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into an unfamiliar territory. As soon as he entered, a man approached him with the kind of energy you'd expect from a game show host. Are you Mr. Sun Suho? The man asked, his voice dripping with rehearsed enthusiasm. Suho blinked, momentarily thrown off guard. He felt as if he had accidentally walked into the wrong building, but he nodded anyway, unsure of what to make of it. The man's face lit up as though he had just won the jackpot. Ah, fantastic. The CEO's been expecting you, he exclaimed, his voice almost too eager. Suho followed the man, trying his hardest to maintain a neutral expression, though he couldn't help but wonder why he was being treated as though he were the guest of honor. What was going on? As they walked through the corridors, Suho's eyes were drawn to a group of awakened individuals lounging casually in the hallways. These were tough, battle-hardened individuals, people who had the look of warriors, yet here they were, idly hanging around a tech company. Shouldn't they be out fighting monsters or something? Suho thought, feeling oddly out of place among them. It felt strange seeing people with such immense power working at a tech firm instead of battling through dungeons, wielding their abilities for something more heroic. Just as Suho was pondering this, the man in front of him turned around with a knowing smile, as if reading his thoughts. The man ahead turned with a friendly grin, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Let me guess, you're wondering why we've got so many awakened employees hanging around, right?" Suho's eyes widened in surprise. What is this guy, a mind reader, he thought, startled by how accurately the man had guessed his thoughts. The man chuckled, his tone light-hearted. "Not everyone's cut out for dungeon crawling, you know. Some of them prefer a steady paycheck and a safe environment. No risk of getting your head bitten off by some monster. Sounds like a pretty good deal, don't you think?" Suho nodded slowly, still trying to reconcile the image of powerful hunters settling for office work. "Yeah, I guess it beats the whole getting eaten alive scenario," he muttered, though the curiosity in his voice was evident. Unable to suppress his intrigue, he asked, "So, what exactly does a game company need hunters for? Seems a little out of place." The man's demeanor shifted slightly, his voice dropping as if he were about to reveal a classified secret. "We've got a special project in the works. Something big. Top secret, actually. That's all I can say." "Confidential, huh?" Suho thought, his skepticism growing. "What are they doing? Developing a game about hunters or something?" Their conversation ended as they reached an imposing door, which opened with a soft click. Inside, the room was sleek and modern, with a commanding presence at its center, Jin-ho, lounging behind a polished desk. His trademark grin spread across his face as he stood to greet Suho with open arms. Well, look who finally decided to show up," Jin-ho exclaimed, his voice full of mock surprise as he clasped Suho's shoulder in a playful grip. "Long time no see, huh? What's it been? A couple of months." Before Suho could respond, Jin-ho gestured toward a chair, inviting him to sit. He leaned back in his own seat, launching into conversation like no time had passed between them. "Last I heard, you caused quite the commotion at the Korean Arts University when you awakened. Your aunt's been beside herself with worry." Suho scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, searching for an excuse. Yeah. I've been a little busy," he muttered sheepishly. "Sorry about that." Jin-ho raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. "Busy, huh? Well, let's hear it. What's so important that you'd leave your poor aunt hanging?" Suho muttered under his breath, guilt creeping in as he glanced at Jin-ho. Jin-ho, noticing the hesitation, chuckled as he leaned back in his chair. "Busy, huh? Looks like you're all grown up now, even too busy for family." Suho laughed nervously, scratching his neck. "I guess you could say I am in growth spurt." Not wanting to dwell on the topic, he quickly shifted gears and pulled out his tablet. "Actually, uncle, I came here to discuss something important." Jin-ho raised an eyebrow, a mix of curiosity and amusement flashing across his face. "Oh? Straight to business, are we? We haven't even caught up yet, and you're already talking shop. You really have grown up?" Suho wasted no time and handed the tablet over. "It's a proposal where you can't lose. I've gone through all the details carefully." Jin-ho leaned back and began scanning the data displayed on the screen. As he read, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. "I was wondering why you wanted to meet me out of the blue, but I didn't expect this. A business pitch? From you, of all people? You're making me feel ancient," he joked before narrowing his eyes at the contents. "So, let me get this straight, you want me to help you gain access to a gate?" Suho nodded confidently. "Exactly. With your support, I can secure the rights to enter the dungeon. I'll assemble a strike team, and in exchange, a Gensoft gets all the magic crystals I harvest. I can handle D and even some low-tier C-rank dungeons without any problems." Jin-ho's smile faded, his demeanor turning more serious. "Wait a minute. A C-rank dungeon? Suho, you're an E-rank hunter. How do you plan on clearing something like that?" Before Suho could respond, Jin-ho pressed further, his tone sharp. "Listen, I'm a D-rank hunter myself, and even I wouldn't dare to take on a C-rank dungeon alone. Are you out of your mind?" His voice softened slightly, though concern lingered in his eyes. "Is this about your parents? Because if it is, I've already hired professionals to search for them. You don't need to put yourself in danger for this." Suho's expression tightened. He had expected this exact reaction but hoped his uncle might be more open-minded. In the corner of his mind, Baru's telepathic voice broke through. "Are you going to tell him the truth?" Suho nodded internally. "I don't have a choice. He needs to know." Taking a deep breath, Suho straightened his posture and looked his uncle directly in the eye. "Uncle, I'm not like other awakened individuals. I can level up." Jin-ho blinked, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. "Level up? Like in one of my games?" "Suho, you've been playing Beautiful World way too much." But before Jin-ho could dismiss him entirely, Suho's tone grew resolute. "I'm serious. There are invaders from another universe hiding on Earth. They're not just a distant threat, they're already here. And if I don't get stronger soon, there won't be anyone left to stop them. Jinho stared at Suho, the weight of his words settling over the room like a storm cloud. Jinho blinked in disbelief, staring at Suho's determined expression before bursting into laughter. Wow, you nearly had me there. Wait, am I being filmed? Is this some kind of hidden camera prank or a new reality show you're pitching to me? Suho, more confused than amused, frowned slightly. No, uncle. I'm serious. Still chuckling, Jinho leaned back in his chair, a grin plastered on his face. You know, what you just said sounds exactly like the plot of the new game my company is developing. It's about a lone hunter who discovers he can level up independently. He starts off as an E-rank but eventually surpasses even S-rank hunters and ends up saving the world. He laughed again, clearly entertained by the uncanny similarity. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, Jinho added, I thought I'd keep the storyline under wraps for a little longer, but it seems like you've somehow figured it out on your own. Meanwhile, Suho's mind churned, connecting dots that only deepened his suspicions. This story feels eerily similar to my father's journey, he thought, his curiosity morphing into wariness. Oblivious to Suho's inner turmoil, Jinho smirked and shut his eyes dramatically. If this was a ploy to prank your uncle, I've got some bad news for you, kid, you failed. You're too green to outwit me. At that precise moment, Baru made his entrance, his voice echoing with authority. Failed? Not even close. Jinho's eyes snapped open, his playful demeanor vanishing as a chill ran down his spine. His gaze darted around in search of the voice's source, only to land on a towering, ant-like figure that seemed to appear out of thin air. What is that thing? Jinho yelped, nearly toppling out of his chair as his face drained of color. Baru remained unfazed, turning calmly to Suho. Young monarch, perhaps I should take it from here. Then, facing Jinho, Baru spoke in a commanding yet composed tone. Your lost memories, they stem from your time with the Shadow Monarch. You weren't just anyone. You were one of his closest allies, a steadfast companion who fought countless battles by his side. Your game's storyline is no coincidence, it's a faint echo of those forgotten experiences. Jinho's face was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Sensing this, Baru extended a hand and conjured a glowing key seemingly out of nowhere, holding it aloft like a sacred relic. It will be easier to show you, Baru said, his voice firm as he inserted the key into Jinho's chest. This is a gift from the Shadow Monarch. In an instant, Jinho found himself in a void, an endless expanse of darkness devoid of sound or light. Disoriented, he spun around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Then, out of the shadowy abyss, a figure began to emerge. As it drew closer, Jinho's breath hitched. It was a younger version of himself, full of vitality and drive. Memories surged back like a dam breaking. He saw himself meeting Jinwoo for the first time, standing shoulder to shoulder through grueling raids, and growing stronger as both a hunter and a person. One memory stood out, the two of them sharing a quiet drink after a grueling day. In the memory, Jinho had confessed with a bittersweet smile, "You've been more of a brother to me than my real brothers ever were." Jinwoo had smiled warmly in return, raising his glass. Then, from this day forward, we're brothers. In an instant, Jinho found himself back in his office, tears streaming uncontrollably as the flood of restored memories overwhelmed him. The vivid images of the past, once buried deep, surfaced with a force he hadn't anticipated. His hands trembled as he covered his face, struggling to process the profound emotions coursing through him. Suho, completely at a loss, turned to Baru, his voice tinged with concern and bewilderment. "What did you do to him?" he asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and worry. Baru, ever composed, responded calmly, "There's no need to be alarmed. All I did was return the memories he had lost from the previous world, nothing more." Jinho sat there, his face buried in his hands, unable to stem the tears. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow into the office, he slowly regained his composure. He wiped his eyes with trembling fingers and, after a moment of silence, looked at Suho. "So, you can level up, just like your father could," Jinho said softly, his voice carrying the weight of realization. "No limits, right?" Suho nodded but quickly added, "It's a bit different for me, though." Jinho leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant as memories of Jinwoo filled his thoughts. He's still out there, protecting Earth from the invaders, he thought, his chest tightening. Always putting others before himself, never changing. Breaking the silence, Jinho sighed heavily. "So, it's really that urgent, huh? And you came to me with a business proposal, just like your father would have done?" A small, bittersweet smile crossed his face as he shook his head. Suho scratched the back of his neck, his laugh nervous. "Well, you know how it is," he said with an embarrassed chuckle. Jinho, now fully grasping the seriousness of the situation, reached out and placed a firm hand on Suho's shoulder. I understand now. I shouldn't treat you like a kid anymore. You've inherited your father's strength, and you're capable of standing on your own. With a resigned sigh, Jinho added, all right. You have my support. I'll help you. Suho's face lit up, his excitement bursting forth as he leaped from his chair. Really, he exclaimed, his voice filled with joy. The realization that his plan to enter the dungeon was finally taking shape filled him with exhilaration. As Suho celebrated, Jinho leaned back in his chair, a shadow of sadness darkening his expression. Jinwoo is still out there, facing unimaginable trials alone, he thought, his heart aching. But maybe this is my chance to finally do something to help him, just as he always helped me. Clenching his fists, Jinho silently vowed to give his all for both Suho and Jinwoo. The scene shifts to the entrance of a dungeon, where Suho stood clad in a shadowy mask to obscure his identity. Around him, a group of individuals idled, people Jinho had hired to meet the minimum headcount required for dungeon entry. Suho glanced at them briefly, a wave of gratitude toward his uncle filling his chest. As he approached the gate, a frail man seated on a nearby bench called out, his tone skeptical. Hey, kid. You're really gonna pay me 400,000 won just to sit here and not step inside? Suho smiled warmly, nodding. That's right. Just sit tight and relax. The man raised a doubtful eyebrow. And you're going in there alone? Listen, I don't know how confident you are, but these gates hold terrors you can't even imagine. Be careful. Suho offered a polite nod, his voice steady. Thanks for the advice. If things get dicey, I'll be sure to ask for help. With that, he turned and strode toward the shimmering gate, his determination unwavering. Stepping into the dungeon, Suho's thoughts turned to his father. Dad carried so much on his shoulders, facing everything alone, he reflected. But I'm not alone. That's why I have my team. Summoning Essel and Gray, who materialized beside him fully prepared for battle, Suho tightened the straps on his Vulcan gauntlets, ready for the challenge ahead. Before them stretched a massive horde of monsters, their grotesque forms waiting menacingly. Without hesitation, Suho raised his voice, issuing a single, commanding order, let's level up. My father won't carry the weight of the world alone anymore. The story transitions to a car gliding along a quiet road under the soft hues of twilight. Eventually, the vehicle halts in front of an imposing structure, its ominous aura casting long shadows. Lee Min-sung steps out, his face obscured by a sleek, minimalist mask, an obvious attempt to keep his identity under wraps. Without glancing back, he speaks to his driver in a measured tone, stay close. I won't be long. The atmosphere was heavy, thick with a tension that matched the darkening sky. As Lee strode toward the foreboding building, his mind churned with thoughts. 3 months, he murmured to himself, his voice low and bitter. It's been 3 months since my last encounter with the apostle of Iterim, and I've despised every moment since. Pushing open the doors, he entered a dimly lit lobby where a lone guard busied himself tending to a potted plant. Lee kept his head down, his steps careful, aiming to slip past unnoticed. Yet the guard's keen gaze locked onto him. Hey, aren't you that guy from the news? The guard asked, his voice slicing through the silence. Vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild, right? Lee Min-sung. Irritation flickered across Lee's hidden face. Noticed. So much for anonymity. Quickly adapting, he removed his mask, offering the guard a charismatic smile that felt more rehearsed than genuine. Play the role. Maintain the image. Impressive observation, Lee replied smoothly, his tone calm and disarming. You've got sharp eyes. Have a great evening. The guard straightened, beaming with pride at the recognition. Good luck, hero of the hunters, he called out enthusiastically, his admiration evident. As Lee walked deeper into the building, his mind drifted to his past, pulling him into memories of his youth. Born into privilege as the son of the vice CEO of Eugene Construction, he had been destined for greatness. His life had been a parade of accolades, wealth, influence, and the unwavering adoration of millions. He had been hailed as the Prince of Asia, a man for whom success came effortlessly. But then, the great cataclysm shattered that golden existence. His thoughts turned to a pivotal moment with his driver, Lim Taeyu. Once an unassuming man who simply opened car doors and navigated traffic, Lim had awakened as an S-rank hunter. You awakened too? Lee had asked, struggling to keep the disbelief from his voice. With a broad grin, Lim had replied, yeah, S-rank. They're even suggesting I start my own guild. His casual tone was like a hammer to Lee's pride. Lee had been left stunned, his wide eyes betraying the impact of the revelation. His once unshakable world crumbled in that instant. A driver, a mere driver, had become an S-rank hunter? From that day forward, Lee's perspective on life shifted dramatically. His fame and fortune, which once felt like the pinnacle of achievement, seemed hollow and fragile. The established hierarchy had been overturned. Those he once viewed as powerless were now seated at the top. The world, as he knew it, had been turned on its head. In the present, Lee leaned against the wall of the elevator as it ascended, his mind still entangled in those haunting memories. "I'll bring the world back to the way it was," he vowed silently, his jaw tightening with determination. "Even if it means bargaining with demons, I'll restore order to this chaotic structure." The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, revealing a dark, silent room that exuded an almost suffocating eeriness. Standing before Lee were several men, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles that made his stomach churn. Their eyes gleamed with malice, a sinister light that only deepened his disgust. His lip curled in contempt as he growled, "Wipe those revolting grins off your faces before I rip your mouths open." His voice was sharp, cutting through the oppressive silence as he strode past them without breaking stride. His icy gaze swept across the room. "Where's your boss?" he demanded, his tone biting and unyielding. "It's been a while since I last saw him. Aren't you even going to welcome me?" The men remained silent, their unsettling grins fixed in place. The oppressive stillness of the room seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment until a chilling voice sliced through the darkness. "Lee Min-sung." Lee's eyes widened, the shock momentarily freezing him in place. He turned slowly, his gaze landing on a childlike figure standing in the shadows. The figure's hair and eyes glowed with an eerie yellow hue, radiating an otherworldly energy that sent a shiver down Lee's spine. "You're the Outerworlder," Lee said, his voice barely audible, almost a whisper. The figure stepped forward, and the room seemed to darken further. It was the Apostle of Iterum, the embodiment of an incomprehensible, otherworldly power. The Apostle's gaze remained unwavering, as though piercing through Lee's very soul. "Yes," the Apostle replied, his voice calm and detached, carrying a weight that made it seem as if it came from a place beyond mortal understanding. Lee, masking his unease with a nonchalant air, approached the Apostle. He lightly tapped the childlike figure on the head, a casual smirk playing on his lips. "Last time I saw you, you were just a kid," he said, his tone deliberately light-hearted. "And now look at you, fully grown. Not only that, but your mana, it's grown significantly stronger." A sly grin spread across Lee's face. "Seems like everything's going according to plan." The Apostle's expression didn't waver. His cold, distant voice cut through the tension. "I told you before," he said evenly, "I am not growing. I am recovering." His words carried an otherworldly weight as he continued. "When beings like me, those with immense mana reserves, cross dimensions, our bodies must fragment to withstand the journey." The Apostle's glowing eyes never left Lee as he explained. "The first fragment to arrive is always the weakest. But now, I have fused with a second fragment." The Apostle's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as he returned his focus to the book he held in his hands, flipping through its pages as if the conversation was of little importance. Lee sank into a worn-out sofa nearby, trying to exude an air of casual indifference. Yet, the Apostle's faint, detached voice echoed through the dim room, making the space feel heavier, as if the very air had been imbued with the weight of another realm. "My memories may remain intact," the Apostle began, his tone devoid of warmth, "but my personality has changed. I am not the individual you once knew. Don't expect the familiarity of the past, let's dispense with that illusion now." Lee raised an eyebrow, a crooked grin creeping onto his face. "Complex stuff, huh?" he said, his voice light-hearted, though his piercing gaze betrayed a deeper intent. His sharp eyes bore into the Apostle as he continued, "But honestly, I don't care about who you are now or who you were before. What matters is the deal we struck. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The Apostle, still engrossed in the pages of his book, replied in an almost disinterested manner, "Wealth, fame, and..." Before he could finish, Lee's grin widened, taking on a twisted edge. "And Lim Taigu's removal," Lee interjected, his voice laced with venom. The mention of the S-rank hunter brought a dark glint to his eyes, the malice in his words unmistakable. Leaning back against the worn couch, Lee stretched his arms lazily, his body language exuding a casual ease as if they were merely discussing mundane business. "As long as you haven't forgotten that part," he said coolly, his tone calm yet carrying an unsettling undertone, "then we're on the same page." The Apostle finally tore his gaze from the book, his cold, unfeeling eyes settling on Lee. "Why are you here, Lee?" he asked, his voice sharp and cutting. "I was clear, come to me only if it's something urgent." "This had better be worth my time," the Apostle said coldly, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Lee. Lee's posture straightened, his demeanor shifting to a more formal tone. "We've hit a serious snag in the Stardust production line," he began, his voice measured. "The Hyena Guild, our supplier for firewood, and the Soul Factory, both have been wiped out." He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle in the dimly lit room. "I'm here to discuss reinforcements. We need additional resources to keep production running." The apostle's glowing yellow eyes flickered briefly with interest. An attack on both? He asked, his voice sharp. Do you know who's responsible? Lee let out a slow breath, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of the worn sofa. Some masked individual took down the hyena guild, he admitted reluctantly, before faltering as the apostle's piercing gaze grew more intense. You were the one who designed this system, the apostle said icily, his tone dripping with contempt. You guaranteed its stability, assuring me there would be no flaws in the network. And now? You're here asking me to clean up your incompetence? The apostle's words were like daggers. Lee's jaw tightened, and his fingers twitched involuntarily. Listen, kid, he said, his tone low and controlled, though frustration simmered beneath the surface. If we wasted time addressing every minor flaw before starting, we'd still be sitting on square one. Progress demands risks, and you know it. The apostle's expression didn't soften. If anything, it hardened further, disdain flickering across his features. Incompetent, he repeated, his voice cutting. It seems my earlier self erred in choosing you as a pawn. That miscalculation is becoming glaringly obvious. The insult hit like a sledgehammer. Lee's pride, already frayed, snapped under the weight of the apostle's words. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as his hand slid almost instinctively to the hidden blade concealed beneath his pant. In one fluid motion, he was behind the apostle, the cold edge of the knife pressing firmly against his throat. Listen here, outer worlder, Lee hissed, his voice low and venomous. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he leaned in closer, the knife pressing against the apostle's skin. Don't make the mistake of thinking I'm just another one of your mindless pawns. I'm no brainwashed lackey. His grip tightened, the blade grazing the apostle's cheek as his voice dropped even lower. I'm an A-rank hunter. I could end you here and now before you even have a chance to recover your full power. Don't push me. The apostle, however, remained unfazed. His glowing yellow eyes stayed locked on Lee's, cold and unyielding, his voice as detached as ever. And yet, here you are, proving exactly what you are, a pawn, easily manipulated by your own emotions? Human hunters, the apostle said with a tone of disdain, his gaze sharp and piercing. You cling to such primitive metrics, measuring strength by mana levels, as if that's the ultimate gauge of power. How utterly unsophisticated. Without warning, a sudden surge of energy radiated from the apostle. The very air seemed to shift, growing thick and oppressive. Lee's instinct screamed at him to move, but before he could react, the apostle's influence spread like wildfire throughout the building. What the hell is going on? Lee thought, his eyes darting around as the immense surge of power pressed down on him. In the lobby below, the guard Lee had passed earlier stood frozen, his demeanor entirely changed. His once human eyes now glowed with the same sickly yellow hue as the apostle's. Lee's chest tightened as realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He's taken control of everyone here, Lee thought, his pulse racing. This isn't just a display of power, it's domination. The walls seemed to vibrate with an ominous hum, a manifestation of the collective force of every mind under the apostle's command. It was as if the entire building had become a part of the apostle's will. The sinister realization clawed at Lee's confidence. What he had initially dismissed as a childlike figure now loomed as an unfathomable threat. The apostle brainwashed the entire building. The apostle's voice sliced through the tension, calm yet chilling. The reason my earlier self tolerated your incompetence was simple, survival. But now, with my strength returning, the nature of our arrangement is subject to change. He paused, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing. That depends entirely on whether you can prove yourself to be anything other than a liability. As if on cue, the brainwashed humans within the building began to move. Their steps were unervingly synchronized, their faces devoid of emotion save for the terrifying gleam of bloodlust in their yellow-tinged eyes. Lee's heart thudded loudly in his chest as he watched the horde closing in. Weapons materialized in their hands, the sharp edges glinting under the dim light. The atmosphere was suffocating, the tension thick enough to choke. The mob was like a coiled spring, ready to unleash their fury with a single command from the apostle. Lee's muscles tensed, his instincts screaming at him to act. But the odds were staggering, and he knew he couldn't fight his way out of this. His mind raced for a solution as the mob drew closer. With a calculated movement, Lee tossed his knife onto the floor, raising his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. His voice, though laced with strain, took on a forced cheerfulness. Whoa, take it easy, he exclaimed, his tone light but strained as he struggled to mask his rising panic. It was a joke, all right? Just a bit of fun. No need to get all serious on me. Lee's grin stretched unnaturally across his face, his attempt at humor barely masking the tension in the air. I just wanted to see if you were really up for killing an S-rank hunter, he said, his voice light but forced. No need to get all worked up about it. The apostle's cold, unwavering gaze bore into him, analyzing every nuance of his words. Then, with deliberate calm, the apostle shut his book with a decisive snap. "You're fortunate," he stated, his voice unsettlingly even. "I'll spare you, for now. There's still some utility left in you." With a flick of his hand, the oppressive energy in the room dissipated, and the mind-controlled crowd began to stir. Slowly, they returned to their normal selves, oblivious to the bloodlust that had consumed them moments ago. Almost on cue, one of the apostle's subordinates entered, a heavy suitcase in hand. She approached silently, placing the case in front of Lee. With a soft click, she opened it, revealing rows of shimmering vials glowing faintly with a captivating brilliance. "These," the apostle said, his lips curling into a faint, unsettling smile, "are stimulants refined from stardust, condensed 100 times over. Dilute them, and you'll have enough to fuel your entire operation." Lee's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in his gaze as he examined the vials. Where did he get something like this, he wondered. As if reading his thoughts, the apostle added with an air of superiority, "This isn't the low-grade stardust you've been peddling to weak hunters. These are far more potent, strong enough to elevate even an A-rank hunter like yourself." His smile deepened, though it carried a mocking undertone. "Why don't you test it out? See for yourself." Lee hesitated, picking up a vial and scrutinizing its contents. He forced a chuckle, setting it back in the case quickly. "I think I'll pass," he muttered, his tone evasive. "I'm not about to use something I don't fully understand." Turning toward the exit, he called over his shoulder, "Don't forget our deal. I'll be expecting you to hold up your end." But as he walked away, his mind churned. "I might have just let an unimaginable monster loose on Earth," he thought grimly, "but that's not my problem anymore." His footsteps echoed in the corridor as the weight of the situation bore down on him. Meanwhile, back in the room, the apostle dropped the book he had been reading. His gaze drifted to the window, his hand rising. "It's coming," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Another fragment is near." The scene shifted to a cavernous dungeon where Suho and his party battled for their lives. Before them stood a massive serpent, its scaled body shimmering ominously under the dim light. With every movement, it lashed out with immense force, sending tremors through the ground. Essel and Gray struggled to hold their ground, their movements sluggish under the relentless assault of the beast. "We've got to hold it back," Essel shouted, his voice strained with exhaustion. The serpent struck again, its tail smashing into the wall, narrowly missing Gray. Without hesitation, Suho leaped high into the air, his body a blur of motion as he latched onto the serpent's massive frame. His hands gripped its scales with unyielding determination as the beast roared, thrashing wildly in a desperate bid to throw him off. "Suho, get down from there." Essel's voice was filled with panic as the serpent slammed its body into the dungeon walls, each impact reverberating through the cavern. But Suho was resolute. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his arms tightly around the serpent's thick neck. With every ounce of strength, he began to squeeze. The serpent writhed violently, its roars turning into agonized screams. Blood seeped from its mouth and nostrils as its movements grew weaker. With a final, thunderous crash, the serpent collapsed, its massive body slamming onto the dungeon floor. The ground shook with the impact, dust rising in thick clouds. Suho landed gracefully, his chest heaving as he wiped the blood from his hands. His expression remained stoic, his resolve unshaken. Back at the room, a sinister smile stretched across the apostle's lips as his aura darkened, his presence growing more oppressive. "Once I've merged with it, there'll be no need for this facade anymore." His tone turned ominous, dripping with malice. "That's when the real invasion begins." The focus shifts to a young woman whose face is a canvas of unease, her lips pressing into a thin line. She glances nervously at the others, her voice tinged with skepticism. "This isn't risky, is it?" she asks, her gaze darting toward the shimmering gate in the distance. "We're being paid 5 million won each just to sit here and wait for that hunter to come out. All we have to do is keep quiet about whatever we see or hear. Doesn't that sound too easy?" Her fingers fidget with the brim of her cap as she shakes her head, clearly struggling to make sense of the situation. Why would Suho throw around this kind of money for something so simple? Sitting nearby on a weathered bench, a man with a crippled leg observes her with weary eyes. His voice is steady, almost detached, as he replies, "This is the 4th time they've hired us. They've always paid, no exceptions. For a hunter, clearing gates is routine, practically second nature. To them, it's like doing a bit of community service." Though his tone remains calm, a flicker of intrigue dances in his expression, betraying his curiosity. The girl nods hesitantly, though her unease lingers. "I guess that makes sense," she murmurs, her voice quieter now. "But still, something about this doesn't sit right with me." She rubs the back of her neck, her doubt evident despite her attempt to brush it off. "I mean, as long as they keep paying us, I suppose it's none of our business. Overthinking it won't change anything." The man's gaze shifts toward the gate, narrowing as his thoughts begin to race. None of this adds up, he muses silently. Why would Suho come to a gate like this without an excavation crew or a collection team? It gnawed at him. The setup was all wrong. What's he planning to gain here? He mutters under his breath, his eyes locked on the glowing gate. He recalled Suho's earlier exploits, starting with D-rank gates, then moving to C-rank ones with apparent ease. Why's he rushing headfirst into these dungeons? What's he really after in there? Within the gate, the air buzzes with a different kind of tension. The cavern, once eerily silent, now reverberates with the sharp clang of tools striking crystal-coated walls. Suho's shadow goblins, clad in their spectral armor, worked tirelessly under the flickering dungeon light. Their movements were precise, almost mechanical, as they chipped away at the luminous crystals embedded in the rock. Standing at the center of the organized chaos was Beru, his imposing figure radiating authority. His booming voice cut through the din, barking commands that the goblins obeyed without hesitation. Every strike of their tools, every scrape of the crystal shards, was synchronized like a perfectly oiled machine. The dungeon floor shimmered with fragments of the mine treasures, and the goblins moved efficiently to gather and transport them, their glowing eyes betraying no emotion. Faster! Put your backs into it! Do you think this is a leisurely stroll? Beru's commanding voice reverberated through the cavern, his sharp eyes scanning the scene as the shadow goblins scrambled to meet his demands. The relentless pace had them working tirelessly, mining crystals and gathering resources with mechanical efficiency. Nearby, Essel and Gray worked on salvaging valuable materials from the fallen monsters. Kneeling beside a grotesque spider carcass, Gray tore at its tough leg joints with unwavering focus. Essel paused her own task, glancing at him with a faint smirk. You know, looting isn't as easy as people think, she remarked, her voice light but tinged with humor. Gray didn't respond, his concentration fully absorbed in extracting a venom sac from the spider's abdomen. Essel sighed, her gaze shifting toward the massive door leading to the boss room. Her expression darkened, a hint of worry creeping into her eyes. Suho's in there alone with the boss, she murmured under her breath. Should we really be this calm about it? Inside the dimly lit chamber beyond, the air thrummed with tension. Suho darted between the monstrous spider boss's strikes, his movements fluid and precise. The creature's enormous legs slammed down with earth-shaking force, cracking the stone floor with every miss, but Suho's agility kept him just out of harm's reach. With a powerful leap, Suho propelled himself into the air, his dagger flashing as he activated his storm slash skill. A flurry of swift, slicing attacks rained down upon the spider, each strike tearing through its thick exoskeleton. Dark ichor sprayed across the chamber walls, and a familiar system notification flashed before his eyes. Paralyze effect activated. Effect weakened due to high resistance. Suho frowned mid-motion, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. So, it resisted the paralysis, he mused, twisting his body to land gracefully out of the spider's immediate reach. I was banking on this weapon's venom to work better against spiders, but it seems Kasaka's venom fang isn't quite suited for this. He quickly glanced at the weapon's stats in his mind. The dagger, a trusty C-rank blade, boasted both paralyze and bleed effects. Yet, the spider boss's natural resistance was proving to be a formidable obstacle. Adjusting his strategy, Suho gripped the dagger tightly and hurled it with pinpoint precision. The blade struck the spider's grotesque face, embedding itself deep into its bulbous eye with a sickening crunch. The creature let out an ear-piercing screech, reeling from the sudden attack. Seizing the moment, Suho launched himself forward in a blur of motion. His fists clenched, energy rippling through his body as he delivered a devastating punch to the spider's head. The force of the blow created a visible shockwave, reverberating through the chamber as the spider's massive body staggered backward, ichor dripping from its wounds. Suho landed nimbly, his breathing steady despite the intense exertion. If venom won't work, brute force will, he muttered, his eyes locked onto the wounded beast, ready for the next move in their deadly dance. The spider recoiled violently, its shrill screeches echoing through the cavern as its massive form trembled from the devastating blow. You're nothing but a pathetic bug, Suho sneered, his lips curling into a dangerous grin. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand, and his dagger flew back to him, summoned effortlessly through his command of shadow authority. Armed once more, Suho launched a flurry of precise slashes, each strike landing with brutal accuracy. His movements were fluid and calculated, his body a blur of relentless energy. As he pressed his assault, a thought crossed his mind, a spark of realization. I've reached a point where taking down C-rank bosses feels almost trivial. His confidence swelled with each successful hit. Maybe it's time to aim higher, B-rank dungeons should provide more of a challenge. The spider, sensing its imminent demise, thrashed about wildly, its legs flailing in a desperate attempt to dislodge the relentless predator. But Suho was far from finished. A glimmer of inspiration lit up his eyes as an idea took shape. What if I combine ruler's authority with my strikes? Until now, he had only used the skill to manipulate objects from a distance. But what if it could amplify the force of his attacks? Pivoting midair, Suho gathered the invisible energy of ruler's authority into his fist. As he descended, he channeled the full force of the skill into a devastating punch aimed directly at the spider's grotesque head. The moment his fist connected, the impact was earth-shattering. A deafening boom reverberated throughout the chamber, and the spider's skull caved under the sheer force. Suho landed lightly, surveying the damage with a satisfied smirk. "Perfect," he muttered, flexing his fingers. The added power from ruler's authority had exceeded his expectations. The potential of this enhancement thrilled him. If I can master this technique, my attacks will be unstoppable. With newfound determination, Suho unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each punch and slash empowered by the invisible force of ruler's authority. The spider, battered and broken, stood no chance. Its massive body crumpled under the onslaught, its desperate cries growing weaker until they ceased entirely. As the monstrous creature collapsed in a lifeless heap, a series of system notifications lit up Suho's vision. His lips curled into a triumphant smile as he read the updates. Level up. Ruler's authority has advanced to level 2. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. No mana consumption, he noted, his voice low and thoughtful. This is going to be a game changer. Breathing heavily, Suho leaned against the spider's colossal corpse, his stamina bar blinking red as fatigue spiked to 83%. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the toll of the battle weigh heavily on his body. Using ruler's authority during a fight drains me fast, he thought, his chest heaving. But with each battle, I can feel myself improving. At the dungeon's entrance, Essel and Gray had been nervously waiting, their eyes fixed on the looming gate. When Suho finally stepped through, victorious, they exhaled in unison, the tension melting from their shoulders. Essel waved eagerly, calling out, "Suho! You did it," but her voice barely registered. Suho's mind was already consumed with strategies to push his newfound powers even further. As he approached, Essel greeted him with an admiring smile. "Did you really take down the boss all by yourself?" she asked, her tone filled with awe. Suho offered her a small nod and a faint smile, but before he could respond, Beru's commanding voice boomed from nearby. "Young monarch, you've truly surpassed expectations. To defeat the boss without needing my aid, remarkable." The pride in Beru's voice was unmistakable. Suho chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Beru, save your strength for now. You need to recover fully. Those magic essence crystals should help with that," he said, gesturing toward the pile of monster remains scattered nearby. Beru gave a respectful nod. "As you command, young monarch. We've also gathered every usable resource from the monsters," he reported, his tone professional yet tinged with satisfaction. Suho's gaze swept over his team, a proud smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You've all done well," he said, his voice warm with gratitude. He summoned his system interface, the glowing screen appearing before him, and began the process of selling the materials they had collected. As he navigated the shop menu, Suho couldn't help but marvel at the system's efficiency. Being able to sell everything on the spot is a lifesaver, he thought, watching the materials convert into currency. And with the funds, I can stock up on gear and items I'll actually need. With the transaction complete, Suho closed the interface and turned back to his team. His determination burned brighter than ever. There were bigger battles ahead, and he knew he'd need every ounce of strength and strategy to face them. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. "Let's prepare for what's next," he said, his voice steady and resolute. "This is just the beginning." While Suho was preoccupied with managing the transactions, Beru stepped closer, a note of accomplishment in his voice. "Young monarch, your growth is astounding. You're nearly at the level of an A or B rank hunter now," he remarked, his admiration evident. Suho glanced at him, then checked his status screen. "Yeah, I can feel it too," he admitted. "I've leveled up 8 more times. That puts me at level 28 now." However, his excitement dimmed slightly as he noticed 2 things: his class remained unassigned, and all his recently earned stat points had already been allocated. Beru shifted his gaze toward Essel and Gray, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems your companions have also grown stronger alongside you," he observed. Essel, overhearing the comment, beamed with enthusiasm. "It's true. I feel like every battle strengthens me. My power seems to be coming back more and more," she said, her eyes alight with excitement. Gray barked in agreement, his tail wagging energetically. But Suho's expression grew perplexed as he examined their status windows. Something wasn't adding up. "Wait a minute. Essel, Gray, since when do you both have levels?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Essel blinked, startled by his words. "What are you talking about? Levels? I've never had levels before," she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Suho frowned and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Essel, you're at level 19. Gray, you're level 17, he informed them, still trying to wrap his head around the anomaly. How could this even happen? Essel looked at him, wide-eyed. I'm not even a player like you, Suho. This doesn't make sense, she said, clearly baffled. Suho's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. Can either of you see any kind of system window like I do? He asked, hoping for clarity. Essel shook her head firmly. No, there's nothing like that for us, she confirmed, her puzzlement growing. Suho sighed, folding his arms as he mulled over the situation. Well, at least your stats are increasing along with your levels, he said after a pause. It would have been ideal if you could manually assign your stat points, but this is still a good start. Despite the mystery, Suho felt a sense of reassurance. They're getting stronger, and that means we're more prepared for the challenges ahead. Still, the unexplained leveling of his companions and the emerging intricacies of the system left him with many unanswered questions. There's so much more I need to figure out, he thought, his determination to uncover the truth strengthening with every passing moment. Suho turned back to his group, a mischievous grin lighting up his face. Why don't we test this out, he suggested, his tone brimming with excitement. Essel raised an eyebrow, tilting her head in confusion. Test what out? And how exactly do we do that? She asked cautiously. Suho's grin widened as he crossed his arms confidently. Isn't it obvious? We'll go on more raids, of course, he declared, as if the answer was the most natural thing in the world. Essel's shoulders slumped, and Gray let out a low, pitiful whimper. Both of them looked as if the life had been drained from their faces. Another raid? But we've already done 2 back-to-back. Essel groaned, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Suho laughed at their reactions but quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Okay, I get it. No more raids for now. How about we tackle the daily quest instead? Though Essel and Gray didn't look particularly thrilled about the suggestion, they didn't protest further. Before the conversation could continue, Beru stepped forward, his tone stern. Young monarch, a word of caution. Even leveling up has its limits. It's dangerous to become too consumed by it. His steady gaze emphasized the seriousness of his words. Just as Suho was about to respond, a peculiar sight caught his attention, a faint, glowing red shimmer in the distance, cutting through the dimness of the dungeon. His eyes narrowed as the light grew stronger, revealing a red gate that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. It pulsed ominously, radiating an unsettling energy. What the? Suho muttered, momentarily frozen in surprise. Essel's alarmed voice broke through his thoughts. A gate? Inside the shadow dungeon? How is that even possible? Suho frowned, his gaze locked onto the gate. The oppressive heat radiating from it was unmistakable. The heat, it's coming from inside, he murmured, his curiosity quickly shifting into a sense of urgency. He turned to Beru. Have you ever seen anything like this? Gates forming within dungeons. Beru shook his head gravely. I cannot say for sure, young monarch. This is beyond anything I've encountered. It's highly unusual, even for us. Before Suho could fully process the situation, a bright system notification appeared in front of him. Urgent quest, dimensional crack. Objective, eliminate the cause of the dimensional crack. Suho's initial confusion gave way to a spark of exhilaration. A wide grin stretched across his face. Perfect timing, he said, his voice laced with anticipation. Without wasting a moment, he rummaged through his inventory and pulled out heat-resistant robes, handing them to Essel and Gray. Put these on, Suho instructed, his tone firm. We're heading inside. Essel hesitated, staring at the ominous gate, but Suho's unwavering confidence seemed contagious. With a deep breath, she nodded, pulling the robe over her shoulders. Gray barked softly, already prepared to follow his leader's command. As the group approached the red gate, Suho couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Whatever's inside, I'm ready for it, he thought, determination gleaming in his eyes. Suho could barely contain his anticipation as they readied themselves to step through the ominous red gate. This is exactly what I needed, he thought, his grin spreading wider. Another chance to level up, and the system delivered right on time. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a completely different landscape, a sprawling desert under the unrelenting blaze of the Egyptian sun. Towering sand dunes surrounded an imposing ancient pyramid, its jagged silhouette casting long shadows over the barren expanse. Standing at the forefront of the scene was Lu Xing, a seasoned B-rank hunter from the Azura Guild. Frustration etched deep lines into his face as he gripped his sword, his knuckles whitening under the strain. This is outrageous, he spat, his voice laced with anger as he glared at the man facing him. How dare you demand we leave? We were here first. Unmoved by Lu Xing's fury, the opposing figure stood calm and confident, his piercing green eyes gleaming with cold menace. Who arrived first doesn't matter, he replied evenly, his voice devoid of empathy. This is your last chance. Leave now, or we'll resolve this with blood. Lu's jaw tightened, his body tensing as he prepared for the worst. His mind raced. Why did it have to be the scavenger guild? He cursed inwardly. The man before him was none other than Randolph, an A-rank hunter notorious for his brutal methods and unrelenting arrogance. Strength is all that matters here, Randolph declared, his tone dripping with disdain. And against overwhelming power, your claims mean nothing? Lu's eyes darted to his guildmates, who had already drawn their weapons. They stood ready, though the tension in the air was palpable. Prepare yourselves. Lu commanded, his voice firm despite the dire circumstances. Randolph sighed, his disappointment evident as he waved a hand at his own guild members, signaling them to ready for combat. But before the first blow could be struck, a casual voice interrupted the standoff. Hey! Both Lu and Randolph turned, startled by the unexpected intrusion. A figure stood off to the side, cloaked in shadow and mystery. The person wore a mask, their relaxed demeanor a stark contrast to the tension thick in the air. Scratching the back of his head, the masked figure tilted it slightly, as if pondering something trivial. Can someone tell me where I've ended up? Suho asked, his tone light and casual, completely oblivious to, or perhaps unconcerned by, the impending clash. As if he had accidentally stumbled into the wrong scene, Suho's relaxed demeanor caught everyone off guard. But how did he end up there? 30 minutes earlier, Suho and his group stepped through the shimmering red gate, only to be met by an onslaught of swirling sand. Instinctively shielding his face, Suho muttered, no wonder there was sand blowing out of the gate. The harsh desert environment was immediately apparent. Gray, as usual, maintained his carefree attitude, wagging his tail happily despite the challenging surroundings. Around them stretched an endless expanse of dunes, with a pyramid-like structure faintly visible on the horizon. Suho squinted toward it, assessing the situation. Looks like we've landed in a desert-type dungeon, he observed. As they debated their next move, Beru stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he gazed toward the distant pyramid. I sense a powerful mana source coming from there, he said, his tone tense. Suho followed Beru's gaze and noticed something odd. Scattered across the sand were trucks, machinery, and various other pieces of equipment. What's going on here? Suho murmured, his brows furrowing. Machines shouldn't even function inside a dungeon. As they moved closer, the sight became even stranger, cars, fences, and barbed wire, all completely incongruous with the dungeon setting. A creeping suspicion began to form in Suho's mind. Turning to Essel, he asked, did we somehow cross into another world line? Equally perplexed, Essel examined the logo printed on one of the trucks, her expression uncertain. Maybe, she replied cautiously. Or this place might not be a typical dungeon at all. Beru, however, was skeptical. Shaking his head, he said, that can't be it. There's something else at play here. Determined to unravel the mystery, Suho addressed the group. As long as the original gate remains in the shadow dungeon, we should be fine. I'll go check it out quickly. Essel couldn't help but admire Suho's calm leadership. You're amazing, Suho, she said with a smile, while Gray, true to form, simply wagged his tail in agreement. Suho disappeared briefly into the shadow dungeon to confirm his suspicions. When he returned, his expression was grave, his usual confidence replaced by a tense unease. The shift in his demeanor immediately alarmed the group. Essel stepped forward, her voice cautious. Is everything okay, young monarch? Suho's voice was heavy as he delivered the unsettling news. The gate, it's gone. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to the outside world, where several individuals stood waiting for Suho's return. Their bored expressions quickly turned to shock as they watched the red gate vanish into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The gate is vanishing, one of the onlookers exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Does that mean the boss has been defeated? Another inquired, his gaze fixed on the fading portal. But a crippled man seated further back shook his head grimly. No, he said, his voice heavy with worry. Suho hasn't come out yet. We need to alert emergency services immediately. Inside the pyramid, Suho stepped cautiously into the ancient structure, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. To his surprise, he wasn't alone, there were people already there. The sight of them brought a fleeting sense of relief. So, they must have been the ones driving those trucks outside, he reasoned. As he drew closer, he heard them speaking in English. Suho's brow furrowed as the realization struck him. Could we have crossed into another country? Deciding to test the waters, Suho put on his most approachable expression and addressed two of the individuals nearby. In clear English, he asked, excuse me, but could you tell me where I am and what this place is? He silently thanked himself for taking his college English studies seriously. The practice was now proving invaluable. One of the men, a lean figure with sharp features, turned his attention to Suho, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This was Lu Xing. Another hunter? Xing thought, irritation flickering across his face. As if dealing with the scavenger guild wasn't bad enough, now hunters from the east are showing up too. Beside him stood a towering man with a muscular build, wielding a hammer almost as large as he was. This was Randolph, his presence exuding authority. He let out a long, weary sigh. How annoying, Randolph muttered, shaking his head. I didn't expect this many people to converge on the dungeon. His thoughts briefly wandered back to the prophecy he had heard before arriving. A life born from death, rising from the fractured seal. It will appear at the tomb, wielding the power to command the dead. The words had stuck with him. The prophecy spoke of a fateful connection between the pyramid, the tomb, and death itself. Randolph's master had sent him with explicit orders to secure the dungeon before any other group could interfere. Snapping back to the present, Randolph's gaze hardened as it fell on Suho. He took a step forward, his imposing presence magnified by the weight of his hammer. If you're here for this dungeon, he said coldly, this is your only warning. Turn around and leave now, and I might let you walk out alive. Suho's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. His earlier suspicions were confirmed, this was undoubtedly a dungeon. But now, he faced a new challenge. The man before him wasn't just hostile, he was a formidable threat. Suho's mind raced as he assessed the situation. If this truly is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it. I can't walk away, not with this urgent quest hanging over my head. Locking eyes with Randolph, he spoke firmly, his voice unwavering. And what if I decide not to leave? Randolph's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his grip tightening around his massive hammer. Then it's simple, he replied coldly, suddenly surging forward with surprising speed. I'll kill you. The tension in the air was palpable as Randolph charged. Essel and Gray's faces were stricken with horror, watching the colossal weapon arc through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. The hammer crashed down with a deafening roar, shattering the ground beneath it and sending debris flying in every direction. Even Xing, who had seen Randolph's might firsthand, couldn't help but flinch at the sheer ferocity of the attack. As the dust settled, Randolph's eyes darted around, searching for his target. To his astonishment, Suho stood a short distance away, entirely unscathed. Calm and composed, Suho had evaded the attack with uncanny precision. You attacked first, Suho muttered, his tone icy as he clenched his fist. Without hesitation, he darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to Randolph's abdomen. The moment Suho's fist connected, his mind raced. I've grown far stronger, but I still don't know my limits. If I go all out, I might kill him outright. The blow landed with a resounding thud, causing Randolph to stagger backward, his face twisting in pain. The force of the strike was enough to crack the armor encasing Randolph's torso, leaving him momentarily stunned. Randolph's thoughts spun as he realized that Suho's restrained punch had been powerful enough to deal serious damage. If he had hit me any harder? But instead of fear, fury ignited in Randolph's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, channeling all his strength into a counterattack. Moving with unexpected speed, he launched a brutal punch that caught Suho off guard. The force of the strike sent Suho hurtling backward, his body skidding across the sand. How dare you hold back on me? Randolph roared, his voice brimming with indignation. His rage boiled over, and his gaze shifted to his men. Raising his hammer, he barked an order that echoed across the desert. Kill them all. Spare no one, the Azura Guild and those eastern hunters. Leave none alive. The battle was far from over, and the air grew heavy with the promise of chaos as Randolph's forces prepared to strike. Suho, still recovering from the blow, wiped the sand from his face and steadied his breathing. Essel and Gray's faces contorted with anger, their fury igniting as they watched Suho stagger back. Essel's voice cut through the chaos like a war cry. How dare you lay a hand on the young monarch, she roared, charging into the fray with Gray at her side. Gray, whose usual carefree demeanor had vanished, now wore a deadly seriousness that sent chills through those around him. Every step he took radiated purpose, his movements sharp and deliberate. Xing, standing nearby, clenched his jaw as he drew his dual blades. So, it's come to this, he muttered, his grip tightening. Looks like we're fighting after all? Meanwhile, Beru moved to Suho's side, his antennae twitching with agitation. My liege, are you unharmed? He asked, his voice heavy with concern. Suho brushed off the sand clinging to his clothes, suppressing a wince as he stood upright. I'm fine, he replied, though the determined glint in his eyes told a different story. His gaze swept over the battlefield, assessing the growing chaos as hunters clashed on every side. We have no choice now, Suho said firmly. If we want to clear this urgent quest, we'll have to win this fight. Beru nodded, his stance firm. It seems that way, my liege. Suho's expression darkened as his eyes locked onto Randolph, who stood amidst his men. The Scavenger Guild, Suho muttered. They've made themselves our enemies. Without another word, Suho leaped into action. His movements were swift and precise, his form a blur as he bounded off the ancient pyramid's walls, using the structure to propel himself forward. Spotting one of the Scavenger Guild hunters, he zeroed in on his target, his body coiling like a spring before unleashing a powerful kick aimed directly at the man's face. The impact was solid, but to Suho's surprise, the hunter barely flinched, taking the blow with a sneer. "Is that all you've got?" the man taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "A weakling like you should know better than to challenge the Scavenger Guild. You should have just obeyed your betters." The hunter's arrogance was palpable, but Suho remained calm. His fists clenched at his sides as he deliberated. "Should I use the ruler's authority and my enhanced techniques?" He hesitated, the thought of accidentally killing the man weighing on his mind. That momentary pause was all the hunter needed. He pressed his attack, lunging forward with surprising speed. Before Suho could react, Shing appeared, his blades flashing as he intercepted the strike. "Don't just stand there, Suho," Shing barked, holding back the enemy's weapon with sheer force. "This isn't the time for hesitation." Suho snapped out of his thoughts, his resolve hardening. With a swift arc of his blade, Shing lunged at the Scavenger Guild hunter. In one seamless motion, his weapon found its mark, severing the man's neck with precision. The hunter's lifeless eyes widened in disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground, collapsing into the sands below. Suho stood frozen, his mind grappling with the brutal finality of the scene. "Thanks," he said at last, giving Shing a brief nod of acknowledgement. Shing turned to Suho, his face set in a grim expression. "You dodged Randolph's attack earlier, I saw that much, but you hesitated," he said, his tone sharp yet steady. His piercing gaze bore into Suho's. "Tell me, are you afraid of killing someone?" The question hung in the air like a blade poised to strike. Shing continued, his voice edged with experience. "Listen well. Magic beasts aren't the only danger we face as hunters. You need to understand that. Men like this," he gestured to the lifeless hunter on the ground, "are often far worse. If you want to survive, you'll need to steel yourself for what lies ahead." Suho's gaze shifted to the fallen hunter, his mind swirling with Shing's words. "Am I afraid of killing?" he asked himself, unsure of the answer. "I thought I was prepared to fight, even ready to lay my life on the line. But is that enough?" Memories flashed through his mind, of past battles where he'd fought fiercely yet managed to avoid taking lives, even against those who had wronged him, like the Hyena Guild. His strength had always allowed him to hold back, to spare his enemies. But how long could he maintain that approach? His eyes flicked to Essel and Gray, locked in fierce combat nearby. What happens if the day comes when holding back isn't an option? Suho clenched his fists tightly, his thoughts growing heavier. What if killing is the only way to survive? To protect them? His resolve began to harden, a cold determination setting in. "I can't afford to hesitate anymore. This isn't just about leveling up or gaining strength. If I'm going to face someone like Lee Min-sung, I need to cast aside all weakness." Shing's voice broke through his thoughts. "I'm Shing, from the Azura Guild," he said, offering a brief introduction. "Looks like we're in the same boat, both standing against the Scavenger Guild. What do you say? Shall we form an alliance?" Before Suho could respond, a figure approached from behind Shing, emanating murderous intent. The attacker moved swiftly, his weapon poised to strike. But Suho was faster. In an instant, he darted forward, his body reacting instinctively. Shing barely had time to register the blur of motion before the sickening sound of Suho's fist colliding with bone echoed through the air. The assailant was sent sprawling, the force of Suho's punch leaving no room for retaliation. Shing turned to Suho, his expression a mix of surprise and newfound respect. Suho lowered his fist, his eyes cold and resolute. "An alliance sounds good," he said firmly, his voice steady. "But if we're going to survive this, there's no room for hesitation." The hunter who had been sneaking up on Shing was hurled through the air with a single, devastating punch from Suho. The sheer force of the strike sent the attacker tumbling several meters away, crashing into the ground like a rag doll. Suho's movements radiated a newfound confidence, his hesitation completely gone. Shing, momentarily taken aback, could only watch as Suho strode past him, the intensity in his eyes unmistakable. Suho's determination was now etched into every step he took. No more holding back, he vowed silently, his resolve as unyielding as steel. The fallen hunter's battered body landed near Randolph's feet with a sickening crunch. Blood smeared the sand as Randolph looked down at the crumpled figure, his expression shifting from mild surprise to a sinister grin. His gaze rose to meet Suho's, the amusement in his eyes growing darker. "Well, now," Randolph drawled, his tone laced with mockery. "You just sent a B-rank tank flying with one punch. Seems like this fight might actually get interesting." Suho ignored the taunt and turned his attention to Xing. I'm Suho, he said simply, his voice steady. From Korea. Let's go with that alliance. The battlefield erupted into chaos once more as the Azura Guild and the Scavenger Guild clashed, the air thick with the sounds of metal clashing and war cries echoing. The arrival of Suho seemed to ignite a spark within the Azura Guild fighters. They pushed back harder, their attacks becoming sharper, their resolve unwavering. Yet, across the field, the Scavenger Guild fighters sneered with contempt. One of them jeered, "What's this?" The Azura Guilds picked up a few stray dogs to fight for them. Another chuckled darkly. "Numbers and strength are on our side. Let's crush them already." Their arrogance was palpable, but Suho remained unfazed. Taking a calm step forward, his expression unreadable, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a key that glimmered ominously. Holding it up, he glanced at Xing, his voice low but filled with conviction. "They're in for a rude awakening." Before anyone could question his words, Suho raised the key high and spoke a single word with authority. "Arise." The air trembled, and the ground beneath their feet began to quake. A swirling portal of shadows burst forth, dark and foreboding, exuding an unearthly energy. The battlefield momentarily stilled as the shadow dungeon opened, its ominous presence washing over the warring factions like a tide of dread. The Scavenger Guild fighters stared in shock, their earlier bravado faltering. Xing's jaw dropped, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. "What the hell did you just unleash?" he muttered under his breath, gripping his weapon tighter. Suho didn't answer, his focus fixed on the unfolding battle. The darkness of the shadow dungeon seemed to echo his own resolve, unyielding, unstoppable, and ready to consume all who stood in his way. From the swirling portal emerged Suho's army, a terrifying horde of enormous spiders with gleaming, predatory eyes, followed by a legion of shadow creatures, each more grotesque and menacing than the last. The Scavenger Guild's mocking jeers died in their throats, replaced by stunned silence and widening eyes. Xing could only stare, his mouth agape as the tide of shadows spilled forth. "This can't be real," he murmured, his disbelief palpable. "Suho's not just a fighter? He's a summoner? And not just any summoner, he commands an army like this." Suho's voice cut through the stunned murmurs, commanding and resolute. "Attack." The shadow army surged forward like an unstoppable wave, their roars mingling with the clash of steel and the cries of the Scavenger Guild. Chaos erupted on the battlefield as the creatures tore into the ranks of their enemies with savage ferocity. Randolph, the towering leader of the Scavenger Guild, stood firm amidst the mayhem, his lips curling into an ominous grin. His sharp eyes followed the advancing shadows before locking onto Suho. "So, you've been hiding your true power all this time, kid," he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Guess I've been playing nice for no reason." With that, Randolph hefted his colossal hammer and swung it in a devastating arc, cleaving through one of the massive shadow spiders in a single blow. The creature's remains disintegrated into wisps of darkness, but Randolph didn't stop. He surged forward, his hammer smashing through the ranks of Suho's shadow army like a force of nature, leaving shattered remains in his wake. Beru, observing the carnage, approached Suho with an urgent tone. "Young monarch," he said gravely. "This man is no ordinary foe. He's tearing through your army like it's nothing. He's undeniably the strongest human here." Suho's jaw clenched as his mind raced. Turning to Gray, his voice took on a commanding edge. "It's time. We'll use the bonding skill." Before they could proceed, Essel stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. "No," she interrupted firmly. "Let me bond with you this time." Both Suho and Gray turned to her in surprise. Gray's expression darkened, clearly displeased, but Essel pressed on. "During training, I found a way to enhance the bonding rate. I can make a real difference." Gray bristled, his fists clenching as he looked to Suho. Suho hesitated, doubt flickering across his face as he glanced between Essel and Gray. The weight of the decision bore down on him. Time was slipping away, and Randolph was still cutting through his forces like a scythe through grass. Finally, Suho exhaled, his gaze steadying as he made his choice. The battle's outcome now hinged on their next move. "We haven't tested it in combat, Essel," Suho said firmly, his tone laced with hesitation. "This is a dangerous gamble." Essel's expression faltered for a moment, but her resolve remained unshaken. Her voice softened as she murmured, "I just want to stand beside you, young monarch." Before Suho could respond, the ground trembled violently, and an ominous rumble filled the air. From the shadowy recesses of the dungeon, mummified figures emerged, their hollow, glowing eyes casting an eerie light. They shuffled forward in unnerving unison, their decayed forms radiating malice. Xing, nearby, struck one of the advancing mummies with a powerful swing of his blade. "Are these things drawn to the noise of our battle?" he shouted over the chaos. Essel turned to Suho, her voice sharp with urgency. "Young monarch. The other exit is blocked, too. We're surrounded on all sides." Across the battlefield, Randolph observed the approaching mummies with a calculating look. His lips twisted into a smirk as he muttered under his breath. So, this is what the prophecy meant. The one born of death, who shattered the seal, raising the dead within the grave. His gaze shifted back to Suho, and a glint of grim understanding flickered in his eyes. It's him, he whispered, the weight of his realization palpable. Straightening, Randolph barked an order to his guild. Forget the other hunters. Scavenger Guild, head straight for the boss room. Xing, still locked in battle, caught sight of the Scavenger Guild forcing their way through the swarm. His eyes narrowed, and he shouted toward Suho. They're heading for the boss room. They're trying to steal the dungeon from under us. Suho's jaw tightened as he processed the situation, his gaze darting between the mummies and the retreating Scavenger Guild. We can't let that happen, he said, his voice steady and determined. Turning to Gray, he said with finality, it's time. We'll use the bonding skill. He shifted his attention to Essel, his expression softening as he gave her a firm, reassuring nod. Let's end this together. With a shared look of resolve, Suho, Gray, and Essel surged forward. The weight of the dungeon, and their survival, rested on their next move. As Suho prepared to activate the bonding skill, the dungeon seemed to resist their advance. A massive, decaying mummy lunged at him, its gnarled claws reaching out with deadly intent. Without hesitation, Suho channeled his newfound resolve into action, his every step filled with purpose. Suho sidestepped with precision and agility, his movements a blur as he unleashed a devastating flurry of attacks. His strikes were so swift and powerful that the mummies disintegrated almost instantly, collapsing into heaps of dust before they could react. Standing amidst the remnants of his foes, Suho's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. He scanned the battlefield, prepared to face whatever came next. Xing watched the display, his expression a mixture of awe and bewilderment. His jaw tightened as he muttered under his breath, not only can he summon an army, but he can merge with his creatures, too? And he's still not showing us his full power. Suspicion mingled with admiration as his gaze followed Suho's every move. Who are you really, Suho? What secrets are you hiding? At the edge of the fray, Essel stood silently, her heart heavy. She had once again been left behind, unable to fight at Suho's side. Her shoulders slumped as she exhaled a wistful sigh. One day, young monarch, she murmured softly. One day, I'll prove myself worthy to stand beside you. Suho's gaze flickered briefly in her direction, his expression softening for a fleeting moment. But as the urgency of the situation pressed upon him, his demeanor hardened once more. No more wasting time, he declared, his voice firm and commanding. Let's finish this and catch up to them. Meanwhile, in the labyrinthine corridors deeper within the dungeon, the Scavenger Guild advanced with ruthless efficiency. They tore through the mummies that blocked their path, each hunter driven by Randolph's relentless determination. At the head of the group, Randolph's thoughts kept circling back to Suho. Something about the young hunter didn't sit right with him, a mystery that gnawed at the edges of his mind. That kid, Randolph mused, his fists clenching as he strode forward. He's not just another hunter. There's something different about him. And when we've claimed this dungeon, I'll see for myself what he's really made of. Finally, the guild arrived at a massive, ancient door. Its surface was engraved with warped symbols that seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive with a sinister energy. The hunters paused, exchanging uneasy glances. Randolph raised his hand, signaling for them to proceed. The door groaned as it slowly swung open, the sound of grinding chains reverberating ominously through the chamber. As the dust settled, a chilling sight emerged. At the far end of the room stood a colossal figure, its monstrous form bound tightly to the walls by thick, enchanted chains. The creature's presence was overwhelming, its sheer size and aura radiating danger even in its dormant state. Randolph froze, his breath catching as his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Chained, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Why would a dungeon boss be restrained like this? What are we dealing with? The other hunters murmured amongst themselves, their confidence waning in the face of the mysterious entity. Some speculated that the creature was merely asleep, while others questioned whether this was truly the dungeon's final challenge. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, the dark symbols on the walls seeming to pulse in rhythm with the creature's slow, deliberate breaths. Randolph stepped forward, his jaw set in determination. Whatever it is, we'll face it. Prepare yourselves, he commanded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Randolph's mind raced, recalling the prophecy his guild had uncovered, the being born of death, who shatters the seal, will rise. A chill ran down his spine as the monstrous figure before him began to stir. Its massive form twitched, and guttural, ancient words spilled from its mouth, each syllable carrying an ominous weight. The eerie chanting reverberated off the dungeon walls, growing louder with each passing moment. The chains binding the creature trembled violently, rattling as though struggling to contain the immense force within. Then, with a deafening crack, the restraints snapped, shattering like brittle glass. The dungeon boss rose to its full, terrifying height, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. It let out a bone-rattling roar that seemed to shake the very foundation of the dungeon, paralyzing some hunters with fear. Randolph turned sharply to his team, his voice cutting through the chaos. "This is it. No holding back, fight with everything you've got." The creature wasted no time. Swinging its broken chains like weapons, it tore through the hunters with devastating precision. Each swing sent shockwaves rippling through the air, slamming guild members into the stone walls and floor. Blood and dust filled the room as even the strongest tanks, who prided themselves on their impenetrable defenses, crumpled like paper under its relentless assault. Randolph's teeth clenched as he watched the carnage unfold. His guild's finest fighters, those he had believed to be unbeatable, lay broken and defeated. The dungeon boss fixed its glowing eyes on him, its monstrous gaze unyielding and predatory. Slowly, it began to approach, its enormous feet pounding against the stone floor. The flickering dungeon lights cast long, grotesque shadows that seemed to mock the remaining hunters. The creature stopped just in front of Randolph, towering over him. It spread its massive arms wide, as though daring him to attack, a mocking gesture that sent a surge of anger through Randolph's chest. "You're mocking me?" Randolph growled, his pride stinging. His grip tightened on his hammer. "I'll make you regret it." With a roar of his own, he activated his ultimate skill, giant's armor. A green, pulsating aura enveloped him, his body surging with newfound power. Muscles bulged, and his size increased, radiating strength and confidence. Randolph charged forward, his hammer raised high, each step echoing with determination. Channeling every ounce of his energy, he swung the hammer with all his might, aiming for the creature's chest. The impact shook the dungeon, the shockwave reverberating through the chamber. But the monster didn't move. It stood like a mountain, unmoved and unyielding. The force that had toppled many before it had no effect here. Randolph's heart sank as realization struck. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath. Sweat dripped down his brow, and his breathing grew heavy. He had poured everything into that attack, only to be met with utter futility. The dungeon boss let out a low, guttural laugh, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and a massive fist began to crackle with dark, otherworldly energy. Randolph froze, terror washing over him as the creature raised its fist. "Master, forgive me," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I should have waited. But it was too late." The monster's fist descended, and Randolph's world plunged into darkness. The creature's massive fist descended with devastating power, slamming Randolph's body into the far wall with an earth-shattering impact. The sound of the collision reverberated through the chamber as his broken form crumpled to the floor, half of his body mangled beyond recognition. Standing tall and triumphant, the dungeon boss gazed down at Randolph's shattered figure with a cold sneer. "The first human to reach me," it rumbled, its voice laced with disdain. "And he barely lasted a heartbeat. How pitiful." With a malicious grin, the creature turned its attention to the chamber entrance. Its glowing eyes gleamed with anticipation as it muttered, "But there are more intruders in these depths, aren't there? Let's see if they provide better entertainment." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Suho was locked in a relentless battle. His fists and feet struck with incredible speed and precision, each blow shattering mummy monsters into heaps of dust. The battlefield was chaos, but Suho moved through it like a storm, a blur of calculated fury. Yet no matter how many he defeated, more kept rising from the darkness. "They just won't stop," Suho muttered, frustration bubbling under his calm exterior. His gaze swept the battlefield, searching for a way to shift the tide. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he decided to test his shadow extraction on one of the defeated mummies. Extending his hand, Suho activated his ability. But instead of the usual surge of energy, a cold, mechanical response echoed in his mind. Shadow extraction failed. Old souls cannot be extracted. Suho frowned, confusion clouding his features. "Old souls, so I can't extract them either?" he murmured. "First demons, now this. These restrictions are becoming a problem." Behind him, Beru stood silently, his sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield. Though he said nothing, his presence was a steadying force, a silent reminder of the strength Suho could still rely on. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, a faint vibration at first, but it quickly grew into a violent quake. Suho froze, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. The earth beneath their feet began to crack and split, jagged lines snaking outward as the dungeon itself seemed to rebel. Without warning, the ground gave way entirely, collapsing into a yawning chasm. Suho and the scattered members of the Azura Guild fell, their shouts of alarm blending with the thunderous sound of crumbling stone. Amidst the chaos, the ground erupted with a deafening roar. A massive centipede-like creature emerged, its segmented body glistening with a metallic sheen. Towering above them, its countless legs writhed in an unsettling rhythm, each movement radiating predatory intent. The centipede's glowing eyes locked onto Suho and the hunters, its gaze dripping with malice. It let out a piercing screech that reverberated through the cavern, sending a shiver down their spines. The remaining hunters exchanged uneasy glances, the reality of their predicament sinking in. As if the endless waves of mummies weren't enough, now they faced this towering nightmare. Without warning, the massive centipede lunged forward with terrifying speed, its grotesque, segmented body moving far faster than seemed possible for its size. Hunters scattered in desperation, some narrowly diving out of its path, while others were caught in its charge, sent flying like ragdolls by the sheer force of its momentum. Screams and the sound of shattering bones echoed across the battlefield, amplifying the chaos. Amidst the pandemonium, Essel's sharp eyes locked onto the creature's movements. Seizing an opening, she sprang forward with precision, her spear aimed at the centipede's armored flank. The weapon struck true, but instead of penetrating, the blade glanced off the monster's hardened exoskeleton, leaving no more than a faint scratch. Frustration flashed across her face as she withdrew, shouting, "Its armor is too strong. My attacks can't get through." Her voice rang out over the cacophony, carrying both determination and a tinge of worry. Nearby, Xing battled furiously against the relentless tide of mummies, but his attention darted toward Suho. His expression was grim as he called out, "This is spiraling out of control. We're already overrun, and the scavenger guild has seized the upper hand in the dungeon. It's only getting worse." Ducking under a swipe from the centipede's mandibles, Suho nodded, his face set in a grave expression. "You're right. We might need to pull back." But inside, his thoughts churned. The urgent quest to resolve the dimensional crack still loomed over him. Could he trust the scavenger guild to deal with the root cause, let alone complete the mission? A knot of doubt tightened in his chest. Is retreating really the answer? Before he could decide, a suffocating aura swept across the battlefield, halting him mid-thought. The air grew heavy, and the scattered dust seemed to thicken, heralding something far more ominous. From the direction of the scavenger guild's path, a towering figure emerged through the haze, its presence commanding instant, dreadful attention. The creature radiated an oppressive energy so dark and malevolent that every hunter froze in place, their instincts screaming at them to flee. Xing's face turned pale as he stared in horror at the advancing figure. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "The boss, it's coming from where the scavenger guild went." Suho's gaze locked onto the approaching monster, his mind racing even as his body instinctively tensed. The creature's glowing eyes scanned the battlefield with cold calculation, its disdainful gaze reducing the hunters to insignificant obstacles. A quiet but unyielding resolve began to rise within Suho. Every fiber of his being told him to retreat, that this foe was beyond anything he had faced before. Yet the looming presence of the boss monster stirred something deeper, an unrelenting will to stand his ground. The battlefield, already nightmarish, had transformed into something far worse. Suho's inner voice whispered of the monster's overwhelming danger, but he pushed the fear aside, clenching his fists. Retreat was no longer an option. The oppressive dread that weighed on Suho grew heavier, an unrelenting pressure that seemed to intensify with every heartbeat. Is this because of my heightened sense stat? He wondered, his gaze fixed on the entity before him. Above the monster, glowing in a sinister red that pulsed with an aura of calamity, was a name that sent chills through his core, Amit, the prisoner of the tomb. This wasn't just a boss, it was a harbinger of destruction, a creature born of pure malice. The darkness surrounding Amit wasn't merely an aura, it seemed alive, a shadow given form. It shifted and writhed, a palpable manifestation of the monster's immense power. With an air of unchallenged authority, Amit's glowing eyes swept across the battlefield, focusing briefly on the mummies that had been relentless moments before. His voice, deep and resonant, carried a command that sent ripples of unease through the air. "Disappear." The single word echoed like a decree, and the mummies immediately faltered. Their previously unyielding aggression melted into terror as they scurried away, their retreat a testament to their overwhelming fear of Amit. Essel, standing amid the chaos, felt her breath hitch. Her fingers tightened around her spear as she whispered, Did that thing just speak? And the mummies obeyed it?" Before anyone could respond, Amit's massive form descended, landing near Essel with an impact that cracked the earth beneath his feet. His shadow engulfed her, and despite her battle-hardened composure, a cold sweat formed on her brow. Suho, noticing the sudden proximity, shouted for her to fall back, his voice edged with urgency. But Amit's glowing eyes bore into Essel, and for a moment, she couldn't move. Then, to her astonishment, the monster spoke, not in a tongue meant for humans but in the guttural, ancient language of monsters. "You understand my words?" His tone carried more curiosity than hostility, which only deepened her unease. Gripping her spear tightly, Essel forced herself to answer, her voice steady despite the tension in her body. Yes. I am of the demon race. A low, chilling laugh rumbled from Amit, a sound that resonated with a mix of amusement and menace. How long it has been, he mused, since I've encountered a creature capable of understanding me. Day after day, I've been surrounded by mindless dead things and insignificant insects crawling through the desert. For a fleeting moment, Essel's fear gave way to cautious hope. Maybe he isn't as hostile as he seems, she thought. But her optimism was short-lived. From behind her, a massive centipede lunged, its fangs bared and ready to strike. Essel barely had time to react before Amit's arm lashed out with blinding speed. The force of his swing unleashed a violent shockwave that obliterated the centipede instantly, scattering its remains like shattered glass across the battlefield. Essel stood frozen, her mind struggling to process what she had just witnessed. The sheer power of that single motion left her shaken. What, is this creature, she wondered, her fear returning tenfold. Amit turned his gaze back to her briefly, his disdain evident. Before we continue this conversation, he said coldly, it seems I must deal with these vermin who fail to heed my warnings. With that, he surged forward, moving like a bolt of darkness unleashed. In an instant, he reached another giant centipede and struck with devastating precision. The monster was cleaved cleanly in two, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battlefield fell silent. The Azura Guild members could only watch in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. Amit stood amidst the carnage he had wrought, a dark force that none dared challenge. Suho stood frozen, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. A monster, fighting other monsters? What kind of nightmare is this? His gaze remained fixed on Amit, the enigmatic figure who had just effortlessly dismantled a centipede. Who is this creature, really? Before he could ponder further, another centipede launched itself from above, its massive jaws snapping shut around Amit with a sickening crunch. Gasps rippled through the battlefield as the beast closed its fangs over him, enveloping the monster in its gruesome maw. For a moment, an eerie silence blanketed the scene, tension mounting as every hunter held their breath. Then, a horrifying transformation began. The centipede's body writhed unnaturally, its insides twisting in grotesque shapes. A wet, tearing sound echoed as Amit violently tore his way out, his body emerging from the shredded remains, drenched in the creature's blood. The crimson liquid dripped down his form, but Amit's expression remained unchanged. With a casual motion, he wiped his face, muttering with disdain, I despise insects. The battlefield stilled, an oppressive silence descending as the guild members stared at Amit in a mix of awe and dread. He stood amidst the carnage, a walking embodiment of death, his presence suffocating. Xing's face was pale, his voice trembling as he spoke, almost to himself. A monster, capable of slaughtering other monsters so effortlessly? What kind of being is this Amit? And why is he here? His gaze darted to the shattered remnants of the centipedes, his hands trembling. This dungeon was supposed to be a standard investigation. But this is something far beyond our understanding. Amit turned his gaze toward Xing, his eyes narrowing as he observed the human's incomprehension. A faint spark of malice lit his features, and he growled in a deep, guttural tone, another who cannot understand me. How tiresome. Without warning, Amit surged forward, his movements faster than the eye could follow. His voice carried a cold decree, then you must die. Xing barely had time to react, crossing his blades in a desperate attempt to block the incoming attack. The sheer force of Amit's charge made the air vibrate. Essel's voice rang out in desperation, a sharp plea cutting through the tension. Amit, stop. Don't attack him. But Amit's strike was relentless, his fist descending with lethal precision. Just as the blow was about to connect, a blur of motion interrupted him. Suho threw himself into the fray, his fist landing squarely against Amit's side in a defiant punch. Attacking us because we can't communicate? Suho shouted, his voice filled with frustration and intensity. What kind of twisted values do you hold? Amit paused, the force of Suho's attack barely registering on his imposing frame. His expression shifted, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Suho with newfound interest. A human who speaks of values, he mused, his voice dripping with disdain. Without warning, Amit retaliated, his punch delivered with brutal force. The room shook as the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, the sheer power of his strike a testament to the nightmare that he was. A violent burst of debris erupted from the site of impact, scattering shards of stone and dust across the dungeon. Guild members scrambled to shield themselves from the chaotic onslaught, their footing precarious in the shaking terrain. Suho, however, bore the brunt of the blow, his body hurtling through the air before slamming into the dungeon wall with a resounding crack. The force of the collision sent ripples through the chamber, silencing the clamor of battle for a fleeting moment. Essel's heart clenched as she saw Suho's crumpled form against the wall. Her expression twisted in a mixture of fury and desperation as she cried out, "Young monarch." Her voice rang clear and defiant, cutting through the thick air as her sharp gaze snapped to Amit. With venom in her tone, she spat, "You fiend! How dare you strike down the young monarch?" Amit responded with a low, mocking laugh, a sound that sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. His laughter resonated like a sinister melody, his expression one of bemused disdain. "That human?" he said, tilting his head as though pondering a trivial matter. "He's your ally, then?" The edges of his tone softened slightly, though the menace in his words remained palpable. "Consider this mercy," Amit said, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. "I'll spare you for now. If you truly hail from the demon race, you may hold knowledge that intrigues me." Amit's gaze bore down on Essel with an intensity that seemed to pin her in place. His next question, calm yet razor-sharp, carried a weight that froze the very air. "Tell me," he demanded, "is the war between the other monarchs and the Shadow Monarch over? And if so, who emerged victorious?" Essel's face remained firm, though beads of sweat began to trickle down her temple. Her mind raced, grappling with the implications of Amit's words. How does this creature know about the war between the monarchs? Who, or what, is he? Around them, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen. Suho and Gray lay crumpled near the dungeon wall, their forms battered and broken. The strain of their battle had pushed their bonding skill to its limit, leaving Gray unconscious and Suho barely clinging to life. Beru knelt beside them, his usually composed face tinged with uncharacteristic concern. He placed a steadying hand on Suho's shoulder, his voice a low murmur as he urged him to wake. The dungeon seemed to hold its breath as tension stretched across the space. Hunters and monsters alike had ceased their movements, caught in the heavy stillness that Amit's presence commanded. Amit's gaze returned to Essel, his expression hardening, his voice as cold and unyielding as steel. "So, you refuse to answer," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "It seems that whether it's a mindless beast incapable of thought or a demon who chooses silence, you're all the same to me." With that, he lifted his foot high into the air, his actions a terrifying promise of devastation. The oppressive weight of his curiosity and wrath loomed over the battlefield, threatening to shatter the fragile standstill at any moment. "You all must die." Amit's voice thundered through the dungeon, drenched in merciless intent as he prepared to unleash his wrath. His looming figure radiated a dark energy that promised annihilation. Amidst the chaos, Suho lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and broken. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, painting a grim picture of his state. Every breath felt like fire, his ribs aching under the strain, yet his resolve remained unbroken. With immense effort, he whispered hoarsely, "Claim reward." "Status recovery?" A soft green light flared into existence behind Amit. The gentle glow enveloped Suho, mending his wounds and washing away the pain that had racked his body moments ago. Renewed strength coursed through him as he slowly pushed himself to his feet, one hand gripping his shoulder for balance. He exhaled, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Good thing I saved my daily quest rewards," he muttered under his breath, a flicker of relief in his voice. His eyes locked onto Amit, and his expression hardened, his renewed vitality giving him courage. "If you're asking about the Great War of the Monarchs," Suho began, his voice steady and resolute, "then let me tell you, every last one of them fell at the hands of the Shadow Monarch." Essel's voice broke through the tension, a sharp cry of alarm. "Young monarch!" she shouted, her tone laced with worry. Amit's glowing eyes narrowed, a spark of surprise flashing across his face. He took a step forward, his towering form exuding menace and curiosity in equal measure. "Is that so?" he asked, his tone a blend of disbelief and fascination. "Are you saying that while I languished in this accursed prison, the war of the monarchs came to an end?" Suho nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering despite the monstrous aura emanating from Amit. "That's the truth," he replied, though his mind was racing. "This creature knows about the monarch's war. Could he have ties to one of them?" The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. Suho's jaw tightened. "He's powerful, at least S-rank, maybe even stronger. If I provoke him, it could mean my death." Amit's eyes glimmered dangerously as he stepped closer, the distance between him and Suho closing rapidly. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. "So, the Shadow Monarch triumphed in the end," he said, his words laced with malice. "That means he killed them all, even Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body." A sinister red aura began to seep from Amit, spreading like an oppressive fog and filling the dungeon with a suffocating presence. His immense shadow seemed to stretch endlessly, engulfing Suho as he loomed over him. Amit's voice grew colder, each word cutting like a blade. "Are you certain?" he demanded, his eyes burning with an intensity that threatened to pierce through Suho's very soul. "Are you truly telling me the truth? Did the Shadow Monarch truly kill Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body?" Suho's gaze locked onto the hulking figure before him, unease creeping into his thoughts. The monarch of the iron body, he mused, his fists tightening as if bracing for what was to come. Could this creature have some connection to him? Another being of iron flesh? The notion sent chills down his spine, but a far graver concern loomed in his mind. If Amit finds out who my father really was. Suho clenched his jaw. The devastation he might unleash would be catastrophic. Amit, however, seemed to have no patience for Suho's internal struggle. Before Suho could piece his thoughts together, the monstrous entity moved. Without warning, Amit's massive foot came crashing down, descending with the force of a meteor. "Young monarch, look out!" Essel's voice rang out, shrill with panic. The impact was earth-shattering, sending tremors across the dungeon. The ground beneath Amit splintered like glass, and cracks raced up the dungeon walls. Dust and debris filled the air as Suho narrowly evaded the attack, flipping backward just in time. His heart pounded furiously in his chest as he landed, steadying himself with a sharp exhale. "What the hell, man?" Suho shouted, his voice laced with frustration. "I thought we were talking." Amit's glowing eyes narrowed in irritation, his voice a deep rumble like stones grinding together. "You're taking too long," he snapped, his tone cutting. "Only liars hesitate." His towering form loomed closer, and the threat in his voice was unmistakable. "Speak the truth now, or I'll crush you where you stand." Suho swallowed hard, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He's not bluffing, he thought grimly. One wrong move, one word too slow, and I'll be dead. Amit's voice boomed again, colder than before. "Answer me. Did Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, fall to the shadow monarch or not?" This time, Suho didn't falter. "Yes," he said firmly, his voice steady despite the tension. "The shadow monarch killed every one of the monarchs." Suho's fists tightened as he braced himself for Amit's reaction. Would he explode in rage at the confirmation of Tarnak's demise? The thought made Suho's pulse quicken, but what followed caught him entirely off guard. Amit's face twisted into something unexpected, a grin. His lips curled upward, and then, with a sudden, booming laugh, he threw his head back. The sound of his mirth reverberated off the dungeon walls, deep and thunderous. Suho stared in disbelief as Amit's laughter echoed, his massive form shaking with amusement. "So that's it," Amit said between bouts of laughter, his voice tinged with something almost resembling relief. "That's why he never returned for me." Amit spread his arms wide, his towering figure casting a massive shadow across the room. His laughter subsided into a dark chuckle, his grin still plastered across his face. So the great Tarnak, the mighty monarch of the iron body, actually met his end. He really did bite the dust, huh? The sight of Amit reveling in the news left Suho speechless, the tension in the room replaced with a chilling sense of unease. "I suppose I owe the shadow monarch a toast," Amit mused, his booming voice laced with unexpected amusement. "Perhaps even a banquet in his honor." Suho's mind reeled at the bizarre reaction, his thoughts racing to comprehend what he had just heard. Finally, mustering the courage to voice his confusion, he asked, "Wait, weren't you a kin of the Iron Monarch?" The laughter that had echoed moments before disappeared as if sliced away by an invisible blade. Amit's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing with venomous intensity. "Kin," he hissed, his tone dripping with contempt. "Don't you dare accuse me of such filth." His massive hands clenched, crackling energy sparking violently around them, growing denser with every breath. "His kin," he repeated, his voice rising to a thunderous growl. "How dare you insult me with that blasphemy?" The power coalescing around him surged in intensity, the very air trembling under its weight. "You've gone too far," he snarled, the malevolent glow of his energy reflecting in his eyes. "And now, you will die for it?" Before Suho could react, Amit lunged forward, his massive fist aimed directly at him. The strike carried an overwhelming force that left no room for escape. Suho crossed his arms in a desperate defensive stance, fully aware that it might not be enough. But just as the attack was about to connect, something extraordinary occurred. From the shadows and cracks of the dungeon, chains, thick, radiant, and pulsating with an otherworldly light, shot forth in every direction. They moved with impossible speed, coiling around Amit like vipers striking their prey. The force of the chain stopped Amit's attack mere inches from Suho's face. His fist hung frozen midair as the bindings tightened with an unyielding grip, pulling him backward and halting his assault entirely. Suho stumbled back, his breath caught in his throat as he watched in disbelief. Where did these come from?" he murmured, his voice barely audible over the creaking and rattling of the chains. Their power was palpable, a force that felt both ancient and indomitable. Amit, too, froze for a moment, his expression shifting from rage to grim realization. His struggles against the chains only seemed to strengthen their grip, each link constricting tighter as if responding to his resistance. "These damn chains!" Amit growled under his breath, his mind racing. "Again, they come to haunt me. Have I overstepped my bounds once more?" The chains tightened further as if answering his unspoken question. The unrelenting force began to drag Amit backward, each pull a reminder of his limitations. No, he snarled, his muscles straining as he attempted to break free. Not again. But his defiance was in vain. The chains, imbued with a power that surpassed his own, yanked him further away from Suho, pulling him back toward the void that had once imprisoned him. The room echoed with the sound of grinding metal as the chains clanged and groaned, their purpose clear and their will unyielding. Amit stumbled, his enormous frame struggling against the merciless bindings. Each step backward felt like an eternity, his roars of frustration filling the air. Yet the chains did not falter, dragging him inexorably back toward the domain he had dared to leave behind. With a deafening roar, Amit cursed the chains that bound him, the memory of Tarnak, and the enigmatic caster who had sentenced him to this unending torment. His struggles were futile as the relentless chains pulled him back. Shadows surged around his form, enveloping him entirely until his massive figure disappeared, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust in his wake. Suho stood rooted to the spot, his breath shallow, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. His wide eyes and slackened jaw betrayed his struggle to comprehend what had just unfolded before him. What were those chains, he wondered, his mind racing. Where did they come from, and why did they suddenly drag that monster away? Essel hurried to his side, her face pale with worry. "Young monarch, are you all right?" she asked, her voice quivering with concern. Suho gave a brief nod, masking the confusion brewing within. "Yes, I'm fine," he replied tersely, though his thoughts screamed otherwise. "I have no idea what just happened, but for now, I'm just relieved Amit is gone." Taking a steadying breath, Suho surveyed the ravaged dungeon. His gaze lingered on the crumbled walls and battered bodies. "We need to tread carefully now that we know of that creature's existence," he said grimly. "Let's focus on getting Grey and the injured Azura Guild members the help they need." But just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted. His eyes widened, and his lips parted slightly in disbelief. The system's interface suddenly glitched, the urgent quest text flickering erratically, distorting in a way Suho had never seen before. "What's happening?" Suho thought, alarmed. Noticing his unsettled demeanor, Essel moved closer, her worry deepening. "Young monarch, what's wrong?" Without taking his eyes off the screen, Suho pointed toward the flickering interface, frustration tightening his features. "The emergency quest," it changed on its own. He read the new prompt aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Free the heir of the iron body, Amit, from the pyramid." The words reverberated in his mind like a tolling bell. Amit is the heir of the iron body? Is this real? The scene shifted abruptly to a dim chamber suffused with an eerie glow. Scattered across the cold stone floor were the mangled remains of scavenger guild members and the carcasses of slain beasts, their blood pooling and staining the ground. The air was heavy with the acrid stench of death, making every breath a challenge. As Suho and Essel entered, their eyes were drawn to the carnage. Suho's expression hardened, understanding the grim reality before him. These were scavenger guild members. Amit must have slaughtered them without mercy. His gaze then fell upon the center of the chamber, where a massive figure loomed, bound tightly by a web of luminous chains. The chains pulsed faintly, their glow casting long, twisted shadows across the room. Amit's piercing gaze met Suho's, filled with a mixture of disdain and intrigue. The chains binding him creaked as he shifted slightly, his voice dripping with dark amusement. "I can't believe you've come looking for me," Amit growled, his tone laced with a sinister edge. "You've got guts, human. I wonder if they'll be your undoing." Suho stepped forward, his face calm and unreadable. "I came to finish what we started. Our conversation was cut short before," he said, his tone steady but laced with curiosity. Amit scoffed, his laughter low and menacing, echoing off the chamber walls like distant thunder. "Conversation," he said mockingly. "The only lesson Tarnak ever taught me was how to kill. If you've got grievances, go scream at his grave." Listening to the beast's sneering tone, Suho couldn't help but notice a strange innocence hidden in Amit's bluntness. There was a raw honesty there, almost childlike, despite the monster's terrifying presence. The irony of attempting to reason with him wasn't lost on Suho, yet he pressed on. "It sounds like you didn't have much love for the monarch of the iron body," Suho remarked carefully. "Why is that?" Amit's eyes flickered with surprise, his demeanor shifting slightly. "You came all this way just to ask me that?" he asked, his voice tinged with both suspicion and intrigue. After a brief pause, he sighed, the chains rattling as he adjusted his posture. "Well, I suppose talking is the only pastime I've got. I'll indulge you." His voice darkened, carrying an undercurrent of bitterness. "I am Amit," he began. "I was created by Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, and a spellcaster whose name I'll never forget. They forged me into what I am, only to abandon me here, discarded like a broken tool, entombed in this cursed prison." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, and Suho felt the raw pain and fury behind them. Amit's voice grew colder, his rage palpable. Those two turned a man into a monster. They locked me away, leaving me bound by these damned chains amidst a tomb of rotting corpses. Suho frowned, his mind racing as he tried to grasp the depth of Amit's suffering. Why haven't you broken the chains? He asked, hoping for a straightforward solution. Amit's glare sharpened, and he leaned forward, the chains pulling taut. These aren't ordinary chains, he growled. They're woven with powerful magic. No matter how many times I destroy them, they reform if I stray too far from this spot. I've spent centuries trying to break free, but they always return. His voice cracked with frustration, a tremor of helpless rage echoing in his words. I've been trapped here for longer than you can imagine, unable even to explore this accursed tomb. Tarnak and that wretched spellcaster condemned me to a life worse than death. I will never forgive them. Suho studied the chains carefully, noting their peculiar glow and the unnatural way they coiled around Amit. Something about them didn't add up. If they truly were unbreakable, why were they designed to reform only when Amit moved beyond a certain distance? There had to be a reason behind this enchantment. Turning to Amit, Suho asked, were these monsters already in the tomb when you were imprisoned? Amit's expression darkened further as he nodded. Yes. They've always been here, he confirmed, his voice dripping with bitterness. Suho glanced around the chamber, piecing together the puzzle. Essel, standing beside him, looked increasingly confused. So, you're not the dungeon's master? Suho pressed. Amit's confirmation sent a wave of realization through Suho. The spellcaster must have ensured the chains would hold Amit here for a purpose, he thought. There's more to this than just imprisonment. After a moment of contemplation, Suho took a bold step forward. If I manage to break these chains, he said, his voice steady, would you be willing to hear me out? Amit's eyes widened slightly, his surprise quickly replaced by suspicion and a flicker of hope. You're serious? He rumbled, his tone heavy with disbelief. Are you actually considering freeing me? The room seemed to grow quieter as Amit's voice dropped to a menacing pitch. If you can undo the spellcaster's work and release me, I swear on my rage, I'll grant whatever request you make. His piercing gaze locked onto Suho, searching for any hint of deceit. But tell me, Amit continued, his tone dark and foreboding. Do you truly have a way to break the magic that binds me? Amit's aura erupted like a storm, flooding the chamber with a suffocating, oppressive force that made the very walls tremble. The chains binding him groaned under the strain, rattling violently as if they, too, feared his wrath. His eyes gleamed with a feral, dangerous light, and his voice boomed through the space, a guttural roar that shook the ground beneath their feet. If you're toying with me, he snarled, his words dripping with malice, if this is some sick joke, you'll regret it more than anything in your miserable life. I'll tear you apart limb by limb, and nothing in this world will save you. The green and crimson energy swirling around Amit pulsed violently, wrapping his massive form in a chaotic vortex of raw, unrestrained fury. The very air crackled with electricity, the temperature in the room rising with his growing anger. The oppressive weight of his promise pressed down on Suho like a physical force, heavy and sharp, like the edge of a blade poised at his throat. Essel stood paralyzed, her face pale, eyes wide with fear as Amit's terrifying aura saturated the room. She managed to stammer, "Why, young monarch, what?" But Suho raised a hand, silencing her. His gaze never wavered from Amit's furious eyes. Every muscle in his body was coiled with tension, but his voice remained steady and unwavering. "Hear me out before you make any threats," he said, his tone calm but firm, as if he were negotiating with death itself. Amit's growl rumbled low in his throat, but something in Suho's unflinching demeanor made him pause. The overwhelming rage that filled the room lessened, if only slightly, as curiosity took root in the beast's mind. A sly glint flickered in Suho's eyes as he leaned forward, a hint of defiance in his grin. "I'm planning to bring this entire dungeon down," he declared, his words deliberate and laced with confidence. Amit's eyes narrowed sharply, the intensity in his gaze shifting from rage to intrigue. Suho continued, his voice steady. "The spellcaster tied you here with those enchanted chains to keep you from reaching the dungeon master, right? But think about this, what happens when the dungeon master is defeated? When the dungeon itself collapses?" He paused, letting his words sink in. "Those chains won't have a reason to exist anymore. Their purpose will be gone, just like the dungeon itself." Amit's eyes darkened, processing Suho's logic with a thoughtful silence. The tantalizing possibility of freedom flickered in his mind, a chance to finally shatter the chains that had bound him for so long. The fury that had once consumed him began to shift into something else entirely, hope. A sudden, low rumble erupted from Amit's chest, building into a deep, guttural laugh that reverberated through the chamber. Well, the Shadow Monarch's heir," he chuckled, a glint of wild hope flashing in his eyes. "What a plan you've cooked up. Maybe, just maybe, this insane little scheme of yours could actually work. The scene transitioned to the dungeon's lower levels, where Beru buzzed around like an oversized, disgruntled wasp. His wings fluttered furiously, and his face twisted into an exaggerated mask of sorrow. With a dramatic wail, he lamented, "Oh, young monarch, how could you abandon me here with this overgrown lizard?" His tiny form vibrated with frustration, his antennae drooping in exaggerated misery. Amet, growing increasingly annoyed by Beru's theatrics, let out a sharp snarl. "Enough with your whining, you miserable insect," he snapped. "You're like a gnat buzzing in my ear." Beru's eyes flared with indignation, his pride stung. His antennae stiffened, and his voice dropped to a venomous hiss. "Gnat? You dare call me a gnat? Do you wish to provoke the wrath of my original form?" Amet, utterly unimpressed, waved him off with a dismissive grunt. "Save your threats, pest. Who would have thought that kid was the Shadow Monarch's heir?" Ignoring Beru's bristling anger, Amet moved to the very edge of his chain's reach. His massive hand pressed against the cold dungeon floor as he peered into the shadows where Suho had disappeared moments ago. "This is the limit," he muttered, the chains tightening with a metallic groan. "If the kid fails, I'm still stuck here. But for some reason, I believe him. I believe he'll find a way to get me out." A rare flicker of vulnerability crossed Amet's face as he lowered his head, lost in bitter reflection. "Tarnak," he thought with a snarl. "You claimed raw power was the only true strength. You made me into this monster for that very reason." But Amet's thoughts drifted back to Suho, the fierce determination burning in the young man's eyes. "There's strength beyond brute force," Amet admitted to himself. "If anyone can break these chains, it's that kid." Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Suho's fist crashed into the jaw of a towering beast, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the ground. The monster's head snapped back before it crumbled into dust under the sheer power of Suho's strike. Without missing a beat, he pivoted, delivering a final, devastating blow to the remaining creatures swarming him. The air was thick with dust and fading energy as the last of the monsters fell. Suho stood amidst the wreckage, his chest rising and falling with measured breaths. The battlefield around him was silent, the only sound the faint crackle of dissipating magic as he prepared for the next phase of his mission. Suho cast a glance at Essel, who had been battling fiercely at his side. Both were weary, their bodies marked by the toll of relentless fighting, yet their resolve remained unbroken. Their eyes met, exchanging a silent nod of determination, signaling their readiness for the final confrontation. Together, they moved forward, advancing towards the dungeon's core, where an ominous figure loomed on a throne constructed from the bones of countless fallen foes. A malevolent aura seeped from the seated figure, its presence suffocating the air around them. Suho's gaze sharpened, focusing on the crimson letters hovering above the throne, spelling out the name of the dungeon's warden, Shika. "Just one more," Suho murmured, his voice steady and low, reverberating through the eerie silence of the tomb. His muscles tensed, every nerve in his body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Amet wrestled with the enchanted chains that had bound him for what seemed like an eternity. Each metallic clink echoed through the chamber, a haunting symphony of his ceaseless struggle. Suho, observing the futility of Amet's efforts, conjured a shadow portal just within Amet's grasp. Hope flared in Amet's eyes as he lunged forward, but the cursed chains recoiled, dragging him back to his prison with ruthless force. Suho watched the scene unfold, his expression calm yet analytical. "As expected," he muttered, "these chains are more troublesome than I thought. Even the shadow portal can't circumvent their enchantment." Amet gritted his teeth, his massive hands gripping the chains with a force born from years of frustration. "The moment I even think about leaving, these damn things tighten their grip," he growled, his voice thick with bitterness. "It's like being trapped in a nightmare with no escape." Suho crossed his arms, studying the chains with a discerning eye. "A formidable spell indeed," he acknowledged. "But I needed to test the boundaries to understand the problem fully." Turning to Essel and the rest of his companions, Suho laid out his strategy. "We have two tasks ahead. First, Essel and I will confront and eliminate the dungeon's boss. That should destabilize the dungeon's core and initiate its collapse. Once the dungeon begins to fall apart, our second objective is to target and destroy the pillars that anchor these chains. Severing those will disrupt their magic and finally set Amet free." With the plan in place, Suho and his team prepared for the critical battle that would decide not only their fate but also Amet's long-awaited freedom. After laying out the plan, Suho added with a calm finality, "Once we've brought the dungeon down, we'll regroup with Beru and retreat into the shadow dungeon before this entire place collapses." Amet's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering behind them. "And if you mess up either of those steps," he growled, the heavy chains rattling ominously with his movement. "What then? Your plan seems a little too neat for a place like this." Suho's expression hardened, his voice steady but carrying an edge. "I've got contingencies if things go sideways." His tone left no room for doubt. But before Suho could elaborate, Ahmet let out a dry, sardonic chuckle, the sound echoing off the stone walls. "Doesn't matter," he muttered, shaking his head slightly. "Whatever's waiting out there can't be worse than rotting in this cursed crypt for another 1,000 years. The focus shifted to the dungeon's core, where an eerie wind spiraled through ancient corridors, stirring the sand into restless whirlwinds. At the eye of this unnatural storm stood Sheikah, the tomb's guardian. His towering silhouette was framed by an ominous crimson glow, his presence suffocating the air itself. In his hands, an orb of dark energy pulsed with sinister intent, tendrils of red lightning flickering along its surface. With a flick of his wrist, Sheikah hurled the orb forward, and mid-flight, it disintegrated into a horde of sand-born monstrosities. The creatures surged like a living avalanche, their forms twisting and writhing as they barreled toward Suho with feral hunger. Suho didn't flinch. His grip tightened around his blade, and with a burst of speed, he lunged into the oncoming wave. His eyes blazed with unwavering determination. The sword in his hands became a blur, slicing through the creatures with surgical precision. Each strike resonated with power, the sand beasts crumbling into dust under the force of his blows. The swirling sandstorm thickened, concealing him within its chaotic embrace, but then, through the haze, Suho's figure burst forth, cleaving the final monster clean in half with a single, powerful stroke. Just as Suho allowed himself a breath, the ground beneath his feet betrayed him. The sand, no longer passive, coiled upward like serpents, wrapping around his legs with vice-like grip. His eyes darted to Sheikah, who stood motionless atop his throne of bones, one hand outstretched. The warden's fingers twitched slightly, and the sand responded in kind, tightening its hold as if Sheikah himself were puppeteering the very dungeon. Suho's gaze flicked to the red letters floating ominously above Sheikah's head, a chilling reminder that this foe wasn't just another obstacle. An A rank, he murmured under his breath, his jaw tightening. Figures it wouldn't be easy. From the corner of his eye, he saw Essel seizing an opportunity. With a determined cry, she hurled her spear toward Sheikah, her aim true and force behind the throw. But Sheikah didn't even blink. With an almost bored wave of his hand, the spear veered off course, clattering harmlessly to the ground as though it had never posed a threat. Essel's eyes widened in disbelief, but Suho's focus remained locked on the warden. This isn't just about brute strength, he thought grimly. This one's got control over the dungeon itself. The sand's hold on Suho constricted tighter, threatening to drag him beneath the swirling storm like an anchor pulling him into the depths. His muscles strained against the relentless grip, teeth clenched as he fought to break free. With a defiant roar, he summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling his energy into a single explosive burst. The sand shattered away from his legs, dispersing like smoke in the wind. Gasping for breath, Suho shouted over the howling storm, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Essel! Now's the time. We need the bond skill, there's no other way out of this." Essel hesitated for just a heartbeat, her eyes widening at the command. But understanding flooded her features almost immediately, and the surprise was quickly replaced by fierce determination. "Understood, young monarch," she responded, her voice steady and resolute despite the swirling mayhem around them. A brilliant transformation overtook her as she summoned the depths of her power. Her hair turned a dazzling white, glowing like moonlight against the dungeon's oppressive gloom, while a dark crimson aura flared around her body, pulsing with raw energy. Essel gathered this power into a crackling red sphere, her focus unwavering. "This is the moment I've trained for," she thought, her heart pounding with anticipation. "I can't afford to falter now." As the orb in her hands grew brighter and more unstable, Essel's mind flickered back to her past missteps, the failures that haunted her. "I've been weak before. But not this time." Her jaw set with grim resolve. "This time, I'll be the one to change the outcome." With a final surge of will, she sent the blazing energy toward Suho. The moment it connected, it surged into him like a lightning strike, electrifying every nerve in his body. Essel's aura dimmed instantly, her mana reserves fully depleted. Her knees buckled, and she crumpled to the ground, her hair returning to its natural color. "Young monarch," she whispered faintly, her voice barely audible, "I hope this is enough." Suho felt the power flood through him, an overwhelming tide that reinvigorated his body and sharpened his senses. His entire being hummed with this newfound strength, and his gaze locked onto Sheikah, the tomb's warden who still loomed atop his throne with an air of malevolent calm. A fierce grin spread across Suho's face as he squared his shoulders. "Playtime's over," he growled, his voice dripping with defiance. "Now it's my turn." Fueled by Essel's bond skill, Suho exploded into motion. His body became a blur, moving faster than the eye could follow as he hurtled toward Sheikah like an unstoppable force. The very walls of the dungeon trembled beneath his feet, the ground itself quaking in anticipation of their impending collision. Sheikah remained unmoved, his expression cold and unreadable. But as Suho closed the distance, the warden raised his hand, the crimson energy around him flaring violently. His fist pulled back, crackling with dark power, prepared to unleash a devastating counterstrike. Suho charged forward, his unwavering resolve blazing hotter than the oppressive aura radiating from Shika. The warden's overwhelming presence, thick with raw, unbridled power, seemed to weigh down the very air, but Suho pushed through it, undeterred. Just as he neared striking distance, a glowing system notification flickered into view. Bond skill, Demon Blast, 67% charged. Suho's mind raced. This is it. My one chance. There's no room for hesitation. He clenched his fists tighter, feeling the energy coursing through him like liquid fire. Letting out a primal roar that echoed through the crumbling tomb, Suho unleashed every shred of his strength and willpower into a single, earth-shattering punch. The moment his fist connected, the impact was nothing short of apocalyptic. A massive shockwave exploded outward, tearing through the dungeon walls and sending shards of stone and bone hurtling in every direction. Shika's imposing figure disintegrated under the sheer ferocity of the attack, his body fracturing into countless fragments before vanishing entirely, consumed by the overwhelming force. Far deeper within the dungeon's labyrinthine corridors, Beru's antennae quivered violently as the very ground beneath him trembled. Cracks raced up the ancient walls, dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the oppressive atmosphere shifted. The dungeon itself groaned as it began to collapse. Turning sharply to Amet, Beru's voice rang with urgency. The dungeon's falling apart. The young monarch, he's done it. The dungeon master is defeated. Amet's sharp gaze followed the trembling stakes that bound his chains as they began to loosen, each one falling to the ground with a resonant clang. His breath hitched, something fragile and long dormant stirring deep within his chest, a faint, flickering spark of hope. Barely above a whisper, he murmured to himself, could it be? After all these years, am I finally free? Beru, ever the impatient one, flapped his wings with frustration and barked, hey! Oversized lizard. Quit staring and move. We need to find the young monarch before this place caves in. But Amet didn't move. He stood rooted to the spot, his mind clouded with disbelief. Is this real? He wondered, the weight of centuries of imprisonment pressing down on him even as his chains loosened. Can I truly walk out of this cursed tomb? The memories surged unbidden. He saw Tarnak's twisted grin, the gleam in the spellcaster's eyes as they conducted their cruel experiments. He felt the phantom pain of his body being shattered, rebuilt, and destroyed again, over and over in an endless cycle of torment. They had molded his suffering into strength, but at the cost of his sanity. In a desperate act of rebellion, he had gouged out his own eyes, hoping to escape the agony by plunging himself into darkness. And yet, through all that pain, one memory clung to him like a lifeline, the vivid image of the world beyond this tomb. The serene beauty of untouched nature from his distant youth. The feel of sunlight on his scales, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and the scent of fresh earth after rain. For centuries, he had clung to the hope of feeling that warmth again, of escaping this desolate prison. Now, as the dungeon crumbled around him, Amet felt that hope bloom once more. With a deep, shuddering breath, Amet summoned every ounce of courage and lifted his heavy foot, stepping across the invisible threshold that had imprisoned him for countless years. But the moment his clawed foot touched the ground beyond his confinement, the fragile hope that had kindled within him was snuffed out. From the shadows, a gleaming stake shot toward him like a bolt of lightning, its speed blinding. It tore through his side with brutal precision, embedding deep into his flesh. Amet staggered back, a guttural roar of agony erupting from his throat. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his fangs crimson as his powerful frame shook from the unexpected assault. Beru's wings beat frantically as he cried out in alarm, his voice shrill with panic. Amet! What's happening? What is this? But Amet barely heard him. More stakes, sharp as razors and relentless as a storm, hurtled toward him in a deadly barrage. His furious roar echoed through the crumbling tomb, shaking the very walls. Tarnak! Spellcaster! You'd rather see me dead than let me taste freedom? I will never forgive you for this treachery. Just as another stake spiraled toward Amet's chest, Suho appeared, his body battered and bruised, but his spirit unbroken. Without hesitation, Suho launched himself into the fray. Acting on pure instinct, he spun midair and drove his foot into the incoming stake. The force of the impact reverberated through his leg, a sharp jolt of pain radiating up to his hip. He gritted his teeth as his leg nearly buckled beneath him, but there was no time to falter. The stakes kept coming, merciless and unending. Suho's eyes darted to the glowing chains binding Amet, realization dawning in an instant. These aren't just physical restraints, they're cursed to keep him trapped, no matter what. His mind raced. If I can't break the chains, I'll have to sever their source. With a swift motion, Suho summoned a portal to the shadow dungeon, a swirling vortex of darkness opening beside him. He positioned himself between Amit and the barrage of enchanted stakes, his body a living shield. As each stake flew toward them, Suho kicked, punched, and deflected them, redirecting the deadly projectiles into the shadowy void. Each impact sent fresh waves of searing pain through his already fractured body, his bones groaning under the strain, but he pushed through it all. Amit, watching Suho's relentless efforts, felt a surge of disbelief flood his chest. His voice trembled, not from pain, but from sheer confusion. "Why?" he rasped, his eyes wide. "Why are you doing this? What could you possibly gain by shedding your blood for me?" Suho didn't answer. His face was slick with sweat, his muscles screaming in protest with every movement. But his resolve remained unshaken. He didn't need words, his actions spoke louder than any explanation could. Suddenly, one final stake tore through the air, its tip gleaming ominously as it zeroed in on Suho's heart. Suho, exhausted beyond measure, barely had the strength to react. But before the stake could pierce him, Amit surged forward with a roar that shook the walls. His massive fist crashed into the stake, sending it hurtling into the shadow portal with a deafening clang. Blood dripped freely from Amit's wounds, but his eyes burned with a newfound fire as he turned to Suho. His voice, though ragged, was steady. "I see it now," he said, his words heavy with understanding and gratitude. "Why Tarnak?" Amit growled, his voice thick with bitterness. "No, why did all the monarchs fall to the shadow monarch?" His eyes burned with a fierce clarity as he turned toward Suho. It wasn't just power. It was conviction. Suho's breath hitched. He hadn't anticipated such words, let alone from a being as formidable as Amit. The towering beast's respect, spoken aloud in the midst of chaos, struck deeper than any weapon could. In that moment, Suho realized Amit no longer saw him as a mere opponent but as an equal, a comrade bound by shared struggle. Amit's voice boomed through the crumbling dungeon, echoing off the cracked stone walls. It was a roar filled with defiance, but also with something more profound, purpose. "If all that stands between us and freedom are these cursed stakes, then let's end this nightmare together," sung Suho. Suho shook his head, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. "No, young monarch." Side by side, the two faced the incoming barrage of stakes, each gleaming like a shard of death sent to finish them off. Without a shred of hesitation, Amit swung his colossal fists, sending the enchanted stakes flying into the swirling maw of the shadow dungeon portal. Suho, though his body screamed in protest and his bones felt like they could shatter at any moment, mirrored Amit's determination. He delivered precise, desperate strikes, redirecting each deadly projectile with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, a faint stir broke the silence. Essel's eyelids fluttered open, her body weak, her limbs heavy, but her spirit still burning with determination. As her vision cleared, she was met with the familiar, unamused gaze of Beru, his antennae twitching slightly. "Took you long enough," Beru muttered, his tone as dry as ever. Essel jerked upright, her heart racing. "Beru, what happened? Where's Suho? Amit, are they okay?" Beru raised one of his claws to his lips, silencing her with a sharp motion. "Quiet. They're resting now. Don't disturb them." Confused but obedient, Essel followed Beru's gaze. Her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes welled with emotion. There, lying peacefully nearby, was Suho. His chest rose and fell with steady, rhythmic breaths, the tension in his face eased by hard-won victory. Beside him, Amit lay free of his chains, his massive form relaxed, a rare serenity softening his features. Essel couldn't hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she whispered, He actually did it. The young monarch, he saved Amit." Just as her words hung in the air, a series of soft chimes echoed through the dungeon. System notifications flickered into view above Suho's sleeping form. System notification. "Congratulations. You have successfully recruited Amit, heir of the Iron Body, as a companion. Urgent quest, Dimensional Crack, completed. You have leveled up. Quest rewards acquired. Would you like to view them now?" Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office adorned with minimalist decor, a man in a sharp black suit delicately sipped his tea. The faint glow from his tablet illuminated his face as he studied a digital profile, his piercing eyes locked on the image of Sung Jin-woo. A complex mix of admiration and unease flickered across his expression. "Something shifted after Hunter Sung Jin-woo vanished," he murmured, his voice low and contemplative. "The Hunter gates started appearing again, but the memories he left behind allowed me to establish the Hunter Association quickly and avoid another catastrophe like the Great Cataclysm." Setting the tablet aside, he leaned back in his leather chair, letting out a slow, deliberate breath. His thoughts drifted to recent developments, his brow furrowing. But Stardust? That wasn't part of the previous timeline? His fingers drummed against the armrest, the name lingering in the air. And its distribution by Li Min, Sung of the Grim Reaper Guild. It doesn't add up. Especially with their guild master's absence. Is he acting on his own? Before he could dive deeper into this puzzle, his phone vibrated aggressively on the desk, shattering his focus. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at the caller ID. Incoming call, Mr. Jinho. His curiosity piqued, he answered, his voice smooth but tinged with interest. It's rare to hear from you, Mr. Jinho. To what do I owe this unexpected call? The voice on the other end was fraught with desperation and panic, shaking with urgency. Jinchul. I need the Hunter Association's help. It's about my nephew. Jinchul's posture straightened immediately, alarm flashing in his sharp eyes. Your nephew, he repeated cautiously. You mean, Suho? Yes, Jinho's voice broke, thick with worry. He's awakened as a hunter. But I believe he's trapped inside a gate. Please, you have to help him. A cold wave washed over Jinchul as the words sank in. His face lost all color, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Sung Suho, trapped inside a gate? His mind raced, connecting the dots faster than he could process them aloud. The Shadow Monarch's heir is in danger. This wasn't just any hunter lost in a dungeon, this could shift the entire balance of power. The scene shifted dramatically to the desolate outskirts of the Pyramid Field dungeon, where a convoy of military-grade trucks stood like silent sentinels against the backdrop of devastation. The ruins of ancient structures loomed in the distance, casting jagged shadows across the cracked earth, while the eerie silence hinted at the chaos that had unfolded within. Inside one of the battered trucks, the surviving members of the Azura Guild lay sprawled across the metal floor, their breathing labored as if they'd sprinted through a sandstorm with no end in sight. Among them, Xing stirred, his mind foggy, weighed down by exhaustion and fragmented memories of the chaos they had just endured. A voice, sharp and insistent, pierced through the haze like a blade cutting through thick fog. Xing, hey, wake up. You've been napping long enough. It was Suho. His voice wasn't loud, but it was impossible to ignore, like a persistent alarm you can't snooze. Xing groaned, bringing a hand to his pounding head, feeling like he'd been hit by something large and unforgiving, maybe even pyramid-shaped. His memories flashed in brief, disjointed fragments, the storm, the dungeon, the overwhelming terror. The more he remembered, the worse the headache throbbed. Meanwhile, Suho stood over him, arms crossed with the casual patience of someone waiting at a bus stop in the middle of nowhere. His expression was calm, almost too calm given the circumstances. Dungeons cleared, Suho announced with a shrug, as if he'd just finished sweeping the floor. Oh, and by the way, can I borrow your phone? Need to make a quick call. Kinda important. For a moment, Xing's brain lagged like a computer struggling under too many open tabs. He blinked up at Suho, the words not quite registering. But when they finally clicked, it hit him like a freight train. What? Xing shot upright, ignoring the protest from his aching muscles. The dungeon's cleared? His gaze darted to the truck's grimy window. Outside, where the once imposing pyramid had loomed like a sinister monument, there was now only an empty wasteland. The monstrous structure had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse of cracked earth. It looked as though someone had performed the world's most dangerous disappearing act. The scene shifted to the bustling Cairo International Airport, its halls alive with the hum of travelers, blaring announcements, and the rolling of suitcases over polished floors. Amid the chaos, Suho and the remaining Azura Guild members gathered near the departure gates, their faces marked by exhaustion but also relief. It was a bittersweet farewell. The group shared quiet words and firm handshakes, the weight of their shared ordeal hanging heavy in the air. Xing extended his hand to Suho, his gratitude clear in his eyes. I won't forget what you did back there, Xing said, his voice steady despite the emotions beneath. Let's stay in touch, yeah? Even after you're back in Korea. Suho scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thanks, man. And I appreciate you guys helping me get a flight back home, and, well, reconnecting me with my uncle, Suho replied, his grin softening as he thought about the call he'd made. The memory of his uncle's voice, panicked and on the verge of a heart attack after learning Suho had been in Egypt battling something that made an S-rank monster look like a stray kitten, echoed in his mind. Suho's smile faded slightly, the weight of his uncle's worried words lingering in his thoughts as he prepared to board his flight back to Korea, unsure of what challenges awaited him next. The incident had been quietly reported to a contact within the Hunter Association, and now a summons to their headquarters loomed like a storm cloud over Suho's head. As if sensing the tension, Xing's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across his face like a detective piecing together a conspiracy in a late-night drama. You know, Xing started, his tone laced with curiosity, it's kinda weird, don't you think? An S-rank demon just walked away and let the dungeon collapse like it was no big deal. Suho forced out a laugh, trying to sound casual, though his clenched fists betrayed his nerves. Yeah, weird's the right word, he replied with a weak grin. Guess I just got lucky. But inside, Suho winced. If Xing ever found out the truth about Amit, I'd never hear the end of it. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, a realm pulsing with dark energy and oppressive silence, Amit stood tall. Though still wrapped in heavy chains that clanked ominously with every slight movement, his presence radiated undiminished power. Suho and his companions observed from a distance, the weight of the situation sinking in. Essel sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. So, in the end, the chains couldn't be broken? Suho glanced at Amit, his expression unreadable. So, you're stuck here because of those chains, huh? Suho asked, his tone calm but pointed. And since I didn't fully unseal you, does that mean you're backing out of your promise? Amit let out a deep, booming laugh that echoed through the dark expanse like thunder. Relax, kid, Amit rumbled, his voice filled with amusement. The deal was to get me out of that cursed tomb, and you did exactly that. Flexing his massive arms, the chains rattled like oversized ornaments. These? Amit scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. They're just for show now. I can move better here than I ever did trapped in that dusty coffin. Suho blinked, caught off guard by Amit's sudden shift in attitude. The once terrifying overlord now sounded more like someone enjoying a spa retreat rather than a chained beast of destruction. Before Suho could form a reply, Amit's enormous hand shot out, gripping the back of Suho's jacket like he was scooping up a misbehaving child. Hey! What the? Suho began to protest, but his words were cut off as Amit launched them both into the air with a powerful leap. The ground below cracked under the sheer force of his takeoff. Essel's panicked voice echoed behind them. Amit! Where are you taking the young monarch? After soaring through the dense darkness, Amit landed atop a towering structure within the Shadow Realm, releasing Suho, who stumbled slightly before regaining his footing. Standing tall, Amit spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the atmosphere of his new domain. It's faint, Amit murmured, his deep voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. But I can sense it, the essence of nature. It's been far too long since I felt this. Turning toward Suho, Amit's eyes gleamed, not with menace, but with something closer to respect. As I promised, young monarch, I will follow you. Suho met his gaze, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He gave a firm nod. Then let's get started. Back in the present, Suho offered Xing a casual wave before stepping through the boarding gate. The automated doors slid shut with a soft hiss, leaving Xing standing there, watching him go. As Suho walked down the terminal, his thoughts drifted. The shadow dungeon, the urgent quest, meeting Amit, none of it was random, it all felt like pieces of a larger puzzle falling into place. Everything had led to this, gaining Amit not as an enemy, but as an ally. Before disappearing completely from view, Suho turned for one final glance at Xing, his voice steady, but carrying an unspoken promise. I'll see you again. Xing's eyes lingered on Suho's retreating figure, his mind racing. This guy doesn't just summon monsters. He fights like a demon himself, and even transforms into one. A smirk tugged at Xing's lips. B-rank, huh? Yeah, right. There's no way that's the whole story. He pulled out his phone, determination hardening his expression. I'll have the guild dig into this. Scouting him just became our top priority. As Suho continued down the terminal, a familiar ripple stirred from the shadow beneath his feet. Beru emerged smoothly, his presence as natural as breathing. It's been a while since I've flown on one of these metal birds, Beru quipped, his tone light. Suho chuckled, shaking his head. Not like we had much of a choice. The gate back to Korea is still sealed. Glancing up at the departure board, Suho brought up his status window, the translucent screen glowing faintly in front of him. 7 levels in one shot, he muttered, a spark of pride lighting his eyes. Guess that boss monster and urgent quest paid off. Turning to Beru, a curious glint in his gaze, he asked. With my stats now, where do you think I rank as a hunter? Beru scrutinized the numbers, his piercing eyes scanning the data like a predator honing in on its prey. After a thoughtful pause, he gave a firm nod, his tone resolute. You've definitely reached A rank now. Beru's words hung in the air like a final verdict. Hearing this, Suho's expression hardened, like steel tempered in the forge. A rank, ha, he murmured, his voice quiet yet filled with conviction. That's good enough. The preparations are done. It's time. His gaze darkened, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. Lee Min-sung, and the Iterum apostle, they won't see this coming. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Korea, the Chivalry Guild's headquarters buzzed with activity. Their new building, modern, sleek, a symbol of their growing influence, stood as a testament to their rapid ascent in the hunter world. Inside one of the many offices, a group of hunters engaged in lively chatter, their voices laced with excitement. We've come so far, one of them said, shaking his head in disbelief. From a C-rank guild to taking on B-rank gates in Incheon. Who would have thought? Not just the gates, another chimed in, reclining in his chair. Even this headquarters is massive. I still get lost in here. At that moment, a hunter pulled out a small, shimmering vial filled with stardust, holding it up like a prized relic. This right here, he said with reverence, is the reason for our success. Yeah, another hunter grinned. Who'd have thought a team of mostly C-rank hunters could clear B-rank gates? This stuff makes the impossible look easy. The black market made it way more accessible, too, someone added. And cheaper. Whoever's behind this supply, they're practically a saint. Leaning casually against the wall, Kim Sung-soo, a B-rank hunter with spiky hair, crossed his arms. His expression remained unreadable. A saint? He scoffed. You guys really believe it's all sunshine and rainbows? His sharp gaze flickered to the vial. Something about that stuff feels off. A few hunters rolled their eyes. Come on, Kim, one of them groaned. You're B-rank. Of course, you don't get how much this helps us. Kim didn't flinch. Instead, he cracked open a soda, taking a slow, deliberate sip. The Hunter Association is talking about banning it. The room, once filled with easy banter, suddenly fell into silence. The tension was palpable. Wait, what? One of the hunters blurted out. Why the hell would they ban something that's helping us close more gates? They don't care about small guilds like ours, another muttered bitterly. Kim exhaled, shaking his head. Ask them, not me, he said. I don't make the rules. Before anyone could respond, the atmosphere shifted. The door creaked open, and 3 unfamiliar figures stepped inside. Every head turned, the light-hearted tension morphed into something far colder. These newcomers exuded power, not just strength, but danger. Their presence alone was enough to make the air feel heavy, suffocating, even. At the front of the group stood a boy. He seemed out of place, too young, too calm, too wrong. Taking a slow step forward, his piercing eyes swept across the room, analyzing, calculating, judging. So, the boy finally spoke, his voice soft, yet cutting sharper than a blade. This is the Chivalry Guild? Kim took a cautious step forward, his instincts screaming at him to be on high alert. His gaze sharpened as he studied the boy in front of him. Who are you, and what do you want? His voice was firm, demanding answers. The boy didn't blink. His expression remained eerily calm, as if this conversation was nothing more than a formality. The Incheon Gate. You hold the rights to it. Kim's brows furrowed. Something about this kid felt wrong. So what? He asked, folding his arms. Surrender them. Kim scoffed, unable to hide his disbelief. You're kidding, right? He let out a dry chuckle. You march in here, throw around demands, and expect us to just hand over a B-rank gate? The boy's cold, unwavering stare sent a shiver down Kim's spine. His next words cut through the room like a blade of ice. I said, hand over the gate. Behind him, his companions stirred, their movements sharp and calculated, like predators about to pounce. The tension in the air thickened. Kim's instinct screamed danger. The boy's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. His voice boomed, sharp and absolute. I won't ask again. Hand over the gate. A heavy force exploded from him, pressing down on everyone in the room like an unseen weight. Kim's heart pounded as a strange glow flickered across the eyes of his fellow guild members. Their pupils shrank, consumed by a sinister yellow cross. One by one, they dropped to their knees, their voices eerily synchronized, their tone devoid of emotion. Apostle. We obey. The soda can slipped from Kim's grasp, hitting the floor with a dull clatter. His stomach twisted as he stumbled back, his breath coming in shaky gasps. What the hell is wrong with all of you? His voice cracked, raw with panic. This isn't normal. This isn't some guild prank. He lunged forward, grabbing one of his guildmates by the shoulders. He shook them, hard, but they didn't even react. They were like statues. His blood ran cold. Then, the boy's eyes settled on him. Unlike the others, Kim hadn't changed. Ah, the boy mused, tilting his head as a cruel smirk curved his lips. So you didn't consume stardust. Kim's chest tightened. The boy's grin widened, his voice dripping with amusement. Perfect. He took a slow step forward. A pure one among the flock. Raising a single finger, he issued a new command. The rest of you, you see nothing. You hear nothing. Until I say otherwise. In an instant, the room fell into absolute silence. The controlled hunters froze in place, their expressions utterly vacant. Kim's breath came ragged, his mind racing for an explanation. What the hell is happening? His voice trembled, but he forced himself to stand his ground. Why are they listening to you? Who the hell are you? The apostle chuckled softly, leaning back against the table, his posture exuding an unsettling calm menace. "I was hoping for a proper conversation," he mused, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. His tone was almost bored. "The others are so dull." Kim clenched his fists, his pulse roaring in his ears. The apostle's gaze flickered, amusement dancing behind his golden irises. "Your kind," he continued, voice smooth as silk, "was created to serve the Creator's will." Kim stiffened. What the hell is he talking about? And yet, the apostle sighed, shaking his head, "You stray, clinging to the illusion of free will." His smile grew razor-sharp. "But don't worry." He took another step forward, his presence overwhelming. "I'm here to correct that." Kim's instinct screamed danger, every fiber of his being warning him to retreat. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as he took a step forward, eyes locked onto the boy standing before him. "You're insane," he spat, voice laced with disbelief. "Creator? Free will? What kind of twisted cult is this?" For the first time, the apostle's smirk disappeared, his expression turning deathly cold. The room seemed to constrict, the very air growing thin under the weight of his presence. "A cult," he repeated slowly, his voice dripping with venom. The lights above flickered erratically, struggling against the crushing energy now suffocating the room. Kim stepped back, muscles tensing, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. "Did you just insult the Creator?" The apostle reached for a blade resting against the wall. As his fingers curled around the hilt, an eerie yellow glow pulsed from his palm, seeping into the weapon. "Amplify." The single word carried an unnatural force. The sword crackled to life, vibrating with a dark energy that radiated pure malice. Kim's heart pounded. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He lunged. His sword slashed through the air, a precise and desperate arc aimed at the apostle's throat. But the apostle moved like a phantom, effortless, untouchable. His counter came swift and merciless, a blur of motion that Kim barely registered. The room seemed to hold its breath. Then, a flash of steel. A brutal, decisive cut. Blood sprayed in a gruesome arc as Kim's body was severed cleanly in two. His bisected form crumpled to the floor, lifeless, while the broken half of his sword spun through the air before embedding itself with a sickening crunch into the skull of a controlled guild member. The room plunged into silence. Death had spoken. The apostle stood amidst the carnage, his presence suffocating. His gaze swept over the bodies, unreadable. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, he issued a single order. "You may see and hear again." The controlled hunters responded without hesitation. Their expressions remained hollow as they moved in unison, dragging the corpses away like lifeless dolls. Footsteps pounded in the hallway as more guild members rushed toward the disturbance, alarm evident in their voices. The apostle didn't spare them a glance. "Forget everything." The newcomers' eyes dulled, their faces going slack as confusion clouded their features. Blinking rapidly, they turned away, their minds now void of what had just transpired. Without another word, the apostle strode toward the exit, his thoughts coiling like a storm. What is free will? The question gnawed at him, a parasite burrowing deep into his consciousness. Creations exist to fulfill their purpose. Yet this world's inhabitants had defied that purpose, had destroyed their own creator. Such insolence. As he reached the dungeon's entrance, his gaze settled on the massive creature restrained by glowing chains. The beast roared, eyes burning with untamed fury, its struggle shaking the ground beneath it. The apostle watched for a moment, then smiled. The apostle advanced toward the bound creature, lifting a glowing yellow crystal in his palm. His voice, eerily soft, carried an almost unnatural warmth. "You've wandered long enough, lost between dimensions," he murmured. "Let your rage fuel you." Without hesitation, he pressed the crystal into the monster's eye. The beast let out a guttural roar, the very ground trembling beneath its fury. A sickly yellow energy surged through its massive frame, warping its form into something even more nightmarish. A slow, satisfied smirk crept onto the apostle's lips. "Go forth," he whispered. "Unleash destruction. The will of the Creator must reign supreme." A deafening explosion of force erupted as the transformed creature broke free, charging into the world like a harbinger of devastation. Standing amidst the rising storm of chaos, the apostle's gaze burned with an unholy radiance. "This world will know its rightful order," he vowed. "Its purpose shall be restored." The airport bustled with activity, a steady stream of travelers weaving through the automatic doors, luggage in hand. Outside, taxis lined the curb, their horns blaring impatiently as vehicles crawled through the congested drop-off lanes. Near a discreet surveillance van parked by the entrance, 3 members of the Hunters Association stood watch, their sharp eyes surveying the crowd. To any bystander, they seemed like ordinary security personnel. But beneath their calm exteriors, a subtle tension brewed. Then, without warning, a faint red glow pulsed in the distance. It throbbed rhythmically, like the beat of a heart. One of the hunters stiffened. "This isn't normal," he muttered, taking a cautious step forward. The others followed, moving toward the disturbance. As they neared, a wave of oppressive mana slammed into them, thick and suffocating. The second hunter instinctively gripped the weapon at his side, his expression darkening. "The energy pouring out of this gate. If we don't handle the boss inside soon, we're looking at a full-scale dungeon break." The third, seemingly the leader, studied the swirling mass of crimson light with an unwavering stare. The energy crackled dangerously, its instability worsening by the second. "At an airport this busy?" His voice dropped, laced with urgency. The destruction would be catastrophic. Before they could react, something changed. Their eyes flickered, an unnatural yellow hue overtaking their irises. One of them, his posture unnervingly rigid, slowly turned. From the darkness beyond the gate, a figure emerged. Tall, poised, and exuding a suffocating aura of command, the apostle of Iterum stepped forward. Silent figures flanked him, their presence ominous, their intentions unreadable. The first hunter, his voice now devoid of emotion, spoke in a flat monotone. "There is no threat here," he stated. "We'll inform the association that everything is under control, Apostle." The apostle's gaze shifted to the gate, its chaotic energy writhing like a living thing. A smile ghosted across his lips. The apostle stood in silence, his expression unreadable as the inevitable unfolded before him. The dungeon, its structure strained beyond its limits, finally shattered. From the gaping rift, monstrous entities poured forth, their grotesque forms twisting with primal fury. They moved like a relentless tide, flooding the surroundings with chaos. Yet, neither the apostle nor his followers showed the slightest sign of fear. Instead, his gaze remained distant, as if lost in thought. While others would have seen only the carnage before them, he was drowning in memories, visions of a time long past. His thoughts surfaced, an unspoken monologue reverberating within his mind. Creations. Beings forged solely to enact the will of their makers. If they wished for war, we led countless battles in their name. If they desired treasures, we stripped them from the hands of the undeserving. A shadow flickered across his face as his mind sank deeper. Our existence had but one purpose, to fulfill their desires, to be the instruments of their will. Then, a memory surfaced, one that hardened his expression. One day, our Creator spoke. "One of our kin has fallen in another realm. Go forth and seize dominion over the world left without a master." The moment replayed vividly, as if time had folded in on itself. His voice, heavy with both reverence and disdain, echoed within him. And so, we obeyed. The grand army of the divine was mobilized, countless faithful gathered to fuel the crusade. But the passage between dimensions demanded an unfathomable toll. With each step forward, the void narrowed, allowing fewer of us to continue. Those left behind were lost forever, swallowed by the abyss between worlds. A flicker of red reflected in his cold eyes, mirroring the glow of the dungeon as his mind delved further into the past. For ages, we pressed onward, sacrificing all that was necessary. Until finally, we arrived. We stood upon the threshold of the forsaken world. His thoughts sharpened, each word in his mind carrying the weight of a blade. But what awaited us was not an empty domain ripe for conquest. No, standing before us was the very embodiment of terror. Darkness. An abyss so vast and absolute that it eclipsed all hope of victory. A grim stillness settled over him as the memory continued to unfold. It was not merely a barrier, it was a force. An entity beyond comprehension. In an instant, entire battalions were erased, swallowed by the infinite void. And from that abyss, an army emerged. A legion forged of shadow, led by generals whose power dwarfed even the greatest of the divine. The apostle's fingers curled slightly, a rare display of emotion as he relived the nightmare. The darkness had not simply been an obstacle. It had been annihilation itself. The battle that ensued was unlike any conflict they had ever waged. Every warrior who fell did not simply perish, instead, their very essence was devoured and reshaped by the abyss, twisting them into ghastly shadows of their former selves. The divine army, once unshakable, found itself facing an enemy that grew stronger with every fallen comrade. The more they resisted, the more the darkness fed on their despair, its power swelling with each passing moment. What had started as a conquest in a world abandoned by its master soon spiraled into a war that bled into other realms. The divine forces, who had once marched with certainty, now staggered beneath the weight of their losses. The apostles, beings once revered for their unwavering faith, felt the first stirrings of doubt creeping into their minds. The apostle clenched his fists as the bitter memory resurfaced. Defeat, a notion they had never entertained, had become an undeniable reality. The casualties mounted, morale crumbled, and even the strongest among them began to waver. It was in this moment of desperation that Teal, God's chosen envoy, stepped forward, his presence radiating an aura of unwavering certainty. "This is not a loss," Teal declared, his voice cutting through the despair like a blade. "This is an opportunity." The apostle had listened in silence as Teal explained his reasoning. "Our passage between dimensions came at a great cost. The same applies to the darkness. It has withdrawn from the masterless world, and it cannot return easily, for the expenditure of mana was immense." More importantly, Teal's eyes gleamed as he delivered his final revelation. "The life forms of that world, they are devoid of mana." A murmur spread through the ranks. If that were true, then. "If we release the mist burns," Teal continued, his tone brimming with certainty, "we can seize control from within." The apostles exchanged glances, their intrigue evident. "The mist burns," Teal elaborated, "are the most fragile among our ranks. Their bodies are weak, their minds fractured, but their faith is absolute. Once ignited by divine fire, they become conduits of belief, spreading it like an unstoppable plague. And among those who lack mana, their influence will be unchallenged." A plan took form, one that was as audacious as it was brilliant. Instead of engaging in direct warfare, they would infiltrate, convert, and consume. Faith would spread like wildfire, and as more believers emerged, their collective devotion would manifest a sanctuary, a divine foothold that would allow them to invoke a miracle. It was a risk, but it was one they could not afford to ignore. Without hesitation, the divine army accepted Teal's strategy. Acting swiftly, Teal divided his divine essence into 5 fragments, each entrusted with a different purpose. The weakest among them was imbued with the embers of the mist burns, a mere sliver of power, barely perceptible. It was small enough to slip past the abyss' ever-watchful gaze, and so, undetected, it crossed into the masterless world. The plan had unfolded exactly as intended. The fragment infiltrated the world unseen, spreading its influence among the inhabitants. But just as their victory seemed assured, an unforeseen complication arose, one that threatened to upend everything. Contrary to their understanding, not all life forms in the masterless world were powerless. Some had awakened mana. A revelation that could jeopardize their entire plan. The fragment unearthed a truth that defied prior understanding. This world's sudden connection to mana was not a natural occurrence, but the aftermath of an event known as the cataclysm. It was this moment in history that had reshaped the world's very foundation, infusing it with the energy that had once been absent. In the present, the apostle stands amidst the restless flow of the airport, his mind lingering on these revelations. The first fragment, upon encountering this anomaly, chose to bide its time, awaiting reinforcements rather than acting rashly. "When it merged with me, the second fragment, our strength solidified, and our purpose became clear," he reflects. But doubt creeps into his thoughts. A change so sudden, so precise in its timing, cannot be mere coincidence. It must be orchestrated. With an unreadable expression, he casts his gaze over the crowds bustling around him. Mortals move about their business, oblivious to the presence of something far beyond their comprehension. His golden eyes narrow slightly. There can be no more disruptions. The mission must proceed unchallenged. Yet, there remains one factor he cannot ignore: humans who have defied their natural state, those they call hunters. Individuals who wield mana not as a passive force, but as a weapon. He must understand them. Their limitations. Their true power. To gauge the pinnacle of their kind, I must witness an S-rank hunter in battle. As if the world itself conspires to answer his thoughts, a thunderous explosion erupts, shaking the airport's foundation. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, glass shattering and debris flying in all directions. Panic spreads like wildfire. Travelers scream as they scramble for safety, their fear drowning out the sounds of wailing alarms. Unmoved by the chaos, the apostle remains a silent observer. Through the swirling dust and settling rubble, monstrous figures emerge, hulking, grotesque creatures, their forms bristling with crude, jagged weapons. Their eyes sweep over the terrified masses before unleashing guttural roars, their predatory instincts driving them forward in a merciless charge. Among the fleeing crowd, a desperate voice cries out, "It's a dungeon break. Someone call the Hunters Association." The sheer terror in those words fuels the hysteria, sending people surging in every direction like a tide of helpless prey. The apostle, however, remains composed. If these creatures wreak enough havoc, a hunter of notable strength will surely appear, he muses. Perhaps even an S-rank. As if on cue, a figure dashes into the battlefield, weapon drawn and eyes ablaze with resolve. A dungeon break, here of all places? The apostle's golden gaze locks onto the hunter, his piercing stare dissecting every movement with chilling precision. Were these hunters already stationed here, or is this merely coincidence? The apostle's thoughts turned sharp as he observed their movements. Their coordination, their seamless use of mana, it was too precise to be happenstance. His golden gaze narrowed slightly. All of them, users of stardust. A flicker of intrigue crossed his expression as he took a step forward, the cacophony of battle raging around him like a chaotic symphony. To him, this was not an accident. This was fate revealing itself. His voice dropped into a murmur, laced with quiet disdain as his thoughts deepened. Stardust. The word held a weight of reverence in his mind, yet his tone carried a chill of calculation. An amplifier born from the distilled faith of the mist burns, it was ordinarily insignificant, a flicker in the grand design. But under the influence of Amplify, a gift bestowed upon him through Teal's divine ability, that minute faith became a force capable of warping reality itself. A faint pulse of crimson light emanated from him, subtle yet undeniable. The hunters closest to him, eyes already tinged with yellow from prolonged exposure to his influence, suddenly froze, as if an unseen force had bound them. Their expressions slackened, their postures stiffened, and in mere moments, their minds crumbled beneath his will. One hunter, his grip still firm on his sword, turned his vacant stare toward the apostle. "You are an obstruction." His words were devoid of warmth, spoken as an absolute decree. "Leave." Without hesitation, the hunter sheathed his weapon and bowed slightly. "Yes, apostle. As you command." With mechanical obedience, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the chaos as if his presence had never mattered. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their brutal rampage, unchallenged. A goblin, its jagged dagger glistening with malice, darted toward a defenseless woman. She barely had time to scream before the blade plunged into her back, driving her to the ground. The creature cackled gleefully as it continued stabbing, each thrust of its weapon met with a fresh spurt of crimson. The apostle stood motionless as blood splattered at his feet. The woman, gasping through the agony, extended a trembling hand toward him, her last act of desperate hope. A silent plea. A wordless cry for salvation. Her wide, fear-filled eyes met his. And he simply stared. Cold. Unmoved. Creations exist solely to fulfill the will of their creator. This was the truth he had always known. Life has only one purpose, obedience. Nothing more. As her fingers slackened and fell lifelessly, the apostle's expression grew unreadable, his eyes shadowed with a storm of thought. Why, he pondered, do humans possess such insatiable desire? What force compels these fleeting, fragile creatures to strive for something greater, their willpower rivaling even that of their makers? Turning his head slightly, he surveyed the chaos unfolding before him, the relentless slaughter carried out by the monstrous horde. The screams of the dying, the scent of blood thick in the air, and the sight of destruction fed his contemplation. Could it be, he wondered, that these insignificant beings held some higher purpose, some unknown strength beyond mere survival? Meanwhile, amidst the devastation, a lone man dashed frantically through the blood-stained streets, his breath ragged with panic. His wild, terror-stricken gaze caught sight of another figure moving against the tide of fleeing survivors. Unlike the rest, this one walked forward, closing the distance toward the carnage with an unsettling calm. "What kind of lunatic runs straight into a massacre?" the fleeing man gasped, stumbling over debris, his mind struggling to process what he was witnessing. The approaching figure was none other than Suho. With a quiet scoff, he adjusted the black mask concealing the lower half of his face, his tone laced with irritation. "A dungeon break, huh? What a warm welcome." Nearby, a desperate scream rang out as a man lost his footing and hit the ground hard. He barely had time to raise trembling hands in a feeble attempt to shield himself before a towering beast loomed over him, its crude weapon poised to strike. The fatal blow never came. A powerful kick crashed into the monster's face, sending it hurtling backward as its club tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud. The rescuer landed smoothly, his stance unwavering. "Get up," Suho commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "I'll handle these. You, just run." From his vantage point, the apostle observed the scene with sharpened interest. Unlike the helpless masses, this masked warrior moved with seamless precision, each motion efficient, calculated, and lethal. His strikes were neither reckless nor hesitant. Every swing of his blade carried the weight of mastery, carving through the enemy with effortless control. The battlefield itself seemed to shift around him, as though the tide of battle bent to his will. The apostle's gaze narrowed. This hunter was unlike the others. There was something about the way he moved, the way he carried himself with absolute certainty, an air of power that transcended the ordinary. And then, recognition flickered in his mind. That mask. Lee Min-sung had spoken of a man who wore a black mask. The one who annihilated the hyena guild. A sliver of intrigue crept into the apostle's cold, impassive stare. His lips curled slightly, though not in anger, rather, in something akin to curiosity. The saboteur, so, this was the man who opposed him. Fascinating. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the airport as goblins rampaged unchecked, their grotesque forms moving with bloodthirsty eagerness. Wielding crude, rusted weapons, they hacked through anything in their way, reveling in the terror of their prey. Screams filled the air as civilians scrambled for shelter, only to be mercilessly cut down by the savage creatures. The terminal, once a place of bustling movement, had transformed into a battlefield soaked in blood and despair. Then, in the midst of the carnage, a shadow moved. Too fast for the goblins to register, it flickered between them like a wraith. In an instant, bodies dropped where they stood, a precise slash or a crushing blow ending their miserable existence before they could react. Suho's movements were seamless, every strike carrying lethal efficiency. There was no wasted effort, only swift, decisive execution. A group of goblins, still clutching their weapons, barely had time to register their vanishing comrades before a devastating punch sent them sprawling. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, motionless. Suho exhaled, adjusting the hood over his head, his mind briefly assessing the situation. This doesn't add up. A gate of this magnitude, one capable of producing such a disastrous outbreak, should have been detected long before reaching this level of destruction. The Hunter Association would never allow a dungeon break of this scale to spiral out of control, especially in such a densely populated area. Something was wrong. His sharp gaze flickered to the slaughtered goblins at his feet. Whatever was behind this, it wasn't natural. But right now, speculation could wait. First, get the civilians to safety. Everything else comes later. Unbeknownst to him, from a vantage point shrouded in chaos, the apostle watched intently, his sharp mind rapidly piecing together observations. No traces of stardust. That alone set the masked man apart from most powerful individuals. The apostle's eyes narrowed slightly. The faith of the Mistborns does not flow through his body. He was neither blessed by their doctrine nor marked by their corruption. A rogue force. And yet, his aura was staggering. His presence, raw and untamed, crackled with potential. Comparable to Lee Min-sung? No, perhaps even greater. The apostle's thoughts churned, but Suho had already shifted his focus. Kneeling beside the fallen goblins, he extended a hand. In response, the shadows beneath the corpses stirred unnaturally, coiling and writhing like living entities. Dark tendrils slithered outward, wrapping around the lifeless bodies. And then, without hesitation, the shadows swallowed them whole. Moments later, 3 figures emerged, their twisted goblin forms now shrouded in inky blackness, glowing eyes locked onto their master in silent obedience. Suho barely spared them a glance before standing upright. Suho wasted no time issuing commands, his voice steady yet authoritative. Assist the civilians. Make sure those who can't escape on their own get out alive. Without hesitation, the shadow goblins nodded before vanishing into the battlefield, weaving through the blood-stained ruins of the airport. Their movements were swift and precise, slipping past the carnage as they sought out survivors. Hidden within the depths of the destruction, the apostle's confidence wavered for the first time. His breath hitched as he processed what he had just witnessed. A cold sweat formed at his temple, the weight of realization pressing down on him. That power, the command over darkness. It was impossible. Yet, there it was, unfolding before his very eyes. His fingers twitched slightly as a memory clawed its way to the surface. This authority, it can't be. It was identical. The same ominous force, the same dreadful presence that once sent tremors through entire armies. The power of the Shadow Monarch. His throat tightened as his mind was flooded with recollections of the unstoppable Shadow Army. He had seen it before, an overwhelming tide of blackened warriors that left nothing but ruin in their wake. The apostle clenched his jaw, his unease deepening as he watched the shadow goblins cut down the remaining monsters with effortless precision. A human wielding the power of darkness? The implications were terrifying. If this masked man was truly connected to the authority of shadows, then everything suddenly made sense. The annihilation of the Hyena Guild, the destruction of the Stardust Factory, all of it had been orchestrated by him. Every act of sabotage, every disruption to their plans, it was his doing. Just as the apostle was beginning to piece everything together, Suho's gaze shifted sharply. His eyes locked onto something in the distance, his expression unreadable yet piercing. A shudder ran through the apostle's body. He's seen me. His heartbeat surged as he instinctively attempted to suppress his presence, willing himself to disappear into the background. He couldn't afford to be discovered. Not here. Not now. If the remnants of the Shadow Monarch's authority still existed in this world, then their entire mission was at risk. I must leave. He cannot learn of us. Before he could act, a deafening crash shook the building. A massive truck came hurtling through the air, spinning wildly before slamming into the terminal. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the airport, and in the next instant, a fiery explosion erupted, shattering windows and hurling glass and debris in all directions. The force of the blast roared through the structure, swallowing everything in a blinding inferno. Reacting instantly, Suho lunged forward. Without hesitation, Suho positioned himself in front of the boy, shielding him as the explosion ripped through the area. Flames and jagged shards of glass slammed against his back, but the force barely fazed him. His body remained unshaken, an unyielding shield against the chaos. As the fire and smoke cleared, Suho turned his head slightly, his voice calm despite the destruction surrounding them. "Hey, kid. You all right? Any injuries?" Iterim's apostle could only stare in stunned silence. A short distance away, the apostle stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer dominance radiating from the man before him. Yet Suho's focus didn't linger on him for long. A deep, guttural roar suddenly tore through the air, powerful enough to send tremors through the ground. Suho's sharp gaze snapped toward the source. From the gaping hole where the truck had crashed, a monstrous, bull-like beast emerged, its glowing yellow eyes burning with raw hostility. Towering over the wreckage, the creature exuded a menacing aura that made the very air feel heavy. Suho's muscles tensed instinctively. Is that the dungeon boss? He wondered, his stance shifting in preparation for battle. Before he could make a move, a shadow rippled at his feet, and from its depths, Beru materialized, his regal form imposing as ever. "Young monarch," Beru intoned, his voice carrying a weight of authority. "I sensed the presence of Iterim's energy within that beast." Suho's brows drew together as he processed the revelation. "If that's true," he murmured, his eyes narrowing, "then this dungeon break, it's connected to Iterim." Just then, Beru's antennae twitched, picking up another faint trace of the same energy, but this time, it came from behind them. With a sharp turn, his piercing gaze locked onto the apostle. For a fleeting second, Beru tensed, his instincts honed for battle. However, just as quickly as he reacted, his posture relaxed. His glowing eyes studied the figure before him. "It's just a child?" Beru mused skeptically. "Am I imagining things? There's no way someone so young could be radiating Iterim's energy." Dismissing the thought, he redirected his attention to the real threat. The bull-like monster, clearly growing impatient, stomped its colossal hooves against the shattered pavement, unleashing an earth-shaking bellow. Then, with alarming speed for its size, it lunged forward, fists clenched, aiming directly for Suho. Yet Suho didn't flinch. Instead, he tightened his grip, his own fists curling with resolve. "I'll need to give it everything I have," he thought, already making a swift decision. Without hesitation, he allocated all of his newly acquired stat points from reaching level 35 into strength. His stat jumped from 70 to 77 in an instant, and his muscles tightened with fresh power. As the beast's incoming fist barreled toward him, Suho met its strike head-on. The moment their fists collided, a deafening crack rang out, followed by a violent shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The sheer force of their clash sent spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the ground beneath them, as if the very earth recoiled from their battle. Neither Suho nor the monster relented. Locked in a fierce test of strength, they pushed against each other, both refusing to yield an inch. Meanwhile, standing in the dimly lit shadows, the apostle remained an observer, his eyes darting between the combatants. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the battle unfolding before him, piecing together the significance of what he was witnessing. Did he just save me? The apostle's gaze lingered on Suho's back, his expression flickering between irritation and confusion. His lips curled into a sneer as he processed the situation. He thinks I'm just a helpless human child. Watching the battle unfold, the apostle's sharp eyes studied Suho with renewed interest. He could sense the authority of darkness flowing through him, but compared to the true depths of darkness, Suho's power was a mere fragment, an insignificant shadow of something far greater. Still, his potential remains unknown. A slow smirk crept across his face as realization dawned. Fate has handed me an opportunity today. Meeting him here, this is perfect. If I eliminate him now, I can erase any future threats before they arise. Just as he resolved to act, a sudden voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Sorry I'm late." The words echoed through the air, drawing every eye toward the new arrival. A man strode into the ruined airport with effortless confidence, his presence exuding undeniable authority. In his outstretched palm, flickering flames burst to life, crackling hungrily as they fed on his mana. "All right then," he continued smoothly, firelight dancing across his sharp features. "Let's wrap this up quickly." His charisma was undeniable, an aura of raw power radiating from his very being. As he raised his arm, fireballs materialized above his palm, each one burning with an intensity that made the air shimmer with heat. The goblins lurking in the vicinity froze, their beady eyes widening in shock at the sight of the floating infernos above them. Even the apostle, despite his usual composure, couldn't suppress a flicker of curiosity. Who is this hunter? For the first time, his attention wavered from Suho. Meanwhile, Suho, still locked in combat, instinctively took a step back. His sharp eyes darted around the battlefield as he muttered under his breath. Where are these fireballs coming from? His question was answered moments later as the new hunter stepped forward, unfazed by the battlefield's chaos. His piercing gaze burned crimson with fierce determination, and the flames around him roared higher, as if responding to his resolve. With a single commanding motion, the hunter, Choi, unleashed his attack. The fireballs hovering ominously above the goblins rained down in a relentless storm, each one finding its mark with terrifying accuracy. The creatures barely had time to react before they were consumed by the flames, their shrieks of agony drowned out by the roar of the inferno. In mere seconds, their bodies disintegrated into nothing but smoldering ash, the heat distorting the air around them. Suho stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. This is unreal. He had faced powerful individuals before, but witnessing so many enemies erased in an instant left him momentarily speechless. His gaze snapped toward Choi, scrutinizing him more carefully than before. Who is this man? The crimson glow of his eyes, the overwhelming presence, and the absolute mastery over flames, there was no mistaking it. Could this be Choi Jiang, the S-rank fire-wielding hunter? Suho's mind raced, but before he could dwell on the thought, Choi shifted his focus to the monstrous bull that had somehow endured the blazing onslaught. A smirk played at the corner of his lips, his expression unreadable yet laced with amusement. So, you're still standing, he mused, his voice carrying a note of intrigue. You're tougher than I thought. Without wasting another moment, Choi raised his hands, summoning flames that coiled around him like living serpents. The fire twisted and condensed, reshaping itself into a bow, its string crackling with embers. An arrow of pure fire materialized, radiating such intense energy that even the apostle instinctively took a cautious step back. Suho's eyes narrowed. That attack, it's on a completely different level. Choi took careful aim, his fiery weapon poised and ready. His crimson eyes locked onto the bull monster, his focus razor-sharp. Let's see how you handle this, he muttered, pulling the bowstring back. Sensing the lethal threat, the bull monster bellowed furiously and charged, its massive hooves shattering the ground beneath it. It leapt, muscles coiled, ready to strike down the hunter in a single devastating blow. But Choi was faster. The instant he released the arrow, it tore through the air with a piercing screech, moving at a speed beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the fiery projectile struck its target dead center. A violent explosion erupted. Blinding flames engulfed the bull monster, the sheer force sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The creature's massive frame was hurled backward, crashing through layers of concrete and steel, obliterating everything in its path before vanishing beyond the horizon. Then, silence. All that remained was a trail of smoke and the distant glow of embers. Choi lowered his arm as the firebow disintegrated into wisps of flame, his breath steady, his expression calm. Surveying the destruction he had wrought, he let out a quiet chuckle. Well, he said casually, brushing off stray embers from his sleeve, that's that. Suho, still rooted to the spot, barely registered the words. His fists clenched as he tried to process what he had just witnessed. He defeated that thing in a single strike. Just how strong is he? Around them, the remnants of the battlefield flickered with dying flames, casting eerie shadows across the wreckage of twisted metal and shattered glass. The tension that had gripped the air moments ago broke as the remaining civilians finally grasped what had happened. Whispers turned to cheers. It's him, it's really Hunter Choi, someone shouted, their voice filled with awe. As expected of the human weapon, another added, trembling with excitement. He's invincible. Choi merely lifted a hand in acknowledgement, a modest smile tugging at his lips. Glad you're all safe, he replied smoothly. Yet, even as the applause echoed around him, his demeanor subtly shifted. The warmth in his expression cooled as his sharp gaze swept over the battlefield once more, scanning the rubble with careful calculation. Choi's eyes scanned the wreckage, his gaze sharp and searching. He was certain he had seen a child just moments ago. Where did he go? His eyes landed on a torn jacket lying amidst the debris. Brow furrowing, he knelt and picked it up, inspecting the fabric with quiet contemplation. The hunter who was fighting before I arrived? Did they really just slip away without taking any credit? Why? Meanwhile, hidden behind a collapsed pillar, Suho remained crouched in the shadows, his breathing measured and silent. His sharp eyes followed Choi's every movement, analyzing the seasoned hunter's actions. I should be grateful he arrived when he did, Suho thought, his mind racing. But I can't afford to let my identity be exposed. It's too soon. I need to vanish before anyone realizes I was here. His gaze flickered over the scene one last time, taking in the destruction, the fading embers, and the lingering energy of the battle. A chill ran down his spine as his thoughts darkened. The Iterum always operate from the shadows, manipulating events from behind the scenes. But this, attacking civilians in broad daylight? This wasn't random. His fists tightened. They're planning something far bigger. With that, Suho slipped deeper into the ruins, merging into the wreckage as effortlessly as a shadow fading into the night. As dusk settled over the city, the sky transformed from a fiery orange to a brooding shade of midnight blue. The sun's dying embers gave way to the silver glow of the rising moon, casting long, eerie shadows across the shattered streets. The air was thick with the remnants of smoke and dust, an unsettling stillness draping itself over the ruins. Far from the battlefield, in a dimly lit room tucked away in the depths of an abandoned building, the apostle stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the world outside through a cracked, grimy window. His mind was a storm of thoughts, replaying the events of the day with cold, calculating precision. Then, without warning, the air beside him rippled, distorting as though reality itself was unraveling. The distortion widened into a swirling, obsidian vortex, its edges pulsating with an unnatural energy. The apostle did not flinch, though his sharp eyes flickered with recognition. The portal expanded further, a deep void swallowing the dim candlelight. From its center, a pulsating red sphere emerged, radiating a malevolent aura. The room was instantly drowned in its eerie crimson glow. Then came the voice. Low, resonant, and dripping with authority. It has been some time, second fragment. The apostle remained seated, his expression unreadable. He did not turn to face the entity, but his voice remained eerily calm. So, you've arrived? Third fragment. His words carried a finality, like a man speaking his last before an inevitable fate. Before I relinquish this vessel to you, I will give you a summary of what lies ahead. There was no emotion in his tone, only a quiet acceptance. There are beings among the humans, he continued, his gaze still locked on the window, who possess magical power. They call themselves hunters. And among them, the strongest, those ranked as S rank, are particularly dangerous. We must tread carefully, the apostle murmured, his voice lowering into a hushed, almost conspiratorial tone. His golden eyes flickered with intensity. There is one among them, a variable that cannot be ignored. He must be. Before he could finish, the third fragment's voice cut through the air with cold detachment. That's enough. The apostle fell silent as the entity continued, its tone devoid of patience. I will see everything myself once I take control of this vessel. Your role is complete. As planned, you will now be absorbed into me. A subtle tension flickered in the apostle's gaze, though his face remained composed. His fingers curled slightly at his sides. What's this? The third fragment questioned, its voice carrying an edge of amusement. Are you hesitating? The apostle exhaled slowly, shaking his head ever so faintly. His voice was steady, yet something unspoken lingered beneath his words. It's nothing, he replied. I leave everything to you. As the red sphere began its consuming process, a thought surfaced in the apostle's mind, unbidden, unwanted. Am I reluctant to leave? The moment the notion formed, he crushed it. His expression steeled as he dismissed the weakness. No. This is the Creator's will. Everything we do is in service to him. Then, the merging began in full. The crimson energy of the third fragment expanded, swallowing the apostle's golden radiance. The glow intensified, spilling through every crack in the room, flooding it with an ominous light. Outside, the night itself seemed to retreat as the violent energy pulsed outward, illuminating the darkened streets like a burning beacon. The walls trembled, barely holding against the sheer force of the transformation. The apostle's body twisted and contorted, his very essence unraveling and reshaping. The red glow deepened, warping the air itself until it was over. When the blinding light finally receded, a new figure stood in the apostle's place. The body had matured, taking on a fully grown form, its presence now suffused with a terrifying sense of command. No longer golden, his aura burned a deep, pulsating crimson, surging with immense power. He flexed his fingers, testing the strength of his new body. A slow smirk curved his lips as he relished the overwhelming force coursing through him. Then, a memory surfaced. A flicker of an image. That boy. His narrowed eyes gleamed with intrigue as his mind recalled the battle, recalling the one who wielded darkness like a weapon. The variable, he muttered, his voice laced with amusement. A quiet chuckle escaped him, deep and foreboding. To think someone exists with the same authority over darkness, he exhaled, his smirk stretching wider. How fascinating. His expression darkened, his thoughts shifting. The second fragment's judgment was flawed, he murmured, almost mockingly. To kill him would be wasteful. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. No, if we bring him to our side instead. If he can harness his power fully, even command the dead, he would be far more valuable as a follower. Suho sank deeper into the couch, the plush cushions doing little to ease the exhaustion weighing down on him. The events at the airport had drained him completely, and now, in the rare silence of his living room, his eyelids grew heavy. For once, he allowed himself a moment of respite, his mind drifting toward the edge of unconsciousness. But peace, as always, was a luxury he was never meant to have. Like a hesitant shadow, Beru emerged from the darkness, his presence subtle yet impossible to ignore. His usual sharp gaze softened with concern as he studied Suho's slumped posture. "Young monarch, you look like you just fought through an entire war and came out the loser," Beru muttered, his voice laced with worry. Without opening his eyes, Suho exhaled sharply, his tone carrying both exhaustion and frustration. "Well, I did just survive an hour-long interrogation by my uncle." He tilted his head slightly, deepening his voice in an exaggerated impression. "It's great that you're saving the world, but what about your safety? What am I supposed to tell your parents if you end up face down in a ditch somewhere?" The memory alone was enough to make his jaw clench. His uncle's words still rang in his ears, a constant reminder of the worry he left in his wake. But as he stared up at the ceiling, his expression softened, thoughts shifting to the two people who had always been at the center of his world. "Mom and Dad must be worried too," he murmured, almost to himself. A small, fond smile played at the corner of his lips. The weight of his exhaustion had not lifted, but a renewed sense of determination stirred within him. With a sudden burst of energy, Suho pushed himself upright, tossing the damp towel from his neck in one swift motion. "Rest can wait. Beru, we're heading to the Shadow Dungeon. It's time to train." Beru blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Young monarch, shouldn't you at least take a short break? Even those with the power of shadows need to sleep." Suho smirked, already rolling his shoulders in preparation. "I just remembered, I haven't completed my daily quest yet. I can't afford to miss those rewards. You know, priorities." Beru let out a nervous chuckle, though the twitch of his antennae betrayed his concern. "I swear, the young monarch treat's getting stronger like an addiction, like one of those players who can't stop pulling for rare items." Ignoring the remark, Suho raised his hand, summoning a swirling vortex of darkness. The portal to the Shadow Dungeon spiraled open before them, an endless abyss stretching beyond its borders. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. However, the moment Suho set foot in the dungeon, his confident expression shattered. His breath hitched, his body going rigid as his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Suho's group stood in an awkward silence, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a blade. His eyes darted between them, searching for some kind of explanation. What did you just say?" His voice wavered, barely above a whisper. A sinking feeling took root in his stomach as he hastily summoned his status window. The color drained from his face. His daily quest had expired. The goblins, the very creatures he had been relying on to advance, were gone. Every last one of them. A cold dread settled in as he turned toward his companions. Essel, Gray, and Amet stood before him, and though none of them spoke, their expressions told him everything. "What the hell happened here?" he demanded, barely keeping his composure. Essel fidgeted nervously, like a student caught red-handed in the middle of an exam. "Well, about that," her voice trailed off, avoiding his gaze. It was Amet who stepped forward, utterly unfazed. "I simply eradicated them," he declared, arms crossed over his chest, his tone matter-of-fact. "They were an infestation, a blight upon your domain. It was long overdue." Suho's jaw tensed. "Wait, you're telling me you killed all the goblins?" His voice cracked slightly as realization dawned. Amet's grin widened, completely unfazed. "Every single one," he confirmed. "And as promised, not a single human was harmed." For a long moment, Suho simply stared at him. Then, with an audible smack, his palm met his forehead. He exhaled sharply, frustration bubbling over. "You wiped out all of my training targets in a single night. Do you realize what that means? My growth rate just plummeted." Amet chuckled, clearly unbothered by Suho's outburst. "If you seek strength, young monarch, then why limit yourself to mere goblins? I shall personally oversee your training." Suho blinked. You can train me?" Amet's chuckle took on a darker edge. "Do you think I was simply born with this strength? No, true power is forged through relentless training. If you desire to surpass your limits, I will ensure you do." Before Suho could react, a familiar chime echoed in his ears. His system window materialized in front of him, displaying an unexpected notification. "Congratulations. You have unlocked a hidden quest, preparation to become stronger." He blinked, scanning the text, his mind scrambling to process what had just happened. "Well," he muttered, rubbing his temple. "I guess I don't have much of a choice." With a resigned sigh, he accepted the quest. Amet's laughter rang out, deep and ominous, like a villain reveling in his master plan. Uneasy, Suho opened his quest log, skimming over the requirements. "Let's see. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run." He squinted at the screen before deadpanning. "What is this, the Saatama training regimen? Ahmet's grin turned positively wicked. Oh, but there's more. A second notification appeared. New condition added, you must complete all tasks while carrying Ahmet. Suho's head snapped up, his expression one of pure disbelief. You want me to do what? Are you insane? Ahmet merely placed a hand on his chest in mock reassurance. Don't worry, young monarch. I will make myself lighter. Before Suho could argue, a thick mist-like aura enveloped Ahmet's form. His body began to shrink, his once imposing figure gradually compressing until he was barely the size of a child. Suho, Essel, and Gray could only stare in stunned silence. That is equal parts horrifying and impressive, Suho muttered under his breath. Ahmet stepped forward, placing a hand on Suho's shoulder. His now smaller fingers gripped firmly, his gaze unyielding. This should suffice. Now, let us begin. Suho, already questioning his life decisions, lowered himself into the push-up position. All right, let's get this over with, he muttered. Despite his outward determination, panic clawed at the edges of his mind. How is this even remotely fair? Before he could dwell on it further, the system chimed, a new notification flashing before his eyes. Bond skill is currently locked due to the power gap between player and Ahmet. Requirement, level 80 to unlock. Suho's soul nearly left his body. Fantastic, he groaned internally. Just what I needed. Ahmet wasted no time, hopping onto Suho's back with an ease that felt almost mocking. The instant he did, Suho's arms buckled, his body trembling under a weight that felt less like a person and more like a collapsed building. A deep crack echoed from the ground beneath him. Essel and Gray watched, frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Beru murmured, I think the young monarch is about to die. Ahmet let out a hearty laugh. Ah, I may have forgotten to mention, while I can shrink my size, my weight remains unchanged. Suho's face contorted in agony. You're crushing me, he gritted out, his entire body quivering. Sweat poured from his forehead, dripping like a leaking faucet. Ahmet leaned closer, his expression amused. That's the idea. To grow stronger, one must first be broken down. Suho clenched his teeth, barely holding himself together. Yeah, well, I'm definitely about to break. Ahmet's laughter rang out, unbothered. Good. Now, give me 99 more push-ups, young monarch. Suho let out a strangled groan. Just kill me already. Miles away, in a derelict structure on the outskirts of Paiju's field-type dungeon, a different kind of suffering unfolded. The air inside the ruined building was thick with the sound of muffled screams. A mistborn creature convulsed violently, its distorted form writhing in agony. Dim, flickering lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, which were smeared with unsettling stains. The place resembled a crude, makeshift laboratory, half-destroyed equipment littered the floor, and the scent of rusted metal and burnt flesh lingered in the air. Standing amidst the chaos was Lee Min-sung, his sharp eyes locked onto the tortured creature. He exhaled slowly, the smoke from his cigarette curling lazily around him. The approaching sound of footsteps barely registered to him. He didn't even bother turning around. So, you finally decided to show up, he muttered coolly. Taking another long drag from his cigarette, he exhaled before speaking again, his tone laced with barely restrained irritation. How much longer am I supposed to keep doing this? Before he could continue, a low, guttural voice cut through the air. Human, you should feel honored to be a part of this. The voice belonged to the figure standing just behind him, a towering presence cloaked in darkness. Murmu, the overseer of the Stardust factory, stepped forward, his grotesque form barely illuminated by the dim lighting. His presence was suffocating, an ominous shadow that loomed over everything. A twisted grin spread across his monstrous face. You wouldn't want to disappoint us, now would you? Murmu's expression shifted, his voice taking on a reverent tone. The Chosen One delivered us from our miserable existence. He granted us purpose. At those words, something inside Lee Min-sung snapped. With a flick of his fingers, he discarded his cigarette, its ember hissing softly against the cold floor. In the same motion, he whirled around, his blade flashing through the dim light. A sharp shlick echoed through the room as his sword carved through the demon's writhing tentacles, severing them cleanly. The amputated limbs hit the ground with a grotesque squelch, oozing dark ichor onto the already stained floor. His voice was low, but each word dripped with venom. A wretched life? Lee's glare burned into Murmu, his grip tightening on the hilt. And a monster like you dares to judge me? Do you have a death wish? Murmu remained unfazed, his unreadable gaze meeting Lee's fury without flinching. He neither retreated nor retaliated, simply watching. With an irritated scoff, Lee sheathed his sword, the blade sliding back into its scabbard with a sharp click. Enough of this, he growled. Where's the kid? Murmu's lips curled into a knowing smirk. The apostle is preoccupied. Lee's eyes narrowed dangerously. His voice dropped into a quiet threat. Lim Taegu will return to Korea soon. Tell your apostle to honor his promise. Instead of responding immediately, Murmu reached into the folds of his robes, retrieving a small glass vial. Within it, a thick, swirling substance glowed ominously, concentrated stardust, its sinister energy pulsing like a heartbeat. Holding it up, he turned to Lee with an almost amused tilt of his head. You've been given this already, haven't you? The demon's voice was laced with intrigue. Why do you refuse to use it? Lee didn't answer, his gaze locked onto the vial with open disdain. Murmu continued, his voice almost wistful as he reminisced. The chosen one came to me after the shadow monarch shattered the demon realm. I was left to rot in the dimensional rift, abandoned, barely clinging to life. But he saved me. And thanks to his gift, the berserk poison, stardust, spread across the realm. We annihilated the later household, those wretched traitors. Lee remained unimpressed, his expression hardening with every word. Sensing an opening, Murmu pressed on. If you follow the apostle, you will gain strength beyond your wildest imagination. You could crush this Lim Taegu without effort. Is that not what you desire? Lee's response was swift, his voice sharp as a razor's edge. Don't act like you understand S ranks. Without another glance, he ground the smoldering remains of his cigarette under his boot and turned for the exit. Keep your cultist garbage to yourself, he muttered coldly. I'm never touching that stuff. As he strode away, Murmu's voice followed him, taunting. Foolish human. You'll always be a loser. Lee didn't react, but his clenched jaw spoke volumes. Once outside, he headed toward his car, his mind clouded with grim thoughts. I just have to endure this until that kid takes out Lim Taegu. His fingers drummed restlessly against the steering wheel. After that, I'll hand them all over to the Hunter Association. Let them deal with this mess. He exhaled slowly, his eyes dark with something unreadable. I was untouchable once. I'll make sure things go back to how they were supposed to be. With that, he started the engine, disappearing into the night. Unbeknownst to Lee Min-sung, a silent observer lurked in the darkness, carefully watching his every move. The hunter pressed a finger to his earpiece, speaking in a measured tone. Association Chairman, Lee Min-sung just exited Paiju's field dungeon. I'm willing to bet that's where stardust is being produced. On the other end of the call, the chairman's face darkened. Understood. Hunter Miho, keep tracking him. As the call ended, Chairman Lee turned toward Choi, who stood nearby, flipping through a stack of reports. Without looking up, Choi spoke, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. It seems we're finally closing in on Lee Min-sung's activities, Chairman. The chairman's expression remained severe. During the airport dungeon break, all staff assigned to monitor the surrounding gates reported experiencing simultaneous memory loss. His fingers tapped lightly against his desk. Every single one of them had ingested stardust. Choi adjusted his glasses, his expression sharpening. Reports of hunters behaving erratically have surfaced across multiple regions. And they all have one thing in common, stardust. The chairman exhaled slowly, his resolve hardening. The Hunter Association will issue a full ban on stardust. As for Lee Min-sung, his voice grew colder. We'll bring him down. And whoever is pulling the strings behind him. Choi straightened, determination gleaming in his eyes. My hunters stand ready, Chairman. The chairman's gaze drifted to a framed photograph on his desk, one of him and Jin Woo. His thoughts grew heavy. CEO, you assured me Suho returned safely. If he's a growth-type hunter like his father, the system may prove to be an obstacle. I'll do everything in my power to support him. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, Suho's entire body trembled under the immense strain. His breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles screaming in protest. Sweat and blood dripped onto the ground beneath him as he struggled through his 99th push-up. Lowering himself for the final repetition, pain tore through his arms, the overworked muscles finally giving way. A sickening rip echoed through the training hall as his flesh split open, crimson spraying across the stone floor. Yet, through sheer willpower, he forced himself upward one last time. The moment he completed the 100th push-up, his body collapsed with a heavy thud, motionless against the cold ground. Ahmet climbed off Suho's back, stretching casually. Young monarch, are you finished already? His tone carried nothing but mild amusement. That was just the push-ups for today. Essel and Gray gawked at Suho's broken form, their expressions filled with horror. Essel's voice cracked as she cried out, his arms, his bones, he's completely shattered. Even Beru, usually unfazed by such things, bared his fangs in fury. You reckless beast, he growled, fists clenched. What have you done to the fragile young monarch? This training ends now. But just as Essel reached out, Suho stirred. His bloodied hand twitched, then lifted slightly. His voice, weak yet unyielding, cut through the heavy silence. Status window, he rasped. A radiant interface flickered into existence before Suho, the translucent glow illuminating his battered frame. Without hesitation, he navigated to the system store, swiftly purchasing a set of healing potions. The others watched in stunned silence as he uncorked the vial and drank, the golden liquid seeping into his wounds like molten light. Within moments, his torn flesh mended, his broken muscles knitting back together. A faint grin tugged at the corners of his lips. "I have to get stronger," he murmured, his voice hoarse yet resolute. His gaze sharpened. "Before I face Li Minsung." Ahmet, standing tall, observed Suho with something akin to approval. His amusement deepened as Suho, still trembling, forced himself onto his feet. "3 tasks left, right?" Suho asked, shaking off his exhaustion with sheer willpower. His breaths were labored, but his determination blazed brighter than before. Ahmet chuckled, the sound low and ominous. "You've got fire, young monarch, but we're just getting started." Essel and Beru remained frozen in place, their expressions pale as they watched the brutal training unfold. Their eyes darted between Suho and Ahmet, their unease growing with every grueling exercise. Today, Ahmet had escalated the challenge even further. Shifting his form, he shrank just enough to settle himself directly atop Suho's abdomen as the young monarch strained through a series of crunches. Though Ahmet had reduced his size, his overwhelming weight remained unchanged. Each rep was pure agony. The ground beneath Suho splintered with every rise and fall, his body visibly breaking under the pressure. Blood streaked his face, his muscles screamed in protest, yet he refused to falter. Essel clenched her fists, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is insane." But Suho endured. Again and again, he pushed through, and when the final crunch was completed, he immediately accessed the system shop, downing another potion in one swift gulp. The healing energy coursed through him, barely granting him enough reprieve before the next challenge began. Ahmet smirked. "Now, sit-ups." He remained seated on Suho, his monstrous weight pressing down like an immovable boulder. Realizing sheer strength alone wouldn't suffice, Suho activated his bonding skill with Gray. A faint aura flared around him, and though his body still trembled violently, the added reinforcement allowed him to continue. Each sit-up was a brutal war against both Ahmet's crushing weight and his own limits. His breath came in ragged gasps, his teeth clenched so tightly they threatened to crack. Yet, through sheer defiance, he powered through the set. By the final rep, Suho collapsed onto the fractured ground, his body convulsing with exhaustion. But there was no time to rest. Potion bottles scattered around him as he drained another elixir, bracing himself for the final trial, a 10-kilometer run. Ahmet, perched smugly atop Suho's shoulders, crossed his arms. "Try not to fall." With a final, deep inhale, Suho launched forward. Each step sent tremors rippling through the dungeon floor, his feet carving deep imprints into the cold stone. Sweat drenched him, streaming down his face in rivulets. His lungs burned, his muscles screamed for mercy, yet he kept running. The agony blurred his vision, and tears mixed with the sweat dripping from his chin. But Suho didn't stop. Because stopping meant weakness. And he would not allow himself to be weak. As Suho pushed himself forward, his legs burning with exhaustion, Ahmet observed him in silence. A thought crossed his mind. This young monarch, he refuses to surrender. No matter the obstacle, no matter how impossible the challenge, he keeps moving forward. If he continues like this, one day, he might surpass Tarnak. Perhaps even the other monarchs. When Suho finally reached the finish line of his grueling run, his breath came in ragged gasps, his voice hoarse as he groaned, "My back. I need a potion. Maybe 2. Beside him, Gray, no longer strengthened by their bond, collapsed with a heavy thud. The two lay motionless on the dungeon floor, their chests rising and falling as if their very souls had been wrung dry by the brutal training. A heavy silence settled over them until a familiar chime echoed through the dungeon. A translucent screen materialized above Suho, the system's message blinking in bright letters. "Daily quest rewards available." Hearing the notification, Essel, Beru, and Ahmet approached, their gazes filled with a mix of admiration and concern. Beru, usually composed, spoke in a low, approving tone. "Young monarch, today's training is complete." Suho, still sprawled across the shattered ground, barely lifted his head to glance at the floating text before him. His voice was weak but laced with satisfaction. "That was absolute hell," he exhaled deeply. "But thanks to this, my endurance and strength have improved." The system confirmed his progress. Strength, 78-79? Endurance, 40% 60%. A tired but victorious grin tugged at Suho's lips. "If I can get through these quests with less struggle, I'll grow even stronger. The pain is worth it." Lifting a trembling hand, he motioned toward Ahmet. "I'll be counting on you tomorrow too." Ahmet nodded, an approving smirk playing at his lips. "Of course, young monarch." When Suho finally returned home, his body felt like lead. The moment he collapsed onto his bed, sleep claimed him instantly. Beru, standing beside him, watched quietly for a moment before reaching down to drape a blanket over Suho's battered body. His expression softened as he murmured, "You did well today, young monarch." With that, he turned and exited the room, his usual serious demeanor giving way to excitement. Finally, it was time to unwind. Settling onto the couch, he grabbed the remote and grinned. At last, some peace and quiet. The television flickered to life, and he leaned back, ready to enjoy his well-earned break. But his good mood was short-lived. The screen filled with the image of a news anchor, their expression grim. "Breaking news," the reporter announced. "The Hunter Association has just implemented new regulations regarding field-type dungeons in response to the catastrophic airport dungeon break." Beru's grin faded as his gaze darkened, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. The broadcast continued, cutting to harrowing footage of ruined landscapes and the chaos left in the wake of the incident. The reporter's voice carried over the images, explaining the situation in detail. Field-type dungeons are crucial for obtaining rare resources, including the magical essence of slain monsters. Because of their value, control over these dungeons is often handed to private guilds, allowing them to reap massive profits. However, following this catastrophe, the Hunter Association has declared its intent to enforce strict regulations. Prominent guilds, including the Grim Reapers Guild, which manages multiple high-ranked field dungeons, will face immediate scrutiny. The screen shifted, transitioning from the destruction to a dimly lit office. Lee Min-sung sat in an opulent leather chair, his fingers drumming rhythmically against the polished armrest. The glow of his desk lamp flickered against the sharp lines of his furrowed brow as his keen eyes scanned the document before him. After reading the final line, he placed the papers down with a sharp snap and turned his gaze toward the Hunter Association officials seated before him. His voice, though calm, carried a distinct edge of disbelief. "What is this supposed to be? Some kind of joke?" One of the association representatives adjusted his glasses before stepping forward cautiously. "Vice Guildmaster Lee, the Grim Reapers Guild has gained control over an excessive number of field-type dungeons. If left unchecked, these dungeons could become highly unstable, leading to widespread destruction, especially in their current state." Another official spoke next, his tone firmer. "The upper management of the Hunter Association has issued an urgent directive, the immediate clearance of the B-rank field dungeon, Paiju Field. As you're aware, that particular dungeon falls under the jurisdiction of your guild." At the mention of Paiju Field, Min-sung's expression darkened, though he remained composed. Beneath the table, his fists clenched tightly. The association member continued, pressing the matter further. "In addition, Vice Guildmaster, our records show that you haven't participated in any hunter-related activity for over 6 months. If you refuse to take part in this raid, your hunter license will be subject to review." A storm brewed in Min-sung's eyes as he processed the implications. "This is Chairman Wu's doing," he thought bitterly. "That cunning old man is making his move, and he's aiming straight for Paiju Field. He knows it's the largest production site for Stardust. This isn't just an official order, it's sabotage." His mind raced for a way to refuse without drawing suspicion. But before he could formulate a response, a voice rang through the tense silence, calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "We will comply with the Hunter Association's request." Min-sung's head snapped toward the source of the voice, his eyes widening in shock. Standing in the doorway was none other than Lim Tae-gu, the S-rank hunter and the guildmaster of the Grim Reapers Guild. The association officials exchanged brief, relieved glances as Min-sung struggled to suppress the sinking feeling in his chest. "Thank you for your cooperation, Guildmaster Lim," one of the Hunter Association representatives said, bowing respectfully. Lee Min-sung clenched his jaw so tightly that it felt as if his teeth might crack. So that's why he rushed back from his overseas mission, he thought bitterly. Not for the guild, not for any urgent matter, just to get in my way. Lim Tae-gu strode into the room, his presence alone commanding attention. His sharp eyes briefly locked onto Min-sung's, and though he remained silent, the unspoken suspicion in his gaze was unmistakable. As the association officials began filing out, one of them turned back to deliver a final instruction. "The association will be sending additional hunters to assist with the Paiju Field raid. Please ensure your team is assembled accordingly." Once the door clicked shut behind them, an uneasy silence settled over the room. Min-sung exhaled sharply, slumping into his chair as he ran a hand through his hair. A heavy moment passed before he lifted his head, his voice dripping with frustration. "Lim Tae-gu, have you lost your damn mind? Do you have any idea how much a field-type dungeon is worth?" Tae-gu remained unfazed, leaning casually against the table with his arms crossed. His tone was cold, each word deliberate. "Do you actually believe the Hunter Association's goal is just to clear Paiju Field? Minsung stiffened. A chill crept up his spine as unease settled deep in his gut. They've probably figured out what you've been doing behind closed doors, Taegu continued, his voice sharpening. Stepping forward, he fixed Minsung with an unrelenting stare. I warned you not to underestimate them. But you ignored me and dared to use our guild members for your schemes while I was away. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Taegu's aura darkened, an oppressive weight pressing down on Minsung. His piercing gaze gleamed with quiet menace. You still see me as nothing more than your driver, don't you? Taegu's voice was low, laced with quiet fury. Cleaning up the messes you make? Minsung's patience snapped. His own rage surged to the surface, his expression twisting with fear as he glared at Taegu. But before that, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tension. Taegu glanced at the screen, his expression shifting subtly. Without a word, he placed the phone on the table and straightened, his posture composed yet commanding. A recruiter just contacted me, he said coolly. A new S-rank hunter has surfaced in Korea. I'll be heading to the Hunter Association to look into it. Turning toward the door, he paused for a brief moment, glancing back at Minsung. You might still have a chance to fix this mess, he said, his voice carrying a quiet warning. Don't waste it. Without another word, Taegu exited the room, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Minsung remained seated, his fingers digging into the leather of his armrests. His knuckles had gone bone-white, and his mind was racing. Lee Minsung's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury as he muttered under his breath. Another S-rank hunter? These people luck into power and act like they're untouchable. As the door clicked shut behind Lim Taegu, his thoughts sank deeper into resentment. His mind churned, brewing a storm of emotions that threatened to spill over. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming against the armrest as a sinister smirk curled his lips. When is that alien brat going to grow up? He murmured. And when is that fragment going to reappear? A malevolent gleam flickered in his eyes as he uttered his next words, each syllable laced with venom. I need that alien to kill Lim Taegu for me. His breath hitched slightly as his grip on the armrest tightened. He has to die. For my sake, too. Before he could finish his thought, his phone vibrated on the table, snapping him from his scheming. His gaze narrowed as he leaned forward, swiping the screen. Whatever message he read caused his expression to shift entirely. His lips curled into a wicked grin before a low chuckle rumbled from his throat. That chuckle grew, bubbling into a maniacal laugh that echoed through the dimly lit room. That alien, he sneered, his voice dripping with intrigue. That irritating look on his face? What are you up to this time? The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Hunter Association, where a restless crowd had gathered outside. Reporters jostled for position, cameras flashing non-stop as they tried to capture footage of the latest sensation. Inside the building, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and tension. The focus of their attention stood at the center of it all, the newly revealed S-rank hunter of Korea. The apostle stood motionless, his icy demeanor commanding absolute attention. His piercing gaze swept across the throng of reporters, but his eyes sharpened when they landed on a particular figure in the crowd. A man he recognized immediately. With slow, deliberate steps, the hunter approached, his presence alone silencing those around him. When he finally came to a stop, he spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. Congratulations on attaining the rank of S-class, Mr. Park Do-jin. He offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. A collective gasp rippled through the room as recognition dawned on everyone. This wasn't just any hunter, it was Choi, a high-ranking figure renowned for his skill and influence. His sharp eyes studied the apostle closely, his expression shifting as a vague sense of familiarity surfaced. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Strange? Have we met before? He mused aloud. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Park Do-jin's gaze grew colder. His response was swift and devoid of emotion. No, we've never met. He paused briefly before adding, though I know exactly who you are. Choi straightened slightly, his brow furrowing. I see. My apologies, then. Without missing a beat, Choi shifted gears, his expression returning to one of business. In that case, would you consider signing a contract with the Hunters Guild? Park Do-jin remained unfazed, his expression unreadable. Thank you for the offer, he said flatly. But I've already chosen a guild. As he spoke, he slowly lifted a finger, pointing across the room. At that exact moment, the heavy doors of the Hunter Association swung open. The crowd instinctively turned their heads toward the entrance, murmurs rippling through them as they recognized the figure who had just entered. Lim Taegu, the S-rank hunter and guildmaster of the Grim Reapers, strode in, his posture as commanding as ever. Though initially taken aback by the sudden attention, his eyes quickly found Park Do-jin. His brow furrowed slightly in confusion. Because the apostle, without hesitation, was pointing directly at him. Park Do-jin's unwavering gaze swept across the room, his voice carrying the weight of finality. I've already made my decision. I will be joining the Grim Reaper Guild. A murmur spread through the crowd like wildfire. The newly awakened S-rank hunter had chosen his allegiance, and his words left no room for negotiation. 1 week later, the scene shifted to the frostbitten landscape of the Paiju Field-type dungeon. A group of hunters stood gathered at the raid site, their breaths forming clouds in the frigid air. Among them was Baek Miho, a sharp-eyed hunter from the White Tiger Guild. She tightened the straps on her gear, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings until it settled on Lee Minsung. As she approached, Minsung greeted her with a charismatic smile, his tone dripping with warmth. "Ah, Baek Miho of the White Tiger Guild. I appreciate you joining us. It seems this dungeon is giving you extra work." Miho returned his smile with a carefully measured one of her own. Her voice was polite, neutral. "Not at all. It's only natural to offer assistance when required." But behind her composed demeanor, her thoughts were sharp and cutting. He's good. That charming facade, so polished, so convincing. But underneath, he was rotten to the core. Today, everything that happens inside this dungeon will come to light. That mask of his? I'll rip it off myself. Her expression shifted, becoming focused as she swept her gaze across the frozen terrain. A sudden presence behind her made her pause. She turned slightly, catching sight of him, Park Do-jin. The new S-rank hunter. The latest addition to the Grim Reaper Guild. Miho's brows knitted together as she studied him. His aura was commanding yet enigmatic, radiating a quiet authority. An unexpected variable, she mused. If things went south, he could either become a serious problem or an advantage. The perspective shifted to a group of excavation workers stationed nearby. They were being instructed to grab pickaxes for the mission's objectives. Among them, a man named Suho silently took hold of his pickaxe, his expression unreadable as he braced for the grueling task ahead. The timeline rewound to a few days earlier. Sunlight filtered through the grand windows of the Grim Reaper Guild's headquarters, casting golden patterns across the polished floors. Inside, Lee Minsung lounged comfortably in an opulent chair, his fingers idly swirling a drink in his hand. A smug grin tugged at his lips as he regarded the figure seated across from him. "To think you've changed so much since the last time we met," Minsung mused, his tone laced with mockery. "I suppose aliens evolve quickly, huh?" Across the table, the apostle remained impassive, barely reacting. He lifted a porcelain teacup, taking a slow, deliberate sip. When he spoke, his tone was cool, detached. "My earlier form was chosen for optimal survival," he stated flatly. "Now that I have regained my strength, appearances are irrelevant." Minsung let out a short chuckle, leaning forward with a smirk. "And the name Park Do-jin?" he pressed. "Becoming a hunter? What's your endgame?" The apostle didn't so much as blink as he set his teacup down with meticulous precision. "A name is merely a tool," he replied. "Park Do-jin grants me the ability to move freely in this world. Becoming a hunter ensures I can operate without restriction." The air between them crackled with unspoken tension. Each word exchanged was a calculated move in an invisible game, one where the true stakes remained obscured beneath the surface. The Grim Reaper Guild's hall, though vast, felt stifling under the weight of their conversation. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, a silent battle of wills playing out between the two figures seated across from each other. Lee Minsung's lips curled into a smile, but it was devoid of warmth. His voice carried a note of irritation as he spoke. "Thanks to your little show at the airport, the Hunter Association has been breathing down my neck. They're investigating every move I make, citing civilian casualties and damages. If they dig too deep and uncover what's happening at the Paiju Field facility, we're both finished." Across from him, the apostle remained unfazed. His cold, calculating gaze met Minsung's, his tone barely above a whisper but brimming with quiet authority. "That's precisely why I joined the Grim Reaper Guild, to make sure that doesn't happen." He leaned forward slightly, the intensity in his eyes sharpening. "During the raid, I'll turn every hunter in that party into followers. Once that's done, they won't find a single trace of what's there." Minsung's arms folded across his chest as he let out a low chuckle. Externally, he appeared amused, but inside, his mind whirred with silent calculations. "That's a bold strategy," he mused before narrowing his eyes. "But let me ask you something, do you really think you're ready to face Lim Taegu, an S-rank hunter, right now?" The apostle's expression darkened as memories of his prior encounter with Lim resurfaced. "So you're asking about my promise to kill him," he murmured. He paused, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. "After meeting him, I'm certain that if I were to fight Lim Taegu right now..." He let the sentence trail off, leaving the conclusion unspoken but ominous. Minsung's smirk widened slightly as he studied the apostle, his mind dissecting every nuance of the conversation. Like a predator gauging its prey, he was already several moves ahead. Keep your promise, he thought, masking his malice behind a composed exterior. I don't care if you both end up dead. Just follow through with what you said. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association headquarters, where the president sat behind a sleek, polished desk. The soft glow of his monitor bathed the dimly lit office in a cool light. He gazed out the window, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of his chair, his mind deep in thought. The Paiju Field raid is set to begin soon, he murmured, his expression hardening. His sharp eyes flickered toward the documents neatly stacked on his desk. Lee Min-sung and Stardust. This raid was their best chance at securing undeniable proof against them. He inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts. Their preparations had been thorough. With the White Tiger Guild's cooperation, they had managed to secure A-rank hunter Baek Mi-ho for the mission. And if things escalated beyond control, they had an additional failsafe, Choi Jong and another S-rank hunter standing by as reinforcements. Yet, despite the solid groundwork, a shadow of doubt lingered in the back of his mind. His fingers stilled, his gaze sharpening as he focused on one particular name. Park Do-jin. The newest S-rank hunter. The wild card. His eyes narrowed. He joins the Grim Reaper Guild just as we're preparing for this raid, he muttered under his breath. That timing is far too convenient. His jaw tightened as suspicion gnawed at him. This is no coincidence. Chairman Wu leaned back in his chair, the faintest smirk playing on his lips. He had done everything to tip the scales in his favor, yet an unexpected name crept into his mind, Suho. His gaze flicked to the stack of paperwork on his desk, eyes settling on the unmistakable signature of approval. He exhaled slowly, reading the line once more. Suho, joining the excavation team, he muttered. His fingers drummed against the wood. Coincidence? Or something more? His instinct screamed at him, urging caution, but logic told him the move had already been made. He had signed off on it, yet now, uncertainty gnawed at him. Was that the right decision? He whispered under his breath. His hand clenched into a tight fist, the weight of his choices pressing down like an unshakable burden. If this was part of Suho's larger plan, then there was no avoiding it. Fine, he said, a sharp edge in his tone. If he's moving his pieces, then I have no choice but to move mine. The battlefield of the Paiju Field raid was utter chaos. The stench of burning rock and molten metal filled the air, thick smoke billowing across the dungeon as flames surged violently from a monstrous behemoth's maw. The fire-breathing colossus towered over the gathered hunters, its guttural roars sending tremors through the cavern walls. With each exhale, waves of scorching heat rippled outward, threatening to consume everything in their path. At the front of the formation, the team's tank braced himself, his shield glowing red-hot as it absorbed the brunt of the attack. Sweat dripped down his face, but he gritted his teeth and held firm. Strike team, now, he bellowed, voice strained against the inferno. I can't hold out much longer. Before the flames could fully engulf him, a sharp tap on his shoulder made him falter for just a second. His mind barely had time to process it before the monster reared back, unleashing a final, devastating burst of fire. And then, a thunderous impact silenced the beast. The ground quaked as the creature staggered, its maw spurting blood before it collapsed in a heap. A moment of stunned silence followed before all eyes turned to the figure standing at the heart of the battlefield. Miho. Her fist still smoldered from the strike, a faint wisp of smoke rising from her knuckles. She wasted no time reveling in the moment. Another beast, a second towering monster, charged toward her with terrifying speed. She didn't hesitate. With a burst of strength, she launched herself into the air, fist arcing upward in a devastating uppercut. The impact sent the creature's massive frame crumpling backward, slamming into the dungeon floor with an earth-shattering crash. Miho landed in a crouch, her sharp eyes sweeping across the battlefield, locking onto a new threat. A red-scaled, salamander-like beast lunged toward her, its clawed limbs striking with deadly precision. In one seamless motion, she ducked beneath its attack and leapt onto its back. The monster thrashed violently, trying to shake her off, but she used its momentum against it. With a powerful kick, she propelled herself upward, twisting through the air before landing against the dungeon wall, already preparing her next move. Miho's boots barely grazed the wall before she kicked off with explosive force, using it as a springboard to hurl herself forward like a human projectile. The salamander-like beast barely had time to register her movement before her fist connected with the side of its head. The impact was catastrophic. The ground beneath the creature fractured, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the stone. A deafening shockwave rippled outward, and in its wake, dust and debris erupted into the air. As the dust settled, Miho straightened, standing amidst the scattered bodies of fallen monsters. Her sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Lee Min-sung. Her jaw tightened as irritation flared in her chest. He still hadn't joined the fight. Unbelievable, she muttered under her breath, her fists clenching. Does he think being a hunter is some kind of game? Her frustration distracted her just long enough for danger to creep up unnoticed. A looming shadow flickered in her peripheral vision. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, but by the time she registered the threat, it was already too late. The monster lunged. Teeth gleaming, claws slashing, it closed in on her with terrifying speed. Miho's instinct screamed at her to move, but she had no time to react. Damn it, I let my guard down. Then, in the blink of an eye, a figure materialized beside her. A single, effortless motion. The next thing she knew, the monster's massive body crumpled to the ground, its momentum abruptly halted by a devastating chop. She barely registered what had happened before she heard the voice. Hunter Miho. It was calm. Steady. Yet something about it carried an undeniable weight of authority. She turned, her wide eyes locking onto the golden-eyed figure standing beside her. The apostle. Miho's thoughts scrambled to process what she had just witnessed. He had neutralized a salamander, one of the deadliest creatures in the dungeon, with nothing but a casual strike. And he wasn't even wearing proper combat gear. This guy, she thought, her heartbeat still pounding in her ears. He's moving like he's out for a stroll. The apostle barely spared her a glance before shifting his attention to the remaining monsters. With the same eerie composure, he adjusted his sleeves, exhaling slowly. Then he moved. It was over before it even began. He cut through the creatures with mechanical precision, every strike clean and decisive. Each motion carried a lethal efficiency, no wasted effort, no hesitation. One by one, the salamanders collapsed, their bodies lifeless before they even realized they were dead. Miho could do nothing but watch, her mind reeling. S-ranks, they're truly on a different plane. As the last monster fell, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the battlefield. Lee Min-sung strolled onto the scene, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Well, he drawled, amusement laced in his voice. That wrapped up faster than I expected. Miho turned to him, her brows furrowed, her thoughts still racing. Something's off, she murmured. For a dungeon of this scale, there aren't nearly enough monsters. Lee Min-sung's lips curved into a smirk, amusement dancing in his sharp gaze. Noticed something, did you, Hunter Miho? He drawled, his voice laced with mockery. That's because we routinely cull the monsters in dungeons under the Grim Reaper Guild's jurisdiction. It keeps them from becoming a threat to the outside world. Miho's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion tightening in her chest. There was more to his words than he was letting on. Her gaze dropped to the mutilated corpse of the fallen monster, her mind racing. Routine cullings? Her brows knitted together. Large guilds rarely wasted resources on such meticulous maintenance. There was no reason to clear dungeons daily unless... Her thoughts halted as she glanced at Lee Min-sung. For the briefest moment, she caught it, an almost imperceptible crack in his composed facade. It was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough. Something was definitely wrong. Lee Min-sung, sensing her unease, let out a low chuckle. All right, hunters, he called out, his voice artificially cheerful. The boss room is just ahead. His lips curled into a sly grin, his eyes glinting with something darker, something calculating. Inside, he gloated. Search all you want, Miho. You won't find a single thing. The factory had already been dismantled, the demons had slithered deep into the recesses of Paiju Field, and any evidence that could have tied him to them had long since disappeared. What remained were empty halls, shadows, and dead ends. Unseen by the others, the apostle quietly observed Miho's darkening expression. You'll find nothing here, he mused. But even if you manage to survive what's coming, your mind may not. His golden eyes glowed faintly as he trailed behind the group, silently watching. Deep within a secluded section of Paiju Field, hidden from prying eyes, a far darker scene unfolded. The demon Murmu stood amidst the eerie glow of an unholy laboratory, his piercing gaze sweeping across the rows of lifeless, hollow-eyed figures slumped against the walls. Two other demons flanked him, their twisted forms exuding malice. Murmu clicked his tongue in irritation, his clawed hand gesturing toward the motionless husks. What a waste, he sneered, his voice thick with contempt. So much potential, just rotting away. A flicker of frustration crossed his face. The apostle is here, he muttered, his lip curling. Yet we're forced to sit idly by? Titch. What a disgraceful waste of time and resources. We could be turning these wretches into stardust instead of letting them gather dust. One of the demons growled in agreement, their murmured conversation thick with barely restrained malice. But before their schemes could continue, a sound cut through the tense atmosphere. The demons froze. A lone figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, clad in black, his very presence exuding an air of unshakable authority. The room grew eerily silent. Then, his voice rang out, calm, controlled, yet carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of anticipation. "Beru, you're certain a demon is here?" Suho asked, his voice calm yet firm. "Yes, young monarch," Beru replied without hesitation, his tone carrying both reverence and anticipation. "Their foul presence lingers. It's unmistakable." Without another word, Suho pressed his palm against the door. A mere push sent the locked frame splintering apart, the heavy door slamming open to reveal the horrific scene within. At the sudden intrusion, Murmu whirled around, his glowing eyes narrowing. "Who dares?" He never got to finish. Suho moved in a blur, closing the distance in an instant. His fist crashed into Murmu's face, the sheer force distorting the demon's features before sending him hurtling across the chamber. The impact was so violent that the walls cracked upon collision, a sickening crunch echoing through the room. Suho didn't pause. He shot forward, delivering another devastating blow before Murmu's broken body even had the chance to hit the ground. The second strike embedded the demon deeper into the ruined wall, leaving only a splatter of dark ichor and a barely recognizable figure. The remaining demons stood frozen, their expressions twisted in shock. Their ally, one of their strongest, had been turned into nothing more than a pile of shattered bones and torn flesh in mere seconds. Beru's voice cut through the silence, brimming with approval. "You've grown, young monarch. To think a single punch sent a demon's head flying," he mused. "It seems those training sessions with the crocodile are paying off." Suho barely reacted to the praise. His sharp gaze swept across the room, settling on the rows of lifeless humans slumped against the walls. His expression darkened. "They're not in control of their own minds," he muttered. His eyes narrowed. "So it's true. This place, it's a stardust factory." A grotesque noise interrupted his thoughts. The mangled remains of Murmu twitched. His shattered limbs snapped back into place at an unnatural speed, his disfigured face knitting itself together. A hoarse, broken groan turned into a chilling, guttural laugh. "A black mask," Murmu rasped, his voice dripping with malice. His glowing eyes locked onto Suho with twisted glee. "So you're the one meddling in the apostle's plans. How delightful." His body convulsed violently. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, flooding the room with suffocating heat. His twisted frame expanded, limbs stretching grotesquely as writhing tendrils burst from his back. His form swelled, once, twice, until he towered over Suho, his monstrous silhouette pulsing with a dark, menacing aura. "This is wonderful!" Murmu roared, his jagged teeth glinting as his laughter reverberated through the room. "You'll make the perfect offering for the apostle." Despite the towering monstrosity before him, Suho remained still. His cold, calculating eyes met Murmu's gleaming ones without a hint of fear. The air itself seemed to grow heavier as the inevitable battle loomed. Elsewhere, in the heart of the dungeon, the rhythmic clang of pickaxes echoed through the tunnels. Miners, their bodies slick with sweat, swung their tools with weary determination, striking against the crystal-infused walls. One of them let out an exhausted groan as his pickaxe met resistance. "Does this ever end?" he muttered, glancing at the endless veins of glimmering mana crystals. "How the hell did so many magic essence crystals accumulate here? Isn't this dungeon supposed to be under guild control?" Another miner, pausing mid-swing, exhaled sharply. "Who knows? Maybe they've got another way of making money besides selling these," he muttered, eyeing the cavernous expanse around them. For a moment, the two men stood still, catching their breath. One wiped his forehead, his face drawn with fatigue. "By the way," he said, lowering his voice, "I heard an E-rank collection member came in with us today. Did you see him?" His companion snorted. "An E-rank? In a B-rank dungeon? Now that's a joke. What were they thinking, sending an E-rank in here?" The first miner shook his head in disbelief, his grip tightening on his pickaxe. His companion chuckled, his tone light-hearted. "Come on, don't be too hard on the kid. He's still young. It's rare to see someone that age putting in real effort." The first miner smirked. "Don't tell me, you're the one who assigned him to the entrance where it's safest, huh?" He shot his companion a knowing look. "You always manage to weasel your way out of the tough jobs. Meanwhile, I'm stuck up front where it's the most dangerous." The second miner shrugged, not bothering to deny it. "Took you long enough to catch on," he said with a sly grin. "Besides, that rookie's pushing a cart loaded with 4 times the usual haul. Once we finish here, let's go help him out." The first miner let out a sigh, shaking his head. "You're way too nice for your own good." Nearby, carts piled high with mana crystals lined the cavern walls. The tunnels stretched into the darkness, winding deeper into the dungeon's labyrinthine corridors, their depths untouched by natural light. Elsewhere, Suho stood motionless, facing a group of demons. His piercing gaze locked onto Murmu, silently assessing him. A ripple of energy stirred behind him, and from his shadow, Beru emerged. His voice was low and urgent. Young monarch, this one's magic power. I know, Suho interrupted, his expression unwavering. I can feel it. His heightened sensory abilities had grown even sharper, allowing him to gauge Murmu's power instinctively. The demon's strength was comparable to an A-rank hunter, on par with Randolph, the formidable foe he had clashed with in the Pyramid Field dungeon. That realization alone was enough to make Suho's stance shift subtly, his fists clenching. There was a reason the Hunter Association had tasked the Grim Reaper Guild with clearing this dungeon. That's why he had infiltrated the excavation team, to uncover the truth behind the Stardust operations. His thoughts churned, his blue eyes flashing with determination. If the Hunter Association's scrutiny on Lee Min-sung intensifies, getting information about the Iterim's apostle from him will become even more difficult. His gaze snapped back to Murmu, his voice firm and commanding. Where is the apostle? The demon regarded him with cold amusement, tilting his head as if evaluating him. So, just as the apostle hunts the man in the black mask, this one is hunting the apostle, Murmu mused. Without warning, the demon's tendrils lashed out, one coiling tightly around Suho's ankle. Murmu's lips curled into a sneer. You'll meet the apostle soon enough, he hissed. More tentacles surged toward Suho, twisting and writhing like living serpents. Because before I deliver you to him, Murmu roared, I'll break you so thoroughly that you won't wake from the coma I put you in. Yet, Suho remained completely still, unbothered by the tendrils constricting around him. His expression barely shifted, save for the faint raise of an eyebrow. Let him try. You think just because your tentacles are wrapped around me, I can't break free? Murmu sneered, tightening his grip. Now that I've got you, there's no escape. My strength is absolute. Suho let out a slow breath, then rolled his eyes. Absolute strength, he echoed, his tone laced with mockery. For a brief moment, his mind drifted to the past, the brutal training sessions under Ahmet's watchful eye. He could still picture Ahmet's massive figure looming over him, arms crossed in silent approval. Impressive, Ahmet had said, nodding. I didn't expect you to complete my training solo in just 5 days. Standing shirtless back then, Suho's body had been pushed to its limit, his muscles sculpted into peak form. Yet, despite the praise, exhaustion had overtaken him. His legs had given out, and as he collapsed, tears of sheer relief welled up in his eyes. Gray, Beru, and Essel had stood nearby, watching in silence. Ahmet, however, had smiled. You've grown strong, young monarch, he had said with conviction. Even now, that moment resonated in Suho's mind. All those daily quest stat points invested into strength, they had paid off. Not to mention the additional boost he had acquired. New skill acquired, strength increase. Strength enhanced by 20%. The notification had barely faded before his allies had exchanged glances, the weight of his growth evident. Ahmet had met Suho's gaze, speaking with certainty. I'll say this now, you're the strongest human I've ever encountered. Back in the present, the sound of flesh tearing snapped Suho out of his memories. Murmu's tentacles, severed. Shredded remains scattered across the ground, oozing dark blood. The demon's eyes widened in shock. His so-called unbreakable grip, completely destroyed. What are you? Murmu snarled, his voice trembling with fury and disbelief. Suho didn't answer. He calmly brushed off the last remnants of the severed tentacles still clinging to him, his blue eyes shining with quiet intensity. His power, an overwhelming 120 in strength, radiated from his body. Then, in a blink, he moved. Lightning fast, he closed the gap, his fist crashing into the face of one of Murmu's demon subordinates. The creature was sent hurtling backward, unconscious before hitting the ground. Before the second demon could react, Suho pivoted. Another devastating blow struck true. The second fell just as easily as the first. Murmu barely had time to process what had happened before Suho turned his piercing gaze back to him. Stepping forward, his voice was steady, firm. I'll ask you again. And in a flash, he was in front of Murmu, standing mere inches away. Suho's piercing gaze bore into Murmu as he demanded, where is the Iterim apostle? The demon, rattled by Suho's speed and sheer dominance, clenched his fists. His pride wouldn't allow him to submit so easily. With a defiant roar, he swung a powerful punch toward Suho. Like hell I'd tell you. Suho didn't budge. His expression remained unreadable as he effortlessly caught the incoming strike. His grip tightened around Murmu's head, fingers pressing into the demon's skull. A chilling calm settled over him as he muttered, is that so? Without hesitation, Suho flexed his overwhelming strength and wrenched the demon's head clean off his body. The severed head remained intact in his grasp, its eyes still filled with shock. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Suho wasn't finished. Unsheathing his blade, he unleashed a merciless flurry of slashes, carving the corpse into ribbons. Blood sprayed across the cavern floor, staining the mana-infused stones beneath them. Even in death, Murmu's consciousness lingered within his severed head. A deep sense of unease crawled through him. What is this terrifying presence? The eerie sensation radiating from Suho sent a shiver through his fading mind. Suho tilted his head, his expression void of sympathy. I'll get my answers, whether you talk or not. With that, he tossed the head toward Beru. Time for a snack, he said casually. As Murmu's head spun through the air, his final thoughts surfaced. Apostle. I won't live to see the masterpiece you create, but thanks to you, we erased the later household, the traitors to demonkind. Before he could think any further, Beru's jaw snapped shut. The crunch of bone echoed through the chamber as the shadow beast devoured the head whole. Beru hummed, licking his claws. Tough, but a bit chewy. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, Essel suddenly felt a strange sensation course through her. She blinked in confusion, flexing her fingers. What is this? My body feels lighter. Back in the dungeon, Beru wiped his mouth as Suho turned to him with urgency. Did you learn anything about the interim apostle? Beru let out a deep sigh before replying. This demon viewed the apostle as some kind of radiant figure. Beyond that, I couldn't pull much from his memories. Suho exhaled sharply, frustration flickering across his face. Another dead end. His thoughts turned to Lee Minsung, the man overseeing the Stardust operation. Looks like I have no choice but to get information from him. But first, there was a more pressing issue at hand. He glanced around the cavern, his mind shifting gears. I need to evacuate the people here before anything else. Meanwhile, miles away, the interim apostle stood in the midst of a group of hunters. His sharp eyes narrowed as he sensed a disturbance. The demon's presence? It's vanished. But not because of the Hunters Association. The raid party finally arrived at a massive set of doors, the entrance to the boss monster's chamber. Lee Minsung turned to the assembled hunters, his tone authoritative. This is Pa Yu Field's boss room. Among them, Miho's brows furrowed as unease settled over her. Something wasn't right. We've scoured the entire area and found nothing. She tapped her fingers against her weapon. Wasn't Pa Yu Field supposed to be the center of Stardust production? Lee Minsung, noticing her skepticism, smirked slightly. Looks like she's struggling to figure out why she found nothing. Without speaking aloud, he transmitted a telepathic message to the apostle. We'll cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It's better if this ends quietly. The apostle's eyes flickered with irritation. That won't do, he muttered, displeased. Miho, still deep in thought, mulled over another possibility. Could it be located somewhere on the surface instead? She exhaled. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to shift focus. Miho tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. We'll clear the boss first, she declared, stepping forward. The hunters behind her nodded in agreement, their footsteps echoing through the cavern as they prepared to enter the monster's lair. Meanwhile, a different battle was taking place behind them. Lee Minsung's expression darkened, his mind reeling from what he had just heard. His fists clenched at his sides as fury surged through him. His voice, thick with disbelief, cracked as he spat. What did you just say? The interim apostle remained composed, his gaze devoid of emotion. I've already told you, he said coolly. Every hunter here will become my follower. Before Lee Minsung could react, the apostle flicked his wrist. A dark crystalline shard of highly concentrated stardust shot forward, embedding itself into the back of Lee Minsung's neck. His body tensed as an unnatural force invaded him, spreading like wildfire through his veins. He staggered, his breath hitching, his instincts screaming at him to resist. But the moment the energy took hold, he knew, it was already too late. The apostle leaned in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. You should have known your place. Working with an A rank like you to eliminate an S rank like Lim Taigu? It was always an absurd deal. He chuckled, his breath icy against Lee Minsung's ear. Did you really believe you were anything more than a disposable tool? Lee Minsung's rage boiled over. His eyes burned with fury, his jaw clenched so tightly it felt like his teeth might shatter. S-rank this, S-rank that? He growled, voice trembling with raw hatred. You think I'd let myself be brainwashed by someone like you? But before he could take action, everything around him dissolved. The world turned into an endless void, stretching infinitely in all directions. The silence was suffocating, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. Above him, a single golden light pulsed, its glow steady and rhythmic. Panic clawed at his mind. His surroundings had vanished. He was standing in nothingness. His eyes flicked toward the golden glow, and the moment they locked onto it, a sudden shift took place. His pupils constricted. A luminous cross-shaped pattern appeared in his irises, burning into his vision like an unshakable mark of servitude. Lee Minsung's body went rigid. A command, powerful and absolute, echoed through his mind. Move as the Supreme One wills. He struggled. He screamed internally. But his limbs refused to obey. His will no longer belonged to him. He was trapped, watching helplessly as his own body became a puppet. Then, the scene snapped back to reality. Lee Min-sung stood motionless, his expression eerily serene. Slowly, his eyelids fluttered open. His once fierce eyes now gleamed with an unnatural golden glow, his pupils locked in the distinct cross-shaped pattern of the apostle's control. The apostle stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, a smirk tugging at his lips as he admired his work. Behind him, Lee Min-sung stood lifeless, his body stolen, his mind imprisoned. A mere vessel for the apostle's will. The last remnants of Lee Min-sung's will had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing more than a hollow shell under the apostle's control. With a smirk, the apostle shifted his gaze toward Miho, his piercing stare filled with amusement. Now then, he mused, his voice carrying an eerie calmness. Shall we move on to the next one? Meanwhile, outside the Paiju Field dungeon, a sleek black car sat idling in the shadows, its engine running in a low hum. Inside, Choi rested his elbow on the armrest, his fingers lightly flicking a small, ethereal blue flame in the shape of a bird. His expression remained unreadable, his eyes locked on the flickering light. If this flame dies out, that means trouble inside, he stated plainly, his voice steady. That'll be our cue to move in. For a brief moment, he observed the flame with quiet intensity before continuing, the summon of a summon, an elegant solution to bypass the dungeon's interference with communication devices. Quite the handy trick. A smirk played on his lips, but it lacked any real amusement. With any luck, we won't have to trouble the S-rank hunters with this mess, he added, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Beside him, Lim Taegu remained still, his expression unreadable. But Choi knew he was listening. Sensing the tension, Choi casually pressed on. Let's just hope Lee Min-sung doesn't stir up more problems, he mused, throwing a sidelong glance at his companion. Hunter Taegu, you seem a little tense. Are you worried? Lim's eyes darkened, his tone turning sharp. Are you looking to provoke me? Choi chuckled, feigning innocence. Me? Now, why would I do that? But Lim wasn't fooled. The irritation in his gaze was unmistakable. With a scoff, he fired back, I suppose you're upset that S-rank Hunter Park Dojin joined the Grim Reaper Guild instead of yours? Choi's smirk faltered for the briefest second before he forced it back into place. Not at all, he responded, his tone carefully controlled. Our guild is already filled with exceptional hunters. Yet, despite his words, there was an edge to his voice, betraying his true feelings. Lim exhaled heavily, his fingers drumming against his knee. To think Lee Min-sung was the one distributing that stimulant. His jaw tightened. As a guildmaster, I can't ignore this mess. He leaned back, frustration evident in his voice. If things go sideways, he continued, turning to Choi with a firm gaze, I expect you to keep your word. If I can handle it myself, you stay out of it. Choi crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. I'd be glad if you could, he replied smoothly. I don't enjoy unnecessary conflict. The scene cut back to the dungeon, where chaos was unfolding. A massive, salamander-like boss monster reared back, its maw glowing an intense orange as it gathered flames for a devastating breath attack. Heat radiated from its body, distorting the air around it. The raid party held their ground, each member prepared for the impending strike. The tank stood at the forefront, gripping his shield tightly as he braced himself. A torrent of fire erupted from the boss's mouth, engulfing him in a scorching inferno. Yet, despite the overwhelming heat, he remained steadfast, holding the line. Through the haze of flames, Lee Min-sung surged forward. His sword gleamed under the fiery glow, his grip firm, his movements unrelenting. His expression, once filled with arrogance and determination, was now disturbingly vacant. Yet, his body moved with the same fierce precision, cutting through the flames like a relentless force. The battle had begun. Miho couldn't shake the unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Something about Lee Min-sung was off. His movements were sharper, his attacks more relentless, but what truly unsettled her was the apostle's behavior. Despite being an S-rank hunter, he remained on the sidelines, observing instead of engaging in the fight. Her gaze flickered toward him as she rushed at the salamander, her sword gleaming under the dim dungeon light. He's standing back, watching us struggle. That's typical of an S-rank, letting the lower ranks handle the dirty work. But then her brow furrowed. No, that's not right. We're his seniors in experience. Why isn't he stepping in? Shaking off her thoughts, she refocused on Lee Min-sung. Something's definitely wrong. Ever since they had entered the boss's chamber, his fighting style had changed. His aggression, his speed, his sheer ferocity, none of it was normal. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. Meanwhile, the apostle continued his silent observation, his expression unreadable except for the slight smirk playing on his lips. This confirms it, he mused. Stardust alone has no effect on hunters above B rank. But its concentrated form, the star fragment, that's a different story. As if to validate his thoughts, Lee Min-sung lunged forward in a blur of motion, his sword carving through the air with brutal efficiency. Every strike found its mark, each one faster and more precise than the last. Then, with an astonishing display of agility, he launched himself high into the air, angling for another devastating blow. Miho hesitated for a split second, momentarily stunned. She had fought alongside Lee Min-sung before, but never had she seen him fight with such overwhelming force. The sheer savagery of his attacks left her uneasy. The salamander reeled back, roaring in fury as deep gashes marred its scaled hide. Its burning gaze locked onto Lee Min-sung, rage fueling its next move. Without warning, its massive tail whipped through the air, slicing toward him with lethal precision. The strike was swift and deadly, but Lee Min-sung's reflexes were just as sharp. He raised his sword in time to intercept the attack, the impact sending a violent shockwave through the cavern. Though he managed to block the blow, the sheer force behind it sent him skidding backward, his boots carving trenches into the rocky ground. His arms burned from the strain, but he remained steady, unyielding. From the shadows, the apostle's expression darkened with intrigue. His eyes flickered with a knowing glint as he watched the battle unfold. Even with the awakening effect of the star fragment, an A rank still struggles against an S rank creature, he noted, his fingers tapping together in quiet contemplation. A faint golden glow flickered around him as he slowly clasped his hands together. If that's the case, he murmured, his voice laced with something ominous. The air around him shifted as radiant energy pulsed from his body. Then it's time to invoke one of the 5 abilities of TL, a fragment of the main body, he whispered. The blessing of amplification. The apostle's voice carried an almost reverent tone as he continued, his words laced with anticipation. This will amplify the unique traits of its wielder. The faith of the Mistborn, imbued within the stardust, and the distinctive attributes of their weapons, everything will be heightened beyond its natural limits. As if in direct response to his declaration, a luminous blue aura engulfed Lee Min-sung's body, flickering with raw energy. His sword, previously dulled from battle, now radiated with the same mystical light, its blade pulsing as though alive. The apostle's gaze gleamed with intrigue. The ability you hold, he murmured, watching intently, is the amplification of magic power. Your weapon, on the other hand, enhances the force behind each strike. Let's see if you can reach the heights you so desperately crave, Lee Min-sung. Show me the power of an S-rank hunter. A newfound energy coursed through Lee Min-sung's veins, his very presence growing overwhelming. His eyes, now burning with a piercing golden glow, locked onto his target with deadly precision. Then, with a single, fluid motion, he swung his blade. A massive surge of energy erupted from the sword, an arc of devastating power slicing through the air with terrifying speed. The attack struck the salamander monster head-on, carving through its formidable hide as if it were paper. The sheer force of the blow ruptured the ceiling of the dungeon, sending shockwaves through the chamber. A deafening explosion followed. Chunks of debris rained down as the impact rippled outward, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Far beyond the battlefield, on the outskirts of the dungeon, Choi and Lim Tae-gu sat in their vehicle, their gazes locked onto the distant blast. Flames and smoke billowed into the air as the ground trembled beneath them. What in the? Choi's voice trailed off as disbelief settled in. Lim Tae-gu's expression darkened. That power? It wasn't something an A-rank should be capable of. Back inside the devastated dungeon, Miho stood frozen in shock. The aftermath of Lee Min-sung's attack was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. A massive crater lay where the monster once stood, its lifeless remains reduced to mere fragments scattered across the battlefield. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to process the sheer destruction before her. What was that? Her thoughts raced. How did Lee Min-sung achieve such overwhelming power? He's just an A-rank hunter, isn't he? Lee Min-sung remained eerily silent, standing amid the wreckage. His sword, still humming with residual energy, dripped with the remains of his fallen foe. His expression betrayed nothing, not triumph, not exhaustion, just cold, unsettling composure. The apostle, however, observed the scene with an amused smirk. Yet, beneath that facade, calculations ran through his mind. So, even with amplification, an A-rank hunter can only sustain that level of power for a fleeting moment. His fingers tapped against his arm as he studied Lee Min-sung's form. The burden on his body must be immense. The majority of that enhancement has already faded. A quiet scoff escaped his lips. How disappointing. His tone was low, but the condescension was unmistakable. It seems you lack the capacity to fully wield the power of an S rank. The words struck deeper than any wound. Lee Min-sung's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles turning white. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing. However, the fire in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Miho, still shaken, tore her gaze from Lee Min-sung and fixed it on the apostle. Something about all of this didn't add up. That wasn't something an A-rank hunter should be able to do. Her fingers curled into a fist as her mind worked through the pieces. Stardust was supposed to be ineffective on high-ranking hunters. So how? Her brows furrowed as a realization dawned on her. Or, is there something else at play? The uncertainty gnawed at her, the air around them thick with tension. Something was off, terribly off. And the more she watched Lee Min-sung and the apostle, the more the unanswered questions piled up. Without warning, Lee Min-sung struck with ruthless precision, driving his sword straight through the apostle's back. A sharp gasp of pain tore from the apostle's lips as the sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the room. His body jerked forward, his breath coming in ragged, uneven bursts. "How?" he rasped, his voice weak, laced with disbelief. But before he could finish, a low chuckle escaped Lee Min-sung. It was dark, twisted, filled with something unrecognizable. "I warned you, didn't I?" His voice was almost mocking, his words dripping with venom. "Did you really think someone like you could control me?" His once sharp eyes had turned an abyssal black, his grin widening into something menacing. Shadows flickered across his face, accentuating the eerie madness creeping into his expression. "The power you forced onto me. I'll make good use of it." With one brutal motion, he wrenched the sword free. The apostle staggered, collapsing to his knees, blood pooling beneath him. Silence fell over the chamber. The other hunters, who had fought beside Lee Min-sung only moments ago, now stood frozen, their eyes filled with uncertainty and fear. Miho broke the silence first. "Lee Min-sung," she shouted, her voice cutting through the heavy air. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You just attacked a fellow hunter." Her fury crackled like fire, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. "Is this because of that damn drug? Have you lost your mind?" Lee Min-sung didn't answer right away. Instead, he threw his head back, letting out a wild, unhinged laugh. The sound bounced off the dungeon walls, distorted, unsettling. His free hand clutched at his forehead, his fingers digging into his skin as though he was trying to ground himself. "Damn it, so this is how it turned out." His voice was strained, erratic. Sweat streamed down his face as his glowing yellow eyes flickered, shifting between gold and deep black, as if the power inside him was at war with itself. Then, through the haze of chaos, a whisper echoed in his mind. "They're here. Outside. Waiting." A grim realization struck him like a blade to the gut. S-rank hunters? The association sent them. If I stay here, I won't make it out alive. His eyes darted toward the only remaining exit, the gaping hole in the ceiling. But the other hunters had already moved, blocking his path. "I don't have time for this," he muttered under his breath, his muscles tensing. Miho, seeing his intent, didn't hesitate. "Stop him," she commanded. "Don't let him escape." A deadly aura surged around Lee Min-sung as he exhaled sharply. His grip on his weapon tightened. "Move." His voice was cold, laced with barely contained rage. "Unless you're ready to die." The next second, he exploded into motion. His speed was blinding, a blur of destruction as he tore through anyone who stood in his way. Blades clashed, screams rang out, but the resistance was futile. He cut them down without hesitation, his strikes swift and merciless. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, bodies crumpling in his wake. Then, in a single bound, he launched himself upward, vanishing through the hole in the ceiling. The remaining hunters stood motionless, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The scent of blood lingered in the air, mixing with the dust and debris left in the wake of his escape. Miho swallowed hard, forcing herself to push past the shock. She turned sharply to one of the hunters still standing. "Send the signal," she ordered, her voice sharp with urgency. "Alert the S-rank hunters outside. Now." Despite her quick thinking, a gnawing sense of unease clawed at her. Something wasn't right. Something felt terribly wrong. Her gaze darted back to the apostle's fallen form, only to feel her breath hitch in her throat. The man who should have been on the brink of death was rising to his feet. Blood trickled from the wound in his back, staining his robe, but he remained standing. A crooked smile played on his lips as he pressed a hand against his injury, staunching the bleeding. "Interesting," he mused, his voice eerily calm despite the pain. His eyes gleamed with something far more dangerous than anger. He let out a soft chuckle. "Even with overwhelming magic power, resisting the Mistborn's divinity is still possible, if the will is strong enough." His fingers twitched, and his smile grew wider. "That's good to know." The apostle's voice dripped with unsettling satisfaction, a twisted sense of calm settling over him despite the grievous wound. His smirk widened, dark amusement flickering in his eyes as he ran a bloodied hand through his hair, the crimson staining his fingers. He made no attempt to answer, standing tall despite the attack that should have ended him. The silence that followed was suffocating, thick with an unspoken menace. Miho's breath hitched, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hunter Park? That strike should have gone straight through your heart. How are you still standing?" The apostle's grin only deepened, his posture exuding an eerie confidence. He said nothing, but his silence alone was enough to send a chill down Miho's spine. Meanwhile, beyond the dungeon's confines, Lee Min-sung darted through the dense forest, his breaths ragged, his mind a storm of frustration. His newfound power surged within him, yet he found himself on the run, hunted like an animal. An S-rank strength, and I'm still forced to flee like this? This is absurd. His muscles ached, and his thoughts raced wildly. Every faction, every force seemed to be against him. Damn those extraterrestrials, the Hunter Association, even the Grim Reaper Guild. There's no one I can trust anymore. He needed to disappear, find a safe haven where he could regroup. A nearby city would have to do, at least for the time being. Just as he settled on a plan, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A blade. It embedded itself in the dirt mere inches from his feet, halting him in his tracks. His instincts screamed at him, this wasn't a coincidence. Someone's here. His eyes darted around, searching for the source. Before he could react further, a voice emerged from the shadows, steady and authoritative. "I figured you'd come out on your own after that explosion." Lee Min-sung spun around, his body tensing. A figure stepped into view, moving with quiet confidence. Suho. His presence alone was suffocating, his gaze cold and calculating. He closed the distance between them, his expression unwavering. "Tell me everything you know about the Stardust, and the Interim's apostle," Suho demanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. The tension between them thickened, the forest around them eerily silent. Lee Min-sung's mind whirled. Who the hell is this guy? Not only did Suho know about the Stardust, but he was also aware of the apostle's existence. That wasn't common knowledge. Lee Min-sung's gaze flickered downward, landing on Suho's hands, more specifically, the Vulcan gauntlets covering them. A chill ran down his spine as a realization hit him like a hammer. Wait, wasn't there a rumor about a masked figure who dismantled Brocky's operations and crippled the Stardust supply chain? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Could it be him? Lee Min-sung's sharp gaze flickered across the surroundings, calculating his options. His mind raced, but the answer was clear, he had no time to waste. If he hesitated even for a moment, the pursuing hunters would catch up. I don't have the luxury to drag this out. With that thought, he tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with lethal intent. A surge of confidence flooded his chest. Judging by the aura Suho emitted, he was far beneath him in terms of raw magic power. This fight was already won. "You're nothing," he sneered, his voice filled with arrogance. "Die, weakling." The attack was swift, merciless, but Suho didn't so much as flinch. He stood rooted to the ground, his expression unreadable. Just as the sword was about to connect, he shifted his weight ever so slightly, moving with an effortless grace. Then, in a motion so fluid it was almost surreal, he reached up and caught the blade with his bare hand. A sharp metallic screech rang through the forest as Min-sung's blade came to a jarring halt. His breath hitched, disbelief crashing into him like a tidal wave. His fingers tightened instinctively around the hilt, but no matter how hard he pulled, the sword refused to budge. What the? His mind reeled. How did he stop my attack, with his hand? A chill crawled up his spine. Before he could process the impossible reality before him, Suho moved. With a shift of his stance, he twisted his body and delivered a lightning-fast kick straight to Min-sung's jaw. The impact was devastating. Pain exploded through his skull as his vision blurred, his body sent flying backward from the sheer force of the strike. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he tumbled through the air before crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. His head spun, his body screaming in agony. This can't be right. He struggled to breathe, his thoughts a tangled mess. His magic power is weaker than mine. So why is he so much stronger? From the shadows, Beru watched the scene unfold, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Ah, so that's why Min-sung is so shaken, Beru mused, his voice laced with amusement. Hunters measure strength by the size of their magic power. But true strength. His eyes gleamed as he observed Suho's fluid, unstoppable movements. True strength is something else entirely. The battle raged on, Suho pressing forward with relentless force. Each strike landed with brutal precision, pushing Min-sung further and further back. The difference in power was undeniable, this wasn't a battle between equals. It was a one-sided slaughter. Beru's gaze lingered on Suho, his smirk widening. The young monarch, he's been sharpening his body, honing his strength beyond what an A-rank hunter could ever dream of. His training with a met has propelled him far beyond the realm of ordinary hunters. Minsung's movements grew frantic, his initial confidence crumbling under Suho's overwhelming pressure. His sword, which he once wielded with supreme arrogance, now felt like dead weight in his hands. A realization settled in his gut like a stone. I can't win. The scene shifted abruptly to the depths of the Paiju Field dungeon, a battlefield of wreckage and despair. The air was thick with the scent of blood and dust, the remnants of a brutal clash still lingering. Miho stood amidst the destruction, her breath ragged, one hand clutching her injured arm. Pain pulsed through her body, but it was nothing compared to the shock gripping her mind. Her gaze locked onto the apostle before her, her expression a mixture of disbelief and dread. "Park, Hunter Park," she breathed, voice trembling. "You should be dead. That attack, it went straight through your heart." Yet, there he stood. The apostle's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smirk, but he said nothing. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, summoning a pulsating stardust crystal. The eerie glow cast shifting shadows across his bloodied face, illuminating the quiet malice in his eyes. The sheer energy radiating from the crystal sent a chill crawling up Miho's spine. She knew what it meant. He's going to finish this. Before she could react, a sharp voice rang through the dungeon, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Miho! What the hell is going on?" Her head snapped toward the sound, her heartbeat hammering against her ribs. There, standing at the edge of the broken ceiling, were two towering figures. Relief flooded her expression as she exhaled shakily. "You made it," she murmured, her voice laced with exhaustion. Hunter Choi, and Hunter Lim Taegu. The two S-rank hunters stood at the precipice, their powerful silhouettes outlined against the dim light filtering from above. Their sharp gazes swept over the devastation, injured hunters scattered across the ground, Miho battered and bloodied, and the lone figure of the apostle standing amidst it all. A flicker of irritation flashed through the apostle's golden eyes. His mind whirred, assessing the new arrivals. Two S-ranks. His fingers tightened subtly around the crystal in his palm. He had no intention of being reckless. Not now. Without a word, he loosened his stance, masking his hostility beneath an impassive expression. He knew better than to draw unnecessary suspicion. Hunter Choi wasted no time. With a swift, effortless leap, he descended into the dungeon, landing with practiced precision. His boots barely made a sound as he strode toward Miho, his eyes scanning her injuries. "We came as soon as we sensed the explosion," he said, his voice heavy with concern. "What the hell happened here?" Miho's weary expression darkened, the brief moment of relief giving way to grim reality. This was Lee Minsung's doing," she admitted. Choi's eyes narrowed. "Lee Minsung? The A-rank hunter?" His disbelief was evident. "You're telling me he caused all this?" Miho nodded, her fingers clenching into fists. It wasn't normal. His mana, it was overwhelming, unnatural. It was as if he had consumed something that pushed him far beyond his limits. Choi exchanged a sharp glance with Lim Taegu. Something about this didn't sit right. And they were about to find out why. Miho hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. "The drug may have pushed him beyond his limits," she admitted, her voice quieter now, "but he also attacked Hunter Park Dojin." Choi's brows shot up in astonishment. His gaze instinctively shifted to the apostle, who remained unervingly calm, standing nearby as if none of this concerned him. "Wait a second." Choi muttered, studying him more closely. "Hunter Park looks completely fine." It didn't make sense. If Minsung had really gone berserk, how was Park Dojin still standing without a single visible injury? The apostle's lips curled into an easy smirk. "I possess an exceptional recovery ability," he stated smoothly. "Nothing too special." Choi took a step closer, scrutinizing him with sharp eyes. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused, "That's quite the impressive healing skill. Most hunters would be down for the count after an attack like that." But before Choi could push further, Miho snapped, frustration evident in her voice. "Enough of this," she shouted. "We don't have time for idle talk. Lee Minsung is still out there. If we don't act now, he'll reach the city and vanish without a trace." Choi exhaled, quickly nodding in agreement. "You're right," he said firmly. His head tilted upward as he called out, "Hunter Lim, you heard that, didn't you?" His voice carried an authoritative edge as he added, "Lee Minsung's caused quite the disaster, just as we feared." But then, something made him stop mid-sentence. His gaze flicked over his shoulder, and his expression darkened. Hunter Lim was gone. A surge of irritation coursed through Choi as his jaw tightened. Don't tell me he went after Minsung alone, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the apostle's golden eyes glowed faintly, a flicker of realization igniting within them. This isn't right, he mused. My connection with Lee Minsung hasn't been severed, so why is he resisting? His thoughts spiraled deeper, troubled by the unpredictable nature of human will. desires, emotions. His lips pressed into a thin line. They always make things complicated. As Choi and Miho prepared to move, the apostle remained still, lost in thought. It's unlikely anyone would believe whatever Minsung says, he reasoned. But if I stand here doing nothing, I'll only draw suspicion. Closing his eyes, he reached inward, focusing his energy. A thin tendril of divinity extended from him, seeking to re-establish his control over Minsung. If I must, I'll discard him. A chilling resolution took hold. It would cost him a considerable amount of divinity, but he could still force Minsung's body to turn on itself, to end his own life. After all, he was nothing more than an A-rank hunter. I can always find another puppet. Just as the thought solidified in his mind, his vision blurred. His consciousness latched onto Minsung's, and suddenly, he was seeing through his pawn's eyes. The scene before him made his breath catch. What? Something was terribly wrong. Is he fighting? Panic twisted in his gut as he focused on the chaotic battle unfolding through Minsung's perspective. And for the first time in a long while, unease gripped him. The apostle's jaw tightened as a grim realization took hold. Don't tell me, he's already encountered an S-rank hunter? His focus sharpened, his awareness tunneling into the battle through Minsung's eyes. Within moments, he recognized the figure relentlessly attacking his pawn, Su-ho. The masked hunter moved with lethal precision, each strike calculated, each step unwavering. A flicker of unease passed through the apostle's glowing yellow eyes. His expression darkened as his gaze fixated on the black mask. Why is he here? Tension settled deep in his chest. Could he be after Lee Minsung as well? Or is this just a coincidence? His hands clenched into fists beneath his coat, his mind racing. Nothing has gone as planned since we arrived in this world. I never expected to encounter the black mask this soon. He exhaled slowly, lifting his collar to partially obscure his face as if shielding his turbulent thoughts. Back then, everything unfolded exactly as foretold, as if guided by the word of God. But now? A shift occurred within him. The unease faded, replaced by something far more chilling. His lips curled into a slow, twisted grin. The earlier frustration gave way to a thrill that sent a shiver of anticipation down his spine. But why am I smiling? His grin widened, his pulse quickening. This is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Su-ho continued his unrelenting assault, his blade carving through the air with ruthless efficiency. Each strike forced Lee Minsung further back, the overwhelming pressure giving him no room to counter. Minsung gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. He struggled to block, his frustration mounting with every passing second. If this keeps up, I won't get another chance. Desperation flared in his eyes. Then, he made a bold move. Wait! Minsung's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. Su-ho's instinct screamed at him to ignore it, but his body hesitated for just a fraction of a second. His sharp gaze narrowed as he halted mid-attack. What? His tone was edged with both irritation and curiosity. Minsung straightened slightly, his stance shifting as he spoke with deliberate seriousness. If I answer your questions, will you let me go? Su-ho blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden shift in Minsung's demeanor. His suspicion deepened. What are you playing at? He asked coldly. You were working with the Iterum Apostle, weren't you? A dark fire ignited in Minsung's eyes, a crimson glow flickering within them. His jaw clenched as he spat out his next words with bitter resentment. That alien betrayed me. Su-ho and Beru, who had been watching from the shadows, exchanged brief glances. Betrayed? Su-ho's mind raced. Did things fall apart between them? His grip on his weapon tightened as he pressed forward. Then tell me, if he turned on you, why were you helping him distribute stardust? Minsung lowered his sword slightly, his fists trembling as he suppressed the fury boiling inside him. Lee Minsung exhaled sharply, his frustration bleeding into his voice. Because he promised me something, he admitted, his tone bitter. He swore he'd kill someone for me. Su-ho's eyes narrowed, his brows furrowing in disbelief. You allied with the apostle, just for revenge? Minsung's fingers twitched, his hand forming a fist before he gestured sharply. His voice remained steady, yet the anger simmering beneath it was unmistakable. After the great cataclysm, everything I built collapsed. My entire life was turned upside down. And then, someone, a complete nobody, suddenly awakened as an S-rank hunter and had the audacity to look down on me. He paused, his expression twisting with resentment. To continue being who I am, there was someone I had to erase. His burning gaze locked onto Su-ho. And weren't you searching for that alien too? To kill him. Su-ho stiffened, caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. His grip on his weapon tightened, but his voice remained firm. No, he said, his tone resolute. I don't intend to kill him. Not if this can be settled with words. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then, Minsung's lips curled into a mocking smirk. You don't plan to kill him, he repeated, his voice dripping with scorn. Even though that creature is here to take over our world? A low chuckle escaped him. You remind me of a character I despised when I was an actor. Something dark flickered in his crimson eyes. The lingering power of the apostle pulsed through him, corrupting his aura with a sinister energy. The air grew thick, the oppressive force radiating from him suffocating. His grin widened as he took a step forward, his voice low and taunting. A fool who clung to hope yet had no real conviction. That's what you are. The pressure around them grew heavier, the forest itself seeming to respond to the ominous shift. His red eyes burned even brighter as he sneered. If you hadn't stumbled upon that power by sheer luck, you would have remained nothing more than a nameless extra. But mark my words, Suho, one day, you'll be forced to make a choice. A defining moment that will shatter your delusions. A laugh, dark and full of malice, echoed through the trees. And when that moment arrives, the person you'll have to kill is. But before Minsung could finish his sentence, his entire body jerked unnaturally. His breath hitched, his limbs locking in place as if an unseen force had seized control. His sneer vanished, replaced by a look of horror as his voice choked off mid-syllable. Inside his mind, the world around him dissolved into darkness. An oppressive presence loomed above him, its shadow stretching endlessly in the void. From the inky blackness, the apostle emerged, his towering form exuding an undeniable dominance. His glowing yellow eyes bore down on Minsung, his expression unreadable, yet filled with cruel amusement. You overstepped, the apostle murmured, his voice dripping with quiet menace. Before Minsung could react, ghostly fingers wrapped around him, lifting him effortlessly into the air like an insect caught in a predator's grasp. His struggles were meaningless. The apostle's smirk deepened into something far more sinister. Lee Minsung? I won't allow you to speak another word. A slow, mocking chuckle rumbled from the apostle's throat as he regarded Lee Minsung with amusement. I must admit, you've turned out to be far more useful than I anticipated, he mused, his voice dripping with condescension. Thanks to you, I've gained so much. His golden eyes gleamed with cruel delight as he added, so perhaps I was too hasty in calling you incompetent. But now. He leaned in closer, his gaze scorching like molten fire. I'll be borrowing that body of yours one last time. Panic surged through Minsung like a tidal wave. His breath hitched, his muscles tensing as raw terror seized him. What? No. I won't let you. Before he could finish, the apostle's spectral hands slammed together with a force that resounded like a divine decree, the sound echoing through the void like a thunderclap fracturing reality itself. In the real world, Minsung's body was suddenly engulfed in an ominous glow. A violent surge of energy burst forth from him, sending waves rippling through the air, distorting the very fabric of the space around him. The forest trembled beneath the sheer force of the power erupting from within him. Debris shot through the air, trees groaning under the pressure as an unrelenting wind howled across the battlefield. Suho instinctively raised an arm, shielding his eyes from the onslaught. His pulse pounded in his ears as he took a step back, his mind struggling to process what was unfolding before him. What is this? He muttered, his voice nearly lost in the roaring storm of energy. From the shadows, Beru's voice rang out, grim and foreboding. This is Iterim's power, he stated, his tone heavy with dread. And it surpasses even what we faced against Braki. A piercing scream shattered the night. Lee Minsung's body convulsed violently, his back arching unnaturally as golden light erupted from within him. His mouth stretched wide in agony, yet no coherent words came, only a soundless, soul-wrenching wail. His very form was changing. The golden energy twisted and coiled around him like living chains, embedding itself into his flesh. His sword, which had once been merely a weapon in his grasp, fused seamlessly with his arm, its metal gleaming with an eerie brilliance. Then, as if the heavens themselves were splitting open, radiant wings unfurled from his back, vast, luminous, and pulsating with Iterim's overwhelming presence. Their glow was blinding, their edges sharp like celestial blades. The transformation was both breathtaking and horrifying, a grotesque display of divine might that defied human comprehension. Suho stood frozen, his body locked in place as he watched the impossible unfold before him. His fingers twitched at his sides, but he couldn't move, couldn't even bring himself to speak. His mind reeled. What just happened? The thought barely formed in his head before it was drowned beneath the sheer magnitude of the power before him. Lee Minsung was gone. What remained was something beyond human, a vessel wholly claimed by the apostle. The presence that now inhabited the body radiated a force so immense that reality itself seemed to distort around it, bending to its will. Then, from the transformed figure, a voice emerged, deep, amused, and utterly inhuman. I see now, the apostle mused, his words carrying the weight of an omnipotent being. The attack on the Stardust factory, your relentless hunt for Lee Minsung. It was all just a ploy to lure me out. His tone held a cold amusement, yet beneath it lay something darker, something dangerous. Suho remained motionless, unable to tear his gaze away. The apostle's radiant wings spread wide, their glow casting unnatural shadows across the battlefield. The sheer divinity of his presence was overwhelming, godlike, yet terrifying. And to think, the apostle continued, his voice dipping into something eerily delighted, I've wanted to meet you as well, Black Mask, the disruptor. He leaned forward slightly, his burning golden eyes locking onto Suho with predatory intent. The apostle leaned in slightly, his luminous golden eyes locking onto Suho with an eerie glint. A slow, amused smile curled across his lips. Now then, let's make this interesting. With Lee Min-sung's body now fully under his control, the apostle raised his radiant blade, its surface pulsing with divine energy, and aimed it directly at Suho. His voice rang with absolute authority. I've been waiting for this moment as well, the elusive saboteur in the black mask. Suho's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening as he took in the transformed figure before him. Lee Min-sung was no longer himself. Everything about him, his stance, his presence, even the way he spoke, reeked of something inhuman. His fists clenched as he spoke in a low, biting tone. So, you're the apostle, the one sent by the god of the other world? At those words, the apostle's smirk deepened. A flicker of excitement danced in his glowing eyes. So, you already know of our existence, he mused, spreading his golden wings just enough to let his overwhelming presence wash over the battlefield. The air itself trembled under the weight of his power. Yes, he confirmed smoothly, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. I am here with a single purpose, to claim dominion over this world you call Earth. Suho took in every word, his mind racing. So, it really is them, the ones responsible for why my father can't come back. A fire ignited within him. His grip tightened, his stance shifting as he braced himself for battle. His voice was sharp, unwavering. If you think you'll take this world without a fight, you're sorely mistaken. But just as the tension reached its peak. Enough. Both of you. A powerful voice shattered the air like a crack of thunder, halting them in their tracks. A suffocating pressure descended upon the battlefield, forcing both Suho and the apostle to turn toward the source. Their eyes widened in unison. A lone figure strode forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Each step carried the weight of an apex predator descending upon its prey. Lim Tae-gu. The atmosphere shifted instantly. His mere presence was a silent warning, one that demanded caution. His sharp gaze flicked between the two before he spoke, his tone firm and commanding. From this moment forward, neither of you are to move without my permission. His hand hovered just above his bow, fingers poised to unleash an arrow at the slightest provocation. Try anything reckless, and I swear, you'll be riddled with holes before you take your next breath. His piercing eyes locked onto Lee Min-sung's altered form. A deep scowl crossed his face as he drew an arrow, his voice laced with restrained fury. Lee Min-sung, what the hell have you done? His grip on the bow tightened, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. The presence before him wasn't the same man he once knew. Suho stood frozen, his mind still reeling from the sudden intervention. An S-rank hunter, why is Lim Tae-gu here? Before he could fully process the situation, a sinister chuckle reached his ears. The apostle turned toward him once more, his smirk widening. The apostle let out a soft chuckle, his tone carrying an almost playful lilt. It seems this isn't the place for a proper conversation, he mused. Then, with an air of certainty, he added, let's continue this discussion somewhere more fitting, at the highest point in this region, Black Mask. Lim Tae-gu's expression twisted in fury at the blatant attempt to escape. His sharp eyes burned with resolve as he growled, where do you think you're going, Lee Min-sung? His patience snapped. Without hesitation, he released an arrow, his voice like a blade slicing through the tense air. I told you, you're not leaving unless I allow it. The arrow tore through the sky with incredible speed, aimed directly at the apostle. But at the last possible moment, the glowing figure simply turned his head, his golden eyes locking onto the incoming projectile. Then, in one fluid motion, he sidestepped, effortlessly. The arrow whizzed past him and hurtled toward Suho instead. Titch! Suho barely had a second to react. His instinct screamed, and in a flash, he bent backward, narrowly dodging the lethal shot. The sheer force of the near miss sent a sharp gust past his face, ruffling his hair. Meanwhile, the apostle had already taken to the skies. His radiant golden wings unfurled with a powerful beat, propelling him high above the battlefield in a dazzling blur of motion. Suho barely had time to catch his breath before the impact of Lim's arrow sent a shockwave through the ground. The force rattled the terrain, sending debris flying in all directions. But Lim wasn't finished. Without missing a beat, he conjured multiple arrows at once, his expertise on full display. His voice was cold, unwavering. I said, "Don't move." He let the arrows fly. A deadly barrage rained down, each projectile cutting through the air with unerring precision. But the apostle? He maneuvered through them with ease, twisting mid-air as if gravity itself bowed to his will. His movements were fluid, precise, almost otherworldly. Suho, on the other hand, relied purely on his reflexes. His body moved like a blur, narrowly avoiding each incoming shot. One after another, he dodged, his footwork impeccable, his speed razor-sharp. The battlefield had transformed into a chaotic display of skill and power, each contender weaving through the storm of arrows with near-impossible finesse. Yet this was only the beginning. As Suho created some distance, slipping between the relentless assault, he muttered under his breath, irritation lacing his words. "Damn it. So Lim Taegu's here to take down Lee Min-sung too." Then, from the shifting shadows beneath him, a familiar presence emerged. Barrow. His eerie, insect-like eyes gleamed with an unsettling amusement as he spoke, his voice a low, knowing whisper. "Are you not going to retaliate, young monarch?" Suho's gaze flickered toward Lim Taegu. His expression remained unreadable, but his mind worked quickly. After a brief pause, he answered, his voice firm. "Judging by his reaction? Hunter Lim Taegu isn't aligned with the apostle of Iterim." Suho's gaze remained sharp, unwavering. "Besides," he muttered, "he hasn't even revealed his full strength yet." Meanwhile, Lim Taegu's irritation was becoming more apparent by the second. His eyes narrowed as he watched his arrows being evaded with an ease that defied reason. His grip on his bow tightened, frustration creeping into his thoughts. "What the hell is with these two?" he muttered under his breath. "They're dodging my attacks like it's second nature." However, he didn't have the luxury of dwelling on that thought for long. His attention snapped back to Lee Min-sung. Right now, the priority was taking him down. The other one could wait. Lim's aura flared as raw energy crackled around him, a surge of mana flooding his body. His bowstring stretched taut as he drew back an arrow, pouring even more power into the next shot. His piercing gaze locked onto his target. "It was naive of me to think I could capture you unharmed, Min-sung," he muttered, his voice laced with resolve. The apostle stiffened, sensing the overwhelming wave of mana radiating from the S-rank hunter. A single bead of sweat slid down his temple as realization struck him. This energy, it's dangerous. His jaw clenched. This isn't good. Just as Lim was about to release his devastating shot, something shifted behind him. A flicker in the air. A subtle, almost imperceptible presence. His instincts flared to life. "What?" His eyes widened in pure disbelief. For an S-rank hunter, detecting any approaching presence was second nature. And yet, he had sensed absolutely nothing until the last second. It was impossible. Spinning around, his arrow still primed to fire, Lim prepared to strike. Then he saw it. A goblin. Peeking out from the dense foliage, its tiny body trembling, stood a wide-eyed, terrified goblin. But not just any goblin, Suho's shadow goblin. The creature froze, petrified as it found itself staring directly at the lethal tip of Lim's arrow. Its small, beady eyes glistened with unshed tears, its panicked mind screaming one thought. "Why am I even here?" For a moment, even Lim, a seasoned warrior who had faced countless life-or-death battles, was at a loss. His expression contorted in sheer disbelief. "A goblin?" His voice barely registered his own words. The sheer absurdity of the situation hit him like a punch to the gut. The silence stretched for a heartbeat. Then, his instincts screamed again. Lim whipped his head back toward the battlefield, realization crashing down on him. Suho and the apostle were gone. His jaw tightened as his frustration boiled over. Slowly, he lowered his bow, dismissing his energy-charged arrow. His sharp gaze swept across the wreckage left behind, the torn-up ground, the shattered remains of trees, and the lingering traces of their battle. All of it felt like a mockery. A reminder of his failure. Lim clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. "Damn it. I can't believe I fell for that." His eyes darkened with frustration. Turning his gaze back to where Lee Min-sung had once stood, an unsettling thought settled in his mind. "Min-sung, what the hell are you really after?" Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office, the faint sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. A firm hand picked it up. A deep, steady voice spoke from the other end. "I see. So Lee Min-sung escaped." The man speaking was none other than the president of the Hunters Association. His expression remained unreadable as he listened to the full report. On the other end of the call, Lim Taegu stood with a grim look on his face, his thoughts turbulent. Beside Lim Taegu stood Choi and Miho, their expressions tense as the weight of the situation settled over them. Lim exhaled slowly, frustration evident in his posture. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a sense of bitter resignation. "I take full responsibility, Chairman. This failure is on me, he admitted, his tone heavy with regret. Lee Min-sung wasn't acting normally, his behavior was erratic, almost unnatural. It's likely the effect of some kind of substance. He hesitated for a brief moment before continuing. But that's not all. There was someone else there. Another hunter, wearing a black mask. Choi's reaction was immediate. His eyes widened in alarm, and he turned to Lim with an urgency that took the others by surprise. A hunter in a black mask? His voice rose slightly, his agitation barely concealed. Was he built like a brawler? Lim blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden shift in Choi's demeanor. He narrowed his eyes. You've seen him before? Choi clenched his fists, his mind racing as memories surfaced. At the airport dungeon break, he said, his tone grave. I saw a hunter in a black mask, too. He wasn't just fighting magic beasts, he was leading black magic beasts into battle. A tense silence settled in the room as the significance of Choi's words sank in. Seated behind his desk, the association chairman leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlocked in deep thought. His sharp gaze darkened as a particular memory surfaced in his mind, Jinwoo's shadow army. Black magic beasts. He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. If that's the case, then they should belong to Jinwoo. His brows furrowed deeply, and a frown etched itself onto his face as his mind worked through the possibility. Was it truly possible that the long-missing hunter, Sung Jinwoo, had returned? His fingers tapped against the polished surface of his desk in a steady rhythm as he mulled over the thought. But then, his expression hardened, a more logical conclusion forcing its way into his mind. No, he finally muttered. If Jinwoo had come back, he wouldn't have let this entire mess drag on. He would have resolved it in an instant. His gaze grew colder. Which means, someone else is pulling the strings. His eyes flickered with unease. But then, who the hell is he? Atop the highest peak in the region, where the apostle had chosen as the battleground for their confrontation, Suho arrived, his steps steady and unrelenting. The air was thin, the wind sharp as it howled through the desolate mountaintop, carrying a haunting stillness between them. His keen gaze swept over the landscape before locking onto the lone figure standing ahead. The apostle stood at the mountain's edge, waiting with an air of casual arrogance. His posture was relaxed, yet his presence was anything but. As Suho approached, his expression remained unreadable, his stance unwavering. A slow, knowing smirk spread across the apostle's lips as he leaned against his sword, the blade planted into the rocky ground. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement. No more interruptions this time, he mused, his tone laced with anticipation. This was it. A battlefield free of distractions. A fight that would be settled between them alone. With a deliberate motion, the apostle raised his sword, pointing it toward Suho with an air of supreme confidence. How intriguing, he continued, his voice almost playful. You helped me escape back there. I have to wonder, why? Suho's pace never faltered. His voice was quiet, but laced with ice. Isn't it obvious? A shadow passed over his gaze, his eyes darkening as he met the apostle's stare. The moment things turn against you, you'll abandon Lee Min-sung's body without a second thought. At those words, the apostle's smirk widened into something far more sinister. His true body, no longer bound by the limitations of a human host, radiated an overwhelming aura of power. A sense of suffocating presence filled the space between them. A low chuckle escaped him, dark and full of amusement. I've heard whispers, he mused, tilting his head. The demons speak of a being who commands the darkness itself. They call him the Shadow Monarch. His golden eyes flickered with curiosity, studying Suho intently. So tell me. His smirk deepened, his voice rich with intrigue. What exactly is your connection to him? The wind howled around them as the tension between them thickened. Suho's expression remained cold and unreadable. But in the depths of his gaze, something shifted. Suho's gaze sharpened into something deadly, his eyes narrowing to razor-thin slits. His voice, now devoid of warmth, cut through the air like a frozen blade. You talk too much. His fingers curled into a tight fist, his knuckles whitening. There was no need for explanations. No reason to entertain idle questions. A slow inhale. A steady exhale. Then I'll just beat the answers out of you. From the swirling abyss beneath his feet, a familiar chittering voice emerged. Be cautious, young monarch, Beru's tone carried an unmistakable warning. Now that the apostle of Iterum has seized complete control over Lee Min-sung's body, the depths of his power remain unknown, even to me. Suho gave a slight nod, acknowledging the concern, yet a faint, confident smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, Beru. His words were calm, steady, unshaken. I came prepared. Then, without warning, a shift. A pulse of unrestrained energy erupted from the shadows beneath him, warping the air itself. The sheer force of it sent tremors rippling through the earth, cracks webbing out beneath his feet. Across from him, the apostle's golden eyes gleamed, burning with sinister anticipation. He could feel it, raw, unrelenting power stirring like an oncoming storm. Then, Suho spoke. A single word, carrying the weight of an unbreakable command. Arise. At first, the apostle merely watched in amusement as darkness surged forth from Suho's shadow. But as the figures began to take shape, that smug expression faltered, only for a fleeting moment. The battlefield had changed. Standing behind Suho were monstrous beings, figures that bore the scars of countless battles, each one a remnant of his past conquests. The venomous king of the swamps, Kasaka, its fangs glistening with lethal poison. The titanic desert centipede, a nightmare of chitin and deadly speed. A towering high troll, its muscles coiled with unrelenting strength. And then, standing like an immovable iron fortress, the tomb warden, Shika. But Suho wasn't finished. Reaching into his inventory, he retrieved something else. A key. Not just any key. The Shadow Dungeon key. His fingers closed around it, his grip tightening. His voice dropped to a murmur, the words carrying a quiet, resolute finality. This. His eyes gleamed. This is what I've been saving for this exact moment. The shadows beneath him churned violently, expanding outward, distorting space itself. And then, two figures emerged. Essel. Gray. The final pieces had fallen into place. Suho lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. No holding back, he declared, his voice cutting through the charged silence like a blade. We're going all out. This wasn't going to be a battle of endurance. He wasn't here to test the waters. From the very start, he was aiming for the kill. The apostle, now fully aware of the monstrous force before him, let out a slow, eerie chuckle. Then, his lips curled into a grin, wild, ecstatic, and brimming with uncontained hunger. The apostle's aura surged, crackling with unrestrained exhilaration. His golden eyes burned with anticipation as his lips stretched into a wide, almost delirious grin. Oh, this is going to be fun. Suho stood firm, his presence unwavering, a silent storm brewing behind him. His shadow army loomed, an ominous wall of darkness poised to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. The tension in the air thickened, the battlefield teetering on the brink of chaos. Opposite him, the Iterum apostle couldn't contain the thrill coursing through him. The sight of Suho and his monstrous legion only served to stoke the fire of his excitement. Then, a flicker of light. A translucent system window materialized before Suho, flashing with an urgent alert. His gaze shifted, scanning the quest description. As the words sank in, his expression darkened. Objective, defeat Li Minsung, the vessel possessed by the Iterum apostle, and claim his memories. His grip tightened around his weapon. So, it's come to this. There was no room for hesitation. No time for doubts. Another fight. Another enemy to cut down. Another life to take. His eyes lifted, locking onto the apostle with quiet resolve. Yet another person I must kill. The apostle remained still, his sword idly pointed at Suho. But behind that composed exterior, his thoughts swirled in restless turmoil. Something within him had begun to change. Ever since he had come to understand emotions, an unfamiliar shift had taken root, one he still struggled to comprehend. Memories surfaced, fragmented images of Jin Wu, the original Shadow Monarch. Echoes of an overwhelming presence. The lingering sensation of something vast, something unknowable. For the first time, he understood. So this is what it feels like to meet true darkness. His mind replayed that moment, witnessing Jin Wu single-handedly decimate an entire dimension's army. Standing alone, yet commanding an army vast enough to blot out the sky. And yet, despite the power at his command, there was an eerie solitude about him. The apostle's glowing eyes narrowed slightly as a thought took shape, something insidious, something tantalizing. Could this boy, Suho, hold the answer I seek? Before he could explore the thought further, a monstrous roar shattered the silence. Kasaka, the venom-fanged serpent, launched itself at him with blistering speed, fangs dripping with lethal venom. A relentless killing machine, driven by the purest instinct to destroy. Yet, the apostle didn't move. He watched. Waited. Then, a single, fluid slash. His blade carved through Kasaka's massive form with effortless precision, cleaving the beast clean in half. Its sundered remains crashed to the ground, two lifeless husks falling like broken stone. The apostle barely spared at a glance, his sword dripping with blackened blood. But then, a flicker of motion. Something shifted in the periphery of his vision, slipping between the gaps in his feathers. The realization struck in an instant. He's fast. A brief flicker of surprise crossed his face as Suho closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Not waiting for his army to do the work, he was coming for him directly. A fist shot forward, a strike carrying the full force of Suho's power. The apostle barely raised his sword in time to block, metal ringing out as the impact sent a tremor through his arms. But Suho wasn't finished. Blow after blow followed in rapid succession, each strike precise, unrelenting, and devastatingly strong. The ground beneath them cracked with the sheer force of the assault. The apostle's grip tightened on his weapon, blocking and parrying with expert reflexes, but the pressure was relentless. Suho had no intention of giving him even a second to breathe. The apostle's blade met every strike with unerring precision, his expression shifting from amusement to something far more calculating. Suho wasn't just relying on his shadow army, he was actively engaging in close combat, pressing the attack with unwavering confidence. He used his soldiers to distract me, and now he's coming at me himself? The apostle's narrowed gaze followed the relentless onslaught. He must trust his abilities in hand-to-hand combat. Then, a split-second opening. Suho's stance faltered ever so slightly, an exposed angle appearing in the midst of their brutal exchange. The apostle's instincts took hold, his blade flashing forward in a precise, merciless arc. A sure kill. But at the last possible moment, Suho twisted his body, arching backward with unnatural agility. The sword's edge whistled past his chest, missing him by a hair's breadth. The apostle's strike didn't go to waste, though, the sheer force behind it cleaved effortlessly through the massive shadow centipede looming behind Suho, splitting the monstrous creature in two. Even as its severed body collapsed into inky darkness, the apostle was already moving to capitalize on his advantage. But then, his senses flared. Another presence. Closing in. Fast. Essel. She was a blur of motion, spear gripped tightly in both hands, her eyes burning with fierce resolve. This was her moment. A sharp breath. Then, she struck. The spear carved a perfect arc, driving forward with all her strength, aimed straight for the apostle's back. Yet, at the last possible instant, he shifted. A mere tilt of his head, a motion so minimal it was almost dismissive, and the deadly thrust whistled past him, missing by the narrowest of margins. Before she could recover, before she could launch a second strike, his hand shot out like a striking viper. An iron grip. Unyielding. Essel gasped, her breath catching in her throat as her weapon was wrenched from her control. Her feet left the ground as she dangled helplessly, still clutching the spear, utterly powerless in his grasp. A slow, twisted smile crept across the apostle's face. His voice, smooth and laced with cold amusement, sent a chill down her spine. "You're not one of the black soldiers." Essel's heart pounded against her ribs, fear creeping into her wide eyes. Suspended in midair, her weapon held captive, she had no way to defend herself. Panic coiled around her like a vice. Then, a blur. A force like a thunderbolt. Suho crashed into the apostle with all the momentum of a coiled spring unleashed, his body twisting as he delivered a devastating kick straight to the apostle's face. The impact was solid. Violent. Essel was instantly freed, tumbling back as her grip finally broke. Yet, the apostle barely budged. His head snapped back ever so slightly from the force, but that was it. The attack had done nothing more than inconvenience him. Then, slowly, his golden eyes flickered back to Suho. A gleam of something sharp and dangerous. His gaze, once filled with amusement, now carried an unmistakable weight. A cold, controlled fury. His voice, when he finally spoke, was firm. Almost scolding. "Why are you not making proper use of the black soldiers in the main fight instead?" Suho stiffened. What? For a moment, he was thrown off by the strange phrasing. The apostle's words didn't quite make sense to him. But then, realization struck. His expression hardened. Cold understanding settled into his eyes. He met the apostle's gaze, his voice steady, unwavering. "If that's what you want to see so badly." His fingers curled, his aura darkening. "Then I'll show you." Without warning, two colossal hands of shadow burst forth from the ground, seizing the apostle in an unrelenting grip. The force behind them was immense, their fingers tightening like iron shackles around his body. It was Sheikah, one of Suho's elite monsters, who had ensnared him. Almost immediately, the terrain reacted. The surrounding sands twisted and churned, slithering like living entities as they surged toward the apostle, constricting around him to reinforce the hold. What had once been a battlefield now became a prison, the weight of the shifting dunes bearing down to restrict his every movement. Yet, the apostle remained composed. His expression betrayed no concern, his piercing gaze shifting only slightly, to finally acknowledge the beast that dared to restrain him. Sheikah's grip tightened further. The combined force of the sand and shadow should have immobilized even the mightiest foe. But still, the apostle's golden eyes remained locked onto Suho. Unmoved. Unshaken. Suho saw it. Now, summoning every ounce of power within him, he clenched his fists. His muscles coiled like compressed springs, his entire body surging with raw energy. A dark aura pulsed around him, crackling with untamed force. The very air around him warped under the pressure, distorting as he reared back, preparing to unleash a strike that could shatter mountains. The ground beneath him trembled. A sharp, electric tension filled the space between them. And yet, the apostle did not struggle. Did not even attempt to break free. He simply stood there, unbothered, as if Suho's attack was nothing more than an insignificant inconvenience. As if the mere thought of resistance was unnecessary. Then, impact. Suho's fist slammed into the apostle's body with the force of a war hammer, detonating like a missile upon contact. A deafening shockwave tore through the battlefield, splitting the earth as an eruption of sand and debris engulfed the area. The sheer power behind the strike sent violent tremors across the ground, displacing everything in its path. For a moment, nothing was visible. Then, boom! A sudden explosion of force tore through the swirling chaos, sending the binding sand scattering in all directions. A pulse of energy radiated outward, slamming into Suho like a battering ram, knocking him back. He skidded across the battlefield, his boots digging into the dirt as he fought to stay upright. His breathing was heavy. His heart pounded. What just happened? The apostle had broken free. Effortlessly. From within the fading storm of dust, two golden eyes gleamed ominously, cutting through the haze like twin beacons. Then, a flicker. The apostle vanished. His speed was incomprehensible, his movement beyond human perception. I won't be able to feel that same thrill as before, he muttered, his tone eerily devoid of emotion. Suho barely had time to react before the apostle was upon him. Instinctively, he raised his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to shield himself. The moment the attack connected, Suho's entire body screamed in protest. The sheer force behind the blow sent violent shockwaves through his frame, his muscles straining as he absorbed the impact. But the apostle wasn't finished. Without hesitation, he disappeared again, reappearing behind Essel and one of Suho's strongest shadow monsters, a towering shadow troll. Slash! A piercing cry echoed across the battlefield. Essel gasped as a deep gash tore through her shoulder, her spear shattering into worthless fragments. Blood dripped from the fresh wound, her strength wavering. The shadow troll, despite its formidable resilience, barely had time to react before its massive form was riddled with gaping holes, dark energy leaking from its punctured body. Suho's breath caught in his throat. He cut through them, just like that? His mind barely had time to process it before an even more chilling realization set in. A sharp, unsettling pressure against his fists. A faint cracking sound. His eyes darted downward. And his stomach twisted. The Vulcan gauntlets, his trusted weapons, designed to withstand unimaginable force, had begun to crack. Hairline fractures spread across their surface like a spider's web, proof of the devastating power difference between him and the apostle. A bitter truth settled deep within him. Am I really this outmatched? The apostle turned back to him, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield, the destruction he had effortlessly wrought. For the first time, his neutral expression shifted. Disappointment. A slow, measured breath left his lips before he finally spoke. How underwhelming. His words carried a distinct air of disdain, as if the battle had failed to meet even his lowest expectations. These soldiers of darkness, he mused, glancing at the battlefield. They fight like seasoned warriors. They move as one, like an army that has long embraced the art of war. His gaze returned to Suho, and this time, it was laced with something almost pitying. Your power may be similar to his. His voice turned sharper. Colder. But at its core, it's nothing like his. The weight of his words was undeniable. You wield such authority, yet you still can't win this fight. His final words came like a blade to the heart. You're far too weak. Suho stood there, battered and worn, his body aching, his breath ragged. And for the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Hearing those words, hearing the apostle so casually dismiss his strength, ignited something deep within Suho. A slow, simmering heat coiled in his chest, his fingers curling into fists as his jaw tightened. His narrowed eyes burned with unspoken defiance. Damn it. It had become increasingly difficult to fight Lee Min-sung ever since the apostle took control. His power, his presence, was on an entirely different level. He's probably an S-rank now? The bitter realization clawed at his mind, but before he could fully grasp it, the apostle moved. A surge of fury twisted his once calm expression, his golden eyes alight with seething rage. A deep scowl marred his face as he stormed forward, his voice laced with an icy edge. The reason darkness feels so isolated, he murmured, his tone void of emotion, is because there is no other existence in this world capable of standing beside it. Then, his sword fell. Suho barely managed to lift his Vulcan gauntlets in time, intercepting the attack before it could split him in two. The force of the impact sent a tremor through his arms, his feet digging into the ground as he fought to keep his balance. But the apostle did not stop. His relentless barrage came without hesitation, each strike more devastating than the last. He advanced with the unwavering determination of a being who had never known resistance, his attacks unforgiving, his words cutting just as deep. "There is no understanding for those who stand at the peak," he continued coldly. "Someone overwhelmingly strong stands alone." Steel clashed against steel, the sharp clangs echoing across the battlefield. Suho's muscles screamed in protest as he struggled to withstand the unrelenting assault, his mind reeling at the apostle's words. What is he talking about? Father looked lonely? For just a moment, just an instant, Suho's mind wavered. And that moment cost him everything. The apostle's sword came down once more. Crack. A sharp, splintering noise rang in Suho's ears, freezing him to the core. His Vulcan gauntlets, his trusted weapons, his indestructible armor, fractured before his eyes. The cracks spread like veins of lightning, streaking across the enchanted metal with terrifying speed. Then, shatter. The gauntlets disintegrated into worthless fragments, obliterated in an instant. And then, a system notification appeared before him. System message. The item, Vulcan's horn, has been destroyed. For a moment, Suho simply stared. His mind refused to process it. Destroyed? Just like that? The shock rooted him in place. His breath caught in his throat, his limbs unresponsive. And in that split second, his fate was sealed. The apostle struck. His sword tore through the air. Schlick. The cold steel plunged deep into Suho's torso. A sharp, choked gasp escaped his lips as searing agony erupted through his body. The sensation was foreign, unreal, as if his very flesh had turned against him. Warm blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. A sickening taste of iron coated his tongue as crimson dripped from his lips. Suho! Essel's voice rang out, a desperate, broken cry. Tears welled in her eyes, her body trembling as she struggled to move, to reach him. But she was too wounded, too powerless. All she could do was watch, helpless, as Suho stood impaled, his life slipping away before her eyes. The apostle's gaze darkened, his expression turning eerily cold. When he spoke, his voice was a whisper of ice. "You have no idea what kind of power you truly wield." Yet, beneath that composed exterior, his thoughts churned with something far more sinister. "That's why. I'll take it from you." His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened as his resolve solidified. "I'll strip you of the authority of darkness. I'll shatter you, reshape you into a disciple, someone who understands the weight of true power." A chilling determination flickered in his golden eyes as he twisted the blade still buried in Suho's torso, forcing it in deeper. White-hot agony surged through Suho's body. His breath hitched, his vision blurred, and every nerve screamed in protest. Instinctively, his trembling hands grasped at the blade, desperate to halt its advance. But the apostle's strength was overwhelming, unyielding. It was like being crushed beneath an unmovable force. Still, the apostle's mind pressed forward, fixated on his ultimate goal. "Once I take everything from you, then maybe, just maybe, I'll finally understand what it means to be darkness itself." Suho's breaths came in ragged, shallow gasps. His strength was draining fast, his body barely holding together. Warm blood dribbled from his lips, staining his chin, as his fingers quivered against the icy steel. Then, through the suffocating haze of pain, a single thought clawed its way to the surface. "I have no idea what kind of power I possess." A distant memory flickered in his mind, one from a battle long past. Lee Min-sung's voice, laced with mocking amusement yet strangely foreboding, echoed through his thoughts. "You're nothing more than a hopeful character with no real purpose. You don't even know what you want. One day, you'll be forced to make a real choice." Suho's breath caught in his throat. His grip on the sword tightened. A real choice. His mind, despite the agony racking his body, veered down a different path. My stats, my skills, are they truly enough? Or was there something more? Something he had overlooked? Another memory surfaced, one far less intense, yet suddenly just as crucial. Beru, relaxed as always, had been munching on popcorn when he turned to Suho with an amused smirk. "Young monarch, why don't you use the shadow-transformed weapons?" Suho had dismissed the idea without much thought, his tone casual yet firm. "Vulcan's horn has more raw attack power. Besides, it's already difficult enough managing my bond skill and the authority of the ruler while commanding my shadow soldiers. Adding another layer of complexity isn't worth the trouble." Beru had merely chuckled at the response. "You're a genius. You can handle it. I, Beru, guarantee it." Suho had brushed it off back then. His reasoning had been clear, unwavering. "It's fine. Besides, didn't you say my father never used shadow transformation in battle? There must have been a reason for that. Even if I had used it, I doubt the outcome would have changed. Beru had studied him for a moment before shrugging, his ever-present smirk remaining. If that's what you believe, then I suppose it can't be helped. But now, standing on the brink of defeat, blood dripping from his wound, Suho found himself questioning that belief. Had he been holding himself back all along? As waves of searing pain radiated from his wound, Suho's thoughts drifted into deep reflection. When did I start doing this? When did I begin accepting limits so easily? A memory surfaced, one from a time before all of this. Before the battles, before the power, before the crushing weight of expectation settled on his shoulders. He saw a younger version of himself, seated at a desk, pencil in hand, sketching with quiet concentration. His fingers moved effortlessly across the page, bringing lines to life, forming shapes that gradually took on meaning. Then, mistake. A misplaced stroke. He had frowned, hesitated, then without a second thought, set the drawing aside. I'll try again later. But later never came. Suho's chest tightened as the realization struck. Even back then, I had a habit of giving up too easily. His mind reeled. Come to think of it, I haven't drawn anything since my awakening. It was something he had once loved, no, something he had truly loved. Yet, it had faded into the background, forgotten amidst the endless struggle for power. His fingers twitched slightly, as if yearning to grasp a pencil once more, to reclaim that lost part of himself. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You don't even know what you want. Lee Minsung's words. Suho exhaled sharply. Damn it. He had always left the matter of meeting his father to the system's will. He had convinced himself that finding his mother would eventually happen as long as he grew stronger. He had kept pushing forward, never questioning the reason behind his pursuit of power. I'd been chasing strength, because deep down, I still feel powerless. Then, a new thought took root, one that struck deeper than all the others. Why have I been trying so hard to walk the same path as my father? His father didn't need a copy of himself. I need to find something that only I can do. A quiet, almost imperceptible smile formed on Suho's lips. Then, he moved. Summoning every ounce of willpower left in his battered body, he lifted a trembling hand. His fingers curled weakly, just enough to let out two ragged words through blood-stained lips. Arise. The apostle's golden eyes flickered with intrigue as he studied Suho with a frown. Now that I think about it, he murmured, his gaze sharp and calculating. The shadows are immortal, aren't they? His expression darkened. A flicker of irritation crossed his face. No matter how many times they're cut down, they just keep rising again. As he spoke, something stirred beneath Suho's feet. The void of his shadow quivered, rippling unnaturally like a living thing. Then, figures began to emerge from its abyssal depths, monstrous silhouettes rising one by one, drawn forth from the endless darkness. The apostle's jaw tightened. It doesn't matter, he sneered. No matter how many times your soldiers return, they'll never be strong enough to stop me. But then, something shifted. These weren't the same shadows as before. Back in his true form, the apostle's breath hitched, his eyes widening ever so slightly. They're merging. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face. Even throughout the war against darkness, never, not once, had he witnessed something like this. Before his very eyes, Suho's shadow soldiers were no longer just separate entities. They were fusing, melding together into a grotesque, nightmarish colossus. Its form writhed and contorted as if reality itself struggled to contain its existence. Multiple creatures became one, their combined power crackling through the air like an impending storm, heavy with the promise of devastation. And then, Suho did something unthinkable. With a decisive motion, he severed his bond skill with Grey. Essel gasped audibly, her eyes widening in shock as she watched the fusion between Suho and Grey violently unravel. Why? Why would he do that now? But before the confusion could settle, something even more staggering happened. Suho's aura, already menacing, already otherworldly, shifted. It deepened, darkened, expanding with an intensity that sent a shudder through the battlefield. The energy around him was no longer just power, it was something raw, something alive. It coiled around him, writhing like a living shadow, whispering through the air in sinister currents. His eyes, brilliant, piercing, glowed an eerie, almost unnatural blue. Shadows slithered over his body, creeping like a second skin, reshaping themselves into something more. Armor. No, not armor. A metamorphosis. It wasn't just power. It was realization. It was awakening. And everyone who bore witness to it understood. For the first time, Suho wasn't merely wielding the darkness. He was becoming it. A memory stirred. The battlefield faded, dissolving into the warm glow of a winter evening. The streets of Suho's hometown were alive with festive brilliance. Strings of golden lights draped over buildings and lampposts, casting a soft, ethereal glow against the freshly fallen snow. The crisp air carried the comforting scent of roasted chestnuts and cinnamon, mingling with the laughter of children playing in the frost-covered streets. A much younger Suho dashed ahead, his eyes gleaming with the unfiltered excitement of childhood. "I'm gonna be a cop like Dad," he declared, his voice carrying through the cold night, bursting with enthusiasm. His breath puffed out in tiny clouds as he skipped ahead, his footprints quickly swallowed by the fresh snow. Behind him, Jin-woo and Cha strolled at a leisurely pace, watching their son's boundless energy with quiet amusement. Suho suddenly spun around, hopping backward as he grinned up at his father. "Because you look so cool, Dad. Can I be one too?" His bright, innocent eyes locked onto Jin-woo's, brimming with admiration, as if waiting for a decree that would solidify his dream. Jin-woo and Cha exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and fondness. But before either could respond, Suho, unable to contain himself, blurted out another thought. "Or maybe an athlete like Mom. Then I'll be strong like her, right?" He beamed, bouncing in place. "That's okay too, right, Mom?" Cha watched him for a moment before a warm smile spread across her lips. She didn't need to say anything. To Suho, that smile was already an answer. With the gentlest touch, Cha placed her hand atop Suho's head, her fingers weaving through his soft strands of hair. A warm, affectionate smile graced her lips as she spoke in a voice filled with unwavering tenderness. "Suho, when you were born, your father and I made a promise." His excitement faltered, curiosity flickering across his youthful face. He tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing. "A promise," he echoed, his voice now subdued. Cha lowered herself to his eye level, meeting his inquisitive gaze with warmth. "That we would never choose your dream for you," she said gently. "No matter what path you decide to take, we'll always stand by you." Suho's expression wavered. His small hands balled into fists at his sides, his lips pressing together as if he were grappling with something unspoken. "But I want to be strong like you and Dad," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Cha let out a soft chuckle, brushing a stray strand of hair from his forehead. "If that's truly what you want, then pursue it with all your heart," she said. "But promise me one thing." Suho's eyes lifted to meet hers, a silent question in his gaze. "Always ask yourself if it's what you truly desire." The memory unraveled like snowflakes dissolving upon warm skin, fading into the depths of Suho's consciousness. Why now? Why did his mother's words suddenly resurface? Somewhere along the way, he had stopped questioning himself. He had chased after strength, after power, after the image of his father, never once pausing to ask what he wanted. What am I actually good at? What do I really love? Before he could find an answer, another memory emerged, sweeping over him like a tidal wave. The scent of charcoal and acrylic paint lingered in the air. Senior Lim stood beside him, one brow arched in mild exasperation as he peered over Suho's shoulder at the canvas before them. "You're drawing that again?" There was a tinge of curiosity beneath his tone, though he tried to mask it. Suho turned slightly, the corners of his lips quirking upward in amusement. "If you look closely, there's a small—" Before he could finish, Lim cut him off with a knowing smirk. Yeah, I get it. Your drawings are different," he sighed. He stepped closer, studying the artwork with an unreadable expression. "Normally, if someone keeps drawing the same thing, they get stuck in a cycle. But you, it's the opposite." Suho blinked, slightly taken aback. "It's like the more you draw, the freer you become." Lim's gaze landed on a particular sketch, and he pointed at it with a chuckle. "Especially this one." Suho followed his line of sight, his eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the piece. Lim smirked. "At this point, can you even call that an ant?" The memory shattered like fractured glass. Reality slammed back into Suho with full force. The present came roaring back, a battlefield soaked in blood, the stench of iron thick in the air. Pain pulsed violently through his body, but his mind was sharper than ever. His fingers clenched around the apostle's blade, the cold steel buried deep in his flesh. Blood dripped from his hand, staining the weapon in a crimson sheen, yet his grip didn't waver. The shadows around him twisted and writhed, alive with an unnatural sentience, responding to his very will. His breathing was steady. His focus, unshakable. "The reason I grasped shadow form change faster than my father, was likely because the system synchronized it with my instincts." Suho's eyes burned with unwavering determination. "I won't fight it anymore." The apostle tensed, immediately sensing the shift in Suho's energy. The air thickened, charged with an overwhelming presence as shadows erupted from his body, consuming everything in their wake. Darkness unfurled like an unrelenting tide, engulfing the battlefield with an ominous force. The very earth trembled beneath the weight of his awakening. Gone were the constraints of a rigid form. His movements became fluid, wild, untamed, limitless. The power surging within him coiled outward like a storm, closing in on the apostle with suffocating intensity. Suho's irises burned with an eerie, glowing white as the shadows devoured everything in their path. Deep within the abyss of his mana, a familiar presence stirred. Beru. Hidden within the depths of Suho's darkness, the commander's wings quivered, his normally composed demeanor faltering. His keen eyes flickered with unease as he observed the encroaching shadows. "They're being drawn toward him," he murmured, his voice laced with an unfamiliar tension. "It's becoming difficult to maintain my form." Without hesitation, Beru broke free from the ever-expanding mass, his figure blurring as he streaked toward Essel and Gray. His abrupt movement startled Essel, who instinctively reached out, catching him in her grasp. Her fingers tightened around him, her expression tightening with growing dread. "Beru," she said, her voice urgent. "What's happening to the young monarch?" The shadow ant exhaled, his wings twitching as he settled onto her shoulder. His usual sharp tone wavered, uncertainty creeping into his words. "I don't know." A rare admission. His narrowed gaze flickered toward Suho, watching as waves of pure mana distorted the air around him. There was no denying it. A transformation was taking place. Beru's mandibles clicked as he muttered, "But one thing is certain, he's shedding his former self." Meanwhile, the apostle silently observed, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on Suho. His mind churned, processing every detail with ruthless precision. Was this hidden potential lying dormant all along? An unsettling sensation curled in his chest, a feeling he rarely experienced. His fingers tensed around the hilt of his sword, jaw tightening as an unpleasant realization settled in. This could become a problem. I must drive him to the brink of death and administer the star fragment before it's too late. But before he could act, a sudden surge of danger gripped him. His instinct screamed. A razor-edged shadow spike was already slicing through the air, a mere breath away from his throat. Reacting on pure reflex, the apostle twisted backward, his wings flaring as he propelled himself out of the attack's trajectory. At the same moment, he wrenched his blade free from Suho's abdomen. Blood splattered across the ground in thick, crimson streaks. And yet, something felt off. His muscles tensed, his gaze sharpening as shock rippled through him. What just happened? He had barely registered the strike, and yet it had almost ended him. His wary eyes studied Suho intently. This shouldn't be possible. By all logic, a hunter's abilities were predetermined, fixed within a set limit. Evolution beyond that boundary was unheard of. Unless... His grip on his weapon tightened. Could this be a reawakening? But before the thought could settle, his breath hitched. Suho was no longer merely standing. He was looming. His presence swelled, an oppressive force pressing against the battlefield. The sheer weight of his mana grew suffocating. His wounds, once gaping, were knitting together with unnatural speed as shadows crawled over his body, encasing him in armor woven from the abyss itself. His transformation was no longer in progress. It was complete. Suho's gaze locked onto the apostle, the remnants of human warmth stripped away, leaving only something cold and lethal in its place. His irises, now a piercing white, glowed with unwavering intensity, a silent declaration of his deadly intent. Shadows coiled around his right arm, shifting and morphing like a living entity, their movements seamless and precise. Behind his stoic expression, a revelation crystallized. Is shadow transformation merely the ability to weaponize darkness? His mind sharpened with the realization. Shadows were not bound by shape or form. They could shift, morph, and adapt at will. If that were the case, their applications should be limitless. Before he could fully explore the thought, a shadowy beast erupted from the ground beneath the apostle. Its gaping maw stretched wide, fangs glistening as it lunged with the intent to tear him apart. But the apostle's reflexes were razor-sharp. With a single fluid motion, his blade cut through the beast with merciless efficiency. The creature split in half, its fragmented form dispersing into nothingness before it could even let out a sound. Barely a breath passed before another attack descended upon him. A hulking shadow loomed behind him, a high troll, one of Suho's most formidable summons, had maneuvered into position. Muscles coiled with immense force as the massive creature swung its colossal club downward, the sheer weight of the strike aiming to obliterate the apostle in one blow. Yet, once again, the apostle met the assault with unsettling ease. His blade intercepted the club mid-swing, halting the devastating strike as though the troll's monstrous strength was nothing more than an inconvenience. The high troll's teeth gnashed, his grip tightening as he pressed down with all his might. But the apostle didn't move an inch. Irritation flickered across his face as he spoke, his voice edged with disdain. "Did I not make myself clear? Your minions are worthless against me." The moment the words left his lips, he twisted sharply. A streak of silver tore through the battlefield. His sword became a blur, slashing through Suho's shadow creatures in rapid succession. One by one, they fell, their forms carved apart, reduced to nothing but flickering remnants before vanishing completely. Then, something changed. A sharp instinct flared within the apostle, sending an urgent warning through his body. "Look up." His eyes snapped toward Suho, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed his expression. Suho was walking toward him. But this time, there was something different. He wasn't just wielding shadows. He wasn't just exerting the overwhelming presence of a ruler. The very air around him crackled with something new. Power coiled around his arm, not of darkness, but something far more volatile. A deep crimson aura flared to life, pulsating with raw, untamed energy. It twisted and surged, alive with intent, wrapping around him like a predator waiting to strike. Suho's expression remained unreadable, but when he finally spoke, his words sliced through the silence like a blade. "If this doesn't work either, then it's over." A sudden flicker in his vision signaled an unexpected system notification. Bonding skill activated, Demon Strike. At that moment, a drastic change overtook Essel. Her dark hair turned an ethereal white, her mana surging outward in torrents, pouring directly into Suho without restraint. She wasn't holding back, offering everything she had for one singular, overwhelming strike. The moment her energy merged with his, Suho moved. A deafening boom erupted as he launched himself off the shattered ground, the sheer force of his takeoff fracturing the battlefield beneath him. Cracks splintered outward like veins in stone as he shot forward, his entire being infused with an unprecedented combination of shadow form, the ruler's authority, and the devastating power of Demon Strike. Across the battlefield, the apostle's instincts flared. His body reacted before his mind could fully process the danger, propelling him backward in a blur. His sharp eyes locked onto the incoming force, his pulse quickening at the sheer magnitude of energy barreling toward him. That mana, it's lethal. Yet, despite the warning bells ringing in his head, a smirk curved his lips. But an attack that obvious won't touch me. With calculated precision, he countered. His sword flashed in a rapid series of slashes, each strike forming deadly arcs of light that sliced through the air like relentless waves of destruction. Suho barely had time to react before the first cuts landed. Blades of energy carved into his body from multiple angles, tearing through flesh and muscle with vicious precision. The impact snapped his head back, crimson mist spraying into the cold night. For a brief moment, his vision wavered, the blinding pain surging through his nerves. The apostle inhaled deeply, reveling in the scent of Suho's blood. His smirk widened. "You should still be able to use your authority," he said, tilting his head mockingly. "Even while missing a leg." Suho wavered, his body battered and broken. His breath came in ragged gasps, but amidst the pain, a realization dawned. His eyes flickered, not with despair, but with clarity. So, this is possible with shadow form? The apostle's confidence faltered for the first time as a strange shift rippled through Suho's aura. The immense energy he had gathered in his arm, the fusion of shadow form, the ruler's authority, and Demon Strike, suddenly disappeared. But it hadn't vanished. It had been transferred. From the depths of the apostle's own shadow, a figure emerged like a phantom. Sheikah. A split second. That's all the apostle had to register the presence behind him before mana erupted around Sheikah's clenched fist, boiling with violent intensity. Then, boom. The force of the strike shattered the very air. The apostle's mind blanked, his body unable to process the devastating impact that had just crashed into his skull. A fusion of three destructive powers, stacked into a singular, catastrophic attack, obliterated his defenses, hurling him across the battlefield like a broken doll. His once untouchable form smashed into a distant rock formation with such force that the earth itself trembled. The shockwaves from the impact tore through the terrain, sending debris and dust billowing into the sky. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, as the dust settled, Suho and Sheikah stood amidst the wreckage, their gazes locked onto the destruction they had wrought. The apostle lay sprawled at the foot of the shattered rock, his once pristine form now reduced to something broken and bloodied. Crimson dripped from his mouth and eyes, a stark contrast to his former untouchable state. Yet, the wounds that plagued him weren't just physical, they dug into something deeper, something fundamental. His breath came in uneven gasps as he muttered in disbelief, "Transferring your skills, to a soldier?" His lips trembled, his mind struggling to process the sheer audacity of the technique he had just witnessed. This use of authority. Even the darkness itself has never wielded such an ability. The revelation sent a shudder through his very being. But as he wrestled with his thoughts, something within the battered body he possessed stirred. Deep inside Li Minsung's ravaged form, an unsettling shift took place. The apostle, still attempting to exert control, was met with something unexpected: resistance. He commanded the body to move, to respond, but something was wrong. Minsung's mouth remained still. The apostle frowned, willing his host's jaw to move. Nothing. He tried again, only to realize the grim truth: his host's jaw had been completely shattered. A flicker of frustration crossed his features as he tested the body's mobility, flexing his fingers experimentally. The limbs still functioned. He could still fight. But this body was failing. He needed more power. If I replenish this vessel's mana by sacrificing its life force, I should be able to. A voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Irritated. Defiant. Familiar. What the hell is this? The apostle's eyes widened in shock. That voice? It was Lee Min-sung. The consciousness that should have been suppressed had resurfaced. The once proud S-rank hunter, now reduced to a grotesque mess, twisted his disfigured face into a furious scowl. His shattered jaw, hanging at an unnatural angle, only made him look more monstrous, more inhuman. Did that brat do this to me? Min-sung's voice, dripping with venom, echoed through their shared mind. The apostle remained silent, masking his unease. But Min-sung could feel it. A scoff, bitter and mocking, rang through their fractured connection. What's wrong? His tone sharpened with cruel amusement. Did the almighty S-rank just get humiliated? And by someone weaker than him? The apostle's fingers twitched. His patience was wearing thin. Lee Min-sung, he warned, his voice edged with cold fury. If you don't shut your mouth, then... Then what? Min-sung interrupted, his wicked grin widening. What's the worst that could happen to me? A dry, mirthless chuckle followed. You think I'm afraid of dying? His trembling hands curled into tight fists, rage boiling beneath his skin. What I hate, Min-sung whispered darkly, his breathing growing heavier, is being looked down on. His eyes burned with something unhinged, twisted, raw emotion. What I despise the most. With a sudden, violent motion, he drove his own hand into his chest. Mana crackled wildly around his fingers as the impact sent shockwaves tearing through his body. A guttural, primal roar erupted from his throat, filled with hatred so deep it felt almost tangible. Is being ignored. His ragged breaths came in sharp, uneven bursts as his gaze locked onto Suho. And then, he grinned. A slow, twisted grin that spread across his ruined face, the madness in his eyes flaring. Come, you little brat. Suho didn't hesitate. Step by step, he advanced, his presence growing heavier, his power coiling around him like a storm ready to be unleashed. Min-sung, consumed by his frenzy, tore away the apostle's armor. Heavy plates clattered to the ground, discarded one by one as his deranged laughter echoed through the battlefield. If I can't be the protagonist? The final piece of armor hit the dirt. Then I'll play my role to the end. The fragments of his shattered protection swirled in the air like dying embers, obscuring his vision for the briefest moment. And in that moment, Suho was already there. Boom. A fist, wreathed in the abyssal power of shadows and the unrelenting force of the ruler's authority, crashed into Min-sung's stomach. The battlefield shook. The sheer impact sent shockwaves screaming through the earth, shattering stone and tearing through the air like a violent storm. The force of the blow ripped through Min-sung's body, his form crumpling under the devastating power that had been unleashed upon him. The ground beneath them split apart. The battlefield trembled. And in the aftermath of that single, monstrous strike, nothing but silence remained. Suho's fist remained lodged deep in Min-sung's torso, his knuckles slick with blood as the shadowy tendrils coiled and writhed around his arm like living entities. The devastating impact had driven Min-sung's body forward, his breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps. A thick stream of blood spilled from his lips, staining his chin and pooling at his feet. His entire frame trembled, his strength rapidly draining away, his body betraying him in its final moments. At first, the cracks on his face were barely noticeable, thin, hairline fractures splintering across his skin. But within seconds, they spread like a spiderweb, splintering wider and deeper, as if his very existence was shattering from within. The apostle's power, once an overwhelming force that consumed him, was now crumbling away, peeling off in jagged shards. The armor that once encased him, that had given him the illusion of invincibility, was disintegrating piece by piece. All that remained was a broken man. Min-sung's fingers twitched, weakly reaching for his shattered jaw, as though trying to hold himself together, to regain some semblance of control. He attempted to speak, to force out a final statement, something, anything, but all that escaped were low, garbled noises, barely recognizable as words. Each effort sent a new wave of agony through his fractured form. His vision blurred, his limbs shook, but his thoughts remained sharp, screaming in defiance. Not only is there a damn hole in my stomach, I can't even say my last words. A bitter laugh died in his throat. His body swayed, unsteady, but his mind refused to accept the inevitable. When that thing first appeared in front of me, his thoughts wavered, interrupted by the steady drip of blood from his lips, splattering onto the ruined ground beneath him. His body convulsed, every nerve screaming under the weight of impending death. For so long, he had convinced himself that he was different. That he was chosen. That he had the power to bend the world to his will, to reshape it into something better, something that belonged to him. But in the end, he was no different from the rest. He was dying, just like everyone else. Then, a sharp, piercing pain stabbed through his skull, but this wasn't from his injuries. It was something else. A memory. A memory he hadn't thought of in years. Lim Taigu. His body stiffened, and for a moment, the burning rage in his chest outshone the pain. Why the hell am I thinking about that idiot right now? The image of Taigu flashed through his mind, his ever-present smug expression, the face that had always looked down on him, taunting him even in death. Minsung's fingers twitched. Anger roiled inside him, bubbling just beneath the surface, but his body had long since passed the point of obeying him. He was too weak to fight, too weak to lash out, too weak to change anything now. Still, he forced his arm up, trembling violently as he struggled to lift his hand. Even if his voice failed him. Even if his body collapsed. Even if death clawed at him from all sides. There was one thing he refused to allow. With the last remnants of his will, he raised his trembling fingers, defiant to the very end. Don't you dare look down on me. The thought clung to him like a dying ember, flickering weakly before fading into the cold. He willed his body to move, to hold on to the last shreds of defiance, but his limbs betrayed him. The strength that had carried him this far had finally abandoned him. His trembling hand, once raised in protest, fell limply to his side. The fight was over. He tried to laugh, to mock his fate with one last sneer, but his shattered jaw turned it into nothing more than a broken wheeze, pathetic, weak, unworthy of the name Lee Min-sung. The so-called superstar, the one who should have been celebrated, acknowledged, revered. His bloodied gaze drifted toward Suho, his vision blurring at the edges, darkening like a curtain closing on his final act. Even as the world slipped from his grasp, he could still make out those eyes staring back at him. Cold. Unwavering. But worst of all, filled with pity. His lips curled slightly, a final mockery twisting on his ruined face. Why? Why are you looking at me like that, brat? But the answer never came. His fingers twitched one last time before falling still, motionless against the blood-soaked dirt. His chest, which had risen and fallen in ragged defiance, gave its final shudder before ceasing altogether. The battlefield, once a storm of chaos and violence, sank into eerie silence. A notification chimed in Suho's mind. You have gained experience points. Level up achieved. Another window appeared. Urgent quest, eliminate Lee Min-sung, vessel of the apostle of Iterum. Quest complete. Suho didn't move. He remained still, staring at the lifeless body beneath him, as though trying to make sense of something that could never be understood. Slowly, he lowered Min-sung's corpse to the ground, careful, almost reverent, despite the brutal battle that had just ended. Behind him, a surge of celebration erupted. Beru, Essel, and Gray cried out in victory, their voices carrying over the battlefield with unrestrained relief. The weight of their triumph settled in, pushing aside the horrors of the fight. Beru, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward, his golden eyes gleaming with admiration. You did it, young monarch, he declared, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The apostle of Iterum has been defeated. But Suho didn't acknowledge him. His gaze remained fixed on Min-sung's body, unreadable, distant. There was no satisfaction in his expression, no relief. His shoulders remained tense, his fingers curling slightly against the dirt. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, heavy with something unspoken. In the end, it was probably Lee Min-sung who laughed last, wasn't it? The words hung in the air, unmoving, carrying a weight that no celebration could shake. He had never truly known Min-sung. They had never shared a real conversation, never walked the same path. And yet, as he looked down at the man who had fought so desperately to carve out his own place in the world, he felt something gnaw at the edges of his mind. Min-sung had clung to his desires until the very end. Beru, who had been so eager to revel in victory, faltered as he watched Suho's expression. This was different. The young monarch, so fierce, so unshakable, was weighed down by something new, something unfamiliar. A thought surfaced in Beru's mind. This must be the first time. The young monarch has killed one of his own kind. Even for someone as strong as Suho, there was a gravity to this moment that could not be ignored. Still kneeling, Suho exhaled slowly, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, drawn toward something deeper. Something that had been gnawing at him since the fight began. There's something I realized, thanks to him, he muttered. His voice was quiet, almost as if the words weren't meant for anyone else to hear. A fragmented memory surfaced in his mind, his father, his mother, the choices that had brought him here. And the path that still lay ahead. He had stepped onto this path for a reason. To find his mother. To stand beside his father. That had always been his purpose, hadn't it? But now, as he stood amidst the aftermath of battle, a strange uncertainty gnawed at him. Had he ever truly considered his own ambitions? His own goals? A memory surfaced, unbidden. Minsung's voice. That sharp insult, cutting deeper than any wound. You're nothing but a hollow character, lacking any real ego. His jaw tightened. He had dismissed the words at the time, but now, they clawed their way back, demanding to be acknowledged. His mind drifted further, back to the beginning, the tutorial. That first, brutal battle against his father. He could still remember the sheer dominance that had radiated from him, the kind of power that defied reason. Standing before that overwhelming force, he hadn't questioned his own strength or purpose. No. In that moment, all he had wanted was to be like him. To reach his level. To wield that same strength. His fingers pressed into the dirt, the tension coiling through his body. Even now, the frustration from that loss lingered, a wound that had never fully healed. Back then, his thoughts had been simple, almost desperate. If only I could be as strong as him. A slow breath in. Then out. His hands curled into fists as he pushed himself to his feet. His voice, quiet yet firm, cut through the silence. Because I was so obsessed with surpassing him. His gaze wandered over the battlefield, the echoes of the fight still vivid in his mind. The loss he had suffered that day had fueled his determination, but he had never stopped to ask himself why. The wind howled over the mountain's peak, carrying with it the scent of blood, dust, and something else. Something heavier. Something resolute. Suho stepped forward, reaching the edge of the cliffside. Below him stretched the vast, open world, a reminder of how much more there was to achieve. His voice, calm yet laced with newfound clarity, broke the lingering quiet. I always saw my father as something untouchable, too far ahead to ever reach. His words drifted into the wind, heavy with the weight of long-buried realizations. I thought that was enough of a reason to push forward. But until now, I never really questioned why I wanted it so badly. Silence followed, his companions, Beru, Essel, and Gray, watching intently. Their faces bore no immediate answers, only the quiet understanding of those who had fought alongside him. Suho turned back to them, his expression no longer clouded by doubt. But there's nothing wrong with having huge ambitions. His voice carried a new strength, a certainty that hadn't been there before. He raised his hand, pointing toward the sky, his eyes ablaze with determination. If I'm going to grow stronger, he declared, his words ringing with conviction, then I won't settle for anything less than being the strongest. A ripple of energy surged, not from any supernatural force, but from his sheer will alone. It radiated outward, unshakable, unrelenting. His stance firmed, his voice sharpened. Stronger than the apostles of Iterim. His fists clenched. Stronger than the monarchs. His eyes burned. And even strong enough to surpass my father. The final words struck like thunder, reverberating through the still air. It was no longer just a desire. No longer just a dream. It was a declaration, one that shattered every limit he had once imposed upon himself. His companions stood before him, momentarily struck speechless. The weight of his words hung in the air, sinking in. For the first time, Suho wasn't just walking a path laid out for him, he was forging his own. Beru was the first to react, though even he seemed uncertain. A nervous chuckle escaped him, his usual confidence slightly shaken. Young monarch. I can't say I see that happening, but hey, I'll be cheering for you anyway. His words were laced with amusement, but beneath them lay an unwavering loyalty. Essel, still processing the sheer magnitude of what Suho had just declared, tilted her head slightly, her brows knitting together. Wouldn't surpassing Lord Jinwoo be, well, nearly impossible, she asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity rather than skepticism. Suho sighed dramatically, crossing his arms. Wow, thanks for all the encouragement, he muttered, his words dripping with sarcasm. Of course, this was how they'd react. He wasn't surprised. Why would they believe him? To them, his goal probably sounded absurd, unrealistic. But that only fueled his determination further. Rather than dwell on their doubt, he turned his focus to something more immediate. I should check my rewards. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a soft blue glow flickered into existence before his eyes, summoning his system window. A flood of notifications filled his vision. You have gained experience points. You have leveled up. You have unlocked a class change quest. Suho's brow arched slightly in interest. A class change quest? His eyes scanned the new prompt that had appeared. Do you accept the class change quest? Understanding dawned on him. So once you reach level 40, you're eligible for a class change? He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Quickly pulling up his status window, his gaze locked onto the updated details. Level, 40. Class, none. Subclass, Wolf Slayer. A smirk tugged at his lips, excitement sparking in his eyes. Looks like that empty class slot is finally getting filled, he murmured under his breath. Deep in thought, he remained immersed in the possibilities ahead, unaware that he was being watched. Far beyond the reach of his perception, something lingered. A presence. The apostle of Iterum had not vanished. Even after losing control of Lee Min-sung's body, he remained silent, observing, waiting. Above the battlefield, beyond the reach of any ordinary being, the apostle hovered in silence. His massive wings spread wide, blending seamlessly with the night sky, his presence completely concealed. From this vantage point, he observed Suho with an expression of quiet intrigue, golden eyes gleaming as if he were studying something fascinating. A slow, amused chuckle escaped him as his fingers absently combed through strands of silver hair. "How careless of me," he murmured, his voice laced with amusement. To think the black mask held such potential. His amusement, however, was short-lived. His expression darkened, lips curling into a sinister smirk as his gaze fixated on Suho with newfound intensity. "As expected, someone like you will have to become ours." Power stirred within him, ancient and potent, as he reached inward, tapping into something long forgotten, an ability that had only recently been restored. A whisper of power surged through his body as he mused to himself. "One of the authorities of my true form, the scales of equivalent exchange." His smirk widened, his voice a quiet whisper of malice. "With this, I can convert what I possess into something of equal worth." The moment his power was unleashed, an invisible force spread outward like ripples in a pond, latching onto all those who had dared to consume stardust, the forbidden substance that granted power beyond their limits. A heartbeat later, chaos erupted. Nearby hunters let out strangled cries as their bodies seized uncontrollably. Their limbs trembled, their veins bulging as an unseen force wrenched something vital from them. One by one, they collapsed, writhing in agony as their very essence was siphoned away. Screams turned into pitiful gasps as their strength, their vitality, everything they had gained from the tainted substance was drained away. Flesh withered, eyes dulled, and bodies crumpled like empty husks. And all of it, every last drop of stolen life, flowed into the apostle. A surge of raw, unfiltered mana pulsed through his veins, his body trembling with its intoxicating rush. He exhaled slowly, relishing the feeling as his wings flared behind him, catching the wind with renewed vigor. His fingers tingled with unrestrained power, and he clenched his hands into fists, a breath of satisfaction escaping his lips. "Yes, this is the feeling," he whispered, his voice carrying a cruel delight. A flicker of light gathered in his palm, swirling as he condensed a fragment of pure stardust, an unstable yet deadly essence. A new, wicked idea took shape in his mind as he molded his mana, crafting a bow of pure energy with the stardust fragment as its arrowhead. The weapon pulsed ominously, the sheer force of its existence distorting the air around it. Drawing back the bowstring, his golden eyes locked onto his target. Far below, high on the mountain's peak, Suho stood motionless, completely unaware of the impending danger. On the mountaintop, Beru's sharp gaze flickered with unease. A gnawing sense of foreboding settled deep in his chest as he turned toward Suho, his instincts flaring with urgency. "Young monarch," Beru spoke abruptly, his voice firm yet laced with concern. "I will search through Lee Min-sung's memories to uncover anything about the apostle of Iterum." Suho's expression darkened as he cast one last glance at Lee Min-sung's lifeless body. His jaw tightened, and after a moment of silence, he gave a small nod. "I'll leave it to you, Beru." His mind drifted as his gaze lingered on the fallen foe. What had driven Lee Min-sung to this point? Had he come to resent the world after the cataclysm? If I had never become a player? Before he could complete the thought, agony exploded through his body. A searing force tore through his core, violent and excruciating. His breath hitched as his eyes widened in shock. The pain was unlike anything he had ever felt before, raw and consuming. His entire body convulsed as a brutal shockwave ripped through his nerves, the sheer impact sending tremors down to his very bones. It only took him a fraction of a second to realize, he had been struck. His gaze snapped downward, his mind struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Embedded deep into his abdomen was a glowing, pulsing mass, a fragment of pure stardust. A guttural, strained cry ripped from his throat as his blood splattered onto the ground, staining the rocky terrain beneath him. His vision blurred at the edges, his breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. His body instinctively fought to contain the pain, but it was overwhelming, spreading like wildfire through every fiber of his being. His companion stood frozen in horror. Beru's face was stiff with disbelief. Essel's eyes widened, her fingers tightening around her weapon. Gray took a step forward, his lips parting as if to speak, but no words came. The golden light of the stardust fragment pulsed ominously, its influence creeping through Suho's veins like a living parasite. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to move, to turn his head, to see. An attack, But from where? Who? His thoughts were violently cut off as his body spasmed once more. A foreign energy surged within him, something unnatural, something invasive. Above, far beyond reach, the apostle hovered, watching the scene unfold with smug satisfaction. A slow, sinister grin spread across his face, his golden eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. Perfect, he murmured to himself, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. One step closer. He flexed his fingers slightly, feeling the resonance of the stardust fragment now embedded in Suho's body. The connection was formed. A thread of control, subtle yet binding, tethered the young monarch to his influence. Below, Suho dropped to his knees. His hands dug into the dirt as his entire body trembled, his control slipping away. Shadows rippled violently around him, writhing chaotically as if they no longer obeyed his will. Each breath he took was shallow and strained, his insides twisting in unbearable agony. It felt like something was crawling through his mind, clawing at his very essence, attempting to overwrite his consciousness. A foreign presence. Something trying to take hold. As the thought surfaced, the system notifications flickered before his eyes. Permanent effect, longevity, active. Immunity to all diseases, poisons, and abnormal status effects, active. A brief, fleeting relief washed over him. But then, status effect dispel attempt, failed. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The system frantically attempted to identify the foreign energy invading Suho's body. It classified the anomaly as mist-burn infection, a data-based affliction linked to an external force. Immediately, the system initiated countermeasures. Analyzing. Attempting to purge mist-burn infection data. Dispel failed. The message flashed before him, followed by another attempt. System instability detected, cause, interference from otherworldly substances. The system's internal defenses struggled against the unknown force. Longevity is attempting to heal using mist-burn infection data? Failed. Retrying in 3, 2, 1. Failed. The notifications kept coming, each one marking another failure. Above, the apostle's smirk widened as he watched Suho writhe in agony. A sinister satisfaction glimmered in his golden eyes. Yes, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. With this, the authority of darkness is within our grasp. But then, something shifted. His smirk faltered. His expression twisted. A flicker of uncertainty passed through his gaze before it turned to outright shock. Suho's body convulsed violently, but instead of succumbing to the stardust's influence, a powerful force within him repelled it. The foreign energy recoiled as though rejected by something far greater. Another system notification appeared. Status effect analysis succeeded. Status effect dispelled. System recovery in progress. The apostle's eyes widened. Impossible. Below, Beru, Essel, and Gray rushed to Suho's side. Panic was evident in their faces as they saw him trembling, his skin pale and drenched in sweat. His breath came in sharp, erratic gasps, his body still racked with pain. Beru clenched his fists, frustration and helplessness twisting his features. Young monarch, hold on, he urged, his voice unusually unsteady. Just, hold on. Essel bit her lip, desperately searching for a way to help, but the sheer intensity of Suho's suffering made her stomach twist in dread. Gray remained silent, yet the tension in his stance spoke volumes. Despite the unbearable pain, Suho forced himself to think. His only hope, longevity, had activated. His vision blurred, a crushing weight pressing down on him, making his head spin. The voices of his companions grew distant, their cries muffled as though coming from far away. His HP was dropping. Too fast. His fingers twitched as he struggled to focus on the system window. If this keeps up, I won't make it. His body screamed for relief, for any escape from the torment. Then, an idea surfaced, a desperate, reckless thought. His only option. With trembling fingers, he lifted his hand. Barely able to move, he pressed the confirmation button. Class change quest, accepted. The system's response was immediate. Class change quest will begin now. Before anyone could react, the ground trembled violently. A massive shadow dungeon gate materialized before them, its swirling black mass absorbing the very light around it. A new system notification flickered. Only the player may enter the class change quest. To ensure smooth progression, the monarch's descendants will be transported inside the shadow dungeon. Beru's eyes widened. What? Essel and Gray staggered back, staring at the ominous gate. Even the apostle, hovering high above, felt an unexpected wave of shock. His golden eyes locked onto the portal, trying to comprehend what had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Suho was on the verge of collapse. His HP had nearly dropped to 0. And then, boom! An explosion of raw energy erupted from his body. A deafening shockwave tore through the battlefield, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The force of it was so immense that it was visible for miles, a raging black surge of power, chaotic and unrestrained. Then, silence. Darkness swallowed everything. Suho's consciousness snapped back. His eyes fluttered open, but there was nothing. No sky. No ground. No light. No sense of direction. Where am I? Everything was pitch black. His own voice echoed faintly, like it was coming from somewhere far away. For a brief moment, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Am I dead? But the pain in his limbs, the burn still crawling across his skin, told him otherwise. He could feel everything. It hurt. I can still feel it, he whispered hoarsely. Suddenly, a soft flicker of light appeared in the distance, a delicate blue flame dancing in the void. It cast a dim glow, chasing away the oppressive blackness around him. His breathing steadied. He was alive. His heart thudded rapidly in his chest as clarity began to return. As his eyes adjusted to the faint illumination, his gaze swept across his surroundings. What he saw next made his breath hitch. He was no longer outside. No battlefield. No mountain. He sat on smooth ground, fully healed, no trace of injury, inside an expansive, endless corridor that stretched far beyond sight. The architecture around him was alien, ancient, and grand. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard. What is this place? Elsewhere, back on the mountain summit where the brutal confrontation had just taken place, the battlefield lay eerily silent. The air still crackled faintly with leftover energy, and the ground bore the marks of an intense clash. But the victor was gone. In a blur of golden light, the apostle descended from above, landing gracefully on the scorched earth. His eyes scanned the terrain with sharp precision, immediately settling on Li Minsung's corpse. The body was broken, lifeless, unmoving. But something else was missing. No Suho. No shadow soldiers. No traces of the allies who had been there. The apostle's expression hardened as he examined the area. No residual mana, no spatial rift, he muttered under his breath. His instincts flared. Whatever had happened wasn't random, it was calculated. A controlled extraction. A gate must have opened, he surmised, narrowing his eyes. But only they were pulled inside. A slow grin spread across his face. Ah, a selective gate. How curious. His hand brushed his chin, thoughtful. Darkness, and that black mask. Every time I encounter them, something unexpected happens. There was a gleam in his eyes now, not of anger, but fascination. What a thrilling mystery this is becoming. Meanwhile, deep inside the newly formed shadow dungeon, Suho balanced silently on one hand, his entire frame suspended above the cold stone floor. His posture was immaculate, unmoving, save for the occasional droplet of sweat that slid down his temple and fell onto the ground. His breathing was slow and measured. He wasn't meditating, he was testing his own body. There was no grimace, no pain. His face remained unreadable as he muttered quietly. The wound in my abdomen, it vanished on the way here. His fingers curled slightly as he shifted weight. My body feels stronger. Perfect. With a fluid twist, Suho landed lightly on his feet, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. He opened his mouth, beginning to mutter a thought. If there's an issue, it's probably. But he never finished. A sudden flash of light blinked into view in front of his eyes. The familiar digital glow of a system notification interrupted him, displaying a harsh message across his vision. System alert, advancement quest conditions prohibit the presence of other monarch successors. His brows knitted together. Immediately, he reached for his shadow dungeon key, instinctively attempting to summon the space that had always been his refuge. But before he could even channel mana into it. System alert, the shadow dungeon key is currently disabled. His eyes sharpened. So, bond skills are sealed. Even my dungeons locked away? He turned to face the corridor ahead, stretching endlessly, filled with flickering blue lights that danced along the walls. As he took a few steps forward, the weight of realization settled over him. This place, he murmured, running his hand along the cool, stone surface beside him. It's the same dungeon. The one from my tutorial. Familiar and yet different. He remembered it well. The trial my father prepared, where I bled, suffered, and came out reborn. A shadow passed over his face. The Suho who had endured this dungeon once was long gone. But the memories remained, etched into him like scars that refused to fade. As he wandered deeper into the dim maze, something else gnawed at him. No shadow knights waiting. No enemies lurking in the distance. No weapons or tools offered. And worst of all, Vulcan's horn was shattered. His fists clenched at his sides. Everything, was being stripped from him. It wasn't just a test of power. This quest was designed to leave him bare. He opened the system interface, hoping for guidance, some kind of quest description, even vague. But there was nothing. Just a blank space where details should have been. No instructions? No objective, he muttered, the irritation creeping into his voice. If they expect me to ascend some tower again, how am I supposed to survive without my weapons? Without even bond support? The long, winding corridor continued ahead, twisting and warping with every step. The further he walked, the more reality itself seemed unstable. The walls glitched at the edges, as though part of a digital illusion on the brink of collapse. And then he stopped. Something finally broke the monotony. A door. He blinked, surprised. After what felt like an eternity of wandering the endless halls, a door had suddenly appeared. Exhaling slowly, he raised an eyebrow. A boss room? Here, in the middle of nowhere? He stepped closer, pressing a palm to the cold surface. It didn't feel ordinary. Was this all slapped together carelessly, or is something deeper behind it? The air shifted. His heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from the rush of anticipation. If I clear this advancement quest, will I return to that level of strength? Will I reclaim what I lost? His mind wandered back to his first ever challenge, the moment his legend began. The one who awaited him back then. A knight, Igris. As the door groaned open, it revealed a shadow-filled chamber that stretched far beyond what his eyes could make out. The silence was unnerving, wrapping around him like chains. At the far end, barely visible, a staircase rose into the darkness above. Suho's eyes narrowed, adjusting to the gloom. Too dark. I can't see what's ahead. Suho's eyes remained fixated on the darkness ahead, every instinct in his body sharpening to a razor's edge. Then he saw it, a silhouette sitting atop a raised platform, motionless like a monarch upon a throne. The pressure in the air shifted, growing denser, almost suffocating, as though the chamber itself had begun to acknowledge the presence Suho was now facing. The moment Suho stepped closer, the seated figure stirred. A slow, deliberate movement. It stood. Suho's breath caught. His steps faltered as his mind reeled against the sight unraveling before him. A form began to emerge from the gloom, descending from the throne with the weight of something ancient, something powerful. The closer it drew, the more defined its outline became, and then the light struck its face. His pupils contracted. No. There was no mistaking it. The face that looked back at him was his own, but not as he was now. No, this version was different. Sharper. Harder. Colder. It was him from the past. The Suho who had clawed his way out of the nightmare that was the tutorial. The one who had been shaped by endless bloodshed, trial after merciless trial. The one who had faced Beru at full power, and survived. That Suho exuded an unshakable dominance. No hesitation, no uncertainty in his eyes. Only pure, refined resolve. His stance was perfect, balanced like a blade honed to kill. Suho swallowed hard, recalling the monstrous force Beru had once embodied, the savage massacre of the Mistburn warriors, the crushing pressure that had left seasoned veterans frozen in terror. And yet, this version of himself had brought that beast to its knees. A pulse of energy rippled through the room. The other Suho's gauntlets lit up with raw, unstable power. Sparks danced across his arms, surging into the air like veins of lightning tearing through reality itself. His aura flared, wild, violent, immense. It wasn't just pressure anymore. It was devastation manifest. The ground fractured beneath his feet, great cracks spiderwebbing outward. The walls trembled, the ceiling groaned. The very fabric of the chamber strained against the weight of the power radiating from him, power that wasn't just brimming, but overflowing, unraveling the boundaries of the dungeon. Suho instinctively stepped back. His breath came in quick, shallow bursts. His heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. What am I supposed to do against that? And then the past Suho moved. There was no warning, no build-up. Just a blur. A flash. And the world erupted. Why? The word barely escaped Suho's lips before it was too late. The strike landed with a cataclysmic crash that shattered space itself. Suho didn't fly back. He didn't brace. He didn't block. He ceased to exist. In a single instant, he was gone. The impact annihilated everything, no bones left to break, no flesh left to tear. He was unmade by sheer, unrelenting force. The blast didn't simply hit, it erased. No defense. No resistance. No second chances. The chamber fell silent once more. Only the echoes of destruction remained. Not a trace remained. No torn fabric, no scattered limbs, nothing. The space where Suho had once stood was now marked only by the grotesque splatter of blood staining the floor. The only testament to his existence in that moment was the crimson pool left behind, a chilling reminder of how thoroughly he had been obliterated. Then, in the distant shadows of the chamber, something shifted. One of the three ghostly blue flames, previously steady and unwavering, began to flicker erratically. Within seconds, it fizzled out completely, extinguished. Now, only 2 remained, their glow dancing solemnly along the walls. A violent gasp tore from Suho's throat. He reappeared abruptly, his body reforming in darkness like a specter torn from oblivion. His knees buckled the moment his feet hit the stone floor. He stumbled forward, lungs aching, his every breath ragged and desperate. Though there was no external injury, an invisible agony clung to him, one that didn't scar flesh but left a hollow pain deep within his soul. He gritted his teeth and reached for his head, dizzy and dazed. It wasn't just the pain. It was the realization. A truth that hit like a second death. So this is where I return when I die here? His voice trembled. Barely audible. Each syllable carried the weight of disbelief and dread. Sweat dripped from his chin. His eyes were unfocused, pupils still quivering from the trauma he'd just endured. His breathing slowed, but the tremors wouldn't stop. His thoughts were scattered, clashing like debris in a storm. If this was the advancement quest, then what was the point? Was this how it was meant to work? Am I really supposed to defeat that? He muttered. The version of himself that had once triumphed over Beru, could he ever hope to match that now? His hands curled into trembling fists. The despair pressed on him like a weight, but he refused to give in. No. The system had never thrown obstacles at him for the sake of cruelty. Every challenge, every trial, had been part of his growth. A path toward something greater. There had to be another way. A hidden route. A different path forward. His eyes turned to the endless labyrinth ahead. This dungeon, it wasn't like the tutorial. Not just a single arena or a straightforward battleground. The structure was too complex. Too scattered. Multiple corridors. Multiple chambers. The boss room he'd found earlier, it had been placed too randomly. Which meant, there must be others, he whispered, the spark of hope returning to his voice. Without another second wasted, he launched into a sprint. His feet echoed against the cold stone floor as he weaved through the twisted halls, the eerie glow of blue fire lighting his path. His breaths grew steady, mind clearing with each step. And then, he saw it. Another massive gate. Standing ominously at the end of a hallway. He skidded to a halt, his chest heaving as he took in the sight. A sharp grin pulled at his lips. Just as he had hoped, another boss room. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he steadied his breathing, bringing his thoughts into focus. He hadn't failed. Not yet. This wasn't over. As long as there were more doors, more chances, he would keep moving forward. But just as his hand reached out toward the handle, a wave of dread surged through him. His instinct screamed. Stop. His entire body tensed. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. Too still. His gaze narrowed. What's waiting behind this door, he thought, doubt creeping in. A flicker of hesitation gripped him. Should he really charge in blindly again? What if this opponent was worse? What if it wasn't his past self, but something more? But no. He couldn't afford to falter. Not now. Whatever lurked behind this gate, it had to be a better alternative than facing himself again. Jaw tight, heart pounding, Suho braced himself. His hand pushed against the cold metal. The massive doors groaned as they began to open. And the moment the gap widened, his entire body froze. Eyes wide. Breath caught. His expression collapsed into sheer disbelief. What he saw inside left him stunned beyond words. What lay before Suho was surreal. The last thing he expected to find behind the towering gate was a room filled with scattered children's toys, worn stuffed animals, wooden figurines, and colorful puzzle pieces littered the stone floor. The playful remnants of a nursery were wildly out of place in a dungeon this ominous. The air remained thick and oppressive, yet it clashed violently with the innocence suggested by the childlike clutter. Suho's eyes narrowed as he took in the eerie sight. What is this place? And then, his gaze drifted to the center of the room. Amidst the disarray, a lone child sat quietly on the ground, his small frame surrounded by the mess of toys. He seemed utterly absorbed, fiddling with blocks as if the gloom around him didn't exist. But the moment Suho took a cautious step forward, the child's hand stilled. A dreadful silence followed, so profound it made Suho's skin crawl. The child slowly turned his head. Their eyes met. In an instant, Suho's breath hitched in his throat, his pulse accelerating like a drumbeat in chaos. The boy's face, once innocent and serene, warped into something chilling, his features hardened, his expression clouded with menace. But it wasn't the malice that struck Suho the hardest. It was recognition. A sickening chill ran through his veins as realization dawned like a hammer blow. That's me. His childhood self. The boy in front of him, sitting so still in the heart of a battlefield of toys, was unmistakably him, years younger, but with eyes that gleamed with something far too powerful, far too dangerous. Suho staggered back a step, struggling to reconcile the image. What kind of twisted nightmare was this dungeon dragging him through? Was he really being forced to confront himself, again? But this time, as a child? He clenched his jaw, trying to dismiss the thought. This had to be some illusion, some trick. There was no way the system expected him to fight a kid, even if that kid was himself. But before he could fully deny the idea, the boy moved. And everything changed. Every toy on the floor, the dolls, the wooden horses, even the puzzle pieces, began to rise into the air, slowly and silently. The sight was disturbingly unnatural, as though some unseen puppeteer was pulling them upward on invisible strings. But the true terror came next. The child himself began to float. Lifted by no visible force, the younger Suho hovered above the ground as if gravity had simply released him. A dense, pitch-black aura enveloped his small body, its oppressive weight rippling through the chamber like a dark tide. The air grew heavier, harder to breathe, as the energy around the boy twisted reality itself. Suho instinctively tried to move, but he couldn't. Panic surged through him. He gritted his teeth, trying to force even a finger to respond. He was locked in place. Paralyzed. His mind raced to find the cause, and then it hit him like a slap to the face. This is ruler's authority. The same powerful force that only high-level beings could wield. Suho had experienced it before, but never like this. Never from himself. And yet, the proof hovered just meters away, staring him down with cold, merciless eyes. Still suspended mid-air, the younger Suho slowly lifted one hand. He raised a small finger and pointed directly at Suho, not with aggression, but with unsettling calm, like a child idly choosing a toy to play with. Then, with the slightest motion, he shifted the angle of that finger. That tiny movement was all it took. A sudden, nauseating sensation struck Suho. His vision blurred, warping violently, as if the entire world around him had started spinning out of control. Reality twisted and cracked, the air growing unstable. Then, snap. A blinding pain exploded through Suho's neck as his head was yanked violently to the side, the sound of bones twisting echoing through the chamber. A howl of agony caught in his throat as his entire body convulsed, helpless under the crushing grip of his own childhood's power. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight. And for the second time, Suho was reminded. The greatest enemy in this dungeon wasn't a beast or a monster. It was himself. His breath hitched. But he never got the chance to let it out. Darkness surged in from the edges of his vision, swallowing everything in a haze of numbness. The pain vanished just as quickly as it had come, replaced by a terrifying emptiness. He couldn't even register what had gone wrong. No warning. No resistance. One moment, he was staring at the floating child, and the next. He was gone. Like a candle extinguished by a gust of wind, his consciousness winked out. And in the darkness of the respawn chamber, a second ethereal blue flame sputtered violently, then died. Only one remained. With a harsh gasp, Suho's body rematerialized in the suffocating dark. His lungs screamed for air as he instinctively clutched his throat, the memory of the snap still fresh in his nerves even if the injury was gone. His fingers trembled as they traced the unbroken skin at his neck, still half expecting to feel bone protruding. He was drenched in cold sweat. His knees buckled beneath him, and he collapsed into a sitting position on the icy floor, body shaking as panic clawed at his mind. The scene from seconds before played over and over, refusing to let go. He had died. Instantly. Killed by a child. No, a younger version of himself. He choked back a shudder. His nails scraped against the stone as he leaned forward, his body curling inward like he could physically protect himself from the overwhelming truth pressing in. This is madness. It didn't matter whether it was his past self, the Suho who'd once stood victorious over Beru, or the innocent-looking child now wielding devastating power. Neither opponent was within his reach. He couldn't even scratch them. He was being crushed. Repeatedly. And without any way to fight back. Frustration and fear surged inside him like twin storms colliding. How the hell am I supposed to beat this? His breath quickened, his heart slamming against his chest. And then, another thought struck him like a dagger to the gut. His eyes shot to the wall. There it was, the final flame. Still flickering, still burning, but barely. His stomach twisted. In the tutorial? I had 3 lives. 2 were gone. 1 remained. His breath grew shallow as he stared at that fragile wisp of light, realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. If he died again, if he failed one more time, it would be over. But then, something strange pulled at his attention. Movement. Blue light, faint, but everywhere. He blinked rapidly and looked up. His eyes widened. The chamber wasn't just holding his lone flame. There were hundreds of them. Blue fire danced along the walls, high into the ceiling, scattered across every surface. An entire graveyard of lives burned quietly in the shadows of the dungeon, each one a silent witness to failure. His breath caught in his throat again. But not out of fear this time. Confusion. Something was wrong. Not all the flames were behaving as they should. Some flickered violently, others twitched unnaturally, distorting like corrupted data. A few even glitched entirely, vanishing momentarily before sparking back into existence. The air around them shimmered, like the very system holding the dungeon together was beginning to unravel. His instinct screamed at him. And then, the screen blinked before him. A system notification. System error detected. Anomalous interference from an unknown external entity. Contamination of environment confirmed. Suho stared, his jaw tightening. What? External entity? Was something messing with the system itself? He didn't have time to process it. Another alert appeared before the first could even fade. Mission directive. Eliminate the entity beyond the gate before all allotted lives are lost. The words hit harder than any attack. The entity beyond the gate. The being that had ended him in a blink. Twice. Whether it was the adult version of himself or the twisted child, both were beyond him. Yet the mission was clear. He had no choice. And the next notification stripped away any false hope he still had left. Dungeon escape disabled. Class change process must be completed before exit. His breath seized in his lungs. There was no exit. No failsafe. This wasn't a trial. It was a trap. He stood there, frozen, staring at the screen as the cold crept up his spine like a whisper in the dark. One death away from oblivion, surrounded by glitched flames and unraveling code, with monsters that wore his own face waiting behind every door. There was no running. The only way out was through. Suho's breath came in ragged bursts, his chest rising and falling unevenly as he stood amidst the sea of flickering blue flames. The ghostly light danced along the chamber walls, casting shifting shadows that seemed to breathe with every second. His wide eyes scanned the endless torches, each one pulsing faintly, as if alive. "What are these?" he whispered, voice nearly swallowed by the eerie silence. A knot formed in his stomach. Do these represent lives? The thought alone made his skin crawl. If that were true, then either he had more lives than the system said, or, something much worse, these flames belonged to others. Perhaps challengers who had come before him. Or failed versions of himself from other timelines. Echoes of those who never made it out. He didn't know which answer was worse. Even if these were his, what use were they? He clenched his fists tightly, fingernails digging into his palms. What was the point of having multiple lives if he couldn't grow strong enough to survive even one encounter? There's no leveling system here, no mobs to grind, no gear drops, no training. Nothing. Just death. His voice was hoarse, nearly breaking as he said it. His gaze shifted to the series of translucent messages still floating before him. Their text remained unchanged, still flashing ominously with the same cold, mechanical clarity. System error. Dimensional contamination detected. Unauthorized elements have infiltrated the dungeon environment. So that's what this was. That had to be the reason. The sheer unfairness of this trial. It wasn't just a challenge, it was corrupted. Twisted by something not meant to exist here. His heart pounded as he read the second message again. Objective. Eliminate the entity beyond the gate before all allocated lives are consumed. And the third one. Dungeon lock active. Escape denied until class evolution is complete. A bitter expression formed on Suho's face. So even if those flames do mean extra lives, there's no telling how many I really have left. For all I know, that last death was already my final shot. The weight of that possibility pressed down on him like iron chains. But even so, he refused to break. His body still remembered the pain. That unbearable snap. The cold, empty sensation as life was ripped from him. But he pushed past it. With trembling arms and legs like stone, he forced himself to his feet. His breathing was shaky, but his voice was steady now. I have to keep going. I can't stop. Around him, the twisted dungeon sprawled in all directions, a chaotic mesh of curved halls, offbeat passageways, and strangely shaped doors that defied logic. It wasn't a layout designed to be solved. It was meant to confuse, to disorient. A maze built by something inhuman. His eyes narrowed as he studied the layout. There were at least 2 boss rooms so far. If there are more, just how massive is this place? The uncertainty coiled in his chest like a serpent. Still, there was time. He could search. He could learn. Maybe find something. A clue. A flaw. But just as that fragile hope sparked in his mind, a chill swept across the corridor. He froze. A terrible sensation crawled across his skin, like unseen fingers brushing the back of his neck. His muscles locked in place as an oppressive weight settled over the entire hall ahead of him. He knew this feeling. Something was there. Something wrong. Breathing shallow, Suho slowly turned his head toward the passage cloaked in shadows. His heart beat like a war drum in his chest. There was something waiting for him in the dark. At first, there was only silence, deep and suffocating. Suho's eyes strained against the blackness, searching for the source of the ominous pressure bearing down on him. The silence dragged, thick as tar, and just as he began to wonder if his senses had betrayed him, something moved. A faint glint broke through the darkness. It was small, almost imperceptible at first, floating with unnatural grace toward the edge of the torchlight. Its shape wavered slightly, flickering like a mirage. Suho squinted, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Then realization struck like lightning. A toy. His stomach twisted violently, dread surging up his throat. Another one emerged, then another. Dozens of them drifted out from the shadows, suspended midair as if pulled along by invisible threads. Their presence made the air feel heavier, colder. The hollow look in their eyes, the way they moved, unnatural, wrong. And then, at the center of that eerie procession, he appeared. A small child floated between them, silent and motionless, his body surrounded by the orbiting swarm of playthings. His features were unmistakable. It was Suho. Or rather, the warped, younger version of him. A miniature replica born from a nightmare. His face remained half-veiled in shadow, but his eyes, they glowed. Not with innocence, but with something ancient, cruel, and devastatingly powerful. Suho felt the blood drain from his face. Every muscle in his body froze. He couldn't breathe. That thing wasn't just a version of him. It was him, and yet something entirely else. "Why is he here?" he whispered hoarsely, stumbling a step backward. His thoughts were spiraling. Did the gate open? Did he leave the boss room? His instinct screamed at him to move. To run. Without thinking, Suho spun around and dashed into the twisting maze of stone corridors, his heart thundering in his chest. "I need to get away, I need to escape." But he didn't get far. With a sharp pop, a searing pain exploded in his leg. A deafening tear filled the air as something ripped clean through his calf. The force of the impact flung him to the ground with brutal force. His palms scraped across the stone as he caught himself, teeth clenched against the agony. He gasped, breath stuttering. Blood gushed from a gaping wound, his leg shredded by the blast. Trembling, he looked behind him, and saw it. One of the floating toys was gone. In its place, a trail of smoke drifted through the air. It exploded on me. The realization sent another wave of nausea washing over him. He turned his gaze back toward the child, toward the warped version of himself. The boy still floated, calm and silent, unaffected by the carnage. He didn't even blink. Suho's eyes widened in horror. This power? That level of control? How can he manipulate so many objects with such lethal precision? Just with his authority alone? The question spiraled unanswered. His mind scrambled for options, some kind of strategy, any way to survive. But before even a single plan could form, a new pressure pressed against his back. Colder. Heavier. Stronger. A second presence had entered the fray. And it was standing right behind him. Suho's veins ran cold as a massive shadow fell across his broken form. A single footstep rang out, measured, deliberate, and with it came an overwhelming force, thick enough to crush the air in his lungs. He didn't need to look. Every nerve in his body already knew who was standing behind him. But instinct overpowered reason. He turned. And immediately regretted it. There he was, his old self. The one forged by the brutal, unrelenting hell of the tutorial. The Suho who had once killed him with a flick of his wrist now stood tall, a walking storm of destruction wrapped in Vulcan gauntlets that radiated lethal heat. The sheer aura surrounding him was suffocating. It pressed down on Suho like the weight of an entire mountain. Suho's breath hitched. His body shook uncontrollably from a mix of pain and terror. Blood still streamed down his mangled leg, and his limbs refused to respond properly. His voice cracked from sheer desperation. No. No, not again. But there was no pity. No hesitation. Tutorial Suho's figure moved with inhuman precision, vanishing for a split second before reappearing right in front of him. The blow came instantly, a single, brutal swing of his leg. The world went dark as Suho's head was severed clean from his shoulders. The next thing he knew, he was gasping for breath, lungs heaving as he reappeared at the dungeon's starting point. The dull orange torchlight greeted him once more. His hands trembled with rage. He staggered to his feet and punched the nearest stone wall hard enough to bruise his knuckles, his breath ragged and uneven. His fingers dragged down his face in a slow, frustrated motion. "This is insane," he growled. "Bosses can just leave their rooms now? What kind of nightmare difficulty is this?" The sheer unfairness of it all gnawed at him. The rules made no sense. If bosses were allowed to roam the maze, if they could attack him outside their designated areas, how was anyone supposed to survive? His mind spun, and his thoughts drifted to his father. Had he experienced the same torment? Was this twisted quest part of the same legacy? But as the question echoed in his head, something shifted. A realization sparked behind his eyes. Wait. A flicker of understanding gave way to a grin, one filled not with amusement, but with raw, stubborn resolve. If I'm respawning here, he murmured, that means those torches, they really are my lives. That changed everything. His eyes narrowed, the fire in them reigniting. And if my goal is to defeat a boss inside a room, then I don't have to fight them. His smirk widened. I just have to find another boss room. One I can actually win against. Of course, none of that erased the impossible odds stacked against him. No sooner had he steadied his breathing than the floor trembled again. He wasn't alone. A cold, bone-deep chill ran down his spine as he slowly turned his head, only to meet that same merciless gaze. Tutorial Suho had returned, his presence oppressive, his movements utterly silent. Suho barely had time to flinch. In the next instant, his body exploded under the force of another devastating strike, faster than lightning, more brutal than any monster he'd faced. And just like that, he was dead again. There was nothing left of him. No remains. No trace that he'd ever stood there at all. Again and again, Suho was reborn, only to be killed moments later. His deaths blurred together, a nightmarish loop of agony and helplessness. Sometimes it was baby Suho, drifting like a ghost through the air, his chubby fingers twitching slightly, and with just that, invisible forces shredded Suho's body apart like paper. Other times, it was Tutorial Suho who appeared without warning, merciless and mechanical, ending him in a single, brutal strike. Decapitated. Crushed. Blasted into chunks. Bone splintered. Flesh torn. Every death was more violent than the last. And yet, Suho endured. He clenched his jaw, swallowed the pain, and kept moving forward. Again and again. It doesn't matter. I can die 1,000 times if I have to. That single thought became his anchor. As long as he respawned, as long as his lives kept returning, he still had a chance. He could keep searching. Somewhere in this maze, there had to be another boss room, a way out that didn't lead straight to his slaughter. But then, something shifted. A quiet fear crept into his chest. A whisper of doubt that slithered into his thoughts, far more terrifying than death itself. His breathing hitched. His heartbeat stuttered. What if there isn't another room? The possibility chilled him. A system error. A corrupted dungeon. A glitch that left him trapped in a hopeless loop. What if this wasn't a trial of endurance? What if this was a punishment? A cage with no door? His knees gave way, and he slumped against the stone wall. His breath came in ragged bursts, shoulders trembling. His body still ached with phantom pain from his most recent death. His hands curled into fists so tight that his nails broke skin, dark blood welling beneath his fingers. He was exhausted. Not just in body, but in spirit. His head hung low. For the first time since entering the dungeon, the light in his eyes dimmed. This isn't a test, he whispered. This is hell. A nightmare where he couldn't grow stronger. Couldn't win. Couldn't escape. Just endless pain and rebirth. Despair clawed at his mind. He bit down hard on his lip until blood filled his mouth, hot and metallic. He wiped it away with a thumb, staring at the crimson stain like it held an answer. Then, something clicked. A memory surged to the surface. Words he had once spoken boldly, without hesitation. If I'm going to get stronger, then I want to be the strongest. He closed his eyes. Let the weight of that oath sink in. He'd said it like a promise, but now it felt like a chain. And yet, it gave him something solid to hold on to. No. He wouldn't break. A shaky breath escaped him as he dragged a hand through his damp, sweat-matted hair. His frustration boiled over, but he didn't scream. Didn't cry. Instead, he lowered one blood-slicked hand to the floor and began to press his finger against the stone. Slowly, deliberately, he started to draw. Marking the cold surface with lines, his own blood serving as ink. If I can't win, he muttered, voice steady, then I'll map every corner of this maze. Every death would become data. Every attempt a new route. I'll leave a trail. I'll create my own path. His eyes hardened with renewed determination. The hopelessness didn't vanish, but it was now tempered by something stronger. Resolve. Outside the dungeon, chaos was beginning to spread. A breaking news alert interrupted every major broadcast. The Hunters Association had declared an emergency ban on the use of stardust. The stimulant, once used in secret by countless hunters, had been revealed to cause severe memory degradation. Entire weeks, months of experience, erased in moments. An investigation was already underway. The authorities moved swiftly to trace the drug supply lines, determined to uncover the group responsible. Then, the real shock came. Breaking, former Vice Guildmaster of Reaper Guild, Lee Minsung, found dead on a mountain trail. The headlines exploded across news networks and social media. Early that morning, a hiker had stumbled upon the lifeless body of the famed hunter. Once revered as a hero, Praised for his strength, charm, and strategic mind, Lee Min-sung had become a central figure in a sprawling drug conspiracy. The revelation sent shockwaves through the world. A beloved public figure, now exposed as the mastermind behind a black market empire, and found dead under mysterious circumstances. The Stardust crisis had just begun. And deep in the dungeon, Suho still bled. Still died. Still fought. Unaware that the world above was beginning to unravel. The betrayal hit like a knife to the gut, especially for those who had once looked up to Lee Min-sung as a symbol of strength and honor. The Reaper Guild, caught in the fallout, swiftly released an official statement, promising full cooperation with the Hunters Association as the investigation unfolded. But even as the world around them adjusted to the shock, for some, the damage cut far deeper. In a private meeting room dimly lit by a single overhead light, Lim Tae-gu sat with his elbows on the polished table, head bowed slightly, fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. A long, exhausted sigh escaped him. More than just fatigue, it carried the weight of guilt and the ache of memories that refused to fade. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, stared blankly ahead as the same question haunted him over and over again. If I hadn't let him slip away, would any of this have happened? He dropped his hand, leaned forward slowly, and murmured with a voice thick with self-reproach, "This all started because of me." His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, the nails pressing painfully into his palms. Regret pooled in his chest like a lead weight. Across the table, the chairman of the Hunters Association studied him with a measured gaze. "Don't carry all the blame, Hunter Lim Tae-gu," the chairman said in a calm, composed tone. "You did what you could at the time." But Lim barely reacted. The words washed over him, leaving no impression. His gaze sharpened, lips tightening as he laced his fingers together in front of him, resting them just below his chin. "There's something off about Min-sung's death," he said quietly, but there was a steel edge beneath his words. His corpse, it was distorted. Mutated, even. But he never possessed any transformation abilities. No shape-shifting. No enhancement-type traits. The silence that followed was heavy until Choi, who had remained quiet until now, finally leaned forward. His brows furrowed, eyes narrowing slightly. "You think Stardust created something new?" he asked, his tone careful, almost hesitant, but the weight behind his words was undeniable. Lim's jaw tightened. He didn't answer right away, turning the possibility over in his mind. "I don't know for sure," he admitted. "But it wouldn't be the first time a drug unlocked something unnatural." Then, after a long pause, he added, "There's more. Someone else was there when Lee Min-sung died. A man, masked, dressed in black. He fought him right before it happened." Choi's gaze sharpened instantly. Recognition flickered in his eyes, and the mood in the room shifted. A new kind of tension took hold. "A masked hunter?" Choi said, voice low. "Then it's possible, he wasn't just there, he could have been the one who killed him." That possibility landed like a thunderclap. Silence settled over the room again, but this time, it was heavy with suspicion. The chairman leaned back, his expression unreadable, but his mind was clearly racing. A black mask. A hidden identity. A detail too precise to ignore. As the air thickened, Choi reached into the inner pocket of his coat. With deliberate movements, he pulled out a small photograph, slightly crumpled, edges worn from handling. He studied it for a second, fingers brushing over its surface, then laid it face up on the table. The atmosphere in the room subtly shifted, the once casual air turning dense with implication. Choi's voice remained composed, but the tension in his words betrayed the gravity of what he was about to say. "On another note, one of the expedition's miners has gone missing." With a soft scrape, he slid a photograph across the polished surface of the table. A name, bold and unmistakable, was printed beneath the grainy image. Sung Suho. Lim Tae-gu's brows furrowed. The chairman beside him leaned forward slightly, his jaw tightening as he read the name. Their eyes met across the table, silent understanding passing between them. Something wasn't right. Choi's fingers tapped rhythmically against the wood, each beat echoing louder than it should have. He spoke again, this time with a sharper edge. "Officially, he's categorized as a low-tier hunter. But considering recent events, I suspect that's just a cover. He might be a false ranker." Those words sent a ripple through the room. At the far end of the table, a figure who had remained motionless until now stirred. Park Dojin, the apostle, cloaked in silence throughout the meeting, slowly leaned forward. His presence, usually quiet and restrained, now felt palpable. Dangerous. His expression remained unreadable, but his gaze had changed. Something dark flickered behind his eyes, subtle but chilling. "Let me see it," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. Choi didn't hesitate. "Of course. You're involved in this case too, Hunter Park." The apostle lifted the photograph, examining it with slow, deliberate movements. His eyes, cold and dissecting, lingered on Suho's face, committing every contour, every shadow, every fragment of his expression to memory. His thumb subtly slid across the image, tracing over Suho's features as if peeling back a mask only he could see. From his seat, the chairman remained silent, but his thoughts were in turmoil. His gaze never left the photo in Park Dojin's hand. He didn't need confirmation, he already knew. Sung Suho was the black-masked hunter. There was no more room for doubt. The movements, the skill, the aura of that mysterious fighter. It had all pointed toward one truth. But now, Suho had vanished. No reports. No traces. Just gone. Just like him. A chill ran down the chairman's spine as his thoughts drifted to another name lost to time and shadows, Sung Jin-woo. Another anomaly. Another ghost who had once shaken the world and then disappeared, swallowed by the unknown. What is happening to this world, he wondered bitterly. Two extraordinary hunters, both veiled in mystery, both now missing from the pages of reality. He could only grip the edge of the table, jaw tight with silent anxiety. He didn't know where Suho was. But with the eyes of powerful forces beginning to turn his way, he could only hope the boy was still alive. Apostel's fingers shifted slightly, purposefully obscuring the lower half of Suho's face. A beat passed. Then, without a word, a slow, almost predatory smile began to spread across his lips. Recognition had dawned. That expression said it all, there was no longer any doubt. The man in the black mask wasn't just some mysterious interloper. It was Sung Suho. And now, Park Dojin had found his prey. Far beneath the surface, in the winding, shadow-choked depths of the dungeon, Suho sat in eerie stillness. The frigid stone wall pressed against his back as he rested, body still, but mind running at full speed. His breath was slow, measured, every inhale deliberate. Yet behind his steady exterior, his eyes burned with purpose. Spread out before him was a sprawling map, drawn by hand, etched with precision, and soaked in the dark red ink of his own blood. He had used his very body as a tool, carving out a record of his journey through the ever-changing nightmare of the labyrinth. Each corridor, each room, each trap, every death, every rebirth. It was all there. His fingertip glided across the lines, retracing his own path over and over again, searching, calculating, eliminating dead ends. Each mark, each symbol, told a story of failure, pain, and learning. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was strategizing. Piecing together the maze, one bloody thread at a time. And somewhere, far above, forces were closing in. But Suho wasn't planning to die again. Not without making it count. This place was no longer an incomprehensible tangle of corridors and dead ends. What had once seemed like an endless, senseless maze had now become a riddle, one begging to be solved. Suho sat amidst the blood-smeared scrawlings on the stone floor, staring intently at the crimson patterns he'd drawn over countless lives. His breathing slowed, his eyes sharpened, and then, a shift. His brows drew together, not in frustration, but focus. Something had clicked. A tremor passed through his hand as it gripped his knee, and gradually, the corners of his mouth turned up in a smirk, not of arrogance, but realization. His spine straightened, the slump of defeat replaced by a hunter's poise. The chaos in his mind settled, as if a storm had finally passed. He wasn't just trying to survive anymore. Now he was playing the game. And more importantly, he was learning how to win it. Somewhere in this looping hell, there was an exit. And he was going to find it. Deep within the heart of the shadow dungeon, a heavy silence loomed, broken only by the steady flap of wings slicing through the air like whispers of panic. A faint red hue shimmered across the abyss as Amit stood rooted near a jagged pillar, arms crossed, jaw tight with irritation. Buzzing around like a maniac isn't going to bring him back, he snapped, his voice low and clipped, laced with icy frustration. We still don't know where the young monarch is. You're not helping. His words echoed into the darkness, slicing through the silence like a blade. But nearby, Beru was a storm of frenzied motion, zipping from shadow to shadow, eyes wild with unrest. His wings beat violently, the rhythm erratic, filled with desperation that couldn't be contained. You heartless lizard. Beru exploded, his voice trembling, raw with emotion. How can you speak like that when the young monarch's fate is still unknown? His words cracked at the edges, and for a moment, the strong warrior's mask crumbled. Fear and sorrow pooled in his gaze. His wings slowed just enough for his voice to break. Every second he's gone? I can't breathe. I can't even close my eyes without imagining the worst. A heavy silence followed. Standing nearby, Essel cast her gaze downward, her usual composure weakened by the weight of waiting. Her voice, when it came, was quiet but heavy with shared dread. I can't blame Beru, she said softly. It's been 2 weeks since the young monarch entered the gate. 2 whole weeks of nothing. Her words hung in the stillness, stretching across the gloom like a veil of unease. Amit didn't flinch. He stood firm, his arms still folded, gaze locked on the unseen horizon. "So, you're worried too, huh?" he muttered, unmoved. But Essel's expression hardened. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she turned toward him, voice sharp enough to cut. "You're acting like this doesn't matter," she hissed. "Aren't you one of us? Don't forget, you're his companion, too." Her words struck like a stone dropped in still water. For a fleeting moment, Amit's eyes flickered, not with guilt, but something close to it. He said nothing. Not right away. Though his tone remained rigid, something behind his gaze wavered. Not weakness, but something even harder to admit, worry. Real, quiet worry he didn't know how to express. "I understand your concern," Amit said at last, his voice slower now, but carrying the weight of something deeper, experience earned through countless battles and lifetimes. "But let me ask you something." He turned his gaze toward Essel and Beru, his expression unreadable. "Are you really seeing the young monarch for who he is?" His words didn't rise in volume, but they landed like a hammer in the quiet room, stripping away the veil of fear that hung over them. For a moment, no one replied, the silence heavy, oppressive. "I know to you, he still seems like a child. Fragile. Incomplete. A shadow compared to the legacy of the original monarch," Amit continued, his arms unfolding as he stepped forward. "But that's where we differ." He looked upward, as if searching for a memory in the shadows. "I never met the shadow monarch. I never stood beside him or watched him raise an army. I didn't see that legend." His voice grew softer then, the edge fading into something almost reverent. "But I have seen Suho." He closed his eyes for a moment, recalling those brutal days. The bruises that didn't heal overnight, the silent screams through shattered ribs, and the blood he'd coughed up after surviving training most grown warriors would have abandoned. "I saw him bleed without complaint. I saw him break, body and mind, but not once did he beg for it to stop. He stood back up. Every single time." Amit's eyes snapped open again, filled with fire. He's not weak. He's not lost. And he's not a child anymore. His conviction settled into the room like a foundation. Essel and Beru said nothing, but something shifted in their postures. The flicker of doubt dulled, replaced by a fragile spark of belief. After a long pause, Essel exhaled softly, her lips curving into the faintest smile. "Maybe you're right," she murmured. "He always did walk through hell with his head held high. All we can do now is wait, and believe." The atmosphere snapped, like a blade drawn across steel, and the scene tore away from the dungeon's heavy silence. A storm of energy exploded around Suho, now deep within the class change quest. His heart pounded like war drums as he rushed forward, eyes blazing with raw intensity. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, and the heat of battle surged through every fiber of his being. Across from him stood a cruel reflection, tutorial Suho, smirking with maddening ease. The original Suho let out a snarl, primal and wild, as he launched himself into the air. "You think I'll just keep dying to you?" he roared, fury rippling through his voice. His fist tore through the air like a meteor, the ground beneath him cracking under the sheer pressure of his leap. For a fleeting moment, the strike seemed unstoppable. But tutorial Suho barely blinked. With a flick of his wrist, the imposter lifted one hand. The moment their fists met, Suho's body imploded, crushed by a force far beyond him, as though reality itself had rejected his existence. In a blink, he shattered into fragments, vanishing like broken glass caught in the wind. The scene shifted again. Another life. Another attempt. Suho reappeared, panting hard, already mid-motion as the environment around him twisted into a new form. This time, it was worse. Baby Suho stood before him, smaller, quieter, and yet brimming with a dread-inducing power. Despite the innocent appearance, the childlike version radiated an aura heavier than the last boss. Still, Suho's face was resolute. The fire hadn't died, it burned hotter than ever. He charged again, confidence surging through him like electricity. "This time, I'll hit you." But as he soared closer, baby Suho raised one tiny hand. Reality trembled. A massive surge of energy, unseen but felt in every molecule of air, detonated from the child's palm, the ruler's authority erupting like a tidal wave of pressure. Before Suho could even react, the force smashed into him, pinning him midair like an insect caught in amber. Bones groaned, blood surged up his throat, and his limbs jerked violently against the unseen grip. Time didn't just slow, it fractured, breaking into 1,000 shards of pain as Suho was violently suspended in midair. A thunderous crack rang out, the grotesque sound of bones snapping echoing through the chamber like the toll of a death knell. His body convulsed under the invisible pressure, limbs bending at unnatural angles as the agony surged through him like wildfire. The sensation wasn't even pain anymore, it was something worse. Something primal. Overwhelming. Falling like a broken doll, Suho collapsed to the cold ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Every breath was a gasp, each blink a struggle. Yet, as the edges of his vision darkened, and death's familiar chill began to settle in, his mind didn't fade into unconsciousness. Instead, it lit up. In his final moments, again, his eyes fluttered open just enough to catch a glimpse of their status windows. A fragment of the system, maybe a hallucination. Or maybe something more. The infant version of himself stood calmly amidst the chaos, eerie and quiet, yet brimming with raw, terrifying power. No player level. None. And yet, his ruler's authority? Maxed out. Completely full. A perfect weapon in a child's body. Then came the tutorial Suho, the apex of destruction. Level 99. A soul striker class. He wasn't just strong, he was overwhelming. A walking extinction event. The thought clawed into Suho's chest. What am I even fighting? A bitter chuckle escaped his lips, blood bubbling with it. A monster, he whispered, not knowing if he meant them or himself. The fear was still there, yes. Heavy and relentless, coiled like a serpent around his lungs. But something else had taken root in that fear. Something colder, sharper, clarity. Each death etched something into his soul. He wasn't just dying anymore. He was adapting. Every time his body shattered, his mind was forced to replay every move, every failure, every detail. It was pain sculpting him, and slowly, it was chiseling away his hesitation. Suho's breath hitched as his eyes flew open, life violently yanking him back again. No hesitation. No groaning. No hesitation. He forced himself to his feet, his limbs screaming in protest, muscles twitching from phantom wounds. But there was no time to linger. The dungeon sprawled out before him, a twisting abyss of corridors and death, yet something in his eyes had changed. He wasn't just searching for an exit anymore, he was hunting for it. His boots pounded against the stone as he ran, each step carving a rhythm into the silence. I didn't even get far enough to mark it down. The thought buzzed in his skull, gnawing at him. A reminder that he had nothing to show for the suffering, no checkpoint, no progress. Just pain and the same cruel loop. And yet, something else lingered just beneath the frustration. Familiarity. Facing his two twisted selves over and over again, something had begun to settle in his chest. Not calm, not fear, acceptance. He was beginning to understand what made them dangerous. What made him dangerous. I'm getting used to this, somehow, he thought, the idea sending a chill down his spine. There was a time when his own gut spilling onto the floor would have broken him. But now? Now, it was an inconvenience. A setback. Something to overcome. Another time, he'd nearly reached the infant form, his hand just a breath away, before that cruel, invisible grip had snapped his spine like a twig. I got closer, he reminded himself, clenching his jaw. I'm not done. No matter how many times he died, something shifted with each encounter. He wasn't regenerating, he was evolving. Every death was another thread in a web of knowledge. Every loss, a step forward in a path paved with blood. And then it hit him. This progression, it shouldn't matter. Not in a place like this. This place was built to break you, not build you. But he was changing anyway. His thoughts sharpened, burning with a fresh edge. I can't afford to die carelessly. Not here. Not ever. I'm not just fighting to win anymore. I'm fighting because I have to. I'm fighting to survive. And if he had to crawl through death 1,000 times to do it, so be it. No matter how many times he was forced to crawl back from the jaws of death, Suho pressed on. Each death wasn't just suffering, it was a stepping stone. Another scar etched into his soul. Another layer of unshakable resolve woven into his being. Back at the respawn point, he crouched low over the map sprawled out before him. His blood, still fresh from his most recent demise, smeared across the parchment as he made precise adjustments. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of accumulated exhaustion. And yet, in that moment, something inside him was solidifying. I'm changing, he thought, eyes scanning the labyrinth of inked corridors and hastily scrawled notes. Every failure, it's making me harder to break. His gaze locked on a blank patch near the center of the map, an area he had yet to set foot in. It wasn't marked with danger, traps, or notes. Just an eerie silence. That's the only section I haven't touched, he murmured to himself, his tone carrying a grim certainty. He stared at it for a moment longer, then straightened his back, drawing a deep breath that steadied his nerves. If there's no gate there, his voice trailed off before sharpening like a blade. Then it means the only way out is beating them. His eyes glinted, not with hope, but with fire. A fire kindled by every brutal death, every moment he clawed his way back from the void. He'd been meeting the baby and tutorial versions of himself far more frequently now. Something was shifting in the dungeon's rhythm, accelerating, cornering him. They're not giving me breathing room anymore, he realized, lips curling into a slight smirk. Just then, as if summoned by thought, he appeared. The baby version of Suho floated effortlessly above the ground again, surrounded by his levitating toys. He looked almost serene, like a child lost in play, until you saw the unnatural stillness in his expression. Until you felt the crushing pressure that surrounded him like a noose tightening around reality itself. Suho's smile twisted with dry amusement. He's guarding that path, he thought, tension tightening across his shoulders. Figures. He doesn't want me going that way. But Suho had already made up his mind. He'd burned too many bridges to retreat now. Too many bones shattered, too many screams swallowed. This path, the one toward the unknown, was the only one left. With a breathless burst of energy, he lunged forward, his body a blur of motion. His ruler's authority. Suho thought mid-charge. It's not visible. It just grips, crushes, bends everything around it. Then an idea surged to the front of his mind, reckless, desperate, but rooted in raw instinct. What if I fight back the same way? Wrap myself in the same force, but turn it into armor instead of a weapon? He focused with everything he had. Drawing on every last drop of willpower, he summoned the ruler's authority, weaving it around his body like an invisible shell. The power hummed around him, slippery, chaotic, but his to command. He rushed toward baby Suho, and the air screamed. Their invisible forces collided, an unseen impact that rippled across the space like a thunderclap. Though there was no light, no explosion, Suho felt it in every nerve, a brutal struggle of wills. His authority met the infant's raw force in a silent, violent standoff. In the middle of the invisible clash, Suho pivoted hard, slipping to the side just as a psychic force slammed into the ground where he'd been a heartbeat earlier. Stone cracked and splintered beneath the weight of the attack. But Suho had already launched himself into the air. He twisted mid-flight, soaring above the baby's head in a clean arc, his body skimming the limits of the authority's crushing field. The infant's eyes snapped up, finally expressing something other than eerie calm, irritation. He moved to retaliate, toys shuddering with psychic tension, but Suho was faster. In a flash of unorthodox thinking, Suho tore off his jacket and hurled it straight at baby Suho's face. It wasn't a powerful strike, but it was unexpected. The garment flared through the air, catching the infant's attention for a split second, just long enough. Suho didn't need long. Just a window. Just a heartbeat. And he'd carved it open. The jacket soared through the air, flaring like a desperate banner, and struck baby Suho squarely in the face. For the briefest moment, the child was blinded, startled, even. That fleeting disruption was all Suho needed. He bolted. No hesitation. No second guessing. His legs moved before the rest of him caught up, driven by pure instinct and adrenaline. Every heartbeat thundered in his ears as he dashed down the corridor, the stifling air of the dungeon ripping past his face. He didn't look back. He couldn't afford to. Then, suddenly, his eyes locked onto it. A hallway. Narrow and dimly lit, veiled by shadows he hadn't yet touched. Suho's eyes widened, recognition flooding in like a jolt of electricity. That's it. The left corridor. The last unmarked path. His chest tightened, not with fear, but with a strange flicker of hope. Each stride felt lighter than the last, each footstep echoing with the weight of his purpose. His mind, usually plagued by doubt and dread, focused in on a single, desperate prayer. Let there be something, anything, different this time. And then, it appeared. An ornate gate. Towering, weathered, ancient, almost as though it had been waiting for him all along, buried in the forgotten depths of this cursed place. A third gate. Suho skidded to a stop, eyes wide with disbelief. Time seemed to slow around him as he stared. It was real. Not a mirage, not a false hope, real. The culmination of every agonizing step, every death, every narrow escape. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips, shaky but genuine. I was right, he thought. There was another one. Someone, something besides those two. But as the rush of discovery bloomed in his chest, it was quickly choked by an ominous chill that slithered down his spine. He felt it. A heavy, dreadful presence closing in. His heart sank. The air thickened. And before he could even turn to confirm it, he knew. The Soul Striker is coming. His breath caught in his throat. Crap, Suho muttered under his breath, his voice tight with panic. The dungeon itself seemed to recoil at the incoming force. A deafening rumble echoed through the walls. The floor trembled under the pressure of rapidly approaching footsteps. Stone cracked, pillars groaned. Every footfall sounded like a hammer blow against the world. There wasn't time. Driven by sheer desperation, Suho lunged at the gate. His palms slapped against the cold, iron doors. His fingers scrambled over the handles, slick with sweat and blood. I have to get through. If those two were guarding this, then this is what they were trying to keep me from reaching. Behind him, the temperature dropped. Not physically, but spiritually. A suffocating aura slammed into him like a tidal wave. It wasn't just powerful, it was absolute. An authority born from sheer dominance. And then he felt it. A presence so sharp it cut through his thoughts. The soul striker had arrived. Suho turned his head slowly, almost unwillingly. And there he was. The figure strode toward him with lethal grace, the very walls bending under the strain of his aura. His eyes were locked onto Suho, cold, emotionless, and brimming with bloodlust. In that moment, Suho didn't need words. That gaze alone told him everything. You're not supposed to be here. But Suho clenched his jaw, heart racing. And still, he didn't back down. Damn it, he's already here. Suho's breath hitched as he felt it, the soul striker's suffocating presence pressing in like an invisible storm. The air seemed to bend around him as the figure advanced, every movement eerily smooth, precise, and devoid of emotion. There was no rage in those steps, only the cold certainty of execution. Every footfall echoed like a countdown. Suho's body tensed. He could feel the pressure closing in, a weight that made his knees want to buckle. Then, without warning, the soul striker surged forward, a blur of raw speed and lethal intent. His extended hand, cloaked in that dark, otherworldly energy, reached out like a scythe of fate. He's going to reach me. I won't make it in time. Desperation crackled through Suho's mind. His thoughts scrambled for any opening, any possibility, until one glimmer of hope struck like a spark in the dark. He can't follow me through the gate, can he? With a sudden surge of adrenaline, Suho turned and hurled himself against the heavy gates. His muscles strained, burning from exhaustion and strain, but he refused to give in. The doors groaned in protest, ancient hinges grinding as he pushed with everything he had left. Come on, open. Just a little more. A burst of stale air greeted him from within as the gates began to give way. Suho stumbled through the threshold, gasping for breath, just as the soul striker's hand reached toward him, its touch brushing the air just behind his back, a chilling promise of death that missed by inches. With a shout born of sheer will, Suho slammed the gates shut behind him. The impact echoed like a final drumbeat through the chamber. Silence fell. He stood there, hunched over, chest heaving, drenched in sweat. His heart thundered in his ears as the panic slowly bled out of him. His back pressed against the sealed doors, his trembling fingers still clutched the handles. I made it. I actually made it. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he lowered his head, half in disbelief, half in exhausted relief. I finally got away from those guys, he whispered, barely louder than his own breath. But that fleeting comfort was short-lived. It's not over. Not yet. A creeping unease began to build inside him again. Suho's mind flashed back to the others, the infant, and the soul striker. Each one a distorted echo of who he once was. That thought coiled around his chest like a serpent. There's another version of me in here. That gate, it wouldn't exist unless something, or someone, was waiting. He bit his lip, narrowing his eyes. Could it be me from the early days of the tutorial? When I still carried every high-grade item like a hoarder? No, maybe not. Could it be the version that broke down from the pressure? Or? His speculation froze. A sharp, cold sensation ran down his spine, like fingers dragging ice along his nerves. Suho's instincts flared. He turned slowly, his body tense, his breath caught in his throat. Someone was there. A figure began to emerge from the far end of the room, stepping into the faint glow leaking through the dungeon's fractured walls. The footfalls were deliberate, unhurried, yet filled with purpose. As the figure came into full view, Suho's heart stuttered. It was him. But not the innocent child. Not the monstrous soul striker. No, this one was different. This version walked with an oppressive aura that made the air around him tremble. His eyes gleamed with a piercing, unnatural blue that radiated nothing but cold malice. His expression was devoid of emotion, like stone carved into a cruel smile. No hesitation, no flicker of empathy. Just pure, distilled bloodlust. Suho took a step back. What the hell is this version of me? There wasn't even a hint of emotion behind those eyes, just a cold, vacant stare that sent a chill down Suho's spine. Not a shred of warmth or humanity lingered in the figure's expression. As it stepped fully into the light, the form became unmistakably clear. Gripped tightly in both hands were twin blades, sleek, radiant weapons pulsing with dangerous energy. Suho could feel the pressure pouring off this version of himself. It wasn't just strong, it was overwhelming. This wasn't some illusion or random manifestation. No, this was a full-blown threat. A confrontation with a warped mirror of himself. This was his next trial. His doppelganger stood tall and silent, exuding a chilling calm. The piercing blue glow in his eyes made Suho's own muscles tense involuntarily. There was no doubt, this was Suho from the novel world, a version sculpted by battles, molded by victories and defeat, and sharpened into a weapon of precision. Suho's gaze hardened. A twin blade wielder this time. The twin swords glimmered menacingly. The air around them wavered slightly, distorted by their sheer energy. Suho narrowed his eyes, identifying the weapons. One blade was familiar, the sharp edge and crimson hue were unmistakable. Raken's Fang? His brow furrowed. Then his attention shifted to the second weapon, a jet-black sword with jagged curves and a faint, flickering flame encased within. Wait. Vulcan's Horn. Almost on cue, a system notification blinked into view, confirming it. Weapon identified, Vulcan's Horn, high grade. Weapon identified, Raken's Fang, high grade. Suho's stomach dropped for a moment. These were some of the most powerful weapons he'd come across. Why did this version have them both, a glitch in the system? Or was this version assembled from an alternate outcome? Driven by instinct, Suho pulled up the figure's stats. Sung Suho. Level, 32. Strength, 75. Health, 41. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 41. Sense, 46, 41 plus 5 bonus. Suho blinked. That's it? His lips curled into a confident smirk as his own stats came into focus. Sung Suho, player. Level, 40. Strength, 128. Health, 60. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 49. Sense, 59, 54 plus 5 bonus. I outclass him in every category, especially strength. This is doable. Without another second of hesitation, Suho launched himself forward like a bullet, body twisting into a dynamic kick aimed straight for the clone's midsection. His strike landed with thunderous force, but was met by a clean, dual-blade block. Sparks burst into the air from the impact, and the shockwave rippled through the room. The novel Suho didn't budge. Though he slid slightly back, his footing remained unshaken. A gleam of excitement flickered in Suho's eyes. Heh, finally, someone worth fighting. He felt that deep thrill rising, the kind that only came during a true battle. He's tough, but my stats crush his. This'll be over soon? But before he could press the advantage, the novel Suho's expression shifted. The cold blue in his eyes pulsed with a dangerous glow as he shifted into a proper combat stance. His breathing steadied. His grip tightened. Suho's senses flared. Then, boom. An explosion of energy burst from the twinsword version's body. A wave of raw force swept out as a system message popped into Suho's vision. Skill activated, iron body reinforcement. Defense and resistance increased. Physical endurance enhanced. Suho's jaw clenched as the surge of power crackled through the room. Guess he's not going down that easy after all. Skill activated, grassland gale. Skill activated, giant's armor. Suho's breath caught in his throat. His eyes narrowed sharply. Giant's armor? That's Amit's skill. His gaze flicked toward the novel Suho, and the disorientation only deepened. How the hell does he have these buffs? Before the thought could even settle, the novel Suho moved, vanished from sight in a blur of motion. He was on Suho in the next heartbeat, blades flashing with terrifying speed. Steel sliced through the air, relentless and precise. Suho barely kept up, relying purely on instinct and reflexes. He ducked, pivoted, twisted, each movement barely enough to avoid the blows. But the pressure was building. Every strike carried more force than the last. It was like fighting a storm trapped in a man's body. He's faster. Stronger. Why is he still getting stronger? Then the twin-blade version pulled back, his expression still devoid of emotion. In one fluid motion, he raised Raken's Fang, drawing back for a lethal slash that vibrated with raw power. Skill activated, Storm Slash. Suho's heart leapt. He even has Storm Slash. Without hesitation, Suho responded in kind, his own weapon glowing as he triggered the same skill. Skill activated, Storm Slash. Their blades collided mid-air in a deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave cracked the ground beneath their feet and sent a blast of wind rolling outward. The room itself seemed to tremble as the two identical forces met in brutal harmony. The impact forced Suho back a few steps, boots skidding on the stone floor. His muscles burned from the exertion, but he held firm. For a second there, we were evenly matched. He gritted his teeth and readied for another strike. Good thing I held onto my backup weapon, just in case the original snapped. But before he could lunge forward, a sharp sting flared across his side. He staggered. His eyes darted downward, and there it was. A wound. Shallow but deliberate. Blood seeped from a thin gash near his ribs. Wait. I dodged everything. How did he? Suddenly, like an arrow to the brain, a vivid image flashed before his eyes. Brokey. Crimson-streaked armor. Deep, brutal cuts. And the novel Suho, standing over him with those same twin blades, face blank and cold. That never happened. I don't remember it like that. Do I? The memory was wrong, but so real it made his knees wobble. Panic scratched at the back of his mind. That's not how I remember fighting Brokey. Was it a memory at all? Or something else entirely? The sensation worsened as another wave hit him, unbidden and intrusive. He shook his head, trying to clear the fog. But the confusion only deepened. What is this? Some kind of illusion? Or a mental curse? The next blow came fast. Suho reacted late, just enough to intercept it. Sparks flew from the parry, but the force traveled up his arm, and the blade clipped his hand. Another vision. This time, he was flying on Miho's back, wind rushing past him. That's not my memory. That's not. Suho stumbled back, chest heaving, his grip on his weapon tightening. Sweat clung to his brow. A creeping realization slithered into his thoughts. The more he wounds me, the more these memories come. They're not mine. They're his? His body flared with pain, but his mind was in chaos. Frustration, confusion, even fear began to gnaw at his focus. He leapt backward, finally putting space between them. One hand clutched his bleeding palm. The other steadied his stance. His breaths came in short, sharp bursts. But his eyes, though clouded by doubt, still locked onto the doppelganger in front of him. This isn't just a physical fight. He's trying to break me mentally too. And the battle was far from over. The pressure didn't let up. In fact, it escalated. The novel Suho's expression grew darker, his eyes glowing faintly as he finally opened his mouth to speak, for the first time since the battle began. Awaken. The command rang out like a curse, and the ground beneath him began to quake. Shadows twisted unnaturally beneath his feet, growing wider, stretching across the cracked stone like ink spilled in water. From within that darkness, a presence began to rise. A humanoid figure materialized, fully armored and emanating killing intent, its eyes glowing with malevolence. A shadow knight. Without hesitation, the knight sprang forward, sword raised high as it lunged straight for Suho. The sudden change in momentum forced Suho to pivot hard, his blade crashing against the shadows. Sparks flew. Metal rang. And in an instant, the rhythm of the fight turned to chaos. Even when Suho tried to retreat or reposition himself, the Shadow Knight kept up, closing in with the relentlessness of a starving predator. Every strike was delivered with monstrous strength, forcing Suho to parry and block nonstop. His jaw clenched tight as he gritted his teeth, sweat starting to bead across his forehead. The knight's twisted grin only fueled the pressure. Enemy identified, K, Knight Class Shadow. The system's alert blinked in his peripheral vision, and Suho's brows furrowed as he deflected another blow. K? A Knight Class Shadow? That's not something a level 32 should be able to summon casually. Before he could unravel the implications, a shadow passed overhead. The original threat, the novel Suho, had leapt into the air, blades gleaming with deadly precision. One of them, the Vulcan blade, sliced down toward Suho like a lightning bolt. He barely managed to sidestep it, feeling the heat of the strike as it tore through the floor just inches from him. Now it was a 2-on-1 fight. Every second was survival. Kei resumed his assault without pause, striking in sync with the novel Suho's next advance. Suho's body moved on instinct, dodging to the side, rolling, then parrying with quick bursts of movement. The clash of steel on steel echoed around the chamber. He has access to shadow summoning, that means his shadow storage must be unlocked. Level 32. Suho's thoughts raced as he ducked under a blow. He's practically replicating my own path of growth. The realization hit harder than any sword could. The memories I've seen while fighting him, they weren't hallucinations. They were fragments, shadows of another version of me. A different timeline. A different world. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to push Kei back. In that world? I walked a path laid out perfectly. Trials came in sequence. I overcame each one and kept rising, just as the system intended. There was another Beru, another Essel, Grey, and even Amit. But here. He didn't get to finish the thought. Kei's blade suddenly struck with greater force, knocking Suho's weapon clean from his hands. It skittered across the stone, far from reach. He stumbled back, defenseless. The Shadow Knight's grin widened as it charged again, its blade gleaming with killing intent aimed squarely at Suho's chest. But just before it could pierce him, Suho's hands caught the blade. Bare-handed. The weapon sliced into his palm, blood spilling instantly. Yet Suho didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes locked on the knight, burning with fury and pain. Why? He growled, voice trembling not with fear, but frustration. Why is it always like this? His grip tightened, holding the knight's wrist in place even as blood ran down his arms. Why do you always throw these impossible trials at me? He shouted, voice rising with anger and exhaustion. His breath came in short bursts, his body trembling, but he didn't let go. Why do you always push me until I break? Then it happened. While Suho held Kei in place, vulnerable and focused entirely on the shadow, the novel Suho made his move. Silent. Lethal. He flickered behind Suho like a phantom, both swords raised high and gleaming under the dim light, ready to strike from the blind spot. And Suho was wide open. Suho stood his ground, unmoving despite the blade still embedded through his bleeding palms. His fingers remained clenched tightly around Kei's wrist, holding the Shadow Knight in place with sheer willpower. His voice trembled under the strain, but each word carried weight. "You never give me trials I'm capable of clearing easily," he growled. "Now, you pit me against a version of myself I don't understand, forcing me to die over and over again, with no explanation." The novel Suho sprinted toward him, sword arcing back in preparation for a fatal blow. Yet before steel could meet flesh, something strange rippled through the air. Kei's body jolted. The knight faltered, its composure cracking, its gaze darting to Suho's hands. A shadowy aura surged around Suho's fingers, which had sunk deeper into the knight's form. Kei's eyes widened in disbelief, but it was too late. With a low hum of power, the dark essence of the Shadow Knight began to fuse with Suho's injured hand. Armor formed, layer upon layer of jagged obsidian, flickering with ethereal energy. The Shadow Knight was being absorbed. The moment the novel Suho's blade reached Suho, it didn't cut skin. It struck the newly formed Shadow Gauntlet, and the impact sent a wave of force tearing through the chamber. The walls groaned, the air crackled with unstable mana, and dust rained from above. Suho raised his head slowly, his voice cutting through the chaos like thunder. "But after all the times I've been brought to my knees, after the despair, the failures, the pain." His irises gleamed a savage blue, glowing with seething bloodlust. "What I've realized," he continued, his tone growing colder, "is that sitting around cursing fate won't change anything. Nothing improves when I give up." For the first time, the novel Suho's icy calm broke. His eyes widened ever so slightly, taken aback. Suho didn't give him time to recover. He stepped forward and launched a crushing punch with his transformed hand. The Shadow Gauntlet tore through the air, colliding with both of the novel Suho's blades. The force drove him back, boots skidding against the floor. But Suho didn't stop there. He followed through, fists flying in a series of brutal strikes. Each punch was relentless, forcing the novel Suho on the defensive. Blow after blow, Suho pushed forward, his mind focused solely on one thing. "I don't care if this system is flawed. I don't care if it's broken." Novel Suho twisted, trying to reset the distance, swords rotating smoothly for a counter. But Suho was already adapting. "All this time, I've misunderstood what this system really is." His movements quickened. "It's not here to raise me like a tool. I'm the one using it, to forge myself." The novel Suho launched another devastating slash, the ground erupting beneath the weight of the attack. Cracks split across the stone floor like spiderwebs. But Suho moved before it landed. He kicked off the ground, flipping into a reverse handstand with astounding precision. The slash missed him by inches. Still upside down, Suho didn't waste the momentum. He shifted the shadowy energy flowing through his arm into his leg. The obsidian armor crawled along his limb like liquid steel, reshaping itself into a weaponized shadow blade around his shin. From above, the novel Suho hesitated, eyes narrowing in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Suho's thoughts sharpened like a blade. "I'm done following the path laid out by someone else. This fight is mine now. My rules." With a roar that echoed through the chamber, he spun midair, unleashing the next strike. His determination surged, unbreakable. "I'll forge my destiny, through my own will." With those words, Suho summoned every last ounce of strength into his leg and slammed it down like a hammer. The impact connected squarely with the novel Suho's torso, sending him flying backward. His opponent tumbled through the air, crashing hard against the ground as he fought to regain balance. But Suho didn't give him the chance. This time, he wasn't retreating. He wasn't holding back. The momentum had shifted. He was the one dictating the flow now. Suho dashed forward like a blur of shadow and lightning, the air howling in his wake. In a flash, he closed the distance, drew his fist back, and drove it deep into the gut of the novel Suho. A sharp crack echoed across the chamber as the punch connected. The impact sent a shockwave tearing through the room, and blood burst from the novel Suho's mouth. His sword slipped from his fingers, clattering uselessly to the floor as his body folded under the force of the blow. Suho didn't let up. Drawing the shadow energy back into his hand, he clenched his fist until veins bulged along his arm. Letting out a roar filled with fury and resolve, he delivered another punishing strike. This one was brutal. The second blow hurled the novel Suho backward like a rag doll, slamming him into the wall with enough force to shatter the stone. Debris exploded outward. Chunks of rock flew through the air as the entire section of the wall collapsed from the sheer violence of the hit. A rumble vibrated through the boss room as dust swallowed the space. When the cloud settled, the novel Suho was sprawled out amidst the rubble, unmoving, defeated. Suho stood amidst the destruction, shoulders heaving with each labored breath. His body was battered, blood smeared across his skin, but his stance remained strong. The shadow coating his arms slowly began to dissolve, tendrils of darkness fading into the air like smoke after a fire. And then, without warning, the system interface flickered into view before him. "You have defeated the being that lies beyond the gate." A faint chime echoed in his ears, followed by another message. "Achievement unlocked, one who triumphs through adversity. Title granted. Effects, stat increase in proportion to health lost." Suho stared blankly for a moment, still catching his breath. His gaze shifted toward the fallen figure of the novel Suho, whose form was now beginning to dissipate, breaking apart like ash scattered in the wind. "It's over," he thought. A quiet, almost numb exhale escaped him. Finally. He looked down at his hand. Though the shadow was mostly gone, a faint trace still lingered, as if refusing to fully leave him. It pulsed once, silently. "No, it's still here," Suho realized. "It's not finished with me yet." Before the thought could settle, another notification shimmered into existence. Analyzing players' decisions, resilience, and achievements. The player overcame an overwhelmingly powerful foe without surrender. Mental fortitude maintained despite experiencing hundreds of deaths. Suho's jaw tightened as more messages appeared in rapid succession. Physical evolution was restricted. However, significant mental growth was detected. The player's ability to create innovative solutions during dire situations is noted. Unyielding determination has a positive influence on your environment. And finally, the system will now grant the player a choice of evolution based on performance. 3 potential classes available. 3 glowing orbs emerged from thin air before him, each one pulsing with distinct energy. One burned like flame, another shimmered with cold calculation, and the last radiated pure, chaotic darkness. Suho's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, heart pounding, not from fear, but anticipation. It was his decision now. And this time, the path he chose, would be his and his alone. The air was thick with pressure, almost suffocating, as Suho narrowed his gaze, analyzing the 3 radiant orbs floating before him. Each one pulsed with its own unique rhythm, as if beckoning him down a different fate. His heartbeat quickened, his thoughts a whirl of uncertainty and resolve. 3 classes? He mused, eyebrows twitching. Let's see what kind of twisted options you've lined up this time. The first orb shimmered and revealed its choice. Successor of shadows? A path forged in certainty. If selected, the system would lay out a direct, unwavering route for Suho to follow, a path refined and predetermined. It offered strength, yes, but no deviation. No freedom. The destination was fixed. Suho's lips tightened. The second orb flickered to life. Soul Striker. An enigmatic class rooted in his own history. It promised to evolve based on his previous experiences. But the catch was brutal, his shadow abilities would vanish, and none of his past stats would carry over. A complete reset. A return to the beginning. Back to square one? The idea made Suho's jaw clench. Then, the third orb began to glow, though it offered no name, only a brief system prompt. Recommended class based on player traits. Evolves into a hidden class after a personal quest. Shadow skill will be lost. Suho stared hard at it. No guarantees. No clarity. Just a leap into uncharted territory. It felt like stepping into fog with no idea what lay on the other side. His chest rose and fell with slow, controlled breaths. But the fury beneath began to stir. The first, it chains me. The second, it resets me. The last, it strips me of everything I've gained and throws me into the unknown. His eyes darkened, a flash of raw emotion cutting through them. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of it all. The countless deaths. The torment. The betrayal of the system. And now this? This is what you call a reward? Suho growled through gritted teeth. After all that? After dragging me through fire and death again and again, this is the choice you give me. His voice echoed like a tremor, thick with rage. I'm not your puppet anymore. With a sudden motion, Suho stepped forward and swept his hands through the air, pulling all 3 orbs together. The energies reacted violently, twisting and writhing as they collided, resisting the fusion. But Suho wouldn't stop. I'm not choosing. His voice rose to a defiant roar. I'm taking all of it. With a surge of unrelenting will, he slammed his palm against the converging orbs. A blinding explosion of energy erupted from the fusion point. The boss room was consumed by an overwhelming brilliance, light tearing through every crevice as the swirling orbs merged into a single core of power. The system chimed. Initiating class override. All conditions met. Class transformation, complete. The light imploded into Suho's body, and he stood firm at the epicenter of the eruption, unmoved, expression like steel. The moment burned itself into the fabric of the dungeon. Then, darkness. The scene shifted. Deep within the shadow dungeon, Beru trembled. His clawed hands scratched at the floor in a frenzy, obsidian shards digging into his palms as he paced in circles, wings twitching with nervous spasms. His breaths were uneven, broken by sobs as his panic spiraled out of control. "My lord, where are you?" he whimpered, his voice raw, eyes darting around the dim chamber with dread. "Why won't you answer?" Beru collapsed onto his knees, unable to contain the ache in his chest. His form shook violently, gripped by fear and sorrow. Nearby, Essel stood silently, pale and stunned by the overwhelming pressure still lingering in the air. Then, quietly, she walked over and knelt beside Beru. Gently, she rested a hand on his shoulder, offering a fragile sliver of comfort. "He's not gone," she whispered. "He's still fighting." But even she wasn't sure if those words were meant to reassure Beru, or herself. 3 weeks had passed. And still, no word. Not a whisper, not a trace. The weight of the young monarch's absence pressed down like a suffocating fog. Each day without news felt like another brick laid atop their chests. Essel's voice cracked the silence, her words laced with exhaustion and dread. "It's been too long. I can barely breathe in the silence." Her voice didn't rise above a whisper, but it hung in the air like the low rumble of thunder, impossible to ignore. Nearby, Beru slowly turned his head toward Amet. Tracks of dried tears lined his cheeks, but his glowing eyes blazed with desperation. "Crocodile, tell me honestly," he rasped. "Do you think he's still alive?" Amet didn't answer right away. He stood still, clawed fingers brushing over the edge of his scaly jaw as he mulled it over. For once, the ever-confident lizard warrior didn't have certainty in his eyes. His usual bravado faltered. "This kind of disappearance? I didn't foresee it," he admitted with a grim tone. "No message, no trail, not even a flicker of presence. It's not just strange, it's unnatural. I can't tell where he is, or if something went terribly wrong." Behind them, a low rumble rolled through the room. Gray let out a warning growl, low and guttural, the sound vibrating through the stone beneath his feet. His head dipped slightly in thought, body rigid with alertness. His expression gave away nothing, only a tension that hinted at something looming. And then, like the sudden crack of a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, his ears twitched. He turned sharply. His eyes locked ahead as space itself warped, folding inward. A swirling, radiant portal burst open, its light flooding the chamber with blinding intensity. Everyone whipped around. And from within the shimmering vortex, a figure stepped out. Calm. Composed. Radiant. Suho emerged like a specter returning from myth. His eyes were relaxed, his grin unbothered. He lifted one hand and gave a casual wave, his voice light and teasing. "Yo," he greeted with a cheerful lilt. "You guys look like you saw a ghost. Miss me?" A stunned silence fell over the room. Beru, Essel, Gray, even Amet, they all stood frozen, mouths slightly agape, their brains struggling to process what their eyes confirmed. Suho looked untouched. Not a scratch on him. In fact, he practically glowed with energy, like he had walked straight out of a dream, or a different dimension. Beru let out a small gasp that turned into a sob. Essel's eyes welled up instantly, hands flying to her mouth as emotion overwhelmed her. Even Gray's hardened face cracked, his gaze softening ever so slightly. Amet crossed his arms, but the faintest curve of a smile tugged at his mouth. It was subtle, but it was there, relief laced with pride. And then, as though a dam broke, Beru and Essel burst out together, their voices quaking with a blend of anguish and scolding relief. "Young monarch, where in the realms have you been? Do you have any idea what we went through?" Their words came out raw, trembling between rage and joy, grief and disbelief. But before Suho could answer, the scene shifted. Far away, in the cold, glass-lit corridors of the Hunter Association headquarters, tension hummed through the air. Inside a quiet meeting room, Jinho stood hunched over a polished table, eyes dark with fatigue and worry. His knuckles whitened as his fists tightened, the silence around him only amplifying his frustration. He broke the quiet with a low, strained voice. "There's still nothing, is there?" Across from him, the chairman let out a long, heavy sigh. He didn't meet Jinho's eyes. His shoulders sagged beneath the burden of uncertainty and guilt. "Not a single trace," he confessed. "No reports. No sightings. Not even a rumor. It's as if Suho vanished off the face of the earth." His eyes darkened as he glanced out the tall window, the city skyline beyond looking far colder than usual. "And it's getting worse here," he added grimly. "The tension in the association is rising. Whispers are spreading like wildfire." Jinho's head snapped up. "What kind of whispers?" The chairman's lips tightened. He hesitated, then said it. "Some are starting to believe Suho was behind Lee Minsung's death." The words struck like a dagger, the silence that followed sharp enough to cut. Jinho sprang to his feet, fury erupting from him like an uncontrollable storm. That's complete nonsense, he snapped, slamming both hands onto the table with a loud bang. Suho would never, never, do something like that. Not in this life. Not in any. His voice echoed through the tense room like thunder, rattling with conviction. Across from him, the chairman remained seated, his voice steady despite the weight behind his words. I know. I don't believe it either, he said, though the strain on his face betrayed his concern. But something's off. I think this isn't just about Suho. It's connected to the invader. That apostle of the Iterum he warned us about? A heavy silence followed, thick and crushing. Neither man spoke for several moments, the gravity of the situation pulling at their hearts like an anchor. The shadows in the room seemed to lengthen, mirroring the dread that wrapped itself around their thoughts. Jinho's shoulders sagged slightly as he muttered, last time, in that other world. I stood back. Watched him fight alone. His voice wavered. I won't make the same mistake again. Not this time. I'll stand with him, whatever the cost. Just then, a sharp vibration shattered the silence. The chairman's phone lit up in his hand, blinking with a glaring red alert. He snatched it up, his eyes scanning the screen. As he read, the blood drained from his face, leaving him pale and rigid. His mind spun. Another one? Already? He stared down at the emergency message as a sickening sense of déjà vu clawed at him. Something's not right, he muttered. Even with the association on high alert, this shouldn't keep happening. The scene cut violently, like a blade slicing through film, to the heart of the city, now caught in a storm of chaos. A tear in the sky, jagged and monstrous, hovered like an open wound in the heavens. A dungeon rift had split wide above the skyline, and from its swirling depths poured beasts of unnatural size and ferocity, hulking green creatures that stomped down with the fury of nature unleashed. They didn't hesitate. The moment they touched ground, the rampage began. Cars were crushed like toys beneath their weight. Buildings shattered under their fists. Civilians scattered in panic, their screams swallowed by the monstrous roars echoing through the streets. Hunters swarmed in, forming a desperate line of defense. Spells lit up the air. Steel clashed against claw and hide. Orders were barked across the comms as they tried to hold the creatures at bay, but these weren't your average dungeon monsters. They moved too fast, hit too hard, and carried an intelligence in their eyes that made them terrifying. One hunter, young but brave, braced behind his shield as one of the beasts charged. He dug his feet in, ready for impact. It didn't matter. The monster's fist collided with the shield in a devastating blow. The barrier cracked, then shattered completely. The hunter was hurled through the air like a puppet, his body slamming into the concrete across the street. He didn't get up. The creature stomped after him, snarling. It wrapped its massive hand around the downed man and, ignoring the hunter's broken cries, squeezed. A stomach-turning crunch followed, the sound of bones snapping under pressure, merciless and final. More high-rankers arrived, trying to contain the disaster. Their faces were grim, eyes wide with disbelief. One of them, battle-worn and furious, shouted above the chaos. A dungeon break this massive? In the middle of the city? Where the hell are the guilds? Isn't this their zone? But no one had answers. Only the roar of monsters, the sound of crumbling steel, and the creeping fear that this was just the beginning. High above the carnage, balanced lazily on the edge of a rooftop, the apostle lounged with one leg draped over the other. The city below was drowning in chaos, shouts of terror, the crash of destruction, and the desperate roar of battle, but none of it fazed him. His eyes followed the unfolding disaster like someone watching embers dance in a fire pit. He leaned slightly to the side, listening as panicked voices rang through the concrete jungle, and sighed with mock disappointment. How painfully predictable, he muttered. His relaxed expression slowly sharpened, and a glint of cold ambition shimmered in his eyes. If I'm to strike at the core of the Hunter Association, he mused, then I need more than just noise. I need impact. Something that burns its name into their memory. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips. Widespread destruction gets attention. Attention becomes trend. And trends, he chuckled darkly. Trends are immortal. They become stories, legacies, etched into history. From his perch, he watched the chaos unfold below like a puppeteer admiring his handiwork. Flames reflected in his gaze as he murmured. Humans are amusing. They'll forget the brave fool who dies first trying to protect them, but they'll always remember the one who stole the limelight. The loudest. The most vicious. That's who they crown. Down below, the hunters were pushing back. One of them, a veteran with sharp eyes and a precise stance, leapt into action. In a blur of motion, he dashed toward one of the rampaging creatures and delivered a precise upward slash across the monster's face. Steel sliced through flesh with a sickening rip, and the beast let out a tortured screech that rattled every window in a 3-block radius. Blood sprayed as the monster staggered, then thrashed wildly, its fury doubled. The hunter landed lightly on his feet, his coat flaring behind him. His voice rang out with calm authority. "Form a line behind me, now." The other hunters immediately responded, bolstered by his presence. One younger hunter gasped aloud, eyes wide with recognition. "That's Hwang Jae-hyung. He's a B rank. We're not done yet." From his rooftop, the apostle's brows rose ever so slightly. He slowly sat up straighter, his fingers interlacing into a symbol as yellow energy sparked around him. Electricity buzzed in the air, building in waves of raw, coiled force. "A B rank trying to steal the scene," he said, tone dripping with amusement. "How irritating." His fingers twitched, and the yellow aura expanded like a living thing. His voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible, yet brimming with command. "This is my performance. I decide how it ends." The moment his will took hold, the monster's pupils shimmered with the same golden hue. Controlled like a puppet on strings, its aura surged wildly, its strength spiking beyond natural limits. Then, without warning, it reared back, and its massive tail snapped forward like a whip, slamming into the battlefield with the force of a wrecking ball. The ground cracked, asphalt exploded, and the hunters were thrown off their feet by the sheer force of it. From above, the apostle watched with a lazy grin, as if applauding the opening act of a show only he could see to completion. Hwang Jae-hyung barely had time to register the incoming attack before the monster's tail struck him like a battering ram. The impact was cataclysmic, his ribs caved in under the force, and blood erupted from his lips in a crimson arc. His body hurtled through the air like a ragdoll, crashing into the side of a concrete building with a deafening boom that echoed across the block. Chunks of masonry crumbled and smoke rose in thick plumes as a portion of the wall collapsed, burying the hunter in rubble. A crater formed beneath the impact site, and when the dust finally thinned, Jae-hyung lay limp, half buried in debris. Blood pooled beneath him. His head lolled forward, vision splitting in two. He blinked slowly, thoughts a tangle of confusion and pain. What the hell was that? That aura, it just exploded out of nowhere. But the creature wasn't finished. With a snarl that made the air vibrate, the monster lunged again, this time pounding its fists down onto the crater with relentless fury. Each blow sent tremors rippling through the ground. Jae-hyung's body spasmed under the barrage, twitching violently with each impact. Bones splintered beneath the weight of the strikes. Crimson sprayed outward with every punch, painting the cracked pavement like grotesque art. The hunters nearby watched, rooted in place. A moment ago, they'd drawn courage from Jae-hyung's presence. Now, that hope was dashed, shattered alongside his bones. Horror gripped them. Not a single one dared move. One of the younger hunters, a recently recovered D rank, shook uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down his back as panic seized his chest. His fingers clutched the hilt of his sword, but it felt impossibly heavy, like it belonged to someone else. "I just scraped together enough to get my leg healed, finally got a weapon. I thought I could fight again. I thought I was ready." His eyes widened in terror as several monsters locked onto him, their snarling maws already closing in. Their charge was merciless, faster than he could process. His breath caught in his throat. Fear locked his muscles. He couldn't run. He couldn't even scream. What the hell was I thinking? A washed-up D rank trying to be a hero? He raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, bracing for death. But death didn't come. Instead, a thunderclap of violet light tore across the battlefield. In an instant, a blur shot past him, a streak of energy that seemed to bend space with its speed. The wind howled in its wake. Then, with a sharp twist in midair, the figure spun and slammed his heel into the face of the lead monster. The impact was brutal, it cracked the beast's skull and sent it flying, jawbone splintering like porcelain. The monster dropped like a sack of meat. The D rank hunter gasped, stumbling back as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Before the dust had even settled, the figure moved again, blitzing across the street in arcs of speed too fast for the eye to follow. Each movement was surgical, lethal. Suho moved like a living weapon, weaving through the monsters and dismantling them with pinpoint strikes. 1, 2, 3. By the time the fourth creature fell, silence had blanketed the area. The surviving hunters stood in stunned disbelief. Suho landed gently amidst the carnage, the folds of his dark coat fluttering behind him. His face was concealed behind his signature shadowed mask, its edges flickering with dark energy. Even through the silence, his presence was suffocating, an aura thick with killing intent and raw, unnatural power. The D rank hunter's heart skipped. That mask? No way. That's the guy, the one who soloed a whole raid team, isn't it? But, he's just a D rank. It didn't make sense, but the proof was in the shattered bodies around them. Suho raised one hand, dark mana spiraling around his arm like coils of mist. His eyes shimmered with a sinister violet hue beneath the mask. Good. A perfect moment, he murmured to himself. Let's see how this new class holds up in real combat. He extended his arm over the battlefield, gaze sweeping across the corpses of the fallen monsters. A single command followed. Arise. As if obeying an ancient decree, a pulse of unholy energy rippled through the air. The shadows beneath the slain beasts began to churn, twisting, unraveling, rising. Figures began to claw their way free from the dark, no longer alive, but not truly dead. A new battle was about to begin, one fought with the army of the abyss. It wasn't just a few, the entire horde reacted. All at once, the monsters' shadows broke free of their owners, slithering across the broken ground like sentient serpents drawn to their master. They gathered around Suho, forming an eerie procession of darkness at his feet. With a deliberate motion, he lifted his other hand, and the writhing mass of shadows obeyed without question, dispersing into the city like a phantom legion sent to conquer. The D-rank hunter stumbled back, overwhelmed. His lips parted in disbelief, but the words refused to come. "What is this?" he finally choked out. Before he could process it, the shadows shifted again, this time toward the bodies of the fallen hunters. But instead of devouring them, something else happened. The darkness didn't consume. It clothed. Like living ink, the shadows wrapped around their limbs and torsos, shaping into sleek, seamless black armor. Weapons shimmered into existence, blades, shields, bows, all forged from pure shadow. It wasn't destruction. It was rebirth. The stunned D-rank looked down, only to see his own gear replaced. His rusted weapon was gone. In its place gleamed a curved blade made of obsidian, alive with pulsing dark light. "Is this mine?" he whispered, awe and confusion etched across his face. "Why am I wearing black tier equipment?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Beru's voice pierced through the air, astonished. "Young monarch," Beru gasped, his compound eyes locking on the shadow-crafted gear. "Wait, are you saying you can now grant shadow gear to others?" Suho turned calmly, the battlefield's noise fading behind him. His eyes met Beru's with an unwavering stare, his tone composed yet firm. "No," he said clearly. "This isn't an enhancement or transformation. What you're seeing, these aren't forms. They're items. Real ones. Crafted and recognized by the system." As if in response, a sharp digital tone rang out. A blue-tinted hologram blinked into existence beside the D-rank hunter. Shadow Naga Warrior's polearm. Grade, common. Origin, Tep spear. The hunter stared at the system window, blinking. He turned the weapon over in his hand, there was no mistake. Stats. Durability. A registered item. It was real. Energy surged through him. His muscles felt more responsive. His body moved with greater speed and precision. "Is my body being strengthened too?" he wondered aloud. Around him, more system alerts popped up, each showcasing new gear summoned from the darkness. Shadow-woven swords, spears, longbows, every item complete with stats and classifications. Beru's expression deepened into something between awe and reverence. "These aren't enhancements," he murmured. "They're true combat gear. Gear forged from your army? Your ability, this creation of equipment using shadows, even the first Shadow Monarch never achieved such a thing." He looked at Suho with a deepened respect, voice quieter now. "So this is the power of the new class. The anomaly the system couldn't define. The irregular? White shadow. A being unbound by past rules." Suho remained silent, a flicker of thought dancing in his eyes. Slowly, his gaze swept across the battlefield, across the figures now wearing the armor he forged. Then he made a decision. His hand moved to his face, fingers brushing the edge of the mask that had hidden his identity for so long. "There's no longer any reason to stay hidden," he muttered to himself. With no hesitation, he pulled the shadowed mask away. And in that instant, the D-rank hunter standing before him froze, mouth agape, as Suho's true face was revealed, no longer a rumor, no longer a myth. The shadow behind the storm had finally stepped into the light. With a calm air and a soft, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips, Suho turned to the battered hunter beside him. Confidence radiated from his posture, unwavering and resolute. His violet eyes gleamed with unwavering purpose as he glanced toward the beast stampeding in the distance. "If you still have the will to fight," he said, voice even yet powerful, "then will you stand with me?" Above the battlefield, on a rooftop cloaked in shadow and smoke, the apostle finally rose to his feet. A wild grin stretched across his face as he basked in the mounting chaos. His heart raced as though it had been waiting for this moment. "So, he's arrived," he murmured, barely able to contain his excitement. But then, the expression shifted. Joy twisted into discomfort. His lips curled into a tight grimace. His hands clenched into fists as a shiver of unease crawled down his spine. "That technique, that wasn't in any of the records," he hissed. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Suho from across the battlefield like a predator sizing up its rival. "That power, he's not just another awakened. A shadow of a smirk played at his lips once more. Sung Suho, is this your declaration? Your way of telling the world you won't walk the path of darkness? That you won't bear the weight alone like the monarch before you? Back on the ground, Suho and the remaining hunters moved swiftly, forming ranks. Bloodied but unbroken, they regrouped behind him, drawing strength from his presence. The earth trembled under the approach of the next wave, a swarm of monsters charging without pause. But Suho didn't retreat. He stepped forward, eyes burning brighter with a sinister violet glow, fury and determination pulsing from him like heat from a flame. The air froze. System message. Player, Sung Suho. Class, Irregular White Shadow. Title, One Who Conquered Adversity. Almost immediately, another message followed, more urgent. New skill acquired. Skill, Shadow Creation, Level 1. Class exclusive / mana cost, none. Description, allows the user to mold shadow into tangible constructs born of imagination. Created shadows are permanent items and cannot be converted into soldiers. The scene abruptly shifted across the globe, thousands of miles away. India. The heart of the Azura Guild lay in ruin. An explosion had torn through the main hall, its once grand structure reduced to fractured marble and rubble. Fires crackled among the shattered remains of stained glass windows. The floor was cratered and scorched. Smoke choked the air. Beneath the wreckage, a bloodied hunter lay half-buried. He was barely conscious, breathing shallow, his wounds far beyond anything a potion could fix. He had once fought beside Suho in a forgotten dungeon, and now, in the end, he whispered with cracked lips. Suho, forgive me. I couldn't repay what you gave me. All around him, guild members lay still, bodies scattered across the devastation like fallen statues. The destruction was total. From amidst the carnage stepped a giant of a man, body carved from muscle, rage burning in his eyes. Thomas Andre. His stare scanned the scene in silence. The devastation said everything. His jaw tightened. So the bastard behind this is in Korea, he growled. Without another word, he turned sharply, walking through the smoke. His assistant followed close behind. We're leaving, Thomas said. His tone was cold steel. And whoever dared touch what's mine. He stopped, eyes blazing. Won't be walking away. The screen faded to sky. High above the world, past the reach of even satellites, clouds gathered in endless, flowing tides. And then, light cracked the heavens. A radiant portal shimmered into existence, swirling with celestial energy. Within that blinding gate stood a figure, graceful and radiant, her features blurred by divine mist. But she was not alone. Beside her towered an enormous dragon. Its presence blotted out the stars, and its coiling shadow moved like smoke across the sky. The vision lingered. Episode wastes no time throwing us into the storm. A helicopter roars overhead, slicing through the haze of smoke that blankets the ruined cityscape. From above, the streets resemble a battlefield carved straight from a nightmare. Chaos rules, sirens wail, flames crackle in the distance, and shrieks of monsters echo between shattered skyscrapers. Civilians have long fled, all that remains is carnage and the desperate struggle of hunters clashing against wave after wave of dungeon-born abominations. A grotesque beast bellows, towering over the chaos, only to be annihilated in an instant, its head bursting apart under a precise, merciless shot. Before the blood can even hit the pavement, another nightmare slithers from the shadows, only to meet the same swift end. And then the focus shifts. In the midst of the slaughter, Sung Suho emerges like a phantom of war. His movements are sharp, violent, and beautiful, an unrelenting blur of blades and brutality. He launches himself at a towering beast, his foot snapping into its jaw with the force of a freight train. The impact sends the creature flying, crashing through stone and steel before collapsing in a heap. The last monster falls, and silence settles like ash. Suho straightens, his chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. His expression hardens as a single thought runs through his mind. One strike each. Not a single one survived more than a blow. Just how far have I grown? But his reflection is cut short. His eyes catch movement at the edge of the chaos. A unit of hunters is carving its way through the horde with unexpected efficiency. They move like one body, swords flashing, spells detonating in perfect rhythm. One of them, drenched in sweat yet grinning, cuts a beast down and yells between breaths, his voice tinged with astonishment. Ever since we put on this black gear, my whole body feels lighter. He spins midair, delivering a decisive strike that splits a monster clean in half, then laughs with raw exhilaration. Even I can kill magical beasts now. Suho's lips curve in the faintest smile. So that's the effect of the shadow gear? They're fighting like veterans now. Without ceremony, he raises his hand. Arise. The word ripples outward like a silent detonation, vibrating with power. The shadows respond instantly. Suho's mind sinks inward as the familiar flow of his new ability unfolds. Shadow creation, he recalls. A skill born from my class advancement. With it, I can reconstruct weapons and armor using the echoes, the data, buried in my shadow soldiers. It's like reaching into their essence, pulling fragments into my mind, breaking them down, reshaping them into whatever I imagine. He kneels beside the fallen beast he just felled. Its massive corpse twitches as shadows ripple across its skin like liquid ink. Concentrating, he visualizes the armor piece he wants. The clearer the image, the higher the grade. The shoulder guards and belt turned out rare because I could see them perfectly. But the gauntlet? I forced it. The result was weaker. A faint scowl touches his face. You can't cheat the system. Respect the material, respect the form, that's the only way to forge top-tier equipment. A chime answers his thoughts. Name, Sung Suho. Level, 42. Class, Irregular White Shadow. Title, One Who Overcame Adversity. HP, 8525/8525. MP, 820/820. Strength, 130. Stamina, 62. Agility, 51. Intelligence, 61. Perception, 51. Available points, 0. He exhales slowly. At last. I can store shadow-crafted items. Restricted to equipment, sure, but still, it's a complete game changer. Another prompt flashes. Heroic grade items can be contracted permanently. He nods at the message, though his brow furrows slightly. So my class title, White Shadow, doesn't mean my shadows turned pale. Then what exactly does it signify? Before he can ponder further, a thunderous roar erupts, shaking the ruins around him. A fresh tide of monsters surges forward, eyes glowing red, claws slicing through the air. Suho plants his feet, gaze sharpening, his aura radiating calm readiness. He's about to spring. When a heavy impact resounds behind him. A new presence lands with such force that the earth itself trembles. The shockwave knocks rubble into the air as the monstrous corpse beneath the newcomer is flattened like clay. Suho whirls. The figure straightens, his silhouette etched against the broken skyline. A smirk glints in the firelight. Park Dojin. With casual confidence, Dojin raises one glowing hand. The beast scents him immediately, 3 peel from the horde, rushing him from every side. He doesn't even blink. Amplify. The word is whispered, but the effect is cataclysmic. His arm erupts with radiant force, and in one sweeping strike, the monsters are reduced to ash, their forms erased in an instant. The battlefield stills. Hunters nearby freeze mid-motion, their weapons hanging limp at their sides. One stammers, barely able to speak. He erased them, in one move. Corpses litter the ground, the metallic stench of blood thick in the air. Amid the silence, Suho and Dojin lock eyes. There is no open hostility, only a heavy, unspoken tension. Dojin's smirk lingers as he regards Suho with amusement, while Suho's expression remains guarded, conflicted, caught between curiosity and unease. Something about Dojin's calm, almost mocking composure feels wrong. Far from the battlefield, another story unfolds. In a modest apartment, Yujinho sits frozen before a glowing television screen. His hands tremble as he grips the edge of the table, eyes wide and wet with tears. The broadcast replays the dungeon break, Suho's masked figure unmistakable. So you're alive? Jinho's voice cracks, trembling with relief and fury. You brat, you should have called me the moment you came back. Beside him stands Wu Jingxiel, quiet and observant. His tone is gentle, sincere. It's a relief, truly. But the moment breaks. Jingxiel's phone buzzes urgently. He answers. A sharp voice cuts through the line, Cho Jong-in. Did you see the broadcast? That masked man, it's Sung Suho. Before Jingxiel can reply, another voice intrudes, Lim Taegyu, his breath ragged as he races across rooftops. It's him. I'm certain of it. I saw him before, when Long was with me. He's the masked hunter. I'm heading there now, I'll contact Park Dojin. We'll place Suho under arrest. Jingxiel's face hardens. His voice grows stern. Wait. Don't jump to violence. There's no solid evidence linking him to anything illegal. But Taegyu spits back, his tone sharp and accusing. Then why did he hide his face? Don't forget, Lee Minsung is dead. And the star powder, he's connected. I know it. Cho Jong-in, ever the strategist, interjects calmly, though his words carry weight. I don't believe Suho is a villain. But I agree, he should be brought into the association. My research shows he's Yujinho's nephew. That ties him directly to the chairman. I'm trusting the association because I still believe in your justice, Wu Jingxiel. Handle this wisely. The line falls quiet, leaving tension in its wake. Back on the battlefield, Park Dojin's phone vibrates. He answers, his tone steady. Yes, Guild Master. He's right in front of me. Suho watches every flicker of his expression, cautious. So this is Park Dojin, the one who just rose to S rank. Then why is he smiling like that while staring at me? Dojin ends the call, his smirk unchanged. His eyes pierce Suho's. Hunter Sung Suho, he says with deliberate calm, let's talk. The order came down like a hammer. The guild master of the Reaper Guild has issued instructions, Park Dojin said evenly, his eyes fixed on Suho. I've been tasked with escorting you to the Hunter Association. Suho's brow tightened as he studied Dojin, his tone measured but tinged with suspicion. So that's the Reaper Guild's agenda. Judging by how you threw the Hunter Association's name into this? I take it this isn't a friendly recruitment pitch. Dojin's reply was cold, stripped of any unnecessary warmth. You don't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation you're in. Showing up here in the middle of a dungeon break with cameras capturing everything, it only confirms the association's concerns. His gaze sharpened, his voice cutting like glass. You are a suspect in the murder of Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung. On top of that, you're under investigation for distributing star powder. The accusation hit like a blow to the chest. Suho's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. Wanted, for murder? Dojin gave a firm nod, his expression serious. Do yourself a favor and don't resist. If you come quietly, this ends without incident. Before Suho could form a reply, one of the hunters who had fought beside him earlier stepped forward, bristling with anger. Hold on. There's no way. He saved our lives back there. You've got the wrong guy. Another hunter chimed in, fists clenched tight. This is ridiculous. You can't just drag someone away on baseless claims. That's abuse of power. Suho raised his hand, silencing them before the outrage could escalate. His voice was calm, composed, and respectful. I appreciate it. Truly. But it's all right. One hunter muttered under his breath, shocked. He's agreeing to go with them? Suho took a steady breath, his eyes resolute. I'll go. Voluntarily. I was heading to the association sooner or later anyway. Dojin gave a curt nod, satisfied. Good. That makes things easier for everyone. As Suho turned to follow, one of the younger hunters whispered with quiet awe. He's something else, even gave us gear without asking for anything in return. Suho froze mid-step. Right. Almost forgot. He extended his hand, shadows writhing at his fingertips. One by one, the equipment he had lent out began dissolving into dark streams before being absorbed back into his body. A glowing system message flickered to life before his eyes. Skill activated, shadow item storage, level 1. Class exclusive. No mana cost. Allows caster to absorb shadow-forged items into personal storage. Items can be summoned or withdrawn at will. Current capacity, 14/40. A faint smirk tugged at Suho's lips. This ability, way more versatile than I imagined. From the corner of his eye, Dojin observed silently. Though he didn't comment, the hunter's gaze lingered on Suho, thoughtful and heavy. He's not the same as before, Dojin mused. Something happened to him recently, something monumental. His presence, his aura, it's sharper, more refined. Stronger. Suho broke his focus with a glance over his shoulder. Well? You coming? Dojin hesitated a moment before falling into step beside him, his face neutral but his mind restless. The balance of power is shifting. The Star Fragment project, the risk of it spiraling out of control is smaller now, but I can't gamble yet. Before we even consider drawing someone like him into the fold, I'll need the fragment perfected. The two men walked side by side through the ruined streets. The battle was over, but the echoes of destruction clung to the air, burnt stone, blood, and silence. A quiet tension sat between them, unspoken but palpable. Then, the calm fractured. A shrill ringtone broke the silence, buzzing from the hunter's pockets. Almost instinctively, Suho, Dojin, and one of the nearby hunters reached for their devices. The first hunter to check his phone froze, his eyes widening in shock as the screen's glow reflected across his pale face. His voice trembled as he read the message aloud. Emergency alert? Major prison break reported at Jisan Prison. Estimated, 500 C-rank awakeners have escaped custody. Suspected use of illegal enhancers. The words hit like an explosion. Another hunter exhaled shakily, realization dawning. This can't be coincidence. Stardust, it has to be connected. Nothing like this happens without it. The name cut through Suho's thoughts like a blade. Stardust. His footsteps faltered, his body going rigid. The memory of every lead, every suspicion tied to the drug flooded back into him, sharp and suffocating. He stopped walking altogether, eyes narrowing with cold intensity. Park Dojin was quick to notice the shift in Suho's demeanor. His eyes narrowed, studying him carefully. You're not planning on heading there, are you? His voice carried no sarcasm, no trace of jest, it was weighted, solemn, as though he already knew the answer but still needed to hear it aloud. Suho's gaze didn't waver. His eyes locked forward, sharp and unwavering, his voice steady as steel. I have to stop them before it escalates any further. Dojin's lips pressed into a line. He tried to keep his tone rational, almost clinical. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Other hunters will be deployed. You don't need to carry this burden by yourself. But Suho shook his head, conviction already etched into his stance. If they're dosed with star powder, the association's response teams won't be enough. I've seen the effects. It doesn't just boost their strength, it warps them, strips away their humanity until all that's left is rage. You send unprepared hunters against that, and it'll be a massacre. Dojin's jaw clenched as he looked away, struggling against the truth of those words. Suho was right, and the thought of letting him vanish into the chaos unsettled him. But restraining him here would only add fuel to the storm already surrounding Suho's name. You understand what you're doing, don't you? Dojin said finally, his voice deliberate, each word laced with warning. If you don't report to the association now, if you disappear instead, you'll be painting yourself as guilty. For both of us, this only gets worse. The silence that followed was long and heavy. Then Dojin closed his eyes and exhaled, shoulders loosening as though resigning himself to the inevitable. Fine. Let's just say I tried to stop you. Suho's reply was a single nod, gratitude flashing in the brief glance he threw over his shoulder. I'll check in at the association afterward. That's a promise. And with that, he was gone. Suho launched himself into the air, his form a blur of motion as he bounded from rooftop to rooftop. Each leap was fluid, silent, controlled, the movement of someone who had mastered both power and precision. He cut across the cityscape like a living shadow, heading straight toward the brewing storm. Dojin remained rooted in place, his gaze following Suho's vanishing silhouette until it disappeared between the buildings. For a while, there was only stillness. Then, slowly, a faint smile crept across his face. Perfect timing, he murmured. Let's see just how far you've climbed. Meanwhile, at Jisan prison, the world was already burning. Sirens had long since faded into the background, drowned out by the chaos of combat. The once impenetrable compound was now a war zone. Entire portions of the outer wall lay in rubble, collapsed into heaps of jagged concrete and twisted rebar. Smoke bled into the sky in greasy plumes, carrying the smell of ash and blood. The ground itself bore scars of violence, scorched earth, shattered stone, the lifeless sprawled across the cracked pavement. The prison yard, once a controlled cage, had become a battlefield. Inmates clashed in brutal brawls, fists and mana colliding with lethal force. Some already lay dead, bodies broken and discarded in the dirt. Others writhed in pain, unconscious or crippled from the sudden surge of power that had ripped through the compound. From atop a mountain of fractured debris, a voice cut through the turmoil. Calm, yet dripping with disdain. Humans always find new ways to outdo themselves in cruelty. The speaker sat lazily, one leg dangling over the ruin as though the carnage below were nothing more than theater. His posture carried an air of certainty, a confidence so complete it bordered on arrogance. It was as if this moment had been inevitable, something he had been waiting for all along. To think, he went on, a crooked smile tugging at his lips, they'd actually shove mana crystals into our necks, like collars, just so they could snuff us out the second we stepped out of line. He chuckled, low and dark, scanning the crowd of awakeners now unchained and bloodthirsty. Tell me I'm wrong, brothers. A ripple of bitter agreement rolled through the yard. Heads turned upward, eyes burning with recognition and loyalty. In this chaos, he wasn't just another inmate, he was a figurehead, the one who shattered their shackles and gave their fury a voice. His voice rose, thundering above the riots. After the cataclysm, what did we do? We used the very powers we never asked for. And what did the Hunter Association do in return? They branded us as criminals. Locked us away. Treated us like beasts. He rose slowly to his feet, every motion deliberate, his clenched fist raised into the smoke-choked air. Well, I say it's time we remind them what they made. The yard filled with bodies, hundreds of awakeners, ranging from low-rank D fighters to once notorious elites now stripped of glory. Their collective resentment simmered, their eyes blazing with vengeance. The silence that followed his words was dense, charged with violence waiting to erupt. Every one of us has been trampled under the same boot, he shouted, his voice like a war drum. Every humiliation, every scar, every day of rot in this hellhole, ends tonight. He thrust his hand into the air, his command a spark that ignited their fury. Trigger the dungeon break. The prison roared in answer. The rioters surged forward, chaos multiplying like wildfire. And at the heart of it all, standing tall amid the ruins, was the man who had turned a riot into a revolution, Hwang Dong-suk. Once a prisoner, now a symbol. The spark of rebellion that promised to engulf far more than the prison's walls. Across the city, alarms erupted. A distorted, metallic voice blared over the emergency broadcast system, echoing through streets and alleys alike. Warning! A large-scale prison break has occurred at Jisan Prison. Citizens are urged to evacuate. All available hunters, report immediately. Windows rattled under the force of the sirens, buildings shuddering as the city itself seemed to cry out in alarm. The storm had only just begun. All civilians within the vicinity must evacuate at once. Follow the instructions of licensed hunters. The automated voice repeated the message again and again, its metallic tone drumming panic deeper into the hearts of those who listened. Families rushed down stairwells, clutching children and bags, their eyes wide with fear. In every district, alarms echoed like the tolling of a death bell. But in one quiet apartment complex, danger arrived faster than any broadcast could prepare them for. On the third floor, a strange hiss slithered through the hall. A door began to deform as if its metal were nothing more than wax held too close to a flame. Bubbles rose across its surface, sizzling before the upper half caved in with a sharp groan. Through the warped hole reached a hand, its flesh glowing faintly with mana. Fingers curled inward, casually twisting the lock from the inside. The door creaked open. 3 men slipped in. Not prisoners anymore, but predators let loose into a world unready to face them. The one who entered first, identified only as Prisoner 1, moved with a sharp, assessing gaze. His eyes swept across the apartment, alert but confident, as though he had already calculated that no one was inside. Behind him, Prisoner 3 strolled in, his posture looser, almost lazy. He gave the living room a once-over and exhaled. "Looks abandoned already," he muttered, kicking off his shoes with the arrogance of someone returning home. Sirens go off, and everyone bolts. Easy pickings. The 3 wasted no time. Cabinets were thrown open, drawers rifled through. Prison uniforms hit the floor in heaps as they pulled out whatever civilian clothes they could find. Shirts, jackets, shoes, anything to erase the brand of captivity stamped on them. Prisoner 2, slower than the others, tugged uneasily at a coat he had found. His voice carried doubt, hesitant but audible. "We've got numbers, sure. But, you really think we can stand against the association? They've got A ranks, even S ranks, waiting for things like this." Prisoner 1's head snapped toward him, his eyes cold. He stepped closer, irritation thick in his tone. "Did you already forget?" From his pocket, he produced a shard, jagged, glowing faintly, unstable in its pulse. A star fragment. Its light cast twisted shadows across his face. "Dong-suk gave this to us himself. You know why the association banned these?" His grin widened, sharp and cruel. "Not because they're dangerous. Because they're terrified. If every awakened had one of these, the whole system they built would collapse overnight." The fragment's eerie glow reflected in Prisoner 2's eyes. His uncertainty wavered, awe creeping into his expression. The hesitation drained, leaving behind either belief or fear, perhaps both. If Dong-suk says it, then, it must be true. When he becomes an S rank, no one will touch us. Meanwhile, Prisoner 3 had already wandered off into the kitchen. His voice rang out suddenly, filled with glee. "You're not gonna believe this, I found a 30-year-old Macallan." He emerged with the dusty bottle clutched proudly in hand. Prisoner 1 pinched the bridge of his nose, glaring. "We don't have time for your crap," he snapped. "Change. Now." But Prisoner 2's eyes lit up, already moving closer. 30 years? That's worth a fortune. Their laughter echoed through the small apartment, indulgent and mocking, fueled by the thrill of freedom and stolen luxuries. They never noticed the faint shudder of a cabinet door. Inside, a boy crouched, knees pulled tight to his chest. His whole body trembled, but his grip on his phone was iron. Hands shaking, he tapped frantically, whispering to himself. I have to report them. Someone has to know." Just as his thumb hovered over send, the light vanished. A shadow loomed. Slowly, he raised his head, straight into the grin of Prisoner 1. The man crouched low, face inches away, his smile sickly sweet. "Well, look at this," he whispered. "Hey there, kid. You want a taste of the good life too?" Outside, the city itself burned. Fires raged unchecked, whole districts swallowed by smoke and ash. Explosions cracked in the distance. Screams, both human and monstrous, cut through alleys where hunters and escaped awakeners clashed with unrestrained violence. And from above, perched atop a high-rise like a conductor savoring his orchestra, stood Hwang Dong-suk. His eyes gleamed as he gazed across the chaos, a smile tugging at his lips. To him, the destruction was beautiful. Every scream, every flame, a note in the symphony he claimed as his own. "Not bad," he murmured. "One signal, and even the high ranks come through themselves into the fire." He savored the sight a moment longer before another presence stepped onto the rooftop. "We should move," the newcomer said plainly. "The riots bought us enough time." Dong-suk's expression soured. He turned, his voice sharp. "Don't fool yourself into thinking you're giving orders. You're just my little brother's errand boy." The man didn't flinch. His tone remained calm. "I'm not under him. I was sent for one purpose, retrieve you. That's all." Kang Taeshik, a B-rank awakener, stood unshaken. Dong-suk's face twisted with rage. He seized Taeshik's collar, pulling him close, venom dripping from every word. "So what, you think you're better than me because of some rank? You going to look down on me too?" Taeshik's jaw tightened, but he didn't move. Inwardly, contempt flared. He acts like a god, but he doesn't even have the spine to use the fragment himself. Afraid of a little side effect. Coward. For a moment, the thought of ending him right then and there flickered dangerously in his mind. But another memory surfaced, Dong-suk's younger brother, his words cold and absolute before the breakout. "This riot is nothing but noise. Your only job is to bring my brother back alive. Fail, and the consequences will be immediate." Taeshik exhaled slowly, loosening his grip on anger. When Dong-suk barked again for an answer, sharp with impatience, Taeshik finally let the tension drain from his shoulders. "I'm not here to make enemies of S ranks," he muttered. "I'll follow your lead." Elsewhere, another rooftop thundered as a tactical helicopter descended, its blades cutting through smoke. With a screech of metal, the side door swung open, and two figures stepped onto the ash-strewn surface. Wu Jinchul was the first out, scanning the burning horizon with sharp eyes. Beside him, Choi Jong-in followed, his movements measured and calm. "It's been a long time since we stood together," Jong-in said, glancing at his companion. "Not since the cataclysm." Jinchul's jaw tightened, his voice clipped. "This isn't about reminiscing. I won't stand by while civilians are butchered." Jong-in's expression hardened as his thoughts shifted. "What about the suppression devices on the inmates?" Jinchul's reply came like a hammer blow. "Shattered. The control hub was deliberately targeted and destroyed. Whoever orchestrated it also ambushed our hunters. Several of ours are clinging to life." The words struck the gathered hunters like a physical weight. Jong-in exhaled sharply, disbelief dripping from his tone. Impossible, the admin sector was under the watch of A ranks. To bring it down so easily, whoever's behind this isn't just powerful, they're prepared. And with star fragments involved, it's obvious someone with real influence is pulling the strings. Another figure emerged from the haze, stepping into the light without any need for introduction. Lim Taigu's voice cut into the tense silence. "Exactly as I predicted. This isn't chaos for its own sake, it's deliberate. Someone's directing the entire operation from the shadows." Wu Jinchul gave him a curt nod. "Glad you made it, Hunter Lim. We're going to need every blade at our disposal." Lim's face was grim, his words heavier than the smoke in the air. "And one more thing, Sung Suho. He's ignored the association's summons." The name alone was enough to freeze Jinchul mid-breath. His lips parted as though speaking to himself. Sung Suho. Concern turned to suspicion, suspicion sharpened into accusation. Lim Taigu's glare burned through the room. He said he was headed to Jisan prison. And we all know that facilities fallen under the control of escapees empowered by star fragments. If a man already under suspicion for smuggling star powder deliberately heads straight there, do I really need to connect the dots for you? His words gained momentum, each one another nail in the coffin. Let's stop pretending this only started today. The seeds were planted the moment he first appeared under that black mask. Back then we dismissed him as an oddity, but now the truth is clear, every move was calculated. The killing of Li Minxiang wasn't some accident born of chaos. It was intentional. He silenced an obstacle in his path. Since then, every step he's taken has been to cover his trail in the distribution of star powder. Lim's conclusion landed like a blade. He's concealed his real rank. He's hidden his true strength. And someone willing to lie about something that fundamental isn't just dangerous, they're an active threat. I'm classifying him here and now as a rogue-class criminal. A villain. That's why I demanded to join this operation, to see it ended with my own hands. Wu Jinchul slammed a fist against the table, voice cutting through the rising hostility. You don't know that. There's no proof Suho went to Jisan prison to stir trouble. What if he's there to stop it? You're condemning him on nothing but suspicion. Before his words could settle, Choi Jong-in entered the debate with steady finality. Speculation or not, we cannot deny this, he's hidden his awakening rank since the beginning. That alone strips him of credibility. And in moments like these, when lives are at stake, trust isn't optional. It's a luxury we cannot afford. Jinchul turned to Jong-in, disbelief etched across his face. You too? His voice cracked with quiet betrayal. Park Dojin stayed silent in the corner, arms folded, gaze unreadable. yet inside, his thoughts churned like a storm. I can't oppose S ranks. Not now. But Suho must have known this would happen. Rejecting the association was practically begging for suspicion. His mind drifted deeper, to the core of the spreading rot. Star powder should have been choked off when the association banned it. Instead, its evolution, the fragments, spread like wildfire. Even knowing how unstable it is, hunters are still using it. A humorless smile touched his lips. Fine. Let them tear each other apart. I'll wait. And when the pieces settle, I'll find Suho myself. Far from the bickering hunters, Sung Suho's figure tore through a dense jungle, every breath ragged but steady. His body blurred between the trees, branches snapping and foliage scattering in his wake. He didn't let up, not even for an instant. Beast possession should have given me more speed, this terrain's too dense. Gray, hold on a little longer. He pushed harder. Muscles screamed, lungs burned. The tree-line broke, and without slowing he launched himself forward, bursting out of the jungle like a projectile into the open sky. Before him sprawled a nightmare, the city. Smoke choked the horizon, flames climbed skyward, and the air trembled with a symphony of terror, explosions, roars, and screams both human and monstrous. He landed hard on the outskirts, boots skidding against cracked asphalt. The moment his senses opened, the noise sharpened into unbearable clarity. Help me. Please, no, don't. I'll do anything, just don't kill me. His chest tightened, the cries slicing through his mind. This isn't just noise, this is the bond skill. Their fear, their last moments, it's feeding straight into me. He didn't stop to dwell. He sprinted again, vaulting rooftops, weaving through shattered streets. Every second he wasted, someone else died. As he landed in an alley, the remnants of beast possession faded. His aura steadied as exhaustion threatened to take over, sweat pouring down his temple. But the sight before him ripped away any thought of rest. A gang of prisoners, circling terrified civilians. Blood already darkened the ground. Their eyes weren't just cruel, they were feral, drunk on the madness of fragments. One of them sneered at Suho's sudden appearance. The hell? A mud and some guy just fell out of the sky? Another burst into laughter. What is this, a damn circus act? Suho ignored them. He crouched beside Gray, who had collapsed at his side, chest heaving weakly. You did more than enough, he whispered. Gray's tired whine was answer enough. Suho rose. His presence shifted. This part's mine. The prisoners cackled, mockery spilling out. You a hunter? You look half dead already. What do you think you're gonna do? They never finished the sentence. Suho blurred forward. In an instant, his fist connected with a prisoner's jaw, bone cracked, the man slammed into the ground so hard the pavement fractured beneath him. The others froze, shock painted across their faces. Suho stood tall over the unconscious man, eyes cold and merciless. You had your chance, he said, voice low, cutting through the air like steel. You could have run. Disappeared. Started again. He pressed his foot against the man's skull, his aura rising like a storm. Shadows curled at his heels, alive and waiting. But instead, you chose to prey on the weak. The atmosphere thickened, mana radiating in suffocating waves. Suho's final words hit like a verdict. I won't waste time repeating myself. Two choices, kneel down, or die. The pond's surface glimmered faintly beneath the afternoon sun, its calm broken only by the soft rings spreading from a fishing line. The smell of damp earth and crushed grass lingered in the breeze, carried along with the buzzing of summer insects. A barefoot boy stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the man in front of him. Young Suho's eyes drifted over the old man's weathered back, lingering on the pale grooves that carved across his skin like stories etched in flesh. Grandpa, Suho finally asked, cautious yet curious. Why do you have all those scars? The old man tugged gently on his rod, feeling resistance at the end of the line. His hands, calloused and steady from years of work, reeled in the catch. Only after the silver flash of fish broke the water surface did he glance back with a faint, knowing smile. These? He raised his arm, letting the boy see more clearly. These aren't just scars, Suho. They're medals. Proof I kept moving when it mattered. His finger brushed across one long mark on his forearm. This one pulled a little girl from a burning house. I was 7 seconds away from being buried in it myself, but I couldn't leave her. He shifted his hand lower, resting it against his ribs where another jagged line carved deep. And this? Some drunk was about to cave in a man's skull with a broken bottle. I stepped in before he could. Got this for my trouble. Suho frowned, puzzled. But why take that risk? Why throw yourself into danger when you know you'll get hurt? The man chuckled softly, his palm rough as it ruffled the boy's hair. His gaze softened. It's not about being fearless. My body just moved before my mind could think of consequences. That's all. Sometimes, you don't stop to ask why. The scene dissolved. The warm pond and buzzing insects gave way to stinking air, thick with sweat, rust, and rotting trash. Present day slammed into focus, Sung Suho standing in the center of a shattered street. Around him, convicts brandished jagged pipes and knives, circling with the restless hunger of wolves. The air itself seemed to shudder from the weight of his aura. His eyes swept across them, calm, but edged sharp enough to cut. His voice came steady, carrying enough iron to silence their nervous shuffling. "You have two paths," he told them coldly. "Drop here unconscious, or fight back and die where you stand." Some faltered at the words. One muttered, voice trembling, "You saw that kick, right? No way that was normal." Another narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his tone. "Has to be a high-rank hunter." The balance shifted when one man stepped forward, grin crooked and cruel. Between his fingers gleamed a shard, jagged and faintly glowing. "Relax," he sneered. "We've got these." The others followed his lead, pulling out their own illicit treasures, star fragments. Without hesitation, they swallowed them whole, their throats convulsing as if they'd downed shots of bitter liquor. The reaction was violent and immediate. Their veins lit with a lurid yellow glow, muscles bulging until skin seemed ready to tear. The ground cracked beneath their boots as they flexed their new strength. Confidence bled into their voices. "I could crush an A rank right now," one laughed, manic. "Hell," another barked, "maybe even drop an S rank." Suho's eyes darkened. His tone dropped to a razor's edge. "So that's your answer? Resistance." But before he moved, a venomous voice slithered through his thoughts. Mocking. Familiar. "Why do you even hesitate, boy?" It taunted. "They've eaten the fragments. You know what that means. Yet you stall while innocents bleed out. Pathetic." A vision tore through him, Lee Min-sung standing there, eyes blazing crimson, teeth bared in a cruel grin. "What good is that shiny new class if you're still a coward? You're no different from the day you killed me." The specter spread its arms wide, voice booming like a dare. "Go on, prove me wrong. Rip through them the way you ripped through me. Don't think. Just do it." Suho's breath slowed. The light in his eyes dulled, replaced by something heavier, darker, bloodlust. His boot pressed harder on the skull of the man already pinned beneath him. Bone and asphalt cracked in unison. The convicts recoiled, but rage quickly replaced fear. With weapons raised, they charged as one, the glow of star fragments fueling their madness. The first lunged low, blade flashing toward Suho's ribs. Suho's hand lashed out like a trap snapping shut, seizing the attacker's wrist mid-swing. The bone gave way with a sharp, brittle crack. The man screamed, but the knife never struck home. It slipped from his broken grip, clattering against the pavement, only for Suho to catch it in the same motion. The blade flashed in his hand, carving through flesh with swift, precise arcs. Chest, throat, veins, every cut intentional, every strike decisive. The man collapsed in a heap before he had even realized what had happened, his lifeblood pooling around him. Suho let the weapon fall, its echo sharp against the stones, and advanced without pause. The next criminal stiffened, rooted in place by fear. His voice trembled, disbelief tearing through the panic. "How? Why can't I see him move? I swallowed the fragment, I should be faster." His complaint ended abruptly when Suho's fist drove into his face. The blow carried the force of a wrecking ball. Bone shattered like fragile glass, and his body was hurled backward, colliding with a brick wall hard enough to send a cloud of dust spilling down. The last two prisoners didn't hesitate. Their muscles coiled, eyes blazing with murderous intent as they hurled themselves into the air, bodies cutting forward with predators' precision. They moved with the speed and instinct of killers, yet Suho had already felt their intent before they left the ground. The shadows at his feet stirred. Darkness flowed outward like liquid, stretching, lengthening, then spiking upward in jagged spears. With a deafening snap, the shadow spikes ripped through the air, catching the two assailants mid-flight. The momentum carried them forward only inches before the impalement tore through them, blood spraying as their bodies convulsed. The fight ended before their brains registered death. They crumpled, twitching once before lying still, crimson pooling across the alley floor until the bricks ran slick. Silence pressed down, thick with the metallic tang of blood. Then, within his consciousness, a familiar figure materialized, Lee Min-sung. The ghost's presence was both casual and unnerving, an arm slung lazily around Suho's shoulder as though they were old friends. His smile was thin, his eyes devoid of warmth. "You've changed a lot in such a short time," Min-sung observed with mock amusement. "Impressive, really." His voice then sharpened, the playfulness peeling away into judgment. "But tell me, was slaughtering them necessary? You could have subdued them. Do you even know the difference between a beast and a man anymore? How can you still call yourself a hunter?" As the apparition flickered, Mong's laughter echoed faintly in the back of Suho's skull. At first a low chuckle, it swelled into something sharp, grating. Seems like you've become a monster yourself, kid. Suho's expression never wavered. No flicker of guilt, no shadow of hesitation. His voice was cold when he answered. Beru. From the darkness his ant-like shadow soldier rose. Young monarch, Beru said softly, concern threading his tone. Are you well? Suho gave a short nod. His words were quiet, yet unyielding, the voice of someone who had already chosen his path. I'm fine. Beru studied him carefully, unease creeping in. I understand your drive to protect others, he said slowly. But, is it wise to reveal yourself so openly? You aren't hiding your identity at all. Suho's gaze shifted toward the fallen hunter nearby. Kneeling, he reached down and gently closed the man's vacant eyes. When he spoke again, his tone was calm, yet steel lay beneath it. To be honest, I came here to protect people. That was all. His jaw tightened. But the longer I stayed, the angrier I became. With Iterim's apostle looming over us, we should be uniting. Instead, we're tearing each other apart in petty awakeners' wars. If this keeps up, all we'll do is drag my father down. He rose slowly, resolve hardening with each word. His gaze lifted toward the smoke-stained sky above, his voice carrying like a vow. So I won't hide anymore. I'll stand at the front. I'll unite them, hunters, descendants of monarchs, even the scum we call villains. His eyes sharpened, burning with conviction. Magic beasts, anything strong enough to stand against what's coming, I'll claim it all with my own power. For a moment, the world itself seemed to pause, holding its breath. Determination etched itself across Suho's features, hard and absolute. His eyes darkened, the faint glow within them deepening into a vivid, unyielding violet. Beru tilted his head, the corners of his mandibles pulling into a rare, almost amused grin. So that's your goal, young monarch? To force everything in this world to kneel before you? Suho didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, unwavering. Not servants, he said quietly. Comrades. His attention fell back to the alley below, where the mangled corpses of the escaped convicts still bled into the cracked pavement. His voice lowered, carrying a weight that felt heavier than the blood-soaked air. But before that, I need to sweep out the filth here. Then I'll hunt down the rest, the cowards hiding in the shadows of the city. For that, I'll need numbers. He raised his right hand, fingers curling as the darkness around him stirred restlessly. The atmosphere thickened, energy vibrating in the air like a storm building pressure. Power pooled inside him, swelling until it burned in his throat, ready to erupt. His eyes blazed brighter, violet deepening into something that bordered on radiant, as though conviction itself had taken color. No more hesitation, he declared, the words sharp as steel being drawn. Arise. The command cracked across the night like thunder. Above the city, chaos painted the skyline. Smoke and fire blurred the stars, casting an orange pall over districts already drowning in violence. On one of the quieter roads, a luxury sedan slid across the asphalt with elegant precision, its frame reflecting the dim light of street lamps. The engine's hum was steady, controlled, even as the driver pressed harder on the accelerator. For a moment, the car was nothing but a shadow weaving through the storm. Then the calm shattered. From the darkness ahead, a roaring sphere of flame tore through the night, compressing the air with its sheer velocity. It struck the sedan side in an explosion of light and heat. The world erupted, metal shrieked, glass shattered, and fire consumed. The vehicle spun, then slammed onto the street, flames devouring its bodywork as black smoke poured into the sky. High above, perched on the roof of a building, the same gang of criminals who had invaded the apartment earlier watched with hungry eyes. Their leader leaned forward, grinning with cruel delight at the wreckage. Unlucky bastards, he sneered. Wrong time, wrong place. Guess they didn't hear the city's a battlefield now. But the scene below didn't unfold as he expected. Through the hiss of flames, a calm male voice cut through, steady and composed. Miho. You alright? No panic. No fear. The driver's side door groaned, then was ripped away entirely by a single hand. Metal warped and screeched in protest before being torn clean from its hinges. The tall figure holding it studied the twisted door briefly, his expression almost dry. I'm guessing insurance won't cover this sort of thing, he remarked flatly. Without warning, he spun, hurling the car door upward like a weapon. It cut through the air with a vicious whistle before smashing against the rooftop ledge. The impact was so violent it bounced skyward, leaving cracks across the concrete edge. The criminals flinched back instinctively, their confidence faltering. Survivors? Strong enough to use a car door as a projectile? The leader's smirk died as his gaze locked on the flames. Two silhouettes emerged from the fire, their steps unhurried, steady, untouched by the heat. Embers rained around them, sliding off their figures as though afraid to touch them. The man loosened his tie, rolling his shoulders as if annoyed more than threatened. His voice carried low, tinged with irritation. What a damn mess. And in the middle of our family trip, no less. At his side, the woman flexed her fingers, joints cracking one by one as her irritation boiled over into something far sharper. Her eyes burned, not with fear, but with venomous intent. The only blessing, she said, her tone sharp enough to cut, is that we happened to be here when this started. Recognition rippled through the gang. These weren't civilians. They weren't prey. The woman was Beck Miho, Vice Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild, an A-rank hunter known for her relentless power. And the man beside her, straightening his collar with deliberate calm, spoke with authority that left no room for defiance. If we drag this out, your mother's going to have my head, he muttered, glancing sideways at Miho. He was Beck Yunho, Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. An S-rank hunter whose very presence bore down like a storm front. His eyes locked on the rooftop, narrowing on the spot where the fireball had been launched. Let's end this quickly. The scene shifted. 3 criminals lay sprawled across the cracked asphalt, their bodies beaten so brutally that even breathing seemed like an effort. Blood mixed with grime beneath them, forming slick pools that reflected the distant glow of the fires still raging in other parts of the city. Standing over them, Beck Yunho's voice carried an unnerving casualness, as if their groans and whimpers were nothing but background noise. How many inmates are supposed to be on the streets again, he asked, his tone calm but his sharp gaze sweeping the chaos around them. Miho, her stance poised and unshaken, glanced down at her phone, the screen reflecting in her eyes. Roughly 500, she said evenly, her voice detached, though the tension in her jaw betrayed her unease. Yunho exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck with a slow, deliberate motion. 500, he muttered, the words almost a sigh before his tone sharpened, steel lacing his next sentence. At this pace, your mother's going to rip into us for being late to the family gathering. The light humor in his words barely masked the undercurrent of seriousness running through them. Miho's brows furrowed slightly as she locked her screen and slipped the phone back into her pocket. The association chairman is en route, she said, her voice quieter now. He's bringing 3 S-rank hunters with him. It'll take 10 minutes. She hesitated, just for a moment, before adding, and, there are reports that Sung Suho might be here. Some say he's tied to the star powder incidents. At the mention of the name, Yunho's expression shifted. Thoughtful. Sharp. Sung Suho, why does that name sound so damn familiar? His gaze hardened with resolve as he turned back toward her, his tone leaving no room for debate. Civilians first. Rescue operations begin now, Miho. She gave him a small, almost wistful smile, a flash of nostalgia breaking through her composure. This is just like old times, she said softly. Charging headfirst into danger, back when you were still a firefighter. He didn't get the chance to respond. His head snapped to the side, eyes narrowing sharply. Something unnatural slithered along the edge of his perception, and his focus zeroed in on the shadows between 2 nearby buildings. Figures lingered there, wrong, distorted, their shapes shifting in ways that defied the human form. Miho, Yunho said, his voice low, tense. Any reports of a dungeon break in this sector? She immediately shook her head. No. Nothing. His frown deepened, confusion threading through the edges of his tone. Then what the hell is that thing, he muttered, his gaze never leaving the figures. It doesn't look human. Not even close. Elsewhere in the city, the night unfolded into another nightmare. A young woman stood frozen in the corner of a narrow alley, her body trembling so violently her knees nearly buckled. The acrid scent of blood thickened the air, choking her lungs as her gaze locked on the hunter lying just feet away. His face was pale, almost ghostly. His chest barely rose with the effort of a final breath. Go, run, he rasped, voice raw with pain, before collapsing. His body went still, eyes glassy, the pool of blood beneath him spreading quickly until it touched her shoes. 2 escaped inmates loomed over the corpse, their twisted grins sharp and cruel in the dim light. Titch. Look at that, one of them sneered, a laugh bubbling up that dripped with venom. All that effort just to play hero. The other, his hand resting almost lazily on the hilt of his sword, tilted his head in mock pity. What was it? A sweet little romance in the middle of raids? How touching. The woman's hands trembled violently as she crouched beside the fallen hunter. Tears blurred her vision as she reached out with shaking fingers to close his eyes. Yang Hyun, she whispered, her voice breaking, the name spilling out like a prayer. The moment of grief was shattered by a guttural snarl. Enough of that crying, the sword-wielding inmate spat, his irises glowing a feral red as his lips twisted into a savage grin. He lunged forward, blade arcing down toward her. Don't worry, he mocked, the words soaked in cruelty, you'll be seeing him again real soon. But the killing blow never came. A voice, sharp and commanding, cracked through the chaos like thunder. Arise. The fallen hunter's shadow rippled, twisting unnaturally, and then surged upward as if yanked by unseen strings. Darkness condensed and solidified, forming a soldier, silent, imposing, its blackened figure standing between the girl and her death. The sword clashed against hardened shadow, the force sparking like steel on steel. The girl's eyes widened, her breath catching in disbelief as her trembling lips formed a whisper. Yanghyun? The shadow soldier did not speak, but its entire form quivered with tension as it held the inmate's blade at bay, refusing to yield even an inch. The attacker stumbled back, fury twisting his features. What the? He spat. That corpse just stood up. How the hell, what is this? From the rooftop above, a calm voice answered, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Even in death, Suho said, his tone steady but charged, you still answered my summon. That means your will hasn't changed, you still want to protect her. His violet eyes gleamed with fierce determination, the glow deepening until it bathed the rooftop in an otherworldly light. Then take my strength, he continued, his voice carrying the weight of command. Protect what matters to you, even if this becomes your last stand. The shadow soldier braced itself, trembling with effort but refusing to break. Suho raised his hand, energy pulsing like a heartbeat. One by one, shadows wrapped around the soldier, hardening and shaping into sleek, armored gear. First, a Naga warrior belt, enhancing its agility and resilience. Then, layered Naga shoulder guards, shimmering like polished obsidian, fortifying its defense as new strength surged through its darkened frame. Finally, the Naga warrior sword appeared in the soldier's grip, a rare-grade weapon, pulsing with a deadly gleam. Its stats were no joke, an attack boost of +55, agility increased by +5, and, most dangerous of all, a piercing enhancement capable of slicing through 10% of an enemy's defense as though flesh and steel were paper. The soldier's empty eyes flared with a violent violet blaze, raw power surging through its form like a live current. The oppressive aura it radiated forced even the trembling girl behind it to freeze in awe. With no hesitation, not even the faintest pause, the shadow soldier launched forward. It moved like a predator unleashed. Its steps blurred, ripping through the air with predatory precision. Blades clashed, the sharp ring of steel echoing through the blood-soaked alley. Then came the screams, raw, animalistic, desperate, before they were cut short in brutal succession. One by one, the inmates fell. Limbs twisted, crimson arcing violently through the dark until the ground was nothing but a slick canvas of blood and ruin. And through it all, the girl stayed untouched, protected within the unwavering perimeter of her guardian. As the last body hit the concrete, the alley fell silent. From above, Suho descended, stepping forward with a quiet, calculated air. His face was unreadable, but his movements, deliberate and steady, carried a weight that silenced even the shadows clinging to the corners of the street. His hand lifted slowly, palm open as his voice dropped into a commanding growl. Arise. At once, the shadows of the fallen convicts writhed violently, detaching from their corpses like black smoke drawn toward a flame. They solidified, one after another, until a new battalion of abyssal soldiers kneeled in unison before their master, awaiting his command. Suho's sharp gaze swept over the new ranks, and his words came out crisp, sharp as a blade. Search the city. Hunt down every last criminal hiding in the dark. Leave no one standing. At his side, Beru stood tall, his expression almost reverent. His voice, brimming with pride and restrained excitement, broke the silence. Exactly as you planned, my liege. The army swells with every passing second. Suho's eyes narrowed slightly in satisfaction, the faintest hint of a smirk curling his lips. At this pace, he murmured, his tone confident but cold, we'll purge the city completely in no time. Beru let out a low laugh, a twisted note of admiration threading through it. Behold, this is the true authority of the Shadow Monarch. For a heartbeat, Suho allowed the smile to deepen, almost private, almost human. You're right, he said quietly, gaze fixed on the sea of shadows. I thought this ability was little more than a gimmick. But now, I see it for what it truly is. His expression softened subtly when his eyes drifted toward the girl, still huddled near the original shadow soldier. Amid the chaos, she and the soldier shared something fragile, intimate, as if time had briefly frozen for just the two of them. Suho's voice dropped to a whisper, meant for no one but himself. Yes, it really is an incredible power. Beru caught the change in his master's expression. Tilting his head, his sharp eyes glinted with curiosity. Will you leave that one there, my lord? Suho gave a faint nod, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. His essence will fade within a day, Suho replied softly. Let him have his farewell while he still can. Beru chuckled knowingly, the sound like gravel scraping stone. Huh. My lord, you're almost unrecognizable from the man who stood here just moments ago, the merciless king who slaughtered villains without blinking. Suho opened his mouth, a wry retort forming, but then froze. His body went rigid. His eyes widened slightly as he felt it, a violent, searing ripple tearing through his network of shadows. Dozens of threads, severed in an instant. His voice hardened, cold and sharp as tempered steel. A large number of my soldiers were just wiped out. The easy grin faded from Beru's face, his excitement bleeding into a dangerous stillness. Then it seems, he said, voice low, we found him. The one orchestrating this entire riot. The perspective shifted. A street, utterly devastated, lay in ruin. Rubble and flames mixed with the dark sludge of melted shadows, dozens of Suho's soldiers lying in mangled heaps. Standing amidst the carnage was a lone man. Kang Taeshik. His presence was magnetic, his sharp eyes glinting with the cold fire of someone who'd crossed countless battlefields. Every line of his posture screamed control, dominance, and an unshakable readiness to strike again. Not far away, Hwang Dong-suk scanned the wreckage, his face twisted in irritation and unease. His voice cracked like a whip, sharp and dripping with disdain. What the hell are these things, he barked, glaring at the dissolving remains of Suho's soldiers. I've never seen monsters like this, not even in dungeon records. His gaze snapped toward Taeshik, temper flaring hotter with every word. Oi, problem solver. Stop standing around and clean this mess up, now. Taeshik slowly turned his head, his expression a cold mask, eyes narrowing with razor-sharp irritation. This wouldn't even be happening, he said, his voice quiet but venomous, if we'd left when I told you to. Quit whining. A dark grin twisted at the corner of his lips as he added, almost smugly. Besides, after consuming a star fragment, I'm beyond A rank now. I've already broken through my limits. The arrogance in his voice was palpable, his confidence radiating like heat. But then, something strange happened. Taeshik's focus shifted toward the remnants of the battlefield, his eyes narrowing sharply, and then widening, just slightly, in stunned disbelief. The surviving shadow soldiers weren't attacking. One by one, they lowered themselves. Kneeling. Bending deeply, as though in reverence to an unseen presence. A chill swept down Taeshik's spine. What the? And then a voice, familiar, steady, and impossibly commanding, cut through the chaos like the crack of a whip. Young monarch, Beru intoned, pride swelling in every syllable. It seems, you've struck gold this time. Suho stepped from the shadows, his expression a storm of controlled fury. His violet gaze, sharp as polished glass, locked on the man standing amidst the ruin. His words fell like a judgment. So, it's you, Suho said, tone sharp and merciless. The bastard pulling the strings behind this entire riot. Both Dong-suk and Taeshik turned sharply at the sound of his voice. Dong-suk's lip curled into a sneer, his voice thick with contempt as his eyes raked over Suho. And who the hell are you, brat? Watch your damn mouth. His sneer widened, dripping with venom. So you're the one controlling these freaks, huh? Suho didn't flinch. Didn't blink. His stare locked on Dong-suk, cold enough to freeze the air between them. And when he finally spoke, his words carried an edge sharp enough to cut steel. Tell me, Suho said evenly. Do you know of the apostle of Iterim? The same way Lee Minsung did. Dong-suk's voice carried an almost lazy confidence, though the subtle tension behind it betrayed the truth. Relax, he said with a half smirk, his posture deceptively casual. If you want to talk, keep a little distance. As for the Iterim, he tilted his head, a faint gleam sparking in his sharp eyes. Yeah, I know them. Quite well, actually. Behind his back, his fingers twitched in a barely noticeable gesture, a silent order. Taeshik caught it instantly. Summoners are always the same, Dong-suk thought, his mind calculating as he maintained his mask of ease. Weak bodies. Strip them from their shadows and they crumble. Keeping his tone smooth, Dong-suk let the bait dangle. These Iterim freaks you're talking about, he continued, voice silky with feigned curiosity, aren't they basically a cult? Worshippers playing at. A blur of movement cut the air. Taeshik darted forward, his body flickering like a phantom, blade flashing with lethal precision as he drove the strike straight for Suho's heart. But in the blink of an eye, everything went wrong. The blade sliced nothing but empty air. Suho was gone. And before Taeshik could process it, Suho was standing right in front of Dong-suk, not even a foot away. Taeshik froze mid-step, his muscles locking as his mind screamed. What? What the hell was that? I didn't even see him move. Suho's gaze burned with quiet fury as his hand settled firmly on Dong-suk's shoulder, the grip deceptively calm but suffused with a crushing pressure. His voice, deep and edged with steel, cut through the tension like a blade. So, you really don't have ties to the Iterim. The faint glow in Suho's eyes flared into a chilling violet blaze, his killing intent flooding the narrow street like a suffocating fog. Then explain something to me, Suho continued, each word sharp and deliberate. Where did you get the star fragments? His grip tightened, nails pressing down like unyielding steel claws. And tell me," his tone dropped lower, heavier, "why you unleashed hell on this city." For the first time, Dong-suk faltered. The false bravado cracked, if only for a moment. His pulse hammered in his ears, the creeping realization dawning on him that this was no ordinary summoner standing before him. But still, pride clawed its way to the surface. He forced a sneer, masking the tremor in his voice. "You touch me," he hissed through clenched teeth, "and my younger brother won't let you walk away." The threat barely left his lips before Suho's fingers clamped down brutally, the pressure enough to drive him to his knees. The stone beneath him fractured under the weight of Suho's strength. A strangled scream tore from Dong-suk's throat as his shoulder gave way, pain exploding through him as Suho's nails dug in deeper, skin tearing like paper under the relentless grip. "I don't care," Suho said, his voice a deadly whisper dripping with venom, "if your brother is an S-rank, or a god." His eyes burned brighter, radiating raw dominance. "Answer me." Panic ripped through Dong-suk, shredding what little composure he had left. His voice cracked, breaking under the agony. It was my brother," he shouted, desperation spilling from every word. "He gave me the fragments. I don't know anything else, I swear." "And the city," Suho pressed, his tone frigid, demanding. There wasn't a reason." Dong-suk stammered, every syllable trembling. It just amused me. Watching people scramble, watching them obey me, it was fun." The last word died in his throat as Suho's eyes narrowed into slits, his aura flaring violently. Bloodlust rolled off him in suffocating waves, thick enough to choke the air. "So you butchered innocent people," Suho murmured, voice cold as winter steel, "because you were bored." Terror twisted Dong-suk's expression, his arrogance stripped bare. He thrashed against Suho's grip, shouting hoarsely toward his companion. "Taeshik! Do something! Help me!" But Taeshik didn't move. He couldn't. His mind was chaos, his instincts screaming warnings so loud they drowned out everything else. This guy, he thought, muscles locked. This isn't normal. He's dangerous. If I want to live, I need to run. Even if it means leaving Hwang Dong-suk to die here and now. But just as he shifted his weight, preparing to vanish into the chaos, the world went silent. And then, a voice. Not a sound that passed through his ears, but a violent intrusion that tore straight into his mind. Cold, commanding, inescapable. "Sorry," the voice said, low and cruel, "but running won't be that simple." Taeshik's entire body locked up, muscles trembling as ice shot through his veins. His breath caught, shallow and ragged. What the hell?" he whispered, sweat dripping down his temple. Then, somewhere far from the blood-soaked streets, golden eyes snapped open. The apostle. Surrounded by the S-rank hunters, he moved like a phantom, his gaze locking on Suho's position with predatory sharpness. Radiance poured from his eyes like molten gold, his voice carrying across the city like thunder only one man could hear. "Before they interfere," the apostle mused, his tone quiet but laced with a dangerous edge, "I'll test the limits of Sung Suho's worth." The command roared through Taeshik's skull, undeniable and absolute. "Obey your impulses, Kong Taeshik." His body convulsed violently, glowing gold as searing energy erupted from deep within, drowning his thoughts until nothing but instinct and rage remained. Control slipped away. And then, with no sound, no warning, Taeshik vanished. Camouflage cloaked him in nothingness as he lunged, moving like death incarnate. But Suho felt it. His instincts screamed, honed by countless battles, and at the very last fraction of a second, his body twisted sharply, dodging the incoming strike by a hair's breadth. The redirected attack carved into the figure behind him instead. Hwang Dong-suk's body jerked violently as invisible blades tore through flesh and bone, shredding him in a brutal storm of unseen strikes. Blood sprayed across the cracked pavement, pooling fast. His wide, disbelieving eyes locked on Suho for the briefest moment, confusion, fear, and dawning realization flickering all at once, before the light drained from them entirely. His corpse hit the ground with a sickening thud. The street was silent except for the slow drip of blood seeping into the dirt. Suho didn't flinch. Didn't move. His eyes stayed sharp, cold, calculating, tracking the unnatural pulse in the air as if dissecting every shift in energy. Beru's voice, tight with an unease that was rare to hear, echoed in his ear. "Young monarch," he warned, "that aura, there's no doubt. It's him. The apostle of Iterum." Suho's gaze narrowed, violet eyes burning with lethal intent as his voice dropped into a deadly calm. "So," he murmured, "someone who's ingested a star fragment is being controlled." Then, with the quiet certainty of a predator who'd found his prey, his tone sharpened, cutting like tempered steel. "Fine," Suho said, his voice low and steady. "I had a message for him anyway." Suho stood unmoving over the corpse of Hwang Dong-suk, whose blood continued to seep into the fractured stone like a spreading stain. Around him, his shadow soldiers remained kneeling, their empty eyes fixed upon their master, awaiting his command. But Kang Taeshik was nowhere to be seen. The assassin had dissolved into the gloom, his presence concealed beneath the shroud of camouflage. Somewhere out in the restless dark, a grin curled across his hidden face. His aura, sharp and suffocating, cut through the air like a blade pressed against bare skin. The grass around Suho stirred unnaturally, bending as though pushed aside by an unseen predator. Taeshik was moving, too fast for human eyes to follow. He didn't strike Suho directly. No, he chose a crueler path. One by one, Suho's soldiers fell. Blades carved through them from the darkness, their bodies collapsing back into the ground like smoke dissolving into air. They had no chance to resist an enemy they couldn't detect. Once the shadows were thinned, Taeshik shifted his sights to Suho himself. His attacks rained down in silence, invisible arcs of steel tearing through the night. And still, Suho did not retaliate. He held his ground, his body taut, his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. His senses strained to their limits, searching not for what the eyes could see but for what the air betrayed, the faintest scrape of a heel, the almost inaudible hitch of breath, the subtle displacement as Taeshik's body cut through the wind. So this is camouflage, Suho thought, his violet eyes narrowing. An assassin's ultimate art, concealing not just the body, but intent itself. I can hear him, just faintly. Enough to evade. But counterattacking? Not yet. Far above, an aircraft glided silently across the night sky. Within its cabin, seated among S-rank hunters oblivious to his true nature, the apostle of Iterum opened one golden eye. His sight pierced the distance, latching onto the battle below with predatory calm. At present, he assessed silently, Kang Taeshik's body is functioning at the peak of high A rank. By all logic, Sung Suho shouldn't be able to stand against such an opponent. But then, the apostle's expression stiffened. A voice, firm, resonant, undeniable, echoed not in the air, but directly inside his mind. You can hear me, can't you? His golden eye narrowed, surprise flickering across his otherwise composed features. Suho's voice pressed on, cutting cleanly through the veil of distance. I wanted another word with you. And this battle gave me the chance. Until now, I've hidden myself. Kept to the shadows, never revealing too much. I thought showing my hand would be reckless. But then I began to wonder, why would someone you call the invader from the stars choose to stay hidden as well? His eyes glowed brighter, his aura tightening like a coil. You use star powder to control others, never fighting in the open. Was it because exposure would be just as dangerous for you as it is for me? But then, after Lee Minsung's fall, you began to emerge. Piece by piece. For someone who cloaked himself so carefully to suddenly step into the light, there's only one reason. You're preparing. You're changing. You're not fixed. You're growing. Suho's lips curled into a thin, grim line. Just like I am. Inside the aircraft, the apostle clenched his jaw. Suho's deductions had pierced further than he expected, and faster. Back on the blood-stained ground, Suho's shadows writhed like a living tide as he lifted his hand. His voice came low, steady, resonant with authority. I won't run from you anymore. Not now. Not ever. If you're watching, then show yourself. At his command, the shadows surged, shooting outward like hunting hounds loosed from their chains. The invisible calm around Kang Taeshik broke. His body tensed, the first flicker of panic surfacing in his hidden eyes. He tried to retaliate, blades slicing blindly, but the weight of Suho's aura pressed down, tracking him with terrifying precision. And then Suho was there, appearing in front of him as if the shadows themselves had delivered him into place. In his hand, a lance of darkness twisted into shape, its point dripping with pure killing intent. His eyes flared violet, bloodlust radiating like a storm. The lance shot forward. From every angle, shadow spears erupted, hemming Taeshik in, piercing through flesh and bone, shredding his form until his camouflage shattered with a sound like glass breaking. The assassin screamed toward the night, but it ended in a wet choke as Suho's weapon drove clean through him, pinning him in place. The predator who once stalked the darkness now hung helplessly on the lance, his life snuffed out by the very shadows he thought he could outmaneuver. Suho watched as Kang Taeshik's body toppled, collapsing lifelessly onto the torn earth. A heartbeat later, the familiar mechanical chime rang in his mind. Level up. Warmth rushed through his veins, his shredded muscles tightening as torn flesh mended itself. Each breath grew steadier, deeper, his strength climbing sharply as if the very world itself was recognizing his victory. His violet eyes shifted once toward the crumpled assassin, not in pity, not even in contempt, but with the cold finality of judgment past. His words were not for the corpse but for the unseen hand behind it. Come at me, apostle of Iterum. Far above, inside the dimly lit cabin of a sleek aircraft cutting across the sky, the man known to the others as Hunter Park Dojin flinched. His golden eye twitched violently as searing pain lanced through his skull. A thin rivulet of crimson bled from the glowing iris. "What's wrong, Hunter Park?" Lim Taigu, seated nearby, leaned forward, his voice edged with concern. The apostle quickly raised his hand, concealing the blood beneath his palm. His answer came clipped, perfectly measured. "It's nothing." But when he turned his head away from the others, his mask of composure cracked, just slightly. A twisted smile tugged at the corner of his lips, his voice falling to a whisper that none but he could hear. "Sung Suho, you're becoming far more entertaining than I anticipated." Meanwhile, back on the ravaged battlefield, the air reeked of iron and scorched stone. The remains of two ringleaders of chaos, Huang Dong-suk and Kong Taeshik, lay broken at Suho's feet. His shadows rippled outward like a dark tide, waiting in silence, their master's intent mirrored in their stillness. Suho lifted one hand. A faint purple glow coiled around his palm, crackling like restrained thunder. His command was quiet, almost casual, yet it carried an unshakable weight of dominion. "Arise." The ground beneath the corpses stirred unnaturally as the darkness pooled, twisting and writhing before climbing upward like a tide reversing its course. The bodies convulsed, dragged into the abyss before clawing their way back out, warped yet still recognizable. The empty husks of Dong-suk and Taeshik emerged once more, their deaths no longer their own but bound to Suho's will. His eyes narrowed as he regarded them, voice as sharp and unrelenting as a blade. "You called yourselves the orchestrators of this carnage. Do you even understand how many lives your arrogance cost?" Violet light pulsed in his gaze, shadows roaring in response. He raised his hand higher, purple-black mana storming around him, a tempest that threatened to swallow the entire night. "Your punishment begins now. From this moment forward, you serve at my command." The corpses convulsed again as waves of darkness crashed into them, shredding their forms before remolding them. Their screams echoed, raw, hollow, inhuman, as shadow magic forced their souls into obedience. But then, amidst the resurrection, something shifted. The energy swirling in the darkness condensed strangely, forming into tangible objects rather than creatures. Suho's brows knit, his senses honing in on the disturbance. "What is this? The shadows themselves are forging items?" The dark current spun faster, shaping into not one, but two objects. When the vortex dissipated, Suho stepped closer, his expression grim but keen. The first was armor, black, sleek, and edged with violet etchings that pulsed faintly. The system marked it. Swindler's armor. Grade, rare. Effect, increases defense and vitality. Suho's eyes narrowed, his tone low. A rare grade item, useful. But his focus immediately shifted to the second creation. A small, unassuming object shimmered faintly in his hand. A ring, black as midnight, radiating an aura that pulsed heavier than its size suggested. Killer's ring. Grade, heroic. Effect, camouflage, level 1, conceals the user's form and erases presence. His chest tightened, not with fear, but recognition. His first item at the heroic grade. The windows of the system cascaded rapidly in front of him, notifications stacking over one another. Shadow item creation, heroic grade, unlocked. New feature, shadow item naming, available. Suho froze momentarily, his thoughts racing. Naming? That's only possible through contracts. Another alert followed swiftly. Skill unlocked, shadow item contract, level 1. Effect, allows the bearer to imbue a shadow item with a unique name, transforming it into a leveling artifact. He turned the ring over in his fingers, his gaze hardening. The system had named it Killer's Ring, yet it felt incomplete, hollow. His mind sharpened with intent. His voice rang out, steady and resolute. Imbue name, Kira. The system immediately resonated with his command, the ring pulsing with new life as its name was etched into existence, no longer just an item, but an artifact bound to his will. A sudden brilliance flared from the ring, flooding the battlefield in violet light. System prompts cascaded across Suho's vision like a torrent. Manual generated, shadow item, name imbuing protocol. A shadow item imbued with a name can now level. Once named, the item binds permanently to its first wearer. Unauthorized players are prohibited from equipping it. More windows followed in quick succession. Feature unlocked, item leveling. Each level gained enhances its core stats. When in soldier form, the shadow item's attributes are shared with its wielder. Another string of notifications confirmed the change. Shadow item, Kira, level 1. Grade, heroic. Stat manifestation, 10%. Effect, camouflage, level 1, erases physical form and suppresses all presence. The ring pulsed ominously on Suho's finger, its glow alive with hidden power. He studied it, his eyes narrowing as his lips curved into a faint smile. So it can grow stronger on its own. Its soldier form stats flow into me. If I can forge items beyond the heroic class, my ascent will only accelerate. His voice lowered, threading with determination. At this pace, father? I'll reach you even faster. His violet eyes glimmered with a hunger that bordered on feverish, thoughts burning with the infinite possibilities that had just opened before him. But elsewhere, far from where Suho stood, the night quaked with violence. A monstrous, clawed hand, jagged, immense, dripping with power, ripped through one of his shadow soldiers, erasing it in an instant. The dark wraith screamed as it disintegrated back into the ground. Standing in the aftermath was Baek Yunho, though his human form was long gone. His body was twisted into a colossal beast, skin stretched over rippling muscle, every inch radiating raw might. His expression remained eerily blank as he moved with brutal efficiency. Another shadow soldier lunged, he crushed it in his grip, squeezing until it collapsed into nothingness. He didn't pause. With every stride, with every strike, another shadow fell, scattering like black mist. His rampage cut through Suho's army as though they were paper, each kill carved into the night with terrifying ease. Back at Suho's location, his expression stiffened. A sudden tug within him pulled taut, then snapped, the link to one of his soldiers vanishing. Then another. Then another. His eyes widened, a flicker of shock breaking through his usual composure. They're being erased, too quickly. Beside him, Baru's insectoid voice cut sharp and urgent. Young monarch, what's happening? Suho turned, gaze narrowing in the direction where the connections kept breaking. His jaw clenched as the truth settled in. Something's cutting them down, one after another. And it's coming straight for me. His aura surged violently, dark pressure spilling into the air as his stance shifted. His tone dropped to a growl, steady and unflinching. It's here. The world itself seemed to answer. A deafening explosion erupted through the ruins, the ground trembling as walls buckled and shattered. The blast hurled stone and flame skyward, the impact so violent it sent tremors rippling across the battlefield. A massive shadow soldier, ripped apart and broken, crashed through the side of a building, its body exploding against the rubble before dissolving. The wall gave way, collapsing into dust and debris. A storm of fragments tore into the air. Smoke billowed, choking the space in thick haze. Suho lifted his arm across his face, shielding himself as shards of shattered rock fell like rain. Beside him, a jagged block of stone smashed into Baru's head with a brutal crack. The ant general staggered, mandibles grinding as pain reverberated through his exoskeleton. But he stood firm, unyielding, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the wreckage. From the rolling clouds of smoke and dust, a colossal figure advanced, its silhouette monstrous, each step pounding like thunder as it broke into the open. Each footstep landed with crushing weight, the ground trembling beneath his advance. His frame had undergone complete metamorphosis, muscles rippling beneath striped fur, his massive form radiating primal strength. In his clawed hand, he dragged the limp body of a shadow soldier, its broken form scraping against the stone like discarded prey. His voice cut through the smoky haze, deep and commanding. I rushed here the moment I saw that black pillar rise. Baek Yunho lifted his head, his burning eyes piercing through the veil of smoke until they locked onto Suho. A flicker of suspicion carved itself across his beast-like face. A hunter? No, what exactly are you? Suho's gaze tightened, his jaw set. To him, the man standing before him bore no resemblance to a human, it was the presence of a predator, raw and overwhelming. A magic beast? He muttered under his breath, his tone edged with disbelief. Why would one appear here? Baek's growl snapped back like a whip. You're wrong. I am no monster. He straightened to his full height, voice rumbling with authority. I am Baek Yunho, Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. Recognition sparked instantly in Suho's mind. The name alone carried weight, the White Tiger's leader, an S-rank hunter famed for his beast transformation. Baek's features sharpened as his nostrils flared. He stepped closer, claws gleaming faintly in the dim light. The scent of blood clings to you. Thick, suffocating. What are you really? Suho didn't flinch beneath his stare. His voice was steady, cold with conviction. I am a hunter. A hunter who came here to save lives. Baek's eyes narrowed, suspicion lingering. Then tell me your name. There was no hesitation. Sung Suho, he replied firmly. I know the association hunts me, but I have done no wrong. For a breath, silence stretched. Then, Baek's lips curled into a booming laugh, echoing through the ruins. So it's you. To admit your name so openly, such audacity. You, the one suspected of spreading star powder. His claws twitched, catching the light as he stepped even closer, menace radiating from every word. Did you know one of my guild's own nearly perished because of that poison? In a blur, Baek closed the distance. His claw hovered just at Suho's throat, the point sharp enough to pierce with the slightest push. His voice lowered to a dangerous growl. If you truly claim innocence, how will you prove it? Suho raised his hand, brushing the claw aside without flinching. His tone was calm but firm, weighted with urgency. Can we leave that for later? Right now, I'm short on allies. Having an S rank here changes everything. Beck blinked, momentarily thrown by the unexpected answer. His suspicion gave way to confusion as Suho continued, voice unwavering. Let's focus on saving civilians first. People are dying while we waste time on this. Yunho's expression twisted in disbelief. Do you even realize your situation? Suho's gaze sharpened like steel. I do. But a hunter's duty comes before all else. If we hesitate even for a moment, lives that could be saved will vanish forever. The sheer conviction in his words struck something buried deep within Beck. His surroundings seemed to blur as an old memory resurfaced, his days as a firefighter. He stood once again beside a man whose presence was unshakable, Sung Ilwan. Ilwan's voice rang clear in his mind, stern yet steady. Don't waste time weighing every decision. Act first, choose what must be done. Then find a way to make that choice the right one. That's our duty in rescue. The present crashed back around him. Beck's eyes widened as realization thundered through him. His voice trembled. That name, no wonder it felt familiar. He stepped forward, hand seizing Suho's shoulders, his monstrous strength forgotten in the rush of recognition. His expression broke into rare warmth, his hardened face softening with a smile. Sung Suho, the grandson Captain Sung Ilwan always spoke about with pride. Slowly, Beck's beastly form receded, his massive figure shrinking as the fur dissolved, claws retracting back into human hands. His features eased as his humanity returned, a grin spreading across his face. So it's true. You really are his grandson. The city was drowning in unrest, smoke curling up into the crimson sky while sirens and screams blended into a chaotic chorus. On a battered bridge connecting two districts, a squad of soldiers stood guard, rifles trembling faintly in their hands. One of them, younger and nervous, darted a glance toward the horizon where the fires raged and muttered under his breath. Squad leader, do you really think we can stop those rampaging creatures on our own? I've heard bullets bounce off them like pebbles on stone. The man beside him, the squad leader, didn't answer immediately. His jaw clenched as he studied the burning skyline, the rising smoke painting his eyes in shades of fire. His grip on his weapon tightened until his knuckles whitened. After a long silence, he finally exhaled a weary sigh. Orders are orders. Whether we stand a chance or not doesn't matter. What matters is carrying them out. The younger soldier shifted on his feet, his voice wavering with unease. Still, doesn't it feel like something's off? Like the whole city itself is, different somehow. The leader gave a short, sharp exhale, his expression hard. Different? Chaotic doesn't even begin to cover it. While they stood in tense uncertainty, the true war raged below. Becky Yunho was a storm incarnate, his monstrous strength unleashed as he tore through the streets. His claws glistened red as he shredded wave after wave of fleeing convicts, his bestial form cutting them down like paper. Every swipe of his hand shook the ground, his fury leaving no room for hesitation. But he wasn't alone. At his side, Sung Suho cut through the chaos with a chilling composure. His strikes were efficient, calculated, and merciless. Every swing of his blade reaped lives with surgical precision, his calm demeanor belying the deadly power behind each movement. Together, they moved like twin forces of destruction, their auras flaring and pressing down on the battlefield. The pressure was so suffocating it felt as though the streets themselves bowed under their presence. Yet unlike the convicts who cowered before them, their purpose was clear: they weren't here to hunt. They were here to purge. Amid the carnage, Beck glanced sideways, a wide grin splitting his blood-stained face. To think you'd fight like this, even as a summoner. Captain Sung Ilwan's pride, through and through. Suho gave a low chuckle, shaking his head. He knew the stories. Beck Yunho had once served under his grandfather, back when Ilwan was a firefighter. You're not doing too bad yourself. S-rank hunters, built on a different scale entirely. Beck's booming laugh echoed across the street. Huh. Then just call me uncle, boy. The pair carved a path through the convicts until entire blocks lay silent in their wake, littered with broken bodies and rubble. But as the dust settled, Suho's expression darkened. He turned toward Beck with a frown. I've been making noise, tearing through the place as you asked. But won't the real villains just slink into hiding? Beck's grin only widened. His aura surged like a tidal wave, his half-transformed body radiating raw power that even Suho had to brace against. His claws gleamed as he raised his voice. That's where you're wrong, rookie. We're not here to chase criminals. We're here to save lives. The more noise we make, the harder it is for them to move. Fear keeps them caged. And when they hide, it buys the people time to live. Suho fell silent, his chest tightening as he absorbed the words. Slowly, he nodded. It was a perspective he hadn't considered before, and admiration welled in him. This was what it meant to be a guild master. Not just strength, but the burden of thinking beyond battle, of carrying the lives of thousands in every choice. But before the moment could linger, Beck broke the weight of the conversation with a mischievous smirk. "So tell me, Suho, got yourself a girlfriend yet?" Caught completely off guard, Suho blinked. "No." Beck's grin turned sly. "Perfect. My daughter's single, too. Imagine that, huh? Me, in-laws with Captain Ilwan's family." Suho could only stare, baffled, before their attention was ripped skyward. The thrum of rotors cut through the smoky air as military helicopters swept over the city. From the open doors, S-rank hunters scanned the chaos below, weapons ready. Inside one of the choppers, the Hunter Association's chairman leaned forward, his phone pressed against his ear, his sharp gaze never leaving the battlefield below. "Hunter Beck Miho, report." On a rooftop, Beck Miho stood tall, her arm raised high as she guided terrified civilians into safety zones. Her voice carried over the wind. "Confirmed, sir. Civilians and dispatched hunters are secured. Evacuations are underway." The chairman's stern face softened with a brief nod of approval. "Excellent. Well done." But then his eyes narrowed. From his vantage point, he caught sight of strange, dark figures weaving among the villains, shadows that moved unnaturally against the firelit streets. His voice hardened, laced with suspicion. "What are those? Magic beasts?" Miho's expression was steady even amidst the chaos. "Uncertain. Their aura is difficult to identify." Before the chairman could press further, a voice rose from inside the helicopter. Lim Taigu stood, his hand resting on his bow, his expression carved from stone. "Then it should be fine for me to eliminate them." The chairman stiffened. "Hunter Lim, wait." But Lim didn't. He pushed the door open, the rotor wash whipping his clothes as the city stretched wide below him. Without hesitation, he leapt. For a few seconds, he plummeted through smoke and fire, eyes closed, body slicing through the air like a falling spear. Then, he opened them, and they gleamed with predatory light. In that instant, his skill triggered. Across the city, faint red crosshairs shimmered into existence, painted across rooftops, alleys, and ruined streets. Every shadow soldier in range was marked, hundreds of targets caught in an invisible web of his aim. The bow in his hand thrummed, alive with violent energy. He drew it back until it creaked under the strain, then released. What followed was nothing short of devastation. Arrows split apart mid-flight, branching into dozens, then hundreds, each one curving unnaturally through the air as if guided by invisible hands. To the untrained eye, it looked like a missile barrage raining across the city. And the results were immediate. Suho's shadow army crumbled in an instant. One after another, the dark soldiers were impaled mid-motion, their black forms bursting apart into fragments of light. The precision was merciless, the power absolute. There was no chance to dodge, no hope of survival. From the street below, Suho froze, his head snapping upward as his soldiers were erased from existence. His breath caught in his throat, recognition flashing in his eyes. "That's Lim Taigu," he whispered. Beside him, Baek Yunho didn't flinch. He merely gave a knowing smirk, his composure unshaken even amidst the chaos. "Don't panic. He's with us. Association reinforcements." At those words, Suho's chest eased slightly. A breath he hadn't realized he was holding escaped. Relief colored his expression. Then the villains won't be able to run rampant anymore. But the comfort lasted only a heartbeat. High above, Lim's hawk-like gaze swept the battlefield, until it locked onto Suho. His sharp precision twisted, clouded with something darker. His pupils narrowed, and hatred ignited within them like a wildfire fanned by grief. When he spoke, his words were low but thunderous, resonating even over the din of battle. "At last? I found you, Suho." The red crosshairs that had hovered over shadow beasts realigned in a heartbeat, converging on Suho's chest. And with that sight, memories surged through Lim's mind in relentless waves, the funeral of Lee Minsung, the coffin lowering into the earth, the weight of flowers atop the grave. The raw, gnawing pain that never healed. His jaw locked so tight it ached. If it weren't for that damned star powder you spread, he seethed inwardly, Lee would still be alive today. Rage surged through his veins as he drew back the string of his bow, the weapon quivering with the intensity of his fury. Then he released. The arrow split the air like lightning, breaking the sound barrier as it tore toward Suho. On the ground, Suho's instinct screamed at him. His eyes widened, muscles tensing, every fiber of his being preparing for impact. Why is he aiming at me? The thought rang hollow in his skull, but there was no time for answers. The arrow was already upon him. And then, impact never came. A hand, solid as iron, snatched the arrow mid-flight. With a single motion, Baek Yunho snapped it into splinters. The fragments fell to the ground like lifeless twigs. Lowering his hand, Becky's face hardened, his eyes now cold and dangerous as they lifted to the hunter above. Lim descended with the speed of a falling star, landing hard enough to rattle the rooftops. Debris scattered under his boots as he prowled forward across the tiles, closing the distance in blinding leaps. When he came to a halt before them, his bow was already drawn, his aura crackling like a raging storm. The pressure was suffocating, bearing down on both Suho and Beck. "Hunter Baekhyunho," Lim's voice roared, booming with accusation. "Why are you protecting a wanted fugitive? Explain yourself." Beck straightened, his expression unshaken, his tone calm, almost casual, as though trying to douse the flames before they spread. "There's been a mistake here. Let's take a moment and talk this through." But Lim Taigu was far beyond reason. His words thundered with raw anger, each one heavier than the last. Mistake? He ignored the summons of the association. He fled when called to account. Sung Suho is no hunter, he's a criminal in disguise. Beck's jaw flexed, his usual grin flickering back into place, but this time it was sharp as a blade, stripped of all humor. "A criminal, you say? You dare call him that when he's been fighting tooth and nail to save civilians here? I know you grieve for Lee Min-sung, but don't let your hatred blind you. Suho is no villain." His words had barely left his mouth before another arrow hissed through the air, grazing across Beck's cheek. A thin line of blood trickled down. The playful mask vanished from his face in an instant, his expression now deadly serious. Lim's eyes burned, his killing intent palpable. His bow pulsed with power as he shouted, voice like a war cry. "Then answer me, Baekhyunho. What is your connection to him?" The world seemed to still in that moment. The street fell silent, tension clinging to the air like smoke. Suho stood at the center of it all, the tip of Lim's arrow trained on his chest with unyielding precision. The fury radiating from Lim was suffocating, his hatred unrelenting. Beck stared at him for a long moment, then let out a heavy sigh. He could see now that words alone would never break through the haze of vengeance clouding Lim's mind. His pupils narrowed into slits, his muscles bulged as bones cracked audibly. His presence exploded outward in a violent surge of energy. In a single heartbeat, Baekhyunho's beastly transformation began. His transformation erupted in full force, shaking the earth as if the ground itself feared his awakening. The monstrous form he wore radiated overwhelming might, towering with primal dominance. Beck's voice broke through the heavy air, low yet thunderous, carrying the weight of authority. "So, reasoning won't pierce through that thick skull of yours, Lim. Then I'll have no choice but to put you down with my own hands." The atmosphere grew suffocating, the very air quivering as the two S-rank hunters locked eyes. Their auras slammed into one another like colliding storm fronts, each refusing to yield. Sparks of raw energy crackled and coursed through the devastated street, rattling windows, sending debris clattering, and shaking walls to their foundations. Suho stood caught between them, rooted in place, his lungs straining under the crushing pressure of their unleashed powers. His eyes widened in disbelief, his thoughts spiraling in desperation. "This is insane. If they fight here, this entire district will crumble to dust. What am I supposed to do? How do I even stop this?" But before an answer could surface, the ground itself groaned and split. Without warning, flames burst upward, swirling into a searing inferno that enclosed them in a blazing circle. The heat licked at Suho's skin, forcing him to shield his face as the firestorm sealed the battlefield. Through the smoke and fire, shadowed figures slowly came into view. Suho's pulse nearly halted as he recognized them: Hunter Choi Jong-in, Chairman Wu Jinchul, Beck Miho, and even the silent apostle himself. The sheer presence of so many top-ranked hunters gathered together was almost unreal, like a dream woven from tension and danger. A commanding voice boomed over the roaring blaze, sharp and unyielding. "That's enough. All of you, stand down." The words sliced cleanly through the chaos. Suho's head snapped toward the speaker, his breath catching when he realized it was the chairman himself. His disbelief left him stunned, his jaw slack. Beck's massive shoulders finally eased, his monstrous features softening as his expression shifted. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, carrying both defiance and resolve. "So it's time I tell the truth, then," he said. His voice carried more weight than before, firmer, yet laced with a strange gentleness. "Suho is the grandson of Captain Sung Il-won, a man to whom I owe my very life. If I say this boy is no criminal, then I'll wager my name and reputation on it." The world seemed to freeze. Silence blanketed the street, heavy and absolute. Every gaze snapped to Beck, testing his words, searching his face. His confident stance faltered only for a heartbeat when his eyes met Miho, his daughter, standing resolute at the chairman's side. Her teeth clenched, her voice like cold steel as it cut across the silence. "You expect us to believe blood ties to someone you once served with are enough to erase suspicion? He's still a fugitive. Sentiment doesn't change facts." Choi Jong-in's glare was just as harsh, his expression sharp as shattered glass. I stand with Hunter Lim Taegu on this. There's no justification to spare someone who has already betrayed the trust of hunters and the association alike. Arresting him is the only rational choice. Meanwhile, the apostle remained wordless, his gaze unreadable. He observed with eerie calm, as though simply waiting to see what path Suho himself would choose. But Lim Taigu's fury only burned hotter, his rage swelling like a firestorm that refused to be extinguished. Lim Taigu's roar split the air, his words drenched in scorn and fury. So this is what you've come to, Baek Yunho? Even now, you'd shield him? You discard your honor, your name, all for some sentimental attachment? His killing intent surged outward like a tidal wave, the flames encircling them trembling as if they might collapse under the sheer force of his aura. The searing pressure bore down on everyone, daring Baek to retreat. Stand aside while you still have the chance, Lim spat, eyes blazing with violent intent. Because if you don't, I'll break you here and now. But Baek didn't move. Not a step. His stance remained firm, his presence unwavering, even as the inferno around them wavered in response to Lim's wrath. Slowly, he turned his head toward Suho, his eyes holding a steady, grounded resolve. Still, Baek said evenly, though his voice carried the weight of a boulder, this should be settled with words, not reckless bloodshed. Before anyone else could speak, another voice descended, a voice heavier than the blaze, sharper than the storm. Wu Jinchul stepped forward. The chairman's presence pressed down like an immovable mountain, silencing the fire, the tension, and even the rage clawing at the edges of the confrontation. Authority radiated from him with every step, crushing the atmosphere into absolute stillness. I, too, believe this must be discussed, before judgment is cast. The declaration crashed into the gathering like thunder, commanding attention without question. Choi Jong-in, Miho, and Lim Taegu snapped their gazes toward him, their faces etched with shock and defiance. Their protests erupted almost in unison, disbelief dripping from every word. Chairman Wu Jinchul, what is the meaning of this? But Wu Jinchul gave them nothing, not a glance, not a flicker of acknowledgement. His focus was fixed solely on one person. Suho. The flames hissed and twisted as though leaning toward the chairman's voice. His words were calm, measured, yet brooked no defiance. Hunter Sung Suho, he said, his tone resonating like a judgment carved in stone, do you have the means to prove your innocence? The question lingered in the suffocating silence, hanging heavy over all of them. Around the fiery circle, every pair of eyes turned toward Suho, waiting, demanding, an answer. The battlefield blurred away as Wu Jinchul's mind sank into silence, pulled into the hidden depths of his memory. A thought gnawed at him, cold and heavy. Why did I awaken with the memories of my previous life? The realization hit him like a hammer to the chest. Perhaps Sung Jinwoo had foreseen this. Perhaps the monarch of shadows had known the day would come when he could no longer remain in this world, and when that time came, someone else would need to remember. The recollection faded like smoke, and Wu Jinchul's eyes refocused on the present. His features tightened, the grim certainty of what lay ahead weighing on him. The great catastrophe was drawing near, the war that would consume hunters and nations alike. His gaze flicked briefly to Suho. And at the center of it all, his son, forced to stand against the darkness alone. He forced the thoughts aside, straightening his back, his presence settling like iron. His voice cut through the tension, sharp and commanding. Hunter Sung Suho, he said, can you prove your innocence? The authority in his tone left no room for hesitation. Suho's eyes narrowed slightly. His reply carried hesitation, but also conviction. I can. Before he could continue, another voice sliced into the moment. Choi Jong-in stepped forward, his expression carved with sharp hostility. This is not the place for such talk, he said coldly, his words quick and heavy with accusation. His tone rose, directed squarely at the chairman. Hunter Sung Suho has fled from the association before. No matter the excuse, whether it was under the guise of saving people or not, responsibility cannot be sidestepped. Wu Jinchul's gaze hardened, his thoughts shifting. As expected, the greatest resistance is Choi Jong-in. But Choi's voice only grew stronger. His sharp eyes fixed on Suho, his words like blades cutting away every defense. He falsified his registration with the association. He was at the scene of every incident tied to Star Powder. He infiltrated a raid group under false pretenses. And above all, his words dropped like a death sentence. Was he not also the one who killed Lee Min-sung? At that name, Lim Taegu exploded. His fury was unleashed, his shout tearing through the air like a crack of thunder. With everything the chairman has said, the verdict is obvious. Sung Suho's punishment is already decided. We must take him into custody here and now. Jinchul's thoughts churned. On paper, Choi and Taegu were correct. Every shred of evidence pointed to Suho's guilt. Arresting him was the logical choice. And yet, a single question burned in Jinchul's chest. Would Suho have done all this without reason? His jaw tightened. Even if his credibility shattered, even if his reputation was ruined, he could not abandon Suho. His voice rang out, unshakable. Hunter Sung Suho arrived before anyone else. He threw himself into danger to protect civilians without hesitation. To drag him away in chains now would be a mistake. A punishment without fairness. Choi's glasses caught the light as he adjusted them, eyes narrowing in calculation. His mind raced. I've worked alongside the chairman for years, and yet this is the first time I've seen him falter like this. Can he truly not see? Lim Taigu is on the verge of unleashing his full strength. To shield Suho here, at the cost of angering the Reaper Guild itself? Why risk everything? Unless, does he know something we do not? Before Choi could press the argument further, a new voice rose, strong, steady, unyielding. Suho. There's no need to keep fighting, he said, his tone deep with resolve. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. His aura erupted outward, shadows writhing around his form, rising like black flames. His entire frame was consumed in the power of darkness, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll prove my innocence, he declared firmly. Then his voice dropped lower, sharp as a blade. Though the method may be violent. The declaration rattled Wu Jinchul. Wait, Hunter Sung Suho. His usually composed voice cracked with urgency, alarm lacing his words. But Lim Taigu had already snapped. His rage had reached its zenith. His features twisted in wrath, his jaw clenched tight, and his growl tore through the tense silence. Did you think I'd let you run free again? He acted without hesitation, ignoring every order, every warning. His bow drew back in a single fluid motion, and the arrow ripped through the air with lethal speed. The shaft slammed into Suho's shoulder, driving deep. The impact jarred his body, blood splattering from the wound. Suho gritted his teeth, his body rocking slightly, but he did not fall. His legs held firm, his back straight, his eyes unwavering. Baek Yunho's hand twitched as he half reached toward him, his face tight with alarm. Yet even his speed wasn't enough to intercept the shot. Lim Taigu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is he still standing? Then he noticed it. A ripple of shadow stretched from Suho's feet, sliding like liquid night until it wrapped itself around Taigu's frame. He hadn't even realized until the darkness coiled up his body. Suho's voice rang out like a judgment. Shadow Key. The instant the skill activated, Taigu convulsed. His body stiffened as a surge of alien energy pierced through him. His eyes flew wide, his breath caught as memories not his own, or perhaps once his own, erupted inside his mind. Battles. Blood. Near-death struggles. Moments long buried by time came flooding back, crashing into him with merciless force. His entire body shook, his knees giving way until he collapsed to the ground. Hunter Lim Taigu. Are you all right? Both Choi Jong-in and Baek Miho cried out, their voices filled with alarm as they started toward him. Nearby, Suho staggered, clutching the arrow wound in his shoulder. Pain etched across his face, yet his gaze remained cold, unyielding. From the darkness behind him, Beru emerged, mandibles clicking in agitation. His thoughts resonated like a whisper of thunder. Young monarch, is this truly your aim? To return their memories? Suho's eyes narrowed, his blood dripping onto the ground as his thoughts grew grim. If the hunters who fought alongside my father awaken to who they once were, then they will have no choice but to hear me out. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground. Shadows burst beneath his feet, launching him high into the air. Suho! Baek Yunho and Wu Jinchul shouted in unison, their voices sharp with urgency as they instinctively reached out to stop him. But Suho was already in the air, shadows propelling him like wings of darkness. His thoughts burned with a single purpose. Choi Jong-in must awaken too. Down below, Choi's eyes widened as the young hunter hurtled toward him, his entire body encased in a writhing shroud of shadow that clung to him like living armor. Suho's fist was drawn tight, his jaw set, his expression grim with determination. A single desperate plea echoed in his mind. Hunter Choi, you have to remember. Please, let this reach you. But Choi Jong-in was no novice. His instincts, forged in countless battles, snapped into place instantly. His hand lifted, and with a fluid motion born of years of mastery, a colossal whirlwind of fire erupted to life. The vortex screamed upward, splitting the battlefield with a blazing barrier of destruction. The sheer heat warped the air, flames clawing skyward like a raging inferno. Baek Yunho and Wu Jinchul both cried out at once, their voices heavy with dread. Suho! Choi's face was a mask of stern authority, his voice cutting across the roar of fire. To come at me in such blind desperation? Lim Taigu was right. You are far too dangerous to be left unchecked. But before the judgment could leave his lips, his eyes went wide. The vortex bent. The flames buckled. A shadow-clad figure burst through the inferno, forcing the fire aside with sheer willpower. Suho's body emerged unscathed, his armor of darkness consuming every ember that dared to touch him. His gaze burned hotter than the fire itself, locked on his target. Each step forward shattered the flames around him. His fist pulled back, the muscles in his arm tightening, his entire being focused on the strike that would deliver the key. His determination was absolute. But the blow never landed. In an instant, two shadows flashed across the field. Miho's kick smashed against the side of his head, her heel cracking against his temple with brutal force. At the same moment, Park Dojin's fist slammed into his gut, the impact detonating like a hammer against steel. The double strike sent Suho spiraling through the air. Blood burst from his lips as his body crashed to the earth, the ground trembling under the impact. He lay there, battered and bleeding, his shadow armor flickering weakly. And yet, his mission was already complete. Choi Jong-in froze, his composure faltering. His hand instinctively went to his chest, where a faint shimmer pulsed against his skin. A strange, foreign warmth spread through him. His breath caught. The shadow key had taken hold. His vision blurred as the dam inside him broke. Memories surged like a flood, scenes long buried erupting into consciousness. He saw the battlefield of a life before this one, comrades screaming, blades clashing, hunters falling in droves against impossible odds. He remembered the endless struggle against the calamities that had once threatened to erase the world. The sheer weight of it forced him down. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, one hand bracing against the broken pavement, his chest heaving under the avalanche of forgotten truths. Across the ring of fire, Miho and the silent apostle exchanged startled glances. First Lim Taigu, and now Choi Jong-in. Suho, barely clinging to consciousness, lifted his head. Blood ran down his chin as his trembling hand pressed against the wound in his shoulder. His voice came out rough, yet unshaken. "I've done everything I can. Now, all I can do is wait." Miho's fury erupted. Her eyes blazed, and she launched herself forward, her fist cocked back, her scream breaking through the chaos. "You bastard! What have you done to them?" But just as her strike was about to fall, a voice stopped her cold. "Wait!" She snapped her gaze sideways. Lim Taigu stood there, his face wet with tears he hadn't realized were falling. His entire frame trembled as if torn apart from the inside. His voice cracked, carrying both awe and fear. "These memories? What are they? Is this just another skill? No, it feels like something far beyond that. It feels like I've remembered something I had buried deep inside. A fragment of my soul I thought was gone forever." At the same moment, Choi's voice cracked through the silence, raw and unsteady. "So this whole time, I lived as if nothing had happened, forgetting something so immense." His hands trembled uncontrollably, his body shuddering as if he had been struck by lightning. The iron mask of his composure split apart, and tears swelled at the corners of his eyes. Absurd, utterly absurd. His gaze shifted sharply toward Suho, his words heavy with turmoil. "Hunter Sung Suho, tell me honestly. What did you do to us?" Suho staggered forward, blood still dripping down from the gash in his shoulder. Each step was strained, yet he forced himself upright. His breaths came ragged, but his face tightened with unwavering resolve. "Good," he whispered hoarsely, a faint, pained smile forming despite the agony. "This means we can finally speak as we should." Steeling himself, he continued, his tone losing any hint of hesitation. "The visions you saw, they weren't illusions. They're pieces of your own past. Fragments of a life erased when this world was remade." Both Lim Taigu and Choi Jong-in froze in place, disbelief flickering in their expressions. "This world," Suho pressed on, his voice steady but solemn, "has already undergone one reset. That reset is why peace lasted as long as it did, until the catastrophe returned." Choi's fingers twitched as he adjusted his glasses, eyes narrowing like blades. "A world reset? That means it ties back to Hunter Sung Jin-woo, doesn't it?" Suho inclined his head, acknowledging. "To connect the dots so quickly, even amidst confusion. That's exactly what makes you extraordinary, Hunter Choi." At the edge of the circle, the apostle's mask of indifference cracked, his eyes widening with shock. "Sung Jin-woo, and this boy, his son." Suho's voice hardened, conviction sharpening each syllable. "I don't pretend to know every detail of my father's journey as a hunter. What I do know is that he bore everything alone, every burden, every responsibility. Even now, as we stand here, he battles alone, holding back a cosmic invasion from beyond the stars." His fists clenched at his sides. "That's why I've fought the Iterim, why I've stood against them. To share even a fraction of the weight he carries." Lim Taigu's lips pressed tightly together, his brows furrowing as a strange pressure settled in his chest. "It sounds like madness," he thought, "and yet, why does it feel so undeniably real?" Choi's expression grew darker, his thoughts sharpening into grim clarity. "If these memories I've reclaimed are genuine, then everything Sung Suho has said isn't fantasy. It's truth. Then, a firm voice cleaved through the storm of doubt. Wu Jinchul stepped forward, his presence heavy enough to silence the battlefield. Every word that Hunter Sung Suho has spoken is true. The others turned sharply, shock rippling across their faces. Wu Jinchul continued without faltering. I, too, have regained my memories of the life before. The reason I was able to prepare for the cataclysm so swiftly is because of that knowledge. His eyes swept across the gathered hunters before fixing squarely on Suho. So hear him out. Let us listen before we pass judgment. What followed was a long, heavy exchange. Suho laid everything bare, his voice unwavering as he described the gods beyond the stars, the Itterims lurking outside reality, the apostle hidden among them, and the dangerous star powder spread to destabilize the world. Choi and Lim listened, shock twisting their faces. Choi's voice cracked first. So all the chaos we faced, all of it was tied to the Itterim? Lim's fists clenched tight, his head dipping low. Then, even Lai Minsung's death. It was their doing all along. Wu Jinchul's gaze darkened, his voice grave as he turned toward Suho. Why conceal this from us until now? Suho pulled out a recovery potion, the faint glow of its liquid casting light across his blood-stained features as he swallowed it down. His answer came measured, deliberate. Because if the apostle discovered me before I was ready, I would have been my father's greatest weakness. I couldn't reveal myself until I had the strength to endure that weight. A flicker of realization passed between Choi and Lim as their eyes met. Lim spoke first, his tone hushed but filled with gravity. Then Suho? You're a hunter who can grow stronger the same way your father did. You can level up, can't you? Suho gave a faint nod. That's right. Without warning, Choi suddenly grabbed Suho's hand, his lips curving into a smile that carried both eagerness and unease. Suho, did you know that Hunter Cha Heian was once a member of the Hunters Guild? Suho's eyes went wide, disbelief flashing across his battered face. Hunter Cha Heian? You mean, my mother? Suho's face brightened, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained admiration. His voice carried a note of awe that made him seem almost childlike despite the battlefield around him. So my mom, she was a hunter too. That's incredible. The words struck deep, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of his wounds and the blood on his clothes seemed forgotten. At the edge of the gathering, the apostle's golden eyes narrowed to slits. He remained silent, carefully observing the scene unfold, his thoughts turning grim. The truth of Suho's mission had now been laid bare before the others. Even worse, instead of fracturing them, the revelation seemed to be drawing the hunters closer together. This unity was something he had not accounted for. His jaw tightened, his expression sharpening with menace. Reckless boy? Sung Suho. Had I been a step stronger, this entire affair could have ended here. Do you really believe you can outpace me? That you can grow before I eclipse you? His gaze lingered on Suho, studying the young man's every move, the way he advanced without hesitation, the way his will never faltered once his mind was set. The apostle could already sense it. Left unchecked, this boy would become a cornerstone in the war yet to come. Unacceptable, he thought coldly. The next fragment must fall into my hand soon, or all will spiral out of control. Meanwhile, off to the side, Baek Yunho and Miho exchanged troubled glances. Neither spoke at first, both caught between relief and unease. Finally, Baek scratched at the back of his head, his lips twisting as he muttered, "So, what happens now? I mean, sure, it's a relief the suspicion about Suho's guilt has been cleared up, but honestly, I still don't fully understand any of this." Suho turned toward him, his gaze calm, his voice patient but steady. "I understand how it feels. Without the proper context, none of this would make sense." His expression then shifted, growing sharper, his words carrying a quiet but unshakable determination. "That's why. I'll prove it. I'll confirm the memories of the world that existed before this one." The apostle's expression instantly hardened, a ripple of unease flashing across his features. For the first time, genuine fear stirred in his chest. If he pushes further, if he continues along this path, he might expose me. At the very center of the group, Suho stood tall despite his injuries, a faint but resolute smile breaking across his face. His voice rang clear, deliberate and firm. "I believe the wisest course is to verify the memories of everyone here. Only then will the truth be undeniable." Suho stood tall among the gathered hunters. From the depths of his shadows, he drew out a strange relic, a key. Its surface shimmered faintly, radiating an ominous black glow. Raising it high, a faint smile tugged at his lips. "It's time," he said with quiet certainty. "All of us should remember the world that came before." Baek Yunho arched an eyebrow at the object, his lips curling into a dry chuckle. "My memories of a past world, huh? Now that's something I'd like to see." But Miho wasn't laughing. She moved quickly, placing herself between her father and Suho. Her voice trembled with tension. "Father, don't. The world has been strange since the cataclysm, but this is impossible. What if it's dangerous? Beck brushed her words aside as if they were nothing. He didn't hesitate, didn't flinch. Stepping forward, he placed his hand firmly over Suho's, the shadow key glowing between them. "I trust Sung Suho," he declared. And with that, the key activated. Shadows surged outward in a violent wave, wrapping Suho and Beck in a suffocating veil of darkness. The air grew heavy, thick, as if even the world itself had stopped breathing. Every hunter around them froze, eyes wide, waiting to see what would unfold. "Father!" Miho's cry rang out, her voice shaking with panic. "Stop acting without thinking." Even the apostle, silent and unreadable at the edge of the gathering, leaned forward, golden eyes gleaming as the ritual unfolded. When the shadows finally receded, Suho lowered the key. Baek Yunho staggered, his body trembling, his breaths ragged. Tears streamed unbidden down his cheeks, yet his lips curved into a soft, bittersweet smile. "This feeling, it's so strange," he whispered, voice heavy with emotion. "To relive warmth from memories I thought were gone forever." Lim Taigu and Choi Jong-in exchanged uneasy glances. They could feel it, the weight of truth carved into Beck's expression. Miho's face crumbled in disbelief. She wanted to reject it, to say it was a trick. But the tears on her father's face told her otherwise. And the apostle, his expression sharpened. "This is bad," he thought grimly. "Very bad." Miho turned to Suho then, her voice quieter, her eyes hardening with resolve. "Then do it for me too." The apostle's eyes narrowed. A thought sliced through him like a blade. "So, the world really has been reset. If that's true, the key won't respond to me. Because I don't belong to this world. If they try it on me, my cover will be blown." His golden gaze darkened further. "Should I risk war with my followers? No. Not yet. It would burn out, just like the prison break." But Suho had already lifted the key again. Shadows swirled around Miho, wrapping her in their embrace. Her breathing quickened, but she stood firm, resolute. Seconds ticked by, until her brow furrowed. "Nothing. Are you sure this works?" she asked flatly. "Because, nothing's coming." The apostle's eyes widened. For the first time, hope flickered in him. Suho frowned, scratching his head. A rare awkward smile tugged at his lips. "That's strange, by now, your memories should have surfaced." And then, a rumble echoed from the shadows. Beru emerged, mandibles clicking with thought. His voice was calm, yet edged with weight. "It is possible, young monarch, that some people simply cannot recall their past lives." Miho shot him a dismissive glance, pointing at him casually. "And what's with this bug? Why does he look so weak?" Beru's compound eyes blazed with fury. His mandibles snapped, his voice booming with rage. "Weak? You dare call me weak? I'll tear you apart where you stand." Before his fury could spill over, Suho lifted his hand, his voice firm. "Beru, finish your explanation." The ant general trembled, barely suppressing his fury, but obeyed. The world before, was 20 years ago. That was when mana still existed. But in the peaceful world that followed, some people never existed at all. His eyes glowed faintly. This woman was not born in that world. Miho's breath caught, her voice breaking into a whisper. "I wasn't born?" Suho's expression darkened as he lowered the key. He had seen this before, with Park Dojin. The key did nothing. And the apostle, watching, smirked faintly. "Seems I too cannot remember. Curious, isn't it?" Suspicion flickered in Suho's eyes, but before he could speak, Miho's anguished cry tore through the air. "Father, does this mean I truly didn't exist in that world?" Yunho tried to soothe her, but father and daughter quickly slipped into their usual bickering. Meanwhile, Chairman Wu Jinchul stepped toward Suho, his voice calm, deliberate. "Don't you see it? Isn't this something to be grateful for?" Suho blinked. "What do you mean?" The chairman's expression softened. "This peace, this life, is the world Sung Jin Woo bought with his sacrifice. Countless lives that would never have existed before, are here now. Isn't that worth cherishing?" Suho turned, his gaze sweeping across the hunters. Some were deep in thought, others arguing, some still shaken by their new memories. And he understood. This fragile peace, was his father's dream. Drawing a breath, he stepped forward. His voice rang with unshakable conviction. "If the outer gods invade, this world will be destroyed. That's why I ask you, lend me your strength." And just as the weight of his words hung in the air, the scene cut. A news anchor's voice carried calmly across living rooms across the nation. "The prison break incident that shook the entire country has finally come under control. Less than 1% of escapees remain at large. Thanks to the swift response of the Hunter Association, the situation was contained." She shuffled her notes, her voice lowering as a clip began to play. Eyewitnesses reported that had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious black figure, casualties would have been catastrophic. At first, many assumed it was a monster. But reports confirm it was, in fact, a hunter skill, belonging to none other than E-rank hunter Sung Soo-ho. Witnesses say he was the first to arrive on scene, protecting civilians, and claims he experienced a reawakening. Far away, in the glow of a dimly lit room, a man sat watching the broadcast. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding audibly. Rage twisted his features. This man was none other than Hwang Dong-soo. And as the word hero echoed from the newscast, his fury boiled over. Bloodlust burned in his eyes. Sung Soo-ho, he hissed, venom dripping from every word. I'm coming for you. Meanwhile, back with the hunters, the same broadcast flickered on a television screen. Soo-ho frowned, pointing at it with a raised brow. Reawakening? Really? What kind of nonsense is this? Woo Jinchul answered calmly, his tone firm and authoritative. We discussed this beforehand. To the media, it's a reawakening. Rare, but believable. The public will accept it. Cho Jong inside, pushing his glasses up, his face weary. His voice dropped low, edged with frustration. But Soo-ho, surely you don't intend to reveal yourself as a growth-type hunter? An existence that defies natural law? People won't celebrate you, they'll fear you. An irregular only breeds resentment. Soo-ho's jaw tightened. He didn't speak, but Cho pressed on, unwavering. You once told us you had 3 goals. First, your own growth, to stand strong enough beside your father. Second, to gather hunters capable of resisting the outer gods. And third, his tone dropped like steel, to defeat the apostle of the Iterim, who walks among us even now. Soo-ho clenched his fist, determination blazing in his eyes. Once I achieve those 3, I'll head to my father's side. Even now, he's fighting alone against forces beyond space. The room fell silent. Cho Jong-in set down his teacup carefully, his sharp eyes locked on Soo-ho. If you truly intend to rally this world against the Iterims, he said firmly, passion alone won't be enough. You'll need more. You'll need to win hearts, influence minds, and make every move count. One wrong step, and it all crumbles. Soo-ho froze, those words echoing in his mind. He finally lifted his head, resolve returning. For you to give me such advice, does that mean you'll help me? Before Cho could answer, Baek Yunho slammed his palm on the table. The sound cracked like thunder. His face was lit with conviction. Of course. You are Sung Il-hwan's grandson. The son of Sung Jin-woo, the hope of humanity itself. But more than titles, Soo-ho, it's you. Your actions moved me. From this day forward, the White Tiger Guild will stand with you. Cho adjusted his glasses, voice steady, though quieter. Even Jin-woo struggled against Iterim? But I refuse to stand by while Earth is destroyed. The Hunter Guild will support you too. Woo Jinchul clenched his fist silently. Baek and Cho had been persuaded. Now, only one remained, Lim Taigu of the Reapers Guild. All eyes turned to him. Arms crossed, his expression unreadable, Lim finally spoke in a cold, cutting tone. Tell me plainly, Soo-ho, was it truly you who killed Lee Min-sung? The air tensed instantly. Baek bristled with anger. Why bring that up again? But Soo-ho raised his hand, silencing the room. His voice was steady. Yes. I killed him. Lim's eyes narrowed. Then tell me, what exactly happened to him? Soo-ho's tone dropped, but it did not waver. He was addicted to stardust. Worse, he was possessed by the apostle of the Iterim. Lim pressed harder. Then why was he working with the apostle? Soo-ho shook his head slightly. That? I don't know. Lim lowered his eyes, his thoughts heavy. I already know you bear no fault, Soo-ho. So why am I even asking? Soo-ho's words broke through the silence. Hunter Lim, what you truly want to know are his final moments, aren't they? Lim's eyes widened in shock. At the very end, Soo-ho said quietly, Lee Min-sung was smiling. Smiling? Lim repeated, disbelief shaking his tone. Yes, Soo-ho replied firmly. I don't know if it was exhilaration, or the emptiness of letting go. But it was bitter. And one thing was clear, he never lost himself. Not even until the very end. I'll admit it, that man left a deep impression on me. Lim closed his eyes, covering part of his face as a long sigh escaped him. Finally, he lowered his hand, voice quieter but resolute. Lee Min-sung, selfish to the end. But fine. The Grim Reaper Guild will also stand with you. Woo Jinchul allowed himself the faintest smile. Soo-ho had done it, he had gained the cooperation of all 3 great guilds. Not because of his bloodline. But because of his sincerity. He wasn't Sung Jin-woo. But in Soo-ho, they could all feel it, that same fire that once united hunters on the battlefield. Soo-ho straightened, resolve burning in his chest. Then allow me to explain the plan moving forward. The first thing we must do. But he was cut short. Wu Jinchul's face drained of color. Becky Yunho froze. Lim Taigu stiffened. Even Cho Jong-in faltered. The chairman's heart thundered in his chest as his thoughts screamed. Hunter Sung Jin Woo. Could Suho's choice truly bring a storm? A storm of blood, inside the Hunter Association itself. Deep within the shadow dungeon, Suho's body was drenched in sweat, every muscle screaming in protest. His jaw locked tight as he endured the crushing pressure weighing down on him. Atop his shoulders sat Amit, his presence like a mountain pressing into flesh and bone. 98, 99, 100. Amit's unyielding voice rang out like a verdict. Suho's legs trembled violently, sinking into the stone floor under the unbearable weight. His entire frame shook, but he refused to crumble until the very last count was finished. The instant Amit's voice hit 100, Suho roared through gritted teeth, a sound of raw defiance clashing against impossible strain. Then, finally, his knees gave way, and his body crashed to the ground. Before his eyes, a familiar notification flickered into existence. Daily quest completed. Training to become a formidable combatant. Reward granted. Completely drained, Suho lay sprawled across the dungeon floor, chest heaving, sweat pooling beneath him. Essel and Gray rushed over, concern etched on their faces, while Amit remained standing firm, expression unchanged, the discipline of a teacher hiding beneath his pride. At first, you couldn't even manage the basics, Amit said, voice deep and steady. But now, you complete my training on your own. For a moment, his tone softened, barely perceptible. Forcing himself upright, Suho shakily summoned his system shop. His breath came ragged as he admitted, honestly, if I don't train like this every day, my body feels heavier. Uncomfortable. With trembling hands, he grabbed a potion, downed it in one gulp, and let the cool liquid wash through him, mending the fire in his muscles. His lips pulled into a weary smile. Good work, Amit. Essel studied him silently, her crimson eyes narrowing. The young monarch she once knew had transformed. It wasn't just his body or mana. Even the way he carried himself had shifted, echoing the path his father once walked. Fully healed, Suho rolled his shoulders, testing his strength before standing tall once more. A grin tugged at his lips as he turned to the others. I've got work to do outside. See you soon. Essel blinked, caught off guard. Leaving already? Her tone carried a tinge of disappointment. Yeah, Suho replied, steady and resolute. From here on out, things are only going to get busier. I plan to clear a field-type dungeon. The memory of yesterday's meeting with the S-rank hunters and the association flickered in his mind. I already spoke with the higher-ups. I asked them to shut down production of star powder factories and instead cooperate with me in clearing Korea's field dungeons. They said the other guilds would object, of course. He gave a light shrug. So I made them a deal. In return, they agreed to back me. A swirling black portal materialized beside him as he opened a dungeon gate. Turning back one last time, he raised a hand in parting. And now, I'll do everything I can to keep that promise. Essel leaned forward, eagerness in her voice. Then let me help too. You'll call for us, won't you? For a brief moment, her heart lifted with hope. She pictured herself fighting alongside him, cutting through dungeon after dungeon. But Suho's next words shattered that dream. I'll call you, when I need help. The gate closed behind him, leaving Amit, Essel, and Gray frozen in silence, their eyes locked on the empty space where he once stood. The scene shifted. Far away, inside the deer-ranked field-type dungeon known as Catch's Field, voices rang out. Miho's tone was cold, edged with disdain. What are our guild masters thinking? Handing over every field dungeon to one hunter? Do they even realize how much that'll cut into the guild's profits? Her eyes narrowed, sharp and dangerous. And who even is this Sung Soo Ho? He didn't bring a single A rank or S rank for this raid. Instead, he dragged along nobodies just to fill the roster. Sung Ki-hun, standing nearby, smirked faintly. His eyes gleamed with curiosity rather than anger. Even so, doesn't it intrigue you? A hunter who can fight, mine, and haul everything on his own. Aren't you at least a little curious? Miho clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH sounds like nothing but wild exaggeration. Yet her expression betrayed her unease. Inwardly, she wrestled with her own doubts. Even her father seemed captivated by those so-called memories of another world. How could he put so much faith into something so uncertain? Ki-hun, however, was more calculating. His eyes gleamed with quiet intensity. A hunter who can actually level up? If Guild Master Cho's words are true, then this changes everything. From a distance, the apostle watched in silence. His golden eyes narrowed, his thoughts hidden behind an unreadable mask. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the mountainside. The ground split, a quake tearing through the field as a massive plume of dust exploded upward. Miho's eyes went wide. That sound, could it be? Ki-hun finished his thought, disbelief etched across his face. It hasn't even been an hour since he entered. Moments later, all lingering doubts were swept aside. From the gaping dungeon entrance, Suho emerged at a steady pace. His armor caught the sunlight, gleaming faintly with the sheen of battle, while his stride carried the relaxed confidence of a man completely unshaken. Behind him, his shadows rose like an endless tide, soldiers of darkness marching in perfect formation, their aura pressing down with the suffocating weight of the abyss itself. A grin tugged at Suho's lips as he ruffled his damp, sweat-matted hair. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said casually, as though he had just finished a jog instead of clearing an entire dungeon alone. "The boss went down fast, but pulling out the essence stones took longer than I expected." The statement hung in the air with casual ease, yet its weight was anything but ordinary. Suho glanced at the gathered hunters, his grin widening into something bolder. "I'm not done yet. I want to hit 3 more dungeons today. So," he tilted his head, "shall we move to the next field dungeon?" The words landed like a hammer. Miho and Ki-hun froze, their breaths caught in their throats as their hearts raced uncontrollably. In his hands glittered piles of mana stones, solid proof of his achievement. Even if the dungeon was only deer rank, the sheer fact he had cleared it alone in just an hour defied all common sense. Their inner voices screamed in disbelief, a single thought echoing like thunder. Who in the world is this guy?" Hidden in the darkness, the apostle observed silently, his lips pressed into a thin, severe line. The atmosphere around Suho was shifting rapidly, and he could feel it. Hunters and guilds alike were beginning to gather behind this boy. Even he, the apostle, felt an unfamiliar tremor run through his chest, an uneasy pressure that whispered a dangerous warning. This boy's pace, this boy's rise, if left unchecked, it could slip out of his control entirely. The scene shifted abruptly to a grand hall, where the nation's most powerful hunters and chairman Wu Jin-chul had convened. The air was heavy, the silence oppressive until Choi Jong-in leaned forward, his tone measured yet laced with concern. "Entrusting all our field-type dungeons to one individual, was that really wise? These sites provide mana stones, resources from magic beasts, even materials for factories. Think about what we're relinquishing here." Before the tension could thicken further, Baek Yunho's booming laughter cracked the air like a sudden burst of sunlight. He clapped Choi's shoulder with a hearty slap, his grin both teasing and disarming. "Choi, you've always been the very definition of greed," he quipped. But his smile soon dimmed, and his voice turned heavy. "Listen. If Iterum devours this world, what's the point of clinging to stones, wealth, or even guild pride? All that value turns to ash the moment the world burns." Choi's expression tightened, and his eyes shifted toward Lim Taigu, silently pulling the Grim Reaper Guild Master into the conversation. Lim's face remained carved from stone, his voice sharp enough to cut steel. "Those field dungeons weren't just sources of mana stones. They're also where we discovered factories producing star powder. That poison ruined Li Minsung's life. I'll see it eradicated, no matter the cost." The personal edge in his tone allowed no rebuttal, silencing the table for a moment. But Choi's gaze dropped, shadowed by an older, deeper fear. The images of ancient monarchs flickered in his memory, world-ending entities unlike anything native to Earth. His words were hushed, yet his question carried the weight of dread. And what if the enemies coming here aren't weaker than them? What if they're the same, or even worse? Would we even stand a chance against invaders of that scale? For the first time, Baek Yunho's confident demeanor faltered. He lowered his head, his jaw clenched tight as the memory of overwhelming forces gnawed at him. The gap between humanity and those beings had been immeasurable. Chairman Wu Jin-chul broke through the heavy silence. His voice was steady, authoritative, cutting through fear like a blade through mist. "You're overthinking it," he declared firmly. "Avoiding this fight isn't possible. Sooner or later, it will reach us. And Suho," his words paused deliberately, anchoring the hunter's attention, "Suho can handle it." The reassurance steadied the room, but Jin-chul was not blind to reality. The strategy would provoke fierce resistance from guilds whose survival hinged on field dungeon profits. He repeated Choi's earlier concern, the practical side of the problem, convincing hunters who lacked memories of the prior world. Hunters like Miho and Park Dojin would never believe talk of alien invaders without undeniable proof. Suho's eyes narrowed, meeting Jin-chul's with hard intensity. His voice carried urgency, sharpened like steel. "Then how do we convince them?" The chairman exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping the assembly. Then, with deliberate weight, he gave the one answer that might rally the masses. "There's one thing people follow, regardless of reason or logic." His voice lowered, each word deliberate. "Power." He began listing names as if reciting a roll call of titans. Thomas Andre of the United States. Liu Jigang of China. Siddharth Bachchan of India. Each name carried a ripple of recognition, each one belonging to the handful of hunters whose power could rival entire nations. They were walking weapons of mass destruction, icons who bent nations around their very presence. The meaning was undeniable. To sway the world, if Suho could rise to the rank of a national-level hunter, his influence would no longer be limited to words or ideals. It would become gravity itself, drawing people in without resistance. The weight of that possibility pressed against Suho's chest as Chairman Wu Jin-chul's meaning settled in. This wasn't empty encouragement, it was a map, a path where strength became persuasion and authority transformed into undeniable power. Suho's expression hardened, not with fear, but with determination. His eyes gleamed with a clarity that bordered on defiance. "Then I'll do it," he said, his voice carrying an iron conviction. "Give me 1 month. In that time, I'll climb high enough to command respect from anyone. I'll become a presence no hunter can ignore." The moment lingered before Jin-chul's tone shifted, pulling them away from ambition and back toward strategy. "For now, focus on what's directly ahead," he said firmly, reaching for the door. With that, he pushed open the heavy entrance, the hinges groaning as light spilled into the chamber beyond. One by one, Choi Jong-in, Lim Taegu, and Baek Yunho followed, their footsteps echoing in solemn rhythm. On the other side, the wide assembly hall buzzed with restrained tension. Representatives of the regional guilds waited, Azure Cloud of the Yangxiu region, the Lava Guild of Yandong, Hozio's Daesung, and Daecheong's strongest faction among them. The air crackled with the energy of ambition and suspicion, the atmosphere thick with stakeholders silently weighing losses against gains. As Chairman Wu Jin-chul stepped forward to address them, his mind remained clear and steady. This is for Suho's growth, and for the survival of the world itself. The choice was already made. Now came the execution. Suho's growth was merciless in its pace. For 2 unbroken days, he tore through dungeons without pause. His fists shattered bone and scale, his shadows flowed like black tides, carving paths through hordes of goblins, swarms of venomous insects, and monstrous centipedes that could have broken entire raid teams. Each conquest refined him further. His mana surged higher, the currents of shadow authority coursing through him with an ease that spoke of frightening adaptation. Even Ki-hun, always quick to mock or dismiss, found himself whispering in awe. "This guy, he actually levels up," he muttered, unable to mask the disbelief in his voice. When Suho finally stepped out of the collapsing dungeon gates, his army of shadows trailing behind him like a disciplined battalion, Miho and Ki-hun stood rooted to the ground. Their eyes were wide, their hearts pounding as the sheer scale of his achievement sank in. 8 dungeons in 2 days. 2 at D rank, 4 at C rank, and 2 more at B rank. All cleared, all mined, all completed by Suho alone. Ki-hun's voice cracked as he muttered under his breath, even an A rank would burn out trying to keep up with him. Ki-hun couldn't hold back his amazement. "Every time he clears a dungeon, his mana rises again," he muttered under his breath, almost as if saying it aloud would make it less unbelievable. Suho flexed his hand, focusing the flow of energy into his palm. A faint glow shimmered to life, and he narrowed his eyes. The surge was real. His MP had swelled again, and alongside it, the reach of his shadow authority expanded, flowing more smoothly and naturally than before. From the side, Beru tilted his head with a curious smile. "Young monarch, if you wish, we could measure your mana against that young S-rank hunter. Park Dojin. It might surprise you." But Suho only chuckled softly and shook his head. "There's no need. I already know where I stand." His lips curled into a smirk as he closed his fist. The truth was clear, his mana reserves were approaching the threshold of an S-rank. He could almost feel the line he was about to cross, the power building within him like a rising tide. Elsewhere, Park Dojin, the apostle in disguise, gritted his teeth. His fury boiled just beneath the surface. Watching Suho's growth unfold at such an unnatural pace made his insides twist with rage. The boy was too close to surpassing limits meant to restrain him, and that realization lit a dangerous fire in the apostle's chest. The apostle's unease sharpened into something closer to dread. Power accumulated at this speed was dangerous, too dangerous. If his fragment did not arrive soon, the balance he sought to control might slip irretrievably into Suho's hands. That night, Suho finally returned home. His body was weary, but his spirit burned with renewed purpose. His shadow soldiers dissolved into the darkness one by one, leaving the house cloaked in silence. Yet the stillness felt wrong. The moment he stepped into the hall, instinct screamed. Someone was here. Moonlight spilled faintly through the window, illuminating the figure waiting for him. Seated casually on the couch, as though he belonged there, was Huang Dong-su. In his hand, he toyed with a framed photograph, Suho's family portrait. The air grew heavy, choked with malice. Dong-su's aura pressed against the space like a suffocating fog. His lips curved into a sinister grin as his gaze flicked between the photograph and Suho himself. "What a pity," he murmured, his voice as jagged and sharp as shattered glass. "If your family had come home first, I planned to welcome them, the same way the world welcomed me. With agony. With despair. With that gnawing hunger for revenge." His golden eyes gleamed with cruelty as he rose slightly from his seat, letting the frame slip from his hand. The crash echoed through the hall as glass exploded across the floor, shards scattering like fragments of a fragile past. Dong-su's smirk widened, dripping with venom. "But fate was kind enough to deliver you instead," sung Suho. The unspoken promise in his words was clear, he intended to shatter more than just glass tonight. The shattered picture frame of Suho's family lay in ruins across the floor, its broken glass glinting crimson under the moonlight. Huang Dong-su's boot ground mercilessly onto the fragments, pressing the smiling faces of Suho's loved ones into the dirt. His mocking laughter scraped through the silence like blades on metal. "What a pity," Dong-su sneered, voice dripping with malice. "If your family had shown up before you, I would have made sure they suffered endlessly. Pain, despair, hunger for revenge. I was ready to gift them all of it." His lips twisted into a cruel grin, eyes gleaming with sick delight. "But you're finally here," sung Suho. "And breaking you will be far more satisfying." Cold fury settled over Suho like a cloak of steel. His face hardened, his eyes narrowing into glacial blades. All warmth drained from him, leaving only an immovable resolve. So this was him. Huang Dong-su. An S-rank hunter. Wu Jin-chul's warnings flashed in Suho's mind, the younger brother of Huang Dong-suk, the man who orchestrated the Jisan prison riot. Some even whispered Dong-su himself engineered the entire escape. With his brother now dead, his rage had turned toward Suho. One of the strongest S-ranks in Korea, and he's standing in my home. Wu Jin-chul's words echoed again, "If you encounter him, don't fight alone. Run." But here he was, face to face. Suho's voice broke the heavy silence, low and sharp. "Huang Dong-su. Did you come here to avenge your brother? Let me save you the trouble. It wasn't me who killed him, it was Kong Tae-shik." Dong-su's brow arched, amusement flashing across his face. His smirk deepened. "Interesting, not only do you know my name, you even know about Tae-shik." His laugh was cruel, grating. "But avenge him? Don't flatter yourself. I didn't crawl here to mourn some fool. I came because someone sabotaged my plans." His eyes burned. "And that makes me very, very angry." Suho's jaw clenched. His voice was ice cold. "Your past redemption." He stepped forward, shadows curling faintly at his feet. "If it's a fight you want, let's take this somewhere else." Dong-su's aura exploded outward like a crimson tidal wave, choking the air with oppressive weight. He grinned, feral and unhinged. "Why should I follow your lead, brat?" The wall beside Suho cracked a sudden punch, the impact rattling the entire building and setting off the alarms. Red lights flashed, sirens wailed, and the room bled an ominous glow. Suho didn't flinch. "In less than 5 minutes, this place will be crawling with security and hunters. My uncle doesn't leave things unchecked. Do you still want to waste time posturing here?" Dong-su narrowed his eyes, grin never fading. He licked his lips, predator savoring prey. "Cocky little bastard. Fine. Let's take this elsewhere." The scene shifted. A skeletal construction site stretched into the night sky, unfinished steel beams jutting upward like the ribs of some fallen titan. The air smelled of rust and concrete dust, the city's neon glow buzzing faintly in the distance. 2 figures faced each other across the hollow structure, predators circling before the kill. Dong-su cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he stepped closer. "Not bad. You didn't flinch back there. Then it must be true, you reawakened." His voice echoed coldly across the empty site. "Tell me, did you climb to S rank, or higher?" Suho's face betrayed nothing. His eyes locked on Dong-su's, voice calm but edged with fire. "I won't know until I'm reassessed. But before that, I want answers. Where did you get the star fragments?" Dong-su's laugh cut through the night, jagged and mocking. "Star fragments? What's this, are you begging for stimulants now? They're scarce, kid. Why the hell would I hand that kind of intel to you?" Suho's thoughts sharpened. So he isn't supplied by the apostle of Iterim, his source is different. Sliding his glasses down his nose, Dong-su's grin widened. His voice dropped into a cruel taunt. "Only pathetic weaklings cling to drugs like that. I don't need them." He cracked his knuckles, each pop echoing like gunfire, his aura flaring red and violent. The skeletal building vibrated under the surge of power. "But you're just some brat who lucked out with a reawakening. Let me teach you something, not all S ranks are equal." The crushing weight of Dong-su's aura pressed down on Suho, sharper and heavier than Lai Minsung's had ever been. Still, Suho stood firm. This is my first real fight against an S rank. Perfect. His fists clenched. Shadows stirred like restless serpents at his feet. Then let's see how far I've come. He lunged forward without hesitation, his body slicing through the air, fist pulled back for a strike empowered by shadow. I need to know my strength. But Dong-su was faster. His foot slammed down, power detonating through the ground like an earthquake. The concrete split apart, jagged chunks erupting upward to form a wall of stone. The debris struck Suho mid-charge, the impact rattling his bones and throwing his momentum off balance. Pain flared, sharp and immediate, as Suho gritted his teeth. He's even heavier than I thought. Dong-su's eyes glowed a murderous red. His grin widened, feeding on the struggle. You seriously want to brawl with me? You're nothing but a summoner. Don't make me laugh. Where's that dark human of yours, huh? Bring it out. Before Suho could respond, Dong-su's fist smashed into his gut with the force of a cannon. The impact lifted Suho clean off his feet, hurling him backward like a rag doll. He crashed into the wall behind him, cracks splintering through the concrete as dust rained down. The whole building shook with the blow. Suho crumpled against the floor, legs buckling, pain burning through his body. But he forced himself up, refusing to yield. The moment his gaze locked forward, Dong-su was already there. His speed was monstrous. The S-rank's shadow loomed as he swung his leg down in a brutal stomp. The ground shattered beneath the strike, chunks of concrete exploding outward. But this time, Suho's reflexes saved him. He leapt back, escaping by a hair's breadth. And now, his resolve hardened. He would no longer fight on the defensive. Suho's sharp gaze locked onto the faintest misstep in Huang Dong-su's stance, a slight imbalance, barely visible to the untrained eye. Without hesitation, he surged forward, shadows wrapping tightly around his form like a second skin. His leg whipped upward, a devastating kick aimed squarely at Dong-su's face. The blow connected cleanly, snapping the S-rank's head violently to the side. The strike carried enough weight to flatten most high-ranked hunters, the kind of impact that would leave even A-ranks broken and gasping. But Dong-su didn't fall. Instead, he straightened slowly, rolling his jaw as though testing it. His wicked smile remained carved into his face, sharp and mocking. He dragged a thumb across the corner of his mouth, where Suho's strike had split his lip. That's all you've got? He sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. It felt more like a breeze than a hit. Before Suho could reset his stance, Dong-su lashed out. His fist shot forward with monstrous speed, smashing into Suho's crossed arms. Suho braced himself with both forearms, but the force still tore him from his footing. His body was hurled backwards like a rag doll, skidding across the rough ground as sparks scattered from the impact of steel beams scraping against stone. Dong-su advanced, his laugh echoing like a madman's in the cavernous skeleton of the half-built structure. He refused to give Suho even a second's reprieve. His fists became a storm, each strike hammering down like an endless barrage of gunfire. The walls trembled under the concussive rhythm of his assault. Suho raised his guard, intercepting as many blows as he could, each block rattling his bones, each impact numbing his arms further. The gap in raw power was undeniable, and yet he refused to break. Dong-su's voice roared above the chaos, guttural and vicious. You think brute force will save you? Don't make me laugh. Even if you used every scrap of power you're hiding, boy, you'd still never stand on my level. Suho's arms shook, but his eyes only hardened. Yes, Dong-su's strength dwarfed his own. The man's body was a fortress, every movement honed for combat. But Suho had faced something far more terrifying than this. His thoughts flashed back to the trial of his class change, the crushing dread of confronting the shadow of his own past, the suffocating aura of that fight that had nearly broken his spirit. Compared to that abyss of despair, these punches were survivable. Painful, yes. Overwhelming, no. I've faced worse than you, Suho thought grimly, bracing himself. That single flicker of reflection proved costly. Dong-su's sharp eyes caught the lapse instantly. With a predator's precision, he slammed his heel down on Suho's foot, pinning him against the ground. Suho's eyes widened in shock as he realized too late, his movement was sealed. A feral grin stretched across Dong-su's face, his aura igniting around his fist in a blaze of crimson. The energy coiled like a storm, hungry to crush everything in its path. You dare to daydream in the middle of a fight with me? Dong-su growled, his voice low and lethal. Then you can die in your fantasies. His punch came down like the hammer of a god. It connected squarely, the impact blasting Suho's body through the reinforced concrete wall. The structure exploded outward in a deafening boom, rubble and dust billowing like a volcanic eruption. Suho's body was thrown into the night air, crashing onto the debris-strewn ground outside. The earth trembled beneath the impact, fragments of shattered stone raining down around him. For a brief moment, Dong-su's laughter hung triumphant in the air, until it abruptly faltered. His eyes flicked to his own hand, and his grin twisted into something darker. Protruding through his flesh, piercing cleanly from palm to knuckle, was a weapon born of darkness, an elongated, jagged shadow blade, humming with murderous intent. Blood streamed down Dong Su's knuckles, dripping between his fingers and pattering onto the cracked concrete. His jaw tightened, teeth gritted in fury, his voice grinding into a guttural growl. "You little bastard. When did you call forth that weapon?" Dust still hung thick in the air, a suffocating cloud stirred by the earlier impact. Within that haze, a figure shifted. Suho. His body was battered, bruises blooming across his frame, his breathing labored. Yet his eyes still burned with sharp determination. From the gloom behind him, a massive silhouette emerged, Beru, his translucent wings flickering faintly, insectoid gaze filled with unease. "Young monarch, are you unharmed?" Beru's deep, rumbling voice carried both worry and readiness. Suho coughed, crimson staining his lips, and spat blood to the side. Despite the pain etched across his face, he forced a crooked grin. "Looks like, trying to match an enhancement-type S-rank head-on without tapping into my powers is still a little reckless." His hand pressed firmly against his aching ribs, his posture strained but unbroken. Slowly, he rose back to his feet, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. A thought flickered across his mind with bitter humor. "Honestly, I'd love to dump every single saved point into strength right this second." Then the shadows stirred. Darkness rippled outward from beneath him, coiling like a living tide. His aura thickened, pressing outward in waves that clawed at the air. The outlines of armor began to take form around his body, plates of shadow-fused steel, jagged and otherworldly. The suffocating weight of his presence spread through the battlefield, even the night itself seemed to falter. "Fine," Suho murmured, his tone ironclad. His eyes gleamed with a sharp violet light as the shadow armor fully enveloped him. No more holding back. The very air thrummed in response, the atmosphere trembling as if the world recognized his shift. Shadows gathered under his boots, compressing like springs. Then, with a deafening boom, Suho launched upward, his body slicing through the smoke like a black spear. He landed hard atop the fractured rooftop, the force of the impact splitting the surface beneath him. Cracks spidered outward in all directions as dust and debris rained down. Huang Dong-su was already waiting there, standing tall amidst the destruction. That same derisive grin curled across his face, as though the devastation was nothing more than a stage crafted for him. But Suho was different now. His armor rippled like liquid darkness solidifying into the form of a knight, edges jagged, each piece radiating lethal power. His presence was no longer that of a battered hunter but of a predator, ancient and absolute. Suho's voice cut through the night, steady and unwavering, a verdict handed down by a judge. Round 2, Huang Dong-su. Before the S-rank could answer, the world itself seemed to stir. A cascade of notifications flared before Suho's eyes, each one ringing like the clash of war drums. Shadow item, Minotaur helm, grade, rare. Shadow item, Kira, grade, heroic. Shadow item, Cockatrice pauldron, grade, rare. Then the system window unfolded, glowing brightly as though reality itself had paused to bear witness. Level, 58. Strength, 168. Stamina, 94. Agility, 101. Intelligence, 97. Perception, 84. The atmosphere thickened instantly. The hunter who had been bleeding moments ago was gone. In his place stood something far darker. The oppressive weight of his killing intent seemed to swallow the night whole. His eyes gleamed with certainty, the gaze of a predator who had already decided the outcome. "I'll fight you with everything I have now, Huang Dong-su." For the first time, Dong-su's expression cracked. His smug grin faltered as his eyes locked onto the unnatural armor wrapping Suho's body. Where did those come from?" His voice was uneven, his confidence shaking. "Those items, what are they?" He spat venom in an attempt to mask his unease. "You think you can beat me just because you're wearing some conjured junk? Don't make me." But his words caught in his throat. His smirk collapsed. His body stiffened. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpoints as an invisible dread gnawed into his chest. The tremor in his voice betrayed him before his pride could intervene. What is that black aura? That wave, that darkness?" Suho stood motionless, silent. He hadn't uttered a word. He hadn't moved. He didn't even realize what Dong-su was perceiving. But Dong-su did. Memories long buried clawed their way up from the abyss of his soul. Splintered fragments of the past forced themselves to the surface, visions of a man cloaked in endless night. A towering figure, eyes blazing with otherworldly dominance. The Shadow Monarch. Sung Jin-woo. The recollection stabbed into him like a knife. He remembered that dreadful voice, cold and merciless. What about greed? Since you died because of it, how does that name suit you, Huang Dong-su? Color drained from Dong-su's face. His body convulsed violently, half of him already unraveling. Shadows seeped from his flesh, clinging to him like tar, dragging him back into a form he had once desperately escaped. Before he could resist, his body twisted grotesquely. His features warped, shifting into something monstrous. The remnants of that forgotten dominion branded him once more. Half of Huang Dong-su's body transformed into the dreaded visage of Sung Jinwoo's old shadow general, Greed. The air around the battlefield warped, heavy with killing intent so dense it made even the shadows waver. Suho stood at the center of the devastated field, his dark armor pulsing with shadow energy, the black steel glimmering faintly like fractured obsidian. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the chaos around him, eyes as cold as a winter sea, locked onto Huang Dong-su, who now appeared less human and more like a creature driven mad. His body convulsed, aura twisting violently as if something monstrous within him struggled to burst free. A sudden realization flickered in Suho's eyes, sharp and cutting. Without hesitation, he began peeling away his armor. The shadow plating disintegrated into mist, coiling into the air before dissolving completely. "This really isn't my style," he muttered under his breath, his tone detached. "I should have just disabled the item's visual form from the start." As the darkness melted away, only his worn combat uniform remained, scarred from countless battles. His gaze hardened again, fixing on Huang Dong-su, who now clutched his skull, trembling violently. Words slurred from his lips, nonsensical and broken, as fear etched itself across his face. Something was fracturing inside him. Old memories, shattered, disjointed, and half-buried, rose violently to the surface. Visions of another time, another world, replayed in flashes too fast to suppress. He saw himself standing opposite a man who radiated darkness like a living storm, the shadow monarch, Sung Jinwoo. He remembered the sound of each footstep, the tremor that followed, and the suffocating aura that crushed all resistance. And above all, he remembered that gaze, cold, merciless, and absolute. "You're beneath me." No matter how hard Dong-su had fought, no matter how fiercely he resisted, his efforts were meaningless. In that battle, he had been defeated, broken, and in the end, devoured by shadow. A shudder ran through him, and his breathing grew shallow. "Am I hallucinating?" he whispered, panic flickering in his eyes. But as the shadow aura around Suho pulsed faintly, realization dawned on him like a curse from another lifetime. "Those memories, they're mine." And when his eyes met Suho's, he froze. That gaze, he had seen it before. Rage ignited, burning away his fear in an instant. His lips twisted into a snarl as he spat the name like venom. "Sung Jinwoo." Suho's brow furrowed, confusion flashing across his face. "How does Huang Dong-su know my father's name?" he muttered. From the darkness beneath Suho's feet, a small figure emerged, Beru, the tiny shadow soldier, wings folded tight against his armored body. "Greed," he rumbled, his deep voice echoing with authority. "It seems he's recovered the memories of his past existence." "Greed," Suho repeated, his tone sharp. "What do you mean, Beru?" Beru's crimson eyes glowed faintly as he looked toward the trembling hunter. "In the world before this one, Huang Dong-su was not your ally. He fought against the monarch, your father, and fell. He was reborn afterward as one of his shadows, bearing the name Greed. What you see now, is that shadow remembering who he once was." Suho's eyes narrowed. "He's remembering everything, without a shadow key." Beru nodded solemnly. "If Wu Jinchul could recall fragments of his past without assistance, then it is possible for others as well." Meanwhile, Dong-su's fury erupted into madness. His mind spun, connecting pieces of the truth. "Sung Jinwoo? Sung Suho," he muttered under his breath. The puzzle clicked together. He remembered the family photo, the boy's name, the uncanny resemblance. His pupils contracted. "That kid, he's Jinwoo's son." His chest tightened as another realization hit him like lightning. "If Sung Jinwoo can't interfere, then this is my chance." Before the thought could even finish forming, his body moved on instinct. The ground split beneath his feet as he exploded forward, a red aura bursting around him like fire. His fist crashed toward Suho's chest with blinding speed. Suho reacted instantly, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. The impact was devastating, an explosion of air and dust rippled outward, shaking the entire construction site. But Dong-su didn't stop. He pressed forward, fists flying in a brutal, unrelenting barrage. Every punch carried monstrous weight, each strike cutting through the air with enough force to gouge the ground. Suho blocked and deflected, shadows reinforcing his defense, but the sheer physical might behind Dong-su's assault left cracks in his guard. Dong-su's grin widened. "This power, this darkness," he thought, fists pounding harder. "That's what Sung Jinwoo used on me back then. But this brat isn't his father. He's still green. This time, I'll win." Yet, as he fought, fragments of his past clawed at his mind, memories of his death, the suffocating feeling of Jinwoo's shadow crawling over his body, consuming him. The shame. The helplessness. The humiliation of kneeling before the one who had ended his existence. His fury boiled over. "You'll pay for that, Sung Jin-woo," he hissed through clenched teeth. "You'll lose your son the way I lost everything." Suho's expression hardened at those words. Without hesitation, shadow energy surged around him once again. Black mist swirled upward as his armor reformed piece by piece, glowing with an ominous brilliance. The battlefield shook as the son of the Shadow Monarch faced the fallen shadow of his father, darkness against darkness, past against present. This time, Suho didn't summon his full armor. Instead, he cloaked only his forearms in shadow steel, dark energy swirling around them like smoke drawn to flame. From the armor's edge, twin blades formed, sleek and razor-sharp, glinting like onyx under the fractured light. His voice came out cold, laced with scorn as he stepped forward. "What's wrong, Hwang Dong-su? You look nervous." The taunt hit harder than any blow. Rage flashed in Dong-su's eyes, his aura flaring with violence. He no longer met Dong-su's power head-on. Instead, he slipped past attacks with surgical precision, deflecting a punch with the flat of his blade, pivoting under another strike, and retaliating with a swift upward slash. His blade shimmered briefly, the black mist around it extending outward until it lengthened into a spear, dark, elegant, and humming with power. Then Suho struck. The spear tore through the air, tracing arcs of shadow in its wake. One cut slashed across Dong-su's forearm, another across his chest, and a third raked his side. Blood splattered across the cracked floor as the older hunter stumbled back, shock flashing across his face. "How?" he hissed, clutching his wound. "How is he getting faster?" The space between them grew tense, charged with killing intent so dense it warped the air. The ground beneath Suho's boots splintered under the pressure of his mana. There was no hesitation in his stance, no wasted movement. Only the sharp, honed intent to strike. His thoughts were razor-focused. "The equipment I've forged from field-type dungeons, each one grants unique stat boosts. I can summon them directly through shadow storage without even opening the inventory." The battlefield answered his call. From the black haze at his feet, shadows writhed upward, taking shape, an obsidian blade forged out of pure darkness. Suho's grip tightened. "If I use everything I built, this fight ends here." Hwang Dong-su braced himself, his instincts screaming danger. But before he could move, Suho was already upon him. His offense became a torrent, an onslaught of shadow-forged weapons that appeared and vanished in an instant. Blades, axes, halberds, each one born from darkness, each strike flowing into the next like a relentless storm. The air crackled with each swing. Sparks flew where their power collided. Dong-su barely managed to defend, the force behind each blow rattling his bones. Then Suho saw it, a brief lapse in Dong-su's guard, the slightest tilt of his shoulder. He moved without hesitation. The shadow weapon in his hand warped mid-strike, reshaping into a scythe curved like the moon's edge. At the same moment, the ground erupted with dark spikes, shadow spears bursting upward to impale Dong-su from multiple directions. He gasped, frozen in shock, just as Suho's scythe came down in a single, decisive sweep. The crescent blade cut through flesh and armor alike, leaving a wide, red arc that shimmered in the haze of black mist. Blood scattered across the broken terrain, gleaming faintly in the light of the shadows. Dong-su staggered, disbelief twisting across his pale face. His breath hitched, his mind spinning. He's summoning weapons, at will? Even Sung Jin-woo, could he do something like this? It hit him then, not brute power, but growth. No. He's evolving right in front of me. From within the depths of Suho's shadow, Beru watched in silence. His compound eyes reflected the clash of light and dark, his mandibles shifting slightly as a low hum reverberated through his chest. He's changing, adapting mid-battle. His instincts, his command of shadow, even his combat sense, it's all advancing at once. Suho turned his gaze to his opponent, his expression unreadable, calm but commanding. Shadow spiraled up his arm again, coalescing into a dagger that appeared out of thin air, small, precise, and deadly. Beru bowed his head slightly, reverence in his tone as he whispered under his breath. "My liege, at this rate, it won't be long before I witness the monarch and his heir fighting side by side." And then, Suho vanished. One blink, and he was gone from sight. The next, he appeared before Hwang Dong-su, close enough for his shadow to overlap the man's. His movements were a blur. The daggers tore through the air, tracing black streaks of lightning. Slash, slash, slash. Each motion cut deeper than the last, swift, controlled, merciless. Blood burst in crimson lines across Dong-su's body as the flurry of strikes continued, the rhythm relentless, inescapable. The final blow sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the shattered earth with a violent crack. The ground trembled under the impact. Dust and blood mingled in the air. Suho stood where he was, silent, his blades dripping with crimson. Every strike he had delivered bore precision, intent, and authority, the unmistakable mark of a true shadow monarch in the making. When Huang Dong-su's eyes fluttered open, the world wavered around him, distorted, as if time itself had blurred for a heartbeat. His gaze locked onto Suho, and in that instant, he froze. That stance, that aura. The killing intent radiating from the young hunter was suffocating, familiar in the worst possible way. It wasn't Suho he was seeing anymore. For a fleeting, horrifying moment, Sung Jinhwa's shadow overlapped with his son's, 2 generations of darkness merging into one silhouette. The same cold, predatory gaze. The same silence that promised death. A tremor ran through Huang Dong-su's chest. His pulse hammered like a drum of war, his instinct screaming that he was standing before the same abyss that had once devoured him. Those eyes? I've seen them before. His thoughts spiraled, desperate. Both of them, father and son, monsters born from shadow itself. His legs buckled for half a second before he stomped down hard, forcing stability into his trembling limbs. He wouldn't, crumble again. The memory of his past defeat burned behind his ribs like molten iron. Grinding his teeth until they ached, he threw back his head and roared, "I won't lose again." Power exploded from his body, raw and uncontrolled. His palms slammed against the ground, and the shockwave tore through the battlefield like a quake. The earth split apart, walls fractured, and the structure groaned before collapsing in on itself. Steel beams fell like rain, dust rising in thick plumes that swallowed the light. Through the chaos, Dong-su pushed himself to his feet, his breath coming fast and sharp. "He's stronger than I thought," he admitted bitterly, his boots crunching on debris as he ran through the crumbling wreckage. "Fine. I'll retreat, recover, strike later." He repeated the words like a mantra, convincing himself it was strategy, not fear. "I'll wait for the right time. When he's weak, when he least expects it, I'll tear him apart. Or maybe I'll take someone he cares about, make him suffer first." His lips curled into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. But the grin faltered almost immediately. A chill, primal and ancient, crawled up his spine. His instincts screamed too late. His plan, his thoughts, shattered the instant a vast shadow fell over him. He looked up. Suho was there, descending from the broken ceiling like a phantom born of the night. His form cut through the dust with terrifying grace, twin daggers gleaming black as sin. Before Dong-su could even raise his guard, the young hunter struck. The sound was deafening, a crash followed by an eruption that tore through the collapsing ruins. A surge of mana burst outward, vaporizing the debris midair. For several seconds, the world drowned in smoke and thunder. And then, silence. When the haze thinned, 2 figures stood amidst the ruin. One was on his knees. The other towered above him, calm and merciless. Suho's shadow blade was buried deep in Huang Dong-su's chest. Blood seeped between the older hunter's fingers as he clutched the wound, his breath shallow and ragged. He glared up, face contorted in rage and disbelief. "You," he choked out, his voice trembling. "You're going to turn me into one of your pets too, huh? Go on then. Try it." His snarl was a cocktail of defiance and despair. "I'll resist. I'll kill you, and your father, Sung Jinhwa." Suho didn't flinch. His expression was devoid of sympathy, his tone cutting, steady, final. "Still chasing what you'll never have," he said coldly. "You couldn't even stand against me. What made you think you'd ever reach him?" His hand tightened around the hilt. "But maybe," he continued softly, "those aren't even your thoughts anymore." Dong-su's mouth twisted into one last furious sneer. "Sung Suho," he spat, voice breaking with rage. "I'll kill." The sentence ended in blood. With one swift, brutal twist of his wrist, Suho drove the shadow blade deeper, then dragged it across in a clean, merciless arc. A crimson spray burst through the air, glinting in the dying light. Huang Dong-su's body convulsed once, then fell limp, collapsing into the rubble below. The echoes of battle faded. Only the faint rustle of settling dust remained. Suho stood over the fallen man, his blade dripping scarlet before melting back into shadow. His gaze lingered for a moment, cold and unreadable. The world seemed to still around Suho as the echoes of the battle faded. The air shimmered faintly, and a cascade of glowing notifications unfolded before his eyes. "You have leveled up." The message blinked across his vision, one after another, like the soft chime of victory that felt far too quiet for the devastation around him. He stood tall amid the wreckage, faint ripples of shadow energy flickering around his frame. Below him lay Huang Dong-su, broken, motionless, and silent. Another message appeared, this time pulsing with deep indigo light. "Skill, strength increase has leveled up." Suho exhaled slowly, his breath misting in the cold air. His gaze lingered on the body before him, expression unreadable. The memories of the fight were already fading, but one thought remained. "So you remembered everything from your past life without even needing a shadow key," he murmured softly. That hatred you carried for my father must have burned deeper than I thought. There was no malice in his tone, only a faint, tired recognition of what resentment could do to a man. Then his eyes shifted toward the looming black mist beside him. Beru, he said evenly, what do you think? Should I bring him back as a shadow? The tiny insectoid general stepped forward, his mandibles clicking with reverent eagerness. My liege, it would be a glorious moment. To have once again a warrior who stood before the monarch of shadows himself. Suho's lips curved faintly, not a smile, but something close. You still see it as glory, he said, his voice low. But being bound in shadow isn't a gift. It's a sentence. They fight forever. Obedient even in death. He stretched out his hand. Darkness surged, and a familiar weapon coalesced in his grasp, a blade born from pure shadow. Each soldier I summon keeps a sliver of what they once were, he continued. A trace of will, the echo of old instincts. But shadow weapons, they're just hollow remnants. No consciousness. No soul. Only power left behind, clinging like a curse that refuses to fade. His boots crunched over shattered stone as he approached the fallen man. The air grew heavier with every step. It's like the spirit dissolves, he muttered quietly, crouching beside Dong Su's body, and all that remains is debt, the weight of what it owes. Suho raised his hand high. Shadows rippled outward like living water, spreading from his feet and swallowing the light. His eyes gleamed faintly with the mark of the monarch as he spoke the word that commanded the abyss. Arise. Black tendrils crawled over Huang Dong Su's body, wrapping him like a shroud. For a brief moment, it seemed to work, the air quivered, but then, the darkness flickered and dispersed like smoke in the wind. A harsh chime rang out. Shadow extraction failed. Attempts remaining, too. Suho's expression tightened, his jaw flexing as frustration coiled inside him. Even now, you resist me, he muttered. Still defiant in death. He lifted his hand again. Arise. Once more, shadows surged, only to disintegrate before taking shape. Shadow extraction failed. Attempts remaining, 1. The air snapped with Beru's fury. Insolent fool, he roared, his voice echoing through the ruins. You dare defy the young monarch? You were a mere mortal once, a soldier of dust. Show reverence. Suho closed his eyes, letting Beru's anger pass. When he opened them again, his expression had softened into something grim but composed. He knelt beside Dong Su's corpse and placed a hand on his chest. That stubborn spark, he said quietly. The last trace of your will. Dark mist seeped from his fingertips, trailing like rivers of night across the dead man's form. The atmosphere thickened until the air itself seemed to hold its breath. No matter how deep your hatred goes, Suho whispered, his voice now colder than steel, I won't seek to understand it. You were a cruel man. I'm not saving you, I'm using what remains. He rose, his shadow spreading like wings across the ground. Your strength won't rot in the earth. I'll make it serve something greater. Now, arise. A third time, darkness surged. The world trembled as Suho's will struck like lightning. Meanwhile, on the street outside, a sleek car screeched to a halt, tires carving black marks into the pavement. The engine sputtered to silence, leaving only the hiss of cooling metal. From within, Wu Jinchul and Choi Jong-in burst out, weapons drawn, coats flaring in the wind. Dust and debris clouded the night sky, lit faintly by the glow of emergency lights reflecting off shattered glass. The explosion came from here, Choi shouted, scanning the ruins. Wu Jinchul's face was pale but focused. Too close to Suho's home, he said through clenched teeth. If he fought someone here, we might be too late. The memory of the triggered alarm still gnawed at him. The security feed cut out after the breach, he muttered grimly. Whoever it was, they forced their way in. The two men sprinted across the wreckage, the acrid air stinging their lungs. Just as they reached the edge of the ruined site, a figure stepped out from the haze. What are you doing here? Came a calm, steady voice. Both men froze. Relief and disbelief washed over them as they recognized the speaker. Suho! Choi exclaimed. Wu Jinchul let out a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. Thank God, he said, eyes scanning him up and down. You're still in one piece. And behind Suho, as the dust slowly settled, the faint shape of a shadow stirred. Wu Jinchul's voice cut through the dust-filled air, sharp and urgent. What happened here? Where's the intruder? Suho turned his head slightly, his expression calm, almost too calm given the wreckage around him. His tone carried no boast, just quiet finality. Huang Dong-su was here. The words dropped like stones. For a heartbeat, neither man moved. Choi Jong-in's eyes went wide, while Wu Jinchul's face lost all color. Wait, the S-rank criminal Huang Dong-su, he asked, disbelief twisting his voice. Suho nodded once. It was close, he said evenly, but I won. Silence hung between them, broken only by the wind whistling through shattered concrete. You defeated Huang Dongsu? Choi finally managed, as if repeating the question might make it real. Suho's answer came with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Yes, I did. Then, almost casually, he lifted his left hand. The air rippled around him, dark energy coalescing in his palm like liquid night. It condensed, hardened, and spread across his arm, forming a massive shadow gauntlet, sleek, jagged, and humming with restrained power. Suho studied the new weapon with quiet satisfaction, its surface reflecting faint streaks of blue light. The victory was mine, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Before him, a familiar translucent window materialized in the air, each line glowing faintly. Shadow item created, greed, creation grade, heroic. Form, gauntlet. Skill, smash, unleashes a strike capable of destroying hardened materials. Suho flexed his fingers once, testing its weight. The gauntlet pulsed faintly in response, as if acknowledging its new master. The scene shifted. Outside the grand glass doors of the Hunter Association headquarters, the sound of camera shutters filled the air. Reporters swarmed the entrance, microphones raised like weapons, the murmur of speculation rippling through the crowd. Everyone sensed something monumental was unfolding. Inside, the atmosphere was a blend of nerves and ambition. Rows of newly awakened hunters sat waiting for their turn at rank assessment, some whispering encouragement, others silently praying. One man stumbled out from the testing chamber, face pale, shoulders slumped. A D rank, he muttered bitterly. I awakened for this? From nearby, another hunter patted him on the back. Hey, D rank isn't bad. You'll still get work, mining, patrols. Safer than dungeons. The man gave a faint nod and shuffled off, but his disappointment lingered in the air. A few seats away, someone else had been keeping score. A wiry man with tired eyes and unkempt hair, nervously wringing his hands, counting under his breath. 4 D ranks, 2 E ranks, he whispered. A crooked smile spread across his face. The odds are in my favor. The next one's got to be good. His name was Kim Panseok, an unemployed awakened clinging to hope like a lifeline. His heart pounded in his chest. I don't need to be S rank, he thought feverishly. Even A or B would change everything. Just one good roll of luck, that's all I need. Next candidate, the coordinator called, her voice calm and clipped. Please prepare for measurement. Panseok stood immediately, nerves buzzing under his skin. But then, the name that followed wasn't his. Sung Suho, she announced. Panseok's eyes darted toward the young man rising from his seat. Suho's expression was composed, polite. As he walked past, Panseok's lips curled into a sly grin. Sung Suho, huh? Let's hope you flop, kid, he muttered under his breath. If you score low, my odds go up. Suho, unaware of the silent spite beside him, ran a hand through his hair and exhaled softly. Strange, he thought, I've fought monsters stronger than this, but this still makes my heart race. He stepped into the testing chamber, the door sealing shut behind him. Moments later, Kim Panseok quietly wished, please, anything but E rank. But he was declared an E rank. All the excitement drained from Kim's face instantly. Outside, chaos awaited. The glass doors of the Hunter Association burst open as a wave of camera flashes illuminated the hall. Reporters swarmed the entrance, their shouts echoing across the marble floor. At the center of that storm stood Sung Suho. A new S-rank hunter has been born in Korea, someone shouted. Reawakened, yelled another. The hero of the Jisan Correctional Facility incident. Microphones crowded toward him, voices overlapping in a frenzy. Suho, how does it feel to become an S-rank hunter? Caught in the flood of lights and noise, Suho scratched the back of his neck, smiling awkwardly. The camera flashes painted his face in gold and white as he laughed softly, cornered by a wall of reporters. From the upper floor of the building, Woo Jinchul stood by a window, watching the scene unfold below. His expression was calm, yet pride shimmered in his eyes. As expected, he murmured. Suho reached S rank, just as he promised. Behind him sat Choi Jong-in, Baek Yun-ho, and Lim Tae-gu. Choi nodded gravely. It was inevitable. At this pace, his power will soon rival that of a national-level hunter. He leaned back, his tone heavy with purpose. The foundation is ready. Now we move to the next phase, clearing every remaining field-type dungeon in Korea. His gaze hardened. And after that, we'll have to unify the world's hunters. It's the only way to strengthen the legacy of Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Baek folded his arms, his brow furrowed. That's assuming the apostles stay quiet. But they won't. The Iterim's apostle will make his move soon. Woo Jinchul's eyes stayed locked on Suho through the window, his voice dropping. Even though stardust was banned, its new form, star fragments, has spread beyond control. Every time we close in, they vanish, like they already know our plans. If they've infiltrated the association," his words trailed off, tension thick in the air. "Then we'll need to question who we can truly trust." Below, the cheering continued. None of them noticed the man in the crowd who didn't belong. Hidden among the reporters stood Park Dojin, the apostle himself. His golden eyes gleamed faintly as he watched Suho bathe in the spotlight. Then, without a sound, his form shimmered and vanished. The next moment, he reappeared deep within a forbidden dungeon. The air was thick with mana and the stench of blood. His followers were mid-hunt, tearing apart a massive demon sprawled across the stone floor. Their blades rose and fell mercilessly, their foreheads marked by glowing golden crosses. "Enough!" The apostle's voice thundered across the hall. Instantly, every movement ceased. The hunters froze, blades dripping, then dropped to their knees as he stepped forward, his aura spreading like a wave of ice. "Gather!" At once, they obeyed, forming a ring before him. The flickering blue light of the dungeon cast long, trembling shadows across their faces. The apostle's gaze swept across them, cold and calculating. "Even A-rank hunters can't withstand the star fragments anymore," he thought grimly. "They're strong, but incomplete. Not enough to ascend." His jaw tightened. Since Sung Suho's awakening, his influence has grown rapidly. He's absorbing guilds, expanding territory, his eyes narrowed. He's turning this into a game of domination. Whoever gathers more awakened controls the field. He turned toward the pulsing dungeon core, its energy swirling in dark blue patterns. With Korea's elite hunters rallying behind him, expanding here is meaningless. If I face him head-on, his voice lowered, would I win? The apostle clenched his fist. Even with hundreds of loyal followers, the answer wasn't certain. "My aim has always been the dominion of darkness," he murmured, voice low and steady as a blade being drawn. Over time my attention zeroed in on Sung Suho. The boy had become an unexpected variable in my plans. He let the words hang a moment, then leaned forward, the gold in his irises flaring like a candle stubbed into life. "I will win this contest," he continued, each syllable measured. "When the next fragment falls, no, when the fifth one lands in my hands, that authority will be mine." He lifted a hand and brushed his fingertips across his mouth, a small, deliberate gesture that felt oddly intimate and horribly confident. A sly, calculating smile creased his features, his eyes flashed with wicked delight, like a hunter savoring the moment before the kill. But before he could speak another word, a voice echoed behind him. "Hunter Park Dojin, is that really you?" The apostle froze. Slowly, he turned his head. A young woman stood in the doorway, her armor scuffed and her expression bright with naive relief. "I can't believe I ran into you here. I got separated from my party, would you mind if I tag along?" Her smile was warm. Too warm. The apostle raised his hand without a word. A golden streak of light tore through the air and pierced her skull. Her body crumpled instantly, blood splattering across the cold stone floor. He lowered his arm, expression unreadable. "This dungeon belongs to the Grim Reaper Guild. Trespassers die." For a moment, silence reigned, until a faint laugh broke it. It was low. Wet. Wrong. The woman's corpse began to twitch. Her voice came again, distorted and echoing. "Sharp instincts," she crooned. Her body twisted grotesquely, bones snapping, flesh hardening into a shell of black plates. The human facade peeled away, replaced by an insectoid abomination. She rose, half human, half creature, her lips curling into a grin. "Isn't it rude to kill someone before they've even introduced themselves?" The apostle's golden eyes glowed with danger. "Who are you?" The creature tilted her head, her tone dripping with mockery. "Me," she purred, drawing a curved dagger that shimmered green under the dungeon light. "I'm Arsha, a resident from another world." She smiled, her sharp teeth catching the light. "And I've come to offer the apostle of Iterum a proposal." Her voice softened to a whisper, deadly and tempting. "One you'll find very hard to refuse." The apostle stood amidst the flickering shadows of the dungeon hall, the air thick with the stench of burnt mana and demon blood. Around him, his followers knelt in disciplined silence, their blades still dripping from the corpse of the beast they had slain moments ago. The apostle's golden eyes burned through the dimness, their glow sharp and cold. "Who are you supposed to be?" he demanded, his tone carrying the weight of command. The woman standing before him didn't so much as flinch. Her lips curved into an almost playful smile as she twirled a curved dagger between her fingers. "Arsha," she said smoothly, her voice echoing lightly through the cavern. "A native of this world, though not quite loyal to it. I've come to offer the Iterum apostle a deal you might find interesting." At her words, the apostle's expression hardened, suspicion flashing beneath his composed exterior. "A deal," he repeated, his gaze narrowing. "Then tell me, how do you even know who I am?" Arsha chuckled softly, tilting her head. Because I make it my business to know what others try to hide, she replied. I've been tracing the source of a little drug you might be familiar with, stardust. Its trail led me straight to the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes. She paused, her grin widening. That's when I realized something fascinating. The so-called apostle of Iterum isn't even of this world, is he? The apostle's silence was telling. Around her shoulders, a faint swarm of glittering insects began to stir, crawling and buzzing faintly. Arsha glanced at them fondly. My little informants are quite good at what they do, she added with mock pride. Before she could finish, one of the apostle's followers moved like lightning. A streak of gold flashed through the air, cleaving one of the insects in two. The other followers immediately followed suit, drawing their weapons in perfect synchronicity. Their golden auras ignited, and in the next heartbeat, they lunged. Blades and spears pierced through Arsha's body from every direction, puncturing her form until she looked more spirit than flesh. Yet, she merely glanced down at the weapons embedded in her, her expression calm, almost amused. Then came a sound like cracking glass. Fractures spread across her skin, leaking tendrils of black mist that curled into the air. You're wasting your energy, she said lightly. This body's just a projection. You can destroy it 100 times, and it won't matter. The cracks sealed themselves as her form reassembled, her voice echoing eerily through the chamber. Relax, she added, her smile widening. I didn't come here to expose you. I came here to offer you something. Reaching into her cloak, Arsha pulled out a faintly glowing shard, small, crystalline, and pulsating with an inner light. The instant it appeared, the air trembled. A token of trust, she said, holding it out. A star fragment, an enhanced version. Consider it a gift. The apostle's expression shifted as he extended his hand. The shard hovered for a moment before settling in his palm. He examined it closely, golden light reflecting off its surface. This energy, it's far denser than the previous ones, he thought. And yet, it's stable. Controlled. Arsha's voice purred through the silence, confident and cold. That little piece can bend even S-rank hunters to your will. I can provide you with more, enough to strengthen your army and reshape the battlefield. But in return, she leaned forward, her crimson eyes glowing like embers. I want one thing. He looked up, his voice a low rumble. And what would that be? Her smile sharpened. To crush Sung Suho and the Shadow Monarch. Together. The apostle's gaze hardened, his aura darkening. Why would someone from this world side with me? He asked icily. Arsha laughed, a sound that echoed with mockery. You really think loyalty is determined by where someone's born? She teased. There's nothing here worth my allegiance. I choose the side that offers power. The apostle's eyes gleamed dangerously. If that were true, he said quietly, you'd have sought me out long before Lee Min-sung died. Arsha's grin faded for the first time, just slightly. Shadows twisted at her feet, her insects humming faintly in the charged silence as the tension between them grew thick enough to choke on. Arsha's lips curved into a teasing smirk as she brushed a lock of hair away from her face. Men who pry too much tend to die young, she quipped, her tone light yet edged with danger. The dagger in her hand spun idly, catching the faint glow of the dungeon's crystals. As for which side I stand on, she paused, letting the silence linger, I follow the side that rewards me the most. Loyalty without gain is a fool's burden. Her words carried through the still chamber like a whisper of venom. Then, with a slow turn, she began to walk away, her steps echoing softly against the stone floor. After all, she added almost lazily, I'm not that different from your precious Sung Suho. The apostle's eyes narrowed at that name, golden light flickering behind his calm stare. Arsha glanced over her shoulder, her gaze sharp and deliberate. I am also an heir to a monarch's power, she said, her voice quiet but laced with pride. But unlike him, I learned something far more valuable. Her expression hardened, her smile thinning. Working with the Shadow Monarch's heir is a fool's dream. He walks a path that can never be shared. A faint, knowing smirk curved her lips as she studied the apostle's face. You're not an ordinary human either, are you? There's something in you, something alien, like him. But not the same. Her eyes glimmered, mischievous yet cold. My power doesn't come from shadows. She raised her hand slightly. The ground beneath the slain monster behind him began to tremble. At first, it was subtle, a twitch, a shudder, but then the massive creature's corpse jerked upright, its broken bones snapping back into place with a grotesque series of cracks. The apostle's followers tensed, their hands gripping their weapons. The beast's head twisted at an unnatural angle as its dead eyes flared with crimson light. It released a guttural roar that shook dust from the ceiling, its claws tearing deep furrows into the ground as it charged. The apostle didn't move. His voice, cool and detached, cut through the chaos. Your craftsmanship could use refinement. The monster stopped mid-lunge. Its entire body quivered before blood began to gush from every orifice, thick, black, and reeking of decay. Then, with a single motion from Arsha's hand, the creature's skull imploded with a wet, explosive sound. Flesh and bone rained across the floor before dissolving into mist. She lowered her arm gracefully, the faint hum of mana fading from her fingertips. A small, obsidian-colored insect fluttered down and landed on her finger, pulsing faintly with dark energy. "I am the successor of the Plague Monarch," she said quietly, pride gleaming in her tone. "And this is but a glimpse of what I command." Her gaze flicked back to the apostle, her crimson eyes locking with his golden ones. "So," she asked softly, "the enemy of your enemy, doesn't that make me your ally?" The apostle said nothing, though his followers lowered their weapons ever so slightly, tension still sharp in the air. Arsha took a step closer, her voice lowering into something persuasive, deliberate. "Think about it. You and I, our goals align more than you realize. We both seek power beyond the reach of this world. Why fight separately when together, we could dominate it?" The shadows around them deepened, then shattered like glass. The scene shifted to a glowing dungeon gate. Its blue energy rippled outward as Arsha emerged from its depths, brushing dust from her cloak. The air was cool, alive with mana. 2 figures waited for her by the gate's edge. One, tall and calm, inclined his head slightly. "Welcome back, Arsha. I assume things went as expected." Beside him, a smaller figure with bright, eager eyes bounced on his heels. Did he agree? Did the apostle take the deal? Arsha gave a faint, satisfied laugh. "He did," she replied. "Park Dojin will lend us his strength." "Huh. I knew you'd pull it off," the smaller one, Pia, grinned, punching the air triumphantly. Arsha chuckled softly, patting his head with a hint of fondness. "Don't get too excited, Pia. This is just one step." Behind them, the third figure, a silent, imposing man cloaked in shadows, watched without a word, his presence alone radiating power. As they began walking through the forest, Arsha's gaze drifted toward the horizon where a massive formation pulsed with faint red light. Park Dojin, she thought, her expression turning contemplative. He accepted so easily. Perhaps he already knows that the Shadow Monarch will be an obstacle to his plans. She smiled thinly, her eyes gleaming. "Not that it matters to me," she murmured. In the distance, the crimson formation flared to life. A system window blinked open before her eyes, glowing with blood-red text. Quest, path to becoming a monarch. Objective, form an alliance with the Iterum Apostle. The surge of power from the formation rippled outward, enveloping her. Pia and the tall figure stopped, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from her form. Arsha's smile deepened, her voice a whisper that carried through the hum of energy. "To be honest with you all," Arsha said, her tone sharp and commanding, her aura rising like a storm about to break. "We're no longer far from ascending to our rightful places as monarchs." Her words carried weight, cold and thrilling, like a secret finally spoken aloud. The scene then shifted, away from her and into the modern sprawl of Seoul. Inside a quiet, high-rise office, the afternoon sun poured through the glass walls, reflecting against the polished surface of a conference table. A sleek contract lay open, ink gleaming faintly beside a fountain pen. Across from it sat a man in a pristine gray suit, his expression diplomatic yet strained. "This is our final offer," he said, voice laced with professionalism. "The Fame Guild is organizing an A-rank gate subjugation. We'd like you to join the team as our lead hunter." Seated opposite him was a man in his early 30s, calm, expression unreadable. He didn't even glance at the paper. His dark hair fell messily across his forehead, and his gaze remained fixed on the table. "I've told you already," he said quietly but firmly, his tone devoid of emotion. "I don't take requests above A rank." The negotiator frowned, leaning forward. "But with your skill, that's a waste of potential. You're one of the few S-rank hunters still unaffiliated. Think of the rewards, the recognition." The man's eyes flicked toward him at last, sharp and cold enough to silence the words midair. His name was Lee Yunseok, a freelance S-rank hunter who refused every offer of allegiance. In a world where strength dictated status, he was an anomaly, a man who rejected power's call. "You don't understand," Lee said, rubbing his temple with trembling fingers. "No amount of money or fame will make me walk back into that hell." The female assistant hesitated. "But Mr. Lee, surely an A-rank dungeon. Reasonable?" Lee cut her off, his voice rising, cracking under invisible weight. His eyes darted toward the window, unfocused. "Every time I close my eyes, I see them. Those things." He was shaking now, the memory overtaking him. "Monsters that tear me apart over and over. I feel their teeth on my flesh, their claws digging into my bones." His breath came unevenly, his voice trembling with barely contained fear. "You think rank means anything when you're screaming for your life?" The room fell silent. On the corner table, several empty liquor bottles glinted under the sunlight, mute witnesses to sleepless nights. Please, he whispered finally, voice barely audible. Leave. The representatives exchanged uneasy glances before quietly gathering their papers. As they stepped into the hallway, the woman hesitated. Should we really just give up on him? Her superior exhaled slowly, adjusting his tie. You saw it yourself. That man's a shell of an S rank. What use is power when the mind's already broken? They didn't notice the presence that brushed past them, a tall figure moving in the opposite direction. His footsteps were slow, deliberate. His eyes gleamed faintly gold. The woman glanced back, sensing something off. Sir, wasn't that? But the stranger was already gone, climbing the stairs toward Lee's floor. Inside the apartment, the knock came softly. Lee didn't answer. The door creaked open anyway. Who the hell? Lee froze mid-sentence as the figure stepped into view. The man's aura pressed down on the room like a heavy fog. You're from the Reaper Guild, Lee said sharply. You people really don't understand boundaries, do you? The intruder ignored the jab. His voice was calm, almost gentle. I came because I heard there's an S-rank hunter who trembles at the sight of monsters. Lee's jaw tightened. So you came to mock me? No, the man said simply, stepping closer. I came to fix that fear. Lightning crackled across Lee's arms in warning, his mana flaring bright blue. Another step and you're ash, he growled. But the apostle was faster. In a blur of motion, his hand shot forward, pressing a radiant star fragment against Lee's forehead. Light erupted, blinding, searing. Lee's cry was lost in the rush of energy that poured into him. The fragment sank beneath his skin, pulsing once before vanishing completely. The apostle's voice dropped to a whisper. Don't be afraid, Hunter Lee Yunseok. From now on, you'll never have to face monsters again. Lee's pupils widened. His body went still. Golden light spread through his veins like liquid fire. The apostle studied him closely, eyes narrowing with satisfaction. If the fragment takes, he'll serve perfectly. His thoughts drifted to Sung Suho and Arsha, the heirs who stood on opposite sides of the coming storm. The game board is changing. The tide turns in my favor. He turned to leave. Behind him, Lee's body twitched, his aura flickering, reshaping. Golden energy flooded the apartment, crackling through the air. Lee slowly raised his head, eyes burning with divine brilliance, all traces of humanity erased. At the doorway, the apostle paused and allowed himself a quiet, chilling smile. Good, he murmured. Even the strongest walls crumble from within. The quiet hum of routine filled the South Korean air traffic control tower. Rows of monitors flickered with light, radar screens pulsed with steady rhythm, and the low murmur of controllers coordinating incoming flights created a sense of calm efficiency. Dozens of planes were moving through the country's airspace, everything was normal. Until one controller's monitor flashed red. A burst of static tore through his headset, followed by a strained voice, urgent and shaking. This is KAL 472, Control Tower, do you copy? The operator straightened instantly. KAL 472, this is Control. Go ahead. The reply came, uneven, tinged with disbelief. We're currently at flight level 570, inbound to South Korea, but I have a question. The controller frowned. What kind of question? At this altitude, the pilot hesitated. Is it supposed to be snowing? The room stilled. Negative, the controller said firmly. There's no precipitation above the cloud layer. You shouldn't be seeing snow up there. The pilot gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then his tone changed, his voice low and tight. Then what the hell is that? Through the cockpit windows, the clouds were no longer white, they glowed with an eerie blue light. The sky itself seemed to ripple as a colossal shadow took form above them. Space twisted, bending inward like a whirlpool of colorless light. The captain's knuckles went white on the controls. God, it's a gate, he breathed. A dungeon gate, in the upper atmosphere. Down in the control tower, alarms screamed to life. Every radar screen lit up at once, red warnings flashing across the walls. Repeat that, KL 472. Confirm a gate sighting. Static crackled. Then the captain's voice broke through, breathless. There's a storm forming, snow, ice, and wind. Visibility 0, we're losing altitude. Requesting emergency. The transmission cut off. For a heartbeat, silence gripped the room. Dozens of eyes turned toward the operator. His hand trembled against the console, the color draining from his face. What just happened? Someone demanded. He swallowed hard, his gaze locked on the flickering radar. A gate, he whispered. A dungeon gate, is opening in the sky. Far beneath the earth, in a cavern reeking of blood and mana, a monstrous wolf roared. Its fangs dripped black venom, and its crimson eyes gleamed with hunger as it lunged forward. A streak of motion, too fast to follow, cut through the darkness. The beast froze midair. Then, thin red lines traced across its massive body, and in the next instant, it was torn apart, shredded into ribbons of flesh and fur. Sung Suho landed silently among the remains, his shadow dagger humming with lingering energy. The black gauntlet on his arm, Greed, gleamed faintly, its surface pulsing as if alive. Suho exhaled, wiping blood from his cheek. His brows furrowed in irritation. "Wait," he muttered. "I forgot to activate Greed's skill again." He looked down at his hand, sighing under his breath. "At least just wearing it boosts my stats." A system notification blinked into existence before his eyes. Stats increased. Strength plus 14. Agility plus 10. Stamina plus 11. Intelligence plus 7. Sense plus 10. Suho's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with renewed focus. The air around him darkened, and his shadow stretched like something alive. Something was coming, and this was only the beginning. "As its manifestation grows, my stats keep climbing too," Suho muttered under his breath, flexing his fingers as black energy pulsed faintly around his gauntlet. "At this rate, I'll hit S-rank numbers before I even notice." Behind him, hundreds of shadow soldiers stood in perfect silence, their empty eyes gleaming faint violet. The entire cavern pulsed with the rhythm of their master's mana, the air thick with the scent of crushed mana stones. "Mining's done," Suho said, glancing around the ruined dungeon. "Time to get out before this place caves in." A faint chime echoed in front of him. Stored shadow items, 340/340. Maxed out again, Suho muttered under his breath, rubbing his chin as he studied the glowing system window before him. "Guess it's time to recycle the low-tier shadows and forge something better." He inhaled deeply, the air inside the dungeon thick with mana. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he extended his hand. The shadows around him stirred. Like a storm unleashed, waves of darkness exploded outward, flooding the entire cavern in an ocean of black light. The walls trembled violently, dust raining down as the pressure of Suho's aura surged higher, shaking the dungeon itself. It was the overwhelming weight of a monarch's authority, a force that bent the air and twisted mana to his will. As the shadows pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, the dungeon system responded. Skill, shadow creation has leveled up. Probability of generating higher-grade items has increased. Suho froze for a second, blinking in disbelief. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. It leveled up? Seriously? His eyes gleamed with excitement. So, it finally evolved. Without hesitation, he summoned his inventory. The air warped as the dimension opened, and a flurry of weapons emerged, hundreds of them, floating in perfect formation before him. Swords with serrated edges, lances tipped with shadow fire, shields humming with protective runes. Each piece shimmered with a faint, black glow, resonating with his mana. "Not bad," he murmured, walking between them like an artist admiring his work. "Fewer common ones this time. More advanced gear. Maybe I'll even pull a heroic item next." One after another, the weapons dissolved into mist, then reformed, each reshaping itself as Suho examined the results. His attention finally landed on a newly formed pair of gauntlets, sleek and dark, their contours edged with faint traces of violet mist. He reached out, taking them in his hands. "A heroic-grade gauntlet, huh?" he said quietly, a mix of satisfaction and irritation in his tone. "Another one? Didn't I just get Greed?" He turned the gear over, studying the texture. The surface shimmered faintly, pulsing with contained energy like a heartbeat. "Too bad you can't alter how heroic items look," he sighed. "The stats are good, but weaker than Greed. Still, not bad." He flicked his wrist, storing it back into the shadows. Just then, the dungeon began to quake. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, mana lines flickering like dying veins as the space started to collapse inward. Suho didn't flinch. He strode toward the exit, the ground splitting apart behind him. With one final step, he crossed the threshold just as the dungeon imploded, vanishing into a violent swirl of energy and dust. Outside, sunlight cut through the dispersing mana fog. He took a deep breath, glancing up at the sky. "Thanks to the association pushing the guilds," he muttered, "we can still raid these field-type dungeons freely." But his expression darkened as his mind drifted. And yet, no sign of the Stardust factories. Have they already predicted my movements? He started toward the waiting transport unit when a field agent ran up, bowing quickly. "Thank you for your hard work, Hunter Sung Suho. This field-type dungeon has been..." Before he could react, another notification appeared, its crimson border flashing urgently. "Emergency Association summons, all hunters report immediately." Suho's brows furrowed. The association? An emergency call for every hunter? His tone hardened. Something big must have happened. The story shifted to Seoul's Hunter Association headquarters, a towering building surrounded by strict security and humming machinery. Inside a sleek conference hall, tension filled the air like static. Nearly every S-rank hunter in Korea was present, each radiating an aura strong enough to warp the room's atmosphere. At the far end of the table, Park Jang-soo, the only A-rank among them, tried to remain unnoticed. He swallowed hard, glancing around at the top guild leaders, the faces that shaped the nation's power balance. At the head sat Baek-yun-ho, leader of the White Tiger Guild, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. "You all know why we're here," he began. Choi Jong-in of the Hunter Guild leaned forward. "Because of the gate that appeared over South Korea." Across the table, Lim Tae-gyu from the Reaper Guild crossed his arms, voice calm but laced with pressure. "So, are we here to decide who claims it?" A deep laugh cut through the tension. Ma Dong-wook, the fame-hungry leader of the Fame Guild, smirked. "Ownership? That's obvious. The Fame Guild will take this one, naturally." He turned to Lim with a mocking grin. "By the way, I heard you finally managed to reel in that free agent, Hunter Lee Eun-suk. How'd you pull that off?" "We've been trying for months." Lim's expression didn't change. His tone was smooth, polite, yet distant. "It wasn't me," he said. "Hunter Park Doo-jin handled that. I just happened to benefit." The tense discussion in the conference hall came to an abrupt halt as the heavy doors swung open. All eyes turned as Sung Soo-ho entered, a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Apologies for the delay," he said, bowing slightly. "I came straight from clearing a field-type dungeon." A ripple of surprise ran through the room. Park Jang-soo and Ma Wong-wook both stiffened, their eyes widening. "Sung Soo-ho," Park murmured in disbelief. The reawakened S-rank hunter himself, Ma added with a grin as he strode forward, gripping Soo-ho's hand warmly. "It's an honor, Coach Sung." Soo-ho blinked, clearly taken aback. I'm not a coach," he replied awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Park quickly stepped in, eager and smiling. "Hunter Sung, you're still unaffiliated, right? Why not join the Knights Guild? We'll guarantee the best support and pay." Ma immediately cut in, his grin widening. "Forget that. Come to the Fame Guild instead. We'll double whatever they offer, top pay, best equipment, full freedom." At the head of the table, Choi Jong-in sighed quietly, muttering under his breath. "Deja vu all over again." Soo-ho chuckled softly, raising his hands. "I appreciate the offers, really, but I'll have to decline. I don't plan on joining any guild for now." The two guild masters exchanged sheepish looks, their enthusiasm fading just as quickly as it came. Choi hid a faint smirk behind his hand. Another rejection, just like old times. As silence settled once more, Soo-ho glanced around the vast conference room. Rows of Korea's most powerful hunters filled the seats, faces he'd seen on battlefields, in newspapers, and during national emergencies. "So I'm the only unaffiliated one here," he thought, eyes narrowing slightly. "Maybe it's time to start my own guild? It could help unify independent hunters." Before he could dwell on the thought, the door opened again. Woo Jinchul entered, his face grim, followed closely by a female assistant carrying a stack of documents. The atmosphere immediately shifted, light chatter vanished as tension reclaimed the room. "Coach Woo, you're late," Ma Wong-wook called out, trying to lighten the mood with his trademark grin. "You don't look too good. Stomach problems?" Woo Jinchul paused for half a second, visibly thrown by the comment before regaining composure. "No," he said curtly, clearing his throat. "Just had to organize the data." His tone was unusually sharp, his usual calm replaced with quiet urgency. He stepped forward, setting the documents on the table, then looked around the room. "Thank you all for responding on such short notice," he began, his voice steady but grave. "As you've probably heard, a gate appeared yesterday, right above South Korea. The first to report it was Flight KAL-472. He hesitated for a moment, the room deathly still. "Unfortunately," he continued, "the aircraft was caught in the gates surrounding magic and went down. There were heavy casualties." A murmur rippled through the hall. "We sent A-rank teams to assess its energy levels," Wu went on, his expression darkening. "Their readings surpassed all standard limits. The Hunter Association has now officially classified it as an S-rank gate." The room fell silent. Soo-ho's eyes narrowed. An S-rank gate? His mind raced. The first one since the Great Cataclysm. Across the table, Choi Jong-in exhaled sharply, fingers gripping the edge of the desk until his knuckles whitened. This is exactly what we feared," he muttered under his breath. "An aerial S-rank gate. We can't even establish a perimeter safely." Even the most seasoned hunters in the room looked uneasy, their faces pale, their postures rigid. Soo-ho's gaze drifted across them all, noting the fear that lingered in their eyes. If even veterans from the old era are this shaken, just how devastating were S-rank gates back then? He leaned back slightly, breaking the tension with a calm voice. "Still, if we cooperate and plan strategically, we can handle it." But before anyone could respond, a deep, chittering voice echoed from behind him. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, young monarch. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Beru emerged from Suho's shadow, his tiny insectoid form casting a small silhouette across the conference table. His crimson eyes gleamed like molten rubies as every hunter froze in shock. Even if every hunter here combined their strength, Beru rumbled, his mandibles clicking, you would all still be nothing more than insects before what waits beyond that gate. Beru? Suho barked, his face flushing. Half the hunters had already jumped from their seats, some instinctively reaching for their weapons. Ma Wangwuk's jaw hung open. That's him, he gasped. The rumored summoned beast of Sung Suho. But his words faltered. A cold sweat ran down his back as his body began trembling uncontrollably. Why can't I move? His instincts screamed at him to run. His heart pounded violently in his chest as he met Beru's unblinking, predatory stare. Beru? Suho snapped again, smacking the towering ant soldier on the head. Stop scaring everyone. You don't even know what's in that gate, so quit making wild claims and get back inside. Beru lowered his head slightly, though his voice carried the same grave tone. My apologies, young monarch, he said solemnly, but I do know. Every hunter turned toward him, their expressions frozen between disbelief and dread. Beru straightened to his full height, his gaze distant, voice echoing like a memory from another world. For in the previous world, he began, his tone dark and heavy, the creature that commanded an S-rank gate, the one that annihilated countless S-rank hunters, was none other than me, Beru, the Ant King. A wave of unease swept through the room like a silent tremor. Shoulders stiffened. Breaths caught in throats. Even the most seasoned hunters could feel their instincts screaming at them to bow before the unseen dominance that emanated from the tiny creature. Suho blinked, momentarily speechless. He'd always known Beru was powerful, but to learn that this loyal summon had once been a monarch-level entity, the boss of an S-rank gate feared by elite hunters, made him view the creature in a far more intimidating light. Choi Jong-in turned, his face tightening as realization dawned. Wait, he muttered, glancing at Beru. Baek Yunho's eyes widened as the missing piece clicked into place. That ant, it's the same species hunter Sung Jinwoo once summoned. At that name, Beru's aura flared violently. The atmosphere thickened, heavy and suffocating, as if a primordial predator had awakened within the room. His mandibles curved into something resembling a smirk, and a chilling laughter buzzed through the air. Now you remember, Beru said, voice echoing with ancient pride. Your instincts recognize what stands before you. I am the predator, and you are the prey. The command in his tone was undeniable, regal, ancient, and terrifying. Kneel, he ordered, his words thrumming with authority. Prostrate yourselves before me and beg for mercy. The tension broke with a thunderous smack. Suho's fist had come down hard on Beru's head. What are you doing, Beru? He scolded, his tone sharp. Why threaten people who are on our side? Beru crouched low, his wings folding inward as he muttered, Forgive me, young monarch. It has been far too long since I've felt such dominance surge through me. Before the atmosphere could settle, Choi Jong-in addressed Suho, his voice tense with realization. If what he says is true, then could you not clear an S-rank gate with just that summon alone? Suho exhaled slowly and shook his head. It's not that simple. I don't know how powerful he once was, but right now, he's weakened. In his current state, he can't fight at that level. Beru threw his hands up in mock despair. Young monarch, please, do not speak such cruel words. Across the table, Park Jang-soo and Ma Dongwook exchanged puzzled looks. Park leaned in and whispered, I don't understand a word of this. Ma nodded, sighing. Same here. They sound like they're talking about another world entirely. Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Perhaps an experience would explain it better than words. He turned to Suho. Hunter Sung Suho, can you allow them to regain their past memories as well? Suho nodded. I can. He reached into the darkness beside him and drew out the shadow key. The moment it appeared, its ominous energy spread across the room like rolling fog. Both Park and Ma recoiled, eyes widening as they felt the chilling aura. Past memories, they repeated, confused. Suho gave a faint, reassuring smile. You'll understand soon enough. The next instant, both men trembled violently as fragmented visions flooded their minds, memories of an older world consumed by chaos, titanic monsters tearing through cities, and the sky itself burning under the weight of fear. Park's voice quavered. So, the world truly was reset. Ma's face turned pale. An S-rank gate, like Jeju Island. Don't tell me, we'll have to face a creature of that scale again. Before Suho could answer, Wu Jinchul stepped forward, his tone grave. A dungeon break occurs 7 days after a gate appears. If an S-rank dungeon breaks above Soul, the destruction will be unimaginable. Park's brows furrowed. But if the gate is floating in the sky, wouldn't the monsters fall to their deaths the moment they appear? Wu Jinchul shook his head. The association has already investigated that. The gate's altitude is steadily dropping. At this rate, on the 7th day, the moment the break happens, it will descend directly above the heart of Soul. The room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone could feel it, the weight of the coming catastrophe pressing down like a storm waiting to break. Park sank back into his chair, the color draining from his face. A moving gate, he muttered, his voice trembling. That means there's no escaping it. We'll have to clear it. The words hung heavy in the air. Silence wrapped around the room like a suffocating fog, pressing down on every heartbeat. Baek Yunho sat rigid, staring down at his clenched fists. His knuckles whitened as his thoughts spiraled. He remembered the warnings of the past, the interdimensional invaders, the Iterim beings who shattered entire civilizations. They had once fought a war against entities that defied understanding. And now, even before such horrors reappeared, they were already hesitating before an S-rank gate. His eyes flickered toward Suho. That young hunter, the one who defeated Huang Dongsu without breaking a sweat. Yunho's chest tightened. He's different. Stronger than any of us realized. The tremor in his hands betrayed the storm within him. When was the last time I felt this powerless? No one dared speak. The room pulsed with the weight of unspoken memories, old battles, fallen comrades, and the ghost of the man who had once led them all. Lim Taejo finally exhaled, his voice breaking the silence like a brittle branch snapping under pressure. The only reason we managed to subdue that S-rank dungeon in the past was because he was there. Choi Jong-in's gaze lowered. He didn't need to ask who. If only Hunter Sung Jin-woo were here. The name rippled through the room like a cold wind. No one looked up. No one disagreed. Their silence was their answer. Every hunter present had felt the same thought claw at the back of their mind. Without him, we might not survive this time. Suho, watching them, frowned. Why are they so shaken? To him, these were veterans, people who had faced death 100 times over. Yet now they sat like children before a storm. He turned to Beru, his confusion plain. Why are they acting like this? Beru's voice was calm, tinged with an unsettling reverence. Do not burden yourself with their fear, young monarch. When my liege defeated me, his power was already beyond what you currently possess. Suho froze. The words struck like a blade of realization. Father was stronger than I am now? For a moment, doubt coiled in his chest. Could he really overcome a threat his father once faced? Could he fill the void that man left behind? But then, like a spark in the dark, he remembered. The night of his class advancement. The feeling of his blood surging, his shadow answering his will. When he cast aside the word impossible. His father's shadow wasn't something to chase, it was a path to surpass. He straightened his back, resolve solidifying in his eyes. Around him, the hunters were drowning in uncertainty. He could feel their fear, their hesitation gnawing away at their strength. They're all thinking the same thing, without my father, we're doomed. Suho clenched his jaw. No. That's not the answer. Whether we're ready or not, the gate is already here. Fear won't save anyone. I have to find a way, fast. Then, a faint shimmer blinked before his eyes. Quest, S-rank gate. Objective, mobilize all available strength to clear the S-rank gate in the sky. Progress, 0 of 1. Suho's expression hardened. Even the system expected him to lead this fight. As he stared at the glowing window, something cold brushed his shoulder, like the touch of a hand made from smoke. He spun around instantly. Nothing. The door was closed. The air, still. Yet that presence, it felt eerily familiar. Choi Jong-in noticed his shift in expression. Hunter Sung Suho, he asked quietly, is something wrong? Suho didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on the quest message, thoughts racing. Everything the player can do. The words echoed in his mind like a challenge. So the system isn't asking for help, it's reminding me that the answer lies within myself. He finally turned to Baek Yunho, his composure firm. Hunter Baek, he said evenly, you're a close-range fighter, right? Yunho blinked, startled by the sudden question. Yes. That's right. Suho reached into his inventory, shadows rippling around his hand as he searched through his stored items. Good. Then I think this will suit you. His fingers paused as he pulled something from the void, 2 dark gauntlets forged from pure shadow, their surfaces pulsing faintly like living metal. Here. Suho's tone was calm but confident. I picked this up from a field-type dungeon a while ago. He tilted his head slightly, a faint smile touching his lips. The name, White Tiger Fist. Seems fitting for you, doesn't it? A chime rang through the air as a system window appeared before them. Item, Shadow Gauntlets, White Fist. Rank, Creation, Heroic type. Attack, plus 130. Effect, manifestation plus 10%. Active skill, ambush. Mana cost, 120. Description, instantly closes the distance to the target and delivers a devastating blow. Baek Yunho stared at the equipment in awe. The dark steel seemed to breathe, shadows pulsing beneath its surface. Suho placed the gauntlets directly in his hands. "I want to test something," he said, his gaze unwavering. "Will you help me?" There was no arrogance in his voice, no trace of command, only conviction. Moments later, the two stood inside a sealed dungeon, its massive stone gates closed behind them, cutting off the outside world. The atmosphere crackled with mana. This was where the test would begin. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, the air crackled with mana. The faint scent of scorched stone and monster blood hung heavy in the atmosphere. Park Jang-soo, Ma Dongwook, Lim Tae-gu, and Choi Jong-in stood in a semicircle near the dungeon's entrance, their eyes fixed on the figures ahead. "This is a B-rank gate," Choi muttered, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the sprawling cavern. "We followed Suho here, but what exactly is he planning?" Deeper within the dungeon, the sound of battle echoed, roars of mana beasts intertwined with the thundering impact of fists against flesh and stone. At the center of that chaos moved Baek Yunho, wrapped in the black shimmer of the shadow gauntlet Suho had bestowed upon him. His movements were clean, precise, and devastating. Each strike carried the weight of monstrous strength, each blow splitting the air like thunder. The beasts lunged and screamed, but none could withstand the barrage for more than a few seconds. From a distance, Suho stood beside Wu Jinchul, watching closely. Wu's expression tightened as he turned toward the younger hunter. "Suho, why have you sent Hunter Baek to deal with these creatures? This isn't a typical raid." Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eyes still fixed on the battlefield. "It's an experiment," he replied after a pause. "I'm testing something, specifically, how well my shadow-forged equipment performs in live combat." Wu blinked, momentarily stunned. "Wait, your shadows can create equipment?" Suho gave a quiet nod. "Yes. My ability is similar to my father's, but not identical." His gaze grew distant, his tone dipping with something that sounded like reluctant honesty. "My father could summon soldiers that existed indefinitely. Their strength grew with every battle, every victory. But mine," he looked down at his palm, where black energy coiled like smoke. "Mine vanish after a single day. They burn out completely. I can't replicate what he did." Wu Jinchul said nothing. He could hear the unspoken frustration beneath the calm words. Suho might have inherited power from a monarch, but that didn't mean it came without its limits, or its burdens. Then Suho lifted his hand, summoning a new gauntlet. Shadow mist swirled around his wrist, solidifying into armor that gleamed faintly in the dim light. His eyes hardened with quiet conviction. "Even if my power is different," he said, "it still has potential." He flexed his fingers, letting the dark aura hum through the gauntlet. "My shadow creation skill converts fallen shadows into items. And these items, they evolve. When they level up, they inherit the stats and fighting instincts of the shadows they were forged from." Wu Jinchul's eyes widened in realization. "Then the gauntlet you gave Baek Yunho, it's a weapon that grows stronger the more it's used." Choi Jong-in took a cautious step forward, his analytical mind already piecing the implications together. "If that's true," he said, "then not only the weapon, but its wielder, might gain strength through battle. The two could grow together, symbiotically." Suho nodded. His voice was calm, but a flicker of resolve glinted behind his eyes. "That's my theory. I just need to confirm it." He turned his attention back to the fight. In the distance, Baek Yunho struck another beast square in the chest, sending it flying into a wall with a dull explosion of dust and rock. The shadow gauntlets gleamed with every strike, faint tendrils of black energy pulsing along his arms as though the weapon itself was alive. Baek could feel it too, the gauntlets were responding to him. Every movement felt sharper, faster, stronger. His muscles thrummed with an unfamiliar surge of energy that wasn't entirely his own. "This power," he thought, blocking a beast's claws before driving his fist into its skull. "These gauntlets are beyond anything I've ever worn. It's like they're learning from me, matching my rhythm, amplifying it." Another monster lunged. He sidestepped, pivoted, and crushed it with a single blow that shattered the stone beneath his feet. As the creature's body dissolved into mana dust, Baek caught his breath and stared at his shadow-clad hands. "Suho, just what kind of ability have you created?" The instant Baek Yunho equipped the gauntlet, something deep within him stirred, an unfamiliar sensation, primal and powerful, as though a dormant instinct had suddenly been awakened. A system window blinked open before his eyes. Active skill, ambush. Mana cost, 120. Effect, instantly close the distance to a target and strike with explosive force. Movement speed increases by 30% for 1 second after use. Without hesitation, Beck moved. His body blurred, vanishing and reappearing in front of the monster. The ground cracked beneath his landing, dust spiraling around him. The rhythm of his heartbeat remained steady, precise, completely in sync with the pulse of the gauntlet. From the viewing chamber, Woo Jin-chul and Suho watched in silence. With each exchange, Beck's movements grew sharper, faster, each strike carrying more intent, more focus. He was evolving before their eyes. Then, a new notification appeared before Suho's vision. Shadow item, White Fist. Grade, Creation, Heroic. Type, Gauntlet. Level, 2. Stat Manifestation, 11%. Attack Power, 130. Beck lowered his arm, staring down at the glowing lines that pulsed across the gauntlet's surface. His fingers flexed slightly, and he could feel it, the shift inside his body. His movements were lighter, yet every motion carried weight and precision. This was no mere weapon, it was rewriting the way his body fought. Suho's gaze turned toward the other S-rank hunters gathered nearby. His tone was calm, yet filled with purpose. We have 6 days before this dungeon breaks. Before that happens, I'll forge equipment for every one of you. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Cho Jong spoke, disbelief lacing his voice. Equipment that grows stronger with its user, for all of us? That's impossible. Instead of answering, Suho raised his hand. Shadows rippled at his fingertips, gathering and solidifying into a sleek, obsidian gauntlet, Greed. He clenched his fist, dark energy flaring outward. The trials ahead won't be easy, he said firmly. But we'll face them together. We'll overcome them. His conviction resonated across the room. The tension shifted, no longer heavy with fear, but charged with renewed determination. Park Jang-soo and Ma Dongwook stepped forward first, their excitement barely contained. Can you make one that boosts fire affinity? Choi Jong blurted out. Hold on. We need one for ranged users first, Lim Taegu argued, his tone impatient. Suho chuckled softly, raising both hands as they crowded around him. I don't control the attributes, he explained. They depend on the soldier's sacrifice to forge them. Park Jang-soo frowned thoughtfully. So, if an A-rank equipped one, could they reach S-rank potential? Ma Dongwook grinned. Then priority should go by seniority. Their bickering drew laughter around the chamber, the once grim atmosphere replaced by a rare spark of hope. From a distance, Woo Jin-chul observed quietly, his expression softening. It reminded him of another time, another hunter. Sung Jin-woo had carried the weight of the world alone, unmatched and untouchable. His power had been solitary, complete in itself. But Suho's power was different. His strength was meant to connect, to unify. It didn't push others away, it pulled them closer. Watching Suho lead, Woo Jin-chul felt something stir deep within his chest. For the first time, he wondered what it would be like to fight beside a monarch of shadows instead of standing behind him. A faint smile crossed his lips as he placed a hand over his heart. This time, it wouldn't be one man against the world. This time, they would fight together. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.